Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 1128 to Chapter 1199. There was no doubt that this was a pleasant surprise for Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. They never thought that there would be such a good thing. In fact, after Huang Yuanlang was stimulated by Zhang Liang Ruixiao that day, he went back and had a deep talk with his father, Huang Daoqi. Being able to enter the round robin was already Huang Yuanlang's limit. His strength was indeed not strong enough, and he was at the bottom of the list among the superior dragons participating in the competition. However, the abilities that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu displayed were enough to prove their potential. Especially Lan Xuanyu, as the leader of the Rising Dragons, and with the approval of the Dark Demon Dragon Knight. This was already the approval of the two Dragon Knights. Zhang Liang Ruixiao was right. What if other families tried to recruit him, although the royal family had already given him benefits such as the divine dragon armor and the dragon spear? However, could other families not give him such benefits? Whether or not feelings would be swayed under the circumstances of enough benefits really depended on one's character. Although Huang Yuanlang had always wanted to get close to Lan Xuanyu, when he calmed down and thought about it, he really didn't know him well enough. At least, he didn't know his character and other aspects that well. Relatively speaking, Bai Xiuxiu was more outgoing, and Lan Xuanyu usually didn't even speak much. It was very difficult to know his true thoughts. Although Bai Xiuxiu and her were sisters, they were obviously not biological sisters. Bai Xiuxiu had a father-daughter relationship with Huang Daoqi, so she probably wouldn't leave so easily. However, if Lan Xuanyu wanted to fly solo, who could stop him? With her current reputation, curses and whatnot were useless. Unless she wanted to kill him. However, murder in the dragon race was a serious crime on the Tenryu star. It was the same within the dragon race. Lan Xuanyu, who was being watched by the Dragon Knight, was almost impossible to assassinate. Thus, Huang Yuanlang explained the pros and cons to Huang Daoqi. He had personally witnessed Lan Xuanyu's performance in the Dragon Rising tournament. Therefore, he was increasingly certain that Lan Xuanyu would be able to go far in the Dragon Rising tournament. There was a high possibility that he would become a Dragon Knight in the future. In at most a few decades, he would have that opportunity. If it didn't work this time, there was always the next time. Next time, he would come again when he was mature enough. Perhaps he could succeed in one go. Huang Daoqi was convinced by Huang Yuanlang. He knew that this might be the only chance for the family. Fenglong City was being ostracized. This could be seen from how Huang Yuanlang was looked down upon during the Dragon Rising competition. A family without the support of a true Dragon Knight could only gradually decline. In particular, although their family was good at reproduction, without a dragon race partner, their bloodline would only become thinner and thinner. Therefore, Huang Daoqi finally made up his mind. He would tie Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu to his chariot at all costs. He would use Fenglong City's greatest sincerity to keep them. For those big families, of course, their financial and material resources were stronger than Fenglong City's. However, these big families also had descendants who had the potential to become Dragon Knights. Although they were willing to give up their resources to recruit Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, it was not enough. But it was definitely not all. However, Fenglong City's only hope was the two of them. After many years of accumulation, it was still very impressive. Huang Yuanlang walked to the side of the table. Silver light flashed in his hand, and 7 boxes appeared in front of him. These boxes looked to be made of special materials, not metal. They were simple and lustrous, like jade. There were no energy waves on them, but they gave people a feeling that they wanted to touch. After taking out the 7 boxes, Huang Yuanlang frowned slightly. Many complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. However, he suppressed his inner emotions in the end. He took a deep breath and turned to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. Lan Xiuxiu. This time, the family really made this decision after careful consideration. However, you should also understand. As the saying goes, one does not receive rewards without pains. I will be very frank with you. The family needs your future strength. We also hope that you can become Dragon Knights. That is why we are willing to take out such precious resources to help you. Therefore, the family also hopes that in the future, after you become strong with these resources, you can always stay in the family and not be lured away by other families. Therefore, let me make it clear. If you want to obtain these resources, you will need to sign a contract with the family. In the dragon race, it is commonly known as the 1,000-year contract. The binding force of the 1,000-year contract is witnessed by the 18 dragon knights. No dragon race member can violate the contract after it is signed. The contract will be stored in Tenryu City's Tenryu Pavilion. It can only be removed after 1,000 years. If you violate it, you will be an enemy of the entire dragon race. The dragon race is the most powerful and noble race on Tenryu Star. However, we also pay attention to the spirit of the contract. This 1,000-year contract does not have any ability to affect your body, but it represents your credibility on Tenryu Star. Those who violate the 1,000-year dragon contract will be spurned by the entire dragon race. Therefore, the binding force of this contract is very strong. You don't have to rush to tell me. Please consider carefully. And when you sign this 1,000-year contract and are willing to protect the family for 1,000 years, you will not only be a member of the family, but also officially become a guest of the family. You will have a status no lower than that of the patriarch. In the future, you will become an elder of the family. You will accept all the support of the family. You will completely become one of us. Compared to those big families, the royal family is not the most powerful. However, we are definitely the only family that has no other choice. You have also seen my situation. Even a villain like Zhang Liang Ruixiao can casually humiliate me. It is because my talent is not good, and I have no hope of becoming a strong person in the future. That is why they are so unscrupulous. Therefore, as long as you sign the contract, all the family's resources will be yours. Even as the young patriarch, I am far from being able to obtain the same level of resources as you. Huang Yuanlang's words were sincere, and he was even confiding in them from the bottom of his heart. At least on the surface, his feelings were extremely sincere. Listening to his words, Lan Xuanyu's first choice was to realize that the 7 boxes on the table were definitely not ordinary items. He also immediately understood that the royal family was under a lot of pressure because of his participation in the Dragon Rising competition. Because the ability he displayed was too strong, they had already developed a sense of crisis. This was why they wanted to sign a 1,000-year contract with him. With Huang Yuanlang's explanation, Lan Xuanyu also believed that his explanation of the 1,000-year dragon contract would not hold back or hide anything. This was because when he participated in the Dragon Rising competition, he could casually ask any of the upper-class dragon race members if such a situation would expose his lies. Therefore, there was no need for him to deceive him. The only thing that Huang Daoqi and Huang Yuanlang probably did not expect was that the 1,000-year dragon contract was the most restrictive contract for all the dragon race members on the Tenryu Star. However, he and Xiaoxiu were not in the dragon race here at all. What they were going to do in the future was to go against the Tenryu Star. Why would they care about a 1,000-year contract? This was something that only had benefits and no restrictions. They would be fools not to do it. When Lan Xuanyu thought of this, Bai Xiaoxiu naturally thought of it as well. Therefore, she kept staring at Lan Xuanyu, even giving him a look from time to time. However, Lan Xuanyu's expression was calm at this moment. He looked at Huang Yuanlang, whose eyes were sincere and revealing his true feelings. Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment, then said, "Brother, I understand how you and the clan leader feel. I also understand that this should be caused by my decent performance in the Dragon Rising competition this time. The royal family needs us, and we are willing to stay with them. We already talked about this before we came to participate in the competition. However, isn't this 1,000-year contract a little too far away? I'm not a dragon who particularly likes to be bound." End of chapter. Bai Xiaoxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu's slightly furrowed brows and suddenly felt like laughing. Of course, she knew that this guy was acting, but his acting was really good. This was the acting of a superstar, right? When Huang Yuanlang heard Lan Xuanyu's words, he hurriedly said, "No, you misunderstood. There are no restrictions." Of course, there are no restrictions under normal circumstances. Not to mention our Tenryu Star. Even if you go to other planets to play, there are no restrictions. The family will fully support you. We just hope that you can help the family when it needs you. At the same time, with the Millennium Contract, all the dragon race will know that you truly belong to the royal family. This is already a great support for us. Generally speaking, you don't have to do anything. It's enough as long as you work hard to cultivate and become stronger. In our dragon race, the most important role of a dragon knight has always been deterrence. It's not to participate in battles or anything. Because there's no need for a dragon knight to personally take action. Huang Yuanlang continued, as long as you don't announce that you're leaving the royal family, the family won't have any restrictions on you. Unless the family encounters a huge crisis of life and death, you won't be forced to fight or anything like that. After listening to his explanation, Lan Xuanyu's expression relaxed a little. At least, that was how Huang Yuanlang saw it. Then, Brother Huang. Can you tell me what's inside these 7 boxes in front of me? Lan Xuanyu's expression was a little curious. Huang Yuanlang took a deep breath and looked at the 7 boxes. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. These 7 boxes were divided into 2 types. 4 of the boxes were slightly larger and were square. They were as white as snow and had a lustrous texture. The other 3 boxes were slightly yellowish milky white. They were slightly smaller and round. The top was spherical and a little taller. The large boxes were about half a meter long. The small boxes were also about a foot in diameter. Therefore, the 7 boxes took up a lot of space on the table. Huang Yuanlang walked forward and picked up one of the square boxes. Then, he turned to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao and slowly opened the box. The moment the box was opened, a strange aroma burst out. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao both felt refreshed, and the blood in their bodies instantly became restless. Both of them felt the blood in their bodies warm up, and a strong desire appeared in their hearts. This was especially true for Bai Xiaoxiao. Her feeling was the most obvious. She even felt like she couldn't wait to obtain that thing. Inside the box was a layer of milky white paste of unknown thickness. The aroma was coming from it. Seeing this paste, Huang Yuanlang's reluctance to part with it suddenly became even stronger. He frowned slightly, and his eyes occasionally revealed a greedy look. His Adam's apple bobbed, as if he was resisting a huge temptation. This is... Lan Xuanyu looked at Huang Yuanlang. Dragon marrow. Huang Yuanlang tried hard to say these 2 words, and then immediately closed the box, panting slightly. He was afraid that if he did not close the lid, he would regret it. Dragon marrow? Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled slightly, and then, an almost uncontrollable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Dragon marrow came from the dragon realm? It was extracted from the bones of the dragon race? At this moment, Huang Yuanlang continued, dragon marrow is really too rare, because only the dragon marrow of the upper-level dragon race is meaningful. Although the middle-level dragon race and the lower-level dragon race also have dragon marrow, there are too many impurities. However, there were too many impurities in their dragon marrow, so it only had some effect on low-level dragons. We, the upper-level dragon race, disdained to use it. However, after the fall of the upper-level dragon race, how can their bones be easily obtained by others? Therefore, the dragon marrow passed down by the major families is almost all left behind by the family's elders after they fell or passed away. We, the dragon race, also have a tradition. When the elders pass away, they will leave their most precious things as resources to their descendants. Not from the dragon realm? But from the upper-level dragon race after the dragon transformation period? Hearing him say this, Lan Xuanyu's anger dissipated a little. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was beside him, said in surprise, then isn't this blasphemy against the bones of the elders? Huang Yuanlang waved his hand and said, we, the dragon race, don't pay attention to this. After the elders die, if their bones are not dealt with, they will also decay and dissipate. That is true blasphemy. Our upper-level dragon race can be said to be full of treasures. For the sake of the family's inheritance and strength, these things must be left behind. Among them, dragon bones, dragon skin, and dragon scales are part of it. But the most precious are the dragon marrow and dragon crystal. As he spoke, he looked at the 3 smaller boxes. There was no doubt that the 3 small boxes contained the dragon crystal. 4 boxes of dragon marrow and 3 boxes of dragon crystal. No wonder Huang Yuanlang had a pained look on his face ever since he came. It was impossible not to feel pained. The value of so much dragon marrow and dragon crystal was immeasurable. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and let his emotions show some gratitude. Brother Huang, what is the use of the dragon marrow and dragon crystal? Huang Yuanlang said, you have been practicing the dragon power body tempering method, right? Dragon power body tempering is actually divided into stages. Among them, the overall body tempering is the first stage. In this first stage, everyone has different degrees of completion because of the depth of tempering. The better the aptitude, the deeper the tempering, and the better the effect. After the initial body tempering is completed, it will be the marrow tempering. After the marrow tempering is completed, the bone marrow will become one, and one's bloodline will undergo a transformation and evolution. This is seen as a characteristic of the adult dragon race. It is also a sign of becoming a god. For example, my father has completed this step, but I am still very far away from this step. Marrow tempering is more painful than body tempering. When marrow tempering, smearing the dragon marrow all over the body will be very helpful. Absorbing the dragon marrow through the bloodline will strengthen one's marrow power. It will be easier to break through and improve. However, during marrow tempering, because the body will be in an extremely painful process, there must be another person smearing the dragon marrow on it. The marrow tempering of the dragon race mainly tempers the spine. When the spine is clear, the dragon marrow will naturally spread throughout the body. Therefore, when you are cultivating, you must help each other and smear the dragon marrow on each other's spines, and at the same time protect each other. From the cervical spine to the tailbone, you must smear it evenly. With the help of the dragon marrow, cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Bai Xiaoxiu exclaimed, this is really too precious. Huang Yuanlang smiled bitterly and said, isn't that so? This is the most precious treasure of the family, an existence that cannot be replicated. The family doesn't have much left, so I brought most of it to you. You must cherish it, and I hope it can help you grow faster. Succeed in marrow tempering as soon as possible and reach the divine level. Lan Xuanyu bowed slightly and greeted Huang Yuanlang, saying, don't worry, brother Huang. Once a member of the imperial family, forever a member of the imperial family. We are willing to sign the Millennium Contract. Hearing him say this, Huang Yuanlang's heartache finally dissipated a lot, and he said happily, that's great. The contract is here. As he spoke, he took out the 2 contracts that he had already prepared, and there was obviously some excitement in his eyes. The contract was spread out on the table, and Lan Xuanyu silently sensed it. There were obscure energy fluctuations on it, but it was not curse type. It should be used specifically to record and prove the fairness of the contract. There were various explanations on it, including explanations about the contract. It mainly said that Lan and Xiaoxiu were willing to join the imperial family and sign a millennium contract. The imperial family would be responsible for providing for them for 1,000 years, and the 2 of them had to do their duty to protect the imperial family. They were not allowed to join other families, nor were they allowed to marry outside their own family, and so on. Bai Xiaoxiu was also looking at the contract. When she saw the clause about not being allowed to marry, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She didn't need to ask to guess that this was probably written by Huang Yuanlang because he coveted Lan Xuanyu. Of course, this was also a restriction to prevent them from joining other families. As a whole, the contract covered all aspects and was very comprehensive. It was basically equivalent to selling oneself to the royal family. Of course, there were also a lot of rights and such. They had a high status in the family. After signing the 1,000-year contract, they naturally became the elders of the family. In Fenglong City, they had a voice that was not inferior to the city lord and so on. After looking at this contract, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiu really did not feel any psychological pressure at all. The most basic foundation of this contract was that they were indeed the dragon race of the Tenryu star. The premise was that they had to survive here in the future, and they were not afraid of being spurned by the dragon race and being labeled as traitors. This was because they had infiltrated in the first place. At that moment, under Huang Yuanlang's guidance, they each used a drop of their own blood as a guide and signed the contract. There was no curse. On the contrary, when their blood merged with the contract, the curse that was originally planted in their bodies in the Dragon Power Hall quietly disappeared. Obviously, with the existence of the 1,000-year contract, the curse no longer had any meaning, so it was quietly withdrawn. Lan Xuanyu was not worried about the curse, just like he was not worried about signing the 1,000-year contract. The fundamental law of the dragon race was that bloodline was paramount. His strength was not much for the current dragon race. However, in terms of bloodline purity and strength, who could compare with him who had the bloodline of the dragon gods? So, here, he did not have to worry about these trivial things at all. Any suppression or contract related to the dragon race bloodline would not affect him at all. After signing the 1,000-year contract, Huang Yuanlang put it away carefully and could not hide the smile on his face. Even the way he looked at Lan Xuanyu was a little bolder. She could not marry outside the family. If she wanted to marry, the only choice was within the family. Within the family, other than himself, who else could be worthy of blue? At least, that was what Huang Xianyu thought in his heart. Lan Xuanyu said calmly, "Brother Huang, you just explained to us how to use the dragon marrow. What about the dragon crystal? What's the use?" Ah? Huang Yuanlang was staring at Lan Xuanyu with greed in his eyes. Only when he heard Lan Xuanyu's words did he come to his senses. He said awkwardly, "Dragon crystal, oh, dragon crystal. The dragon crystal is even better." He calmed himself down and allowed his expression to return to normal before continuing, "The core of our dragon race's power is actually in the dragon crystal. Only the god-ranked dragon race would have a dragon crystal in their brain." The dragon crystal was a qualitative change in the divine sense, and it was also the product of the fusion of one's bloodline and divine sense. It is also the source of power for our dragon race. In the deity-level dragon race, the dragon crystal was the true core. It could be said that it was the accumulation of one's cultivation base. It is the most precious thing in our dragon race. When you cultivate, as long as you hold the dragon crystal in your hand, the dragon crystal will naturally release dragon chi to replenish your body. Moreover, this dragon chi is combined with divine sense. It will be of great help to your divine sense cultivation in the future. Training marrow, training divine sense. These are the foundation of becoming a deity. These are two essential things. The dragon marrow that has been used has basically been absorbed and can't be used again. However, the dragon crystal can be used for a very long time. Slowly absorb it. These 3 dragon crystals can support you until you become a deity without any problems. It will greatly accelerate your cultivation. Oh right, after entering the round-robin competition, there is a high possibility that we will encounter a superior dragon race later. If you are in the same group and encounter someone with a dragon crystal embedded in the divine dragon armor, you can test it out. If the difference in strength is too big, it's okay to admit defeat. After all, the top 3 will be able to enter the next round of the finals. Can a dragon crystal be embedded in the divine dragon armor? Bai Shoushou asked. Huang Yuanlang nodded. That is a very extravagant act, but it can maximize the effect of the divine dragon armor. However, it requires a dragon crystal of the same attribute as the divine dragon armor. Not many families have the capital and means to do so. Although his words were somewhat vague, how could Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shoushou not understand that a divine dragon armor embedded with a dragon crystal would be more powerful? The royal family did not have this ability. In other words, the 3 dragon crystals given to them were of different attributes from their divine dragon armor. It was very likely that it was not that the royal family did not want to give them this, but that they really did not have it. Huang Yuanlang obviously did not want to continue this topic. He raised the 1,000-year-old contract in his hand and said, "I have to go back quickly and submit this contract to Tenryu City for recording. I won't disturb your cultivation. Before the round-robin competition, rest well these few days and adjust your condition. During the round-robin competition, let's work hard together." Okay. After sending off Huang Yuanlang, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shoushou looked at each other. Bai Shoushou laughed softly and said, "It seems that the royal family has a lot of confidence in us. They want to bind us. Yes, we can't get married, hee. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Shoushou and laughed. However, his smile was a little strange. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Shoushou did not know why, but she suddenly felt that this guy's smile was a little malicious. Nothing. I was just wondering if we can consider training our marrow. With the dragon crystal and dragon marrow, we can use them to train together. Obviously, without the dragon power hall, the dragon crystal and dragon marrow can also help us train our bodies, and the effect will definitely be much better than the dragon power hall. This is the royal family's trump card. Okay, then let's give it a try. Bai Xiaoxiao said. After the elimination round of the Dragon Rising competition, she now had a strong sense of urgency. Although winning the 3 battles was not too difficult, she could clearly feel the gap between herself and Lan Xuanyu and those upper dragon race experts. It was not easy to enter the top 3 in the round-robin competition. It was urgent to improve her strength. Take it off. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said in a low voice. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned, but quickly reacted. Her pretty face instantly flushed red. I was wondering what you were laughing at, you pervert. To apply the dragon marrow, one had to take off one's clothes. Huang Yuanlang had said that before. Is your brain filled with that kind of thing? You remember this clearly, humph. Bai Xiaoxiao pouted coquettishly and chased after Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu did not dodge and let her hit him. However, his eyes kept glancing at her body, and his heart started to beat faster. How could Bai Xiaoxiao not feel the change in him? Her small hand suddenly pressed on his forehead. In an instant, a chill fell from head to toe. It was really cold from head to toe. The effect was better than a basin of ice water splashing over him. Lan Xuanyu shuddered and his body stiffened. You will lose your boyfriend like this, humph. Bai Xiaoxiao glared at him, then turned and walked inside. Lan Xuanyu clearly saw that she was unbuttoning her clothes when she turned around. The flame that had just been extinguished was about to rise again in an instant. He quickly grabbed a box of dragon marrow and 2 boxes of dragon crystals and chased after her. Don't come in. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice floated over. There was obviously a hint of weakness in her voice. Huh? The bedroom door closed, and Lan Xuanyu was locked outside. For a moment, he did not know what to do. His hearing was excellent. He could vaguely hear the sound of clothes rubbing against each other in the room. What was Xiaoxiao doing? Taking off her clothes, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He suddenly felt that he did not hate Huang Yuanlang as much as before. The dragon crystals were not important. This dragon marrow was really good stuff. He had to squeeze more out of the royal family in the future. After a long while, a soft voice came from inside. Come in. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly pushed the door open and entered as if he had received an imperial order. The gauze curtain on the bed had been lowered, and he could only vaguely see the figure on the bed. Lan Xuanyu looked at the faintly discernible figure and suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. His body gradually heated up, and his heart thumped. Even he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Although he and Bai Xiaoxiao had made their relationship clear a long time ago, the two of them had always been passionate and restrained by etiquette. They didn't do anything that crossed the line. At most, they kissed and hugged each other. At this moment, although they were in the enemy's camp, how could the hot-blooded Xiaolan not have any thoughts in such a situation? He wasn't a real woman. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was behind the gauze curtain, was so nervous that her hands were cold. She suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, Lan Xuanyu was now dressed as a crossdresser, which made her less shy. You. Bai Xiaoxiao said softly, come in. Okay. Lan Xuanyu stuttered a little at this moment, perhaps because he had been frozen earlier. Then, he quickly stepped forward. The moment he lifted the gauze curtain, his hands trembled a little. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, but in the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's enthusiasm suddenly melted. He blinked and looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the bed in front of him. The disappointment in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Because she was sitting there cross-legged, and her clothes were still properly dressed. Not a trace of skin was exposed. What are you looking at? Go to the back. Bai Xiaoxiao's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. She was obviously trying to appear fierce and weak at heart, and she said fiercely. Oh? Oh. Lan Xuanyu answered and crawled behind Bai Xiuxiu. When he came behind Bai Xiuxiu, his eyes instantly widened. For a moment, he even forgot to breathe. Only then did he realize that Bai Xiuxiu's top was wrong. Her top was indeed still on, but it was turned upside down. Her arms were turned upside down into the sleeves, so that the whole top covered the front of her body from the front. It covered the front. However, her smooth back was completely exposed. Her fair skin was sparkling and translucent. Her shoulders, which were not considered broad, were slightly thin. The gentle curve of her body extended downwards, all the way to her waist where it was the narrowest. Perhaps it was because her skin was exposed to the air and because of her emotions. There were some slight bumps on her fair skin, which seemed to be faintly red goosebumps. Lan Xuanyu couldn't take his eyes off the screen. For a moment, he was stunned. They had been together for such a long time, but in fact, this was the first time he had seen Bai Xiuxiu's body. Even if it was just her back, it was still his first time. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiuxiu raised her left elbow and poked Lan Xuanyu's waist. Lan Xuanyu's body swayed and he almost fell onto the bed. "Nothing, nothing." Lan Xuanyu quickly wiped his mouth to make sure that he wasn't drooling. He quickly climbed behind Bai Xiuxiu and sat down. That's right. Although she had to take off her clothes to apply the dragon marrow, Bai Xiuxiu used the most ingenious method to make sure that her body was exposed as little as possible. This was because the dragon marrow only needed to be applied to the spine. Even so, the charming and gentle feeling between the two still made their hearts beat faster. "Let's start quickly." Bai Xiuxiu's voice trembled slightly. She was really a little scared. She was afraid that the guy behind her couldn't control himself and suddenly hugged her. What should she do? Should she reject him? Or, pa, pa, pa. A crisp sound suddenly came from behind. Bai Xiuxiu froze for a moment and turned her head to look behind her. She clearly saw that there were a few red handprints on Lan Xuanyu's face. It was obvious that he had done it himself. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiuxiu covered his face with her hands, feeling sorry for him. Lan Xuanyu grinned. "I'm trying to clear my head. This is cultivation. You can't do it in that kind of mood. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have thought so much at a time like this. Why don't you ice it for me again? You're such a fool." Bai Xiuxiu stroked the handprints on his face, feeling sorry for him. "But you can't hit yourself. It's all red. I'll be yours sooner or later. After I marry you in the future, everything I have will be yours. You're like that because you like me. I know that. I don't blame you." Lan Xuanyu scratched his head. He really wanted to hug Bai Xiuxiu at this time, but he knew that he couldn't. If he really hugged her, especially when she was dressed like this, he was afraid that it would really be a disaster. "I'm fine. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. I'll be fine in a while. I'm fine now. Let's get ready to start." Lan Xuanyu nodded vigorously at her. In his eyes, there was a faint colorful halo rippling. Suddenly, the bloodline aura in his body quietly rose. Bai Xiuxiu, who was in front of him, felt it the most clearly. The bloodline in her body boiled, and a warm feeling spread throughout her body in an instant. Lan Xuanyu patted her head and held her shoulders to turn her back. "Focus!" Lan Xuanyu shouted softly. His voice carried a hint of Jinlong's roar. Bai Xiuxiu's heart trembled. She restrained her emotions and focused on guarding herself. Lan Xuanyu also closed his eyes and focused his mind. He really almost lost his guard just now. After a full quarter of an hour, their auras gradually stabilized. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes again and opened a box beside him. The moment the box was opened, an extremely dense dragon aura instantly rose. It stimulated Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu to the point that a dragon's roar sounded from their bodies at the same time. Inside the box was a yellow crystal that was slightly larger than a fist. It looked a little like a paste, but when one held it in one's hand, one would find that it was heavy and hard. This was a dragon crystal. It was a real dragon crystal from the upper dragon race. Lan Xuanyu carefully held the dragon crystal in his hand. Immediately, he felt the extremely dense dragon chi fluctuation, which was accompanied by a huge amount of divine sense, no doubt contained within. He immediately determined that this thing could not be used directly on Bai Xiuxiu. She still could not bear it. This was because the divine sense of this dragon crystal was too strong. It was very likely that it would impact her spiritual power during the cultivation process. What if this divine sense had some self-consciousness and tried to take over her body? Even if it did not succeed, it would still have a strong impact on Bai Xiuxiu's spiritual sea. Lan Xuanyu placed the dragon crystal in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Xiuxiu, the power of the dragon crystal is not suitable for you to absorb directly. I will convert it and inject it into your body. You can start body tempering directly. After that, I will apply the dragon marrow to your spine. Pay attention to the absorption. This time, apply a small amount first and try it out." Understood. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Lan Xuanyu's eyes slowly turned into 7 colors, and the dragon crystal in front of him slowly floated up. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the dragon crystal was moving rhythmically with his breathing. It was like a heart, containing an extremely huge amount of energy and vitality. This was a remnant of the god-level dragon race. There was indeed too much energy stored inside. However, the dragon power in this dragon crystal was still somewhat problematic for Lan Xuanyu. The biggest problem was that the dragon power in the dragon crystal was not pure enough for him. In fact, as the inheritor of the dragon god's bloodline, any other dragon race energy, except for King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King, was not pure enough. Lan Xuanyu was not disappointed. Instead, he was very happy. For the upper dragon race, the dragon crystal was equivalent to half of the overall strength. All the other existences, including bones, bloodline, internal organs, spiritual power, and dragon marrow, could barely be considered the other half. In other words, if he hunted a upper dragon race in the process of cultivating dragon power and body tempering and absorbed all of its life energy, it would not be as much as the energy of a dragon crystal. Moreover, the energy in the dragon crystal also included divine sense. It was the purest energy of the upper dragon race. Such pure energy was more meaningful to Lan Xuanyu. It was not pure, but the overall amount that could be refined was still huge. Faint yellow smoke floated out of the dragon crystal and slowly entered Lan Xuanyu's body through his 7 orifices. His bloodline vortex spun at high speed, and the excess energy was quickly separated. This portion of energy would not be wasted, as there was still one more waiting. The treasure-hunting beast quietly drilled out, and all the excess energy was collected, restrained, and absorbed into its body. This was the core strength of the superior dragon race. Even if it did not meet the requirements of the dragon god's bloodline, it was still very large and pure. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline vortex spun, extracting the purest portion of dragon power. He slowly raised his hands and pressed them on Bai Xiuxiu's smooth back. Suddenly, Bai Xiuxiu felt 2 surging bloodline auras rush into her body. This bloodline energy was really too pure and huge. In an instant, Bai Xiuxiu felt as if her soul was going to leave her body. Her bloodline was ignited in an instant, and it spread to her limbs and bones, tempering every part of her body. This was a tempering of her entire body. She didn't even need to control it too much, and there wouldn't be any problems. This was because all the places that were tempered because of the burning would instantly be repaired by the pure and vast bloodline energy that poured into her back. Moreover, this energy would invade her limbs and bones, stabilizing her body. Lan Xuanyu was far from being the dragon gods, but the bloodline energy that he was releasing at this moment was filled with the aura of the dragon gods. Which dragon clan martial soul possessor could use such a method to assist in cultivation? Even in the Tenryu star, where powerhouses were as common as clouds and the dragon race dominated the world, there was no such thing. Bai Xiuxiu's body was full of dragon qi. Lan Xuanyu continuously felt the changes in Bai Xiuxiu's body as he poured dragon power into her. At the same time, the energy from the dragon crystal, which belonged to divine sense, was guided into his spiritual sea to temper his spiritual power. At the same time, he also felt the mysteries of divine sense. Compared to spiritual power, divine sense was much more condensed. If spiritual power was an ocean, then divine sense was a ray of light. It could be controlled at will, and it was like a ray of light. The volume of the ocean was limited, but the distance that the ray could travel was almost infinite. It would only weaken with distance. Lan Xuanyu actually had some doubts in his heart. According to Huang Yuanlang, when the dragon race cultivated to the god level, a dragon crystal would appear in the brain. Dragon crystal should be transformed from the spiritual sea. To replace the spiritual sea to condense divine sense. There were dragon cores in Lan Xuanyu's chest and spiritual sea. Could it be that dragon crystal after its transformation in the future? The dragon race dragon spiritual power was after dragon s dragon crystal dragon. This dragon crystal was indeed a good thing. Not only did it bring a huge amount of energy, but it also gave him an experience. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, an epiphany was very important. One epiphany could allow one to overcome an important hurdle. After half an hour, Lan Xuanyu guided by Xiaoxiao's bloodline power back to the soul core in his chest. The bloodline power fed back to the soul core and gradually fused with the soul core. He had already started to help Bai Xiaoxiao completely fuse the soul power in her soul core with her bloodline power. This allowed her soul core to develop in the direction of a dragon core. Unlike Lan Xuanyu's dragon core used his bloodline power as the core, and his soul power was on the outside. Bai Xiaoxiao's soul core was formed first, so her soul core was the core, and her bloodline power was on the outside. However, these two methods led to the same goal, which was to fuse. The ultimate goal was also to fuse. After Bai Xiaoxiao had such a disguise, it would be very difficult for the dragon race on the Tenryu star to discover her human identity. Furthermore, the transformation of her soul core would allow her to maintain her abyssal ice demon dragon form for a longer period of time in her martial soul true body state. He retracted his bloodline power and stopped the transmission from the dragon crystal. In the next moment, he quickly opened the other box. Using his index finger, he picked up a paste-like substance. Starting from Bai Xiaoxiao's slender neck, he slowly smeared the paste-like substance on her spine, all the way down. When his finger reached her waist, he paused for a moment. After that, he slowly reached into her pants and smeared the dragon marrow all the way down to her tailbone. Bai Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly. Her breathing was clearly unstable. Lan Xuanyu shouted, "Calm down and concentrate. Don't be distracted." After smearing the paste, he quickly retracted his right hand and pressed his hands on her back again. Immediately, the interrupted dragon chi was injected into her body again. Following this, a burning sensation spread from her spine. Bai Xiaoxiao's body started to tremble. At this moment, she felt as if her spine had been ignited. It was burning intensely. She let out a soft groan and focused. She gritted her teeth and endured it. At the same time, she slowly focused her consciousness on her spine. She guided the energy from the dragon chi and dragon marrow to temper her spine. The process of tempering her spine was more painful than she had imagined. It felt as if her spine was being crushed, and then her spinal cord was being smoothed out. This feeling couldn't be described as painful. It felt as if her body was being reconstructed. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was also focused on Bai Xiaoxiao's spine. It was her first time cultivating, so she smeared very little dragon marrow. Even so, Bai Xiaoxiao's reaction was much more intense than he had imagined. The energy contained in the dragon marrow was different from the dragon chi of the dragon crystal. Although the dragon chi of the dragon crystal was huge, it was only vast and broad. It was still controllable. However, the energy contained in the dragon marrow was extremely domineering. As soon as he finished smearing it, the dragon marrow had already entered her body through her pores. On the surface, nothing could be seen. Then, it produced an extremely domineering effect. In terms of level, the dragon marrow was obviously inferior to the dragon crystal. However, the dragon crystal could be used multiple times, while the dragon marrow could only be used once. The dragon marrow was a treasure second only to the dragon crystal. After this experiment, the effect was extremely good. However, only the physique of the dragon race could withstand it. If it were any other race that fused with the dragon marrow, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. It was almost inevitable that they would explode and die. Lan Xuanyu concentrated his dragon qi and constantly repaired Bai Xiuxiu's spine that was affected by the dragon marrow's invasion. He felt her own spinal cord absorbing the dragon marrow. If this big box of dragon marrow was only used a little at a time for cultivation, one box would be enough to use for 3 to 5 months. Lan Xuanyu didn't know what kind of effect it would have if he used the dragon marrow for cultivation. In just this short hour, Bai Xiuxiu had almost been reborn. The dragon crystal and dragon marrow were no longer simple heaven and earth treasures. It should be known that Huang Yuanlang was somewhat dismissive of the void crystal in the beginning. It was only after the source of the void crystal was cut off that he started to pay more attention to it. However, he wasn't pretending to be distressed about the dragon crystal and dragon marrow. These were the most precious things on the Tenryu star. After another hour, the effect of the little bit of dragon marrow gradually weakened. Bai Xiuxiu's breathing gradually calmed down and she entered a state of forgetfulness. Her whole body was absorbing the benefits brought by the previous cultivation. Lan Xuanyu didn't inject any more dragon qi into her. Too much was as bad as not enough. He relied on the dragon qi brought by the dragon crystal to cultivate. At the same time, he released his own bloodline aura of the dragon gods and lingered around Bai Xiuxiu to help her continue to cultivate. When the two of them woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. Bai Xiuxiu stretched her arms and straightened her body. Suddenly, she only felt a sore and itchy feeling coming from her spine. The soreness and itchiness lasted for a short while. An indescribable feeling of strength flowed from her spine to her limbs and bones. She only felt that her bone marrow was trembling slightly, and a faint dragon's roar could be heard amidst the tremors. What surprised her even more was that the color of her soul core had changed a little. It was originally white, but now it had turned blue. Although it wasn't dark blue yet. However, this day of cultivation had completed a large portion of the transformation of her soul core into a dragon core. Her cultivation had clearly increased by a notch. This time, she really felt as if she had broken through to the level of a tidal Douluo. She turned around quietly and looked behind her. What she saw was a pair of bright eyes. With a warm smile, he opened his arms to her. "Thank you, Xianyu. This is great. I think I'm already a tidal Douluo. Although I don't have a soul ring yet. But the strength of my body is already worlds apart from before." Bai Xiuxiu leaped into his arms and hugged him tightly. Lan Xuanyu felt a little regretful as he hugged her. Bai Xiuxiu was wearing the same clothes as before she started cultivating. Her back was still exposed to the air. Her smooth skin felt very good to the touch. Especially her slender waist, the feeling of hugging it was really. Bai Xiuxiu also felt that she was in an awkward situation, but she didn't move this time. She just let him hug her. She even hugged him a little tighter so that her body was more closely attached to his. "I'm starting to understand why you're willing to take the risk to stay here. Only here can we ascend to the stage of this world as soon as possible. This feeling is really great, really great." Bai Xiuxiu said softly. "Yes." Lan Xuanyu gently pulled her long hair behind her back and covered her tender skin. He gently caressed her hair, and his eyes were filled with satisfaction. A night of cultivation had also helped him a lot. With the dragon crystal, he didn't have to worry about running out of dragon energy for cultivation for a short period of time. The effect was no less than absorbing the dragon qi on the Rising Dragon platform. He wondered what the Rising Dragon competition's champion's reward would be. If it was a dragon crystal or dragon marrow, that would be great. After a long while, Bai Xiuxiu got up quietly and put her hands on his shoulders. "Let's go get something to eat. Then, you can also try the dragon marrow." The effect was really good. It was very domineering. At that time, I felt as if my spine had turned to ash. But after a night of cultivation, I felt as if my bone marrow had melted, and it seemed to have fused with my bloodline power and soul power. He already had a slight feeling of being able to control it. However, the power brought by the bone marrow was completely different from the power of the body. It came from the inside out. Not only did it bring strength, but it also tempered his bones. The bones then affected the flesh, blood, meridians, and finally the skin. The cultivation method of the dragon race here is really different from ours, but the results are excellent. As she spoke, her figure flashed and she was already under the bed. Without waiting for Lan Xuanyu to say anything, she had already run to change her clothes. Feeling the fragrance that still remained in his arms, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile. With the possibility of facing danger behind the enemy lines at any moment, having such warmth was the best way to relax one's mind. Floating off the bed, Lan Xuanyu also felt his own condition. The effect of the dragon power tempering was indeed good, but his progress was obviously much slower than Bai Xiuxiu's. This was because his body was stronger than Bai Xiuxiu's. But as long as he continued to improve, he would be in the best state. Marrow tempering should be the next step of the dragon power tempering. He didn't need to be too anxious about it now. He could try, but the most important thing was to complete the entire tempering process. Marrow tempering was temporarily for tempering the body. When he finished tempering his body completely, then, he should be able to try to break through the next bottleneck. If he really wanted to temper his marrow, he was probably different from Xiuxiu. The things that needed to be consumed and sacrificed were also different. He just didn't know if his annihilation thunder would be effective when tempering his marrow. According to Uncle Yu, if he could break through to 7 ring and gain control of the dark element, his annihilation thunder would be able to change from 4 color to 7 color. At that time, it would be even more powerful. Lan Xuanyu had gradually figured out a method of tempering his body that was exclusive to him. This body tempering technique was based on the divine thunder of Nirvana and the dragon power body tempering technique he had learned on the heavenly dragon planet. The two complemented each other. He used the annihilation thunder to guide the dragon power to temper his body. Simply burning his bloodline power to temper his body wasn't very effective for him, but if he added the annihilation thunder, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He had to be careful at all times. Replenishing his dragon power became especially important. Lan Xuanyu's tempering speed was much slower than Bai Xiuxiu's, but the dragon power consumed was many times more. And the effect was excellent. Every time he tempered a place, that place could easily withstand the energy of the annihilation thunder. If he was allowed to temper his body completely, his body's strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. It would even surpass the 4 elemental lightning tribulation divine rank metals forged by god rank blacksmiths. At that level, mechas and battle armor wouldn't be of much significance to him. His body's strength would surpass battle armor. When his martial soul true body transformed into the divine dragon transformation, he should be able to fly in space and form a cycle of his own. During this period of time, the more he cultivated his dragon power to temper his body, the more Lan Xuanyu could feel how powerful the dragon race on the Tenryu star was. The dragon power body tempering method was like forging metal. It was constantly tempering one's body and constantly evolving. And the body of the dragon race was far more malleable than any rare metal. Finally, when they reached the transcendent grade, their bodies would be so powerful that even a star wouldn't be able to harm them. This was the most terrifying part. Breakfast was already prepared and it was very sumptuous. In fact, even if Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were cultivating in seclusion and didn't have time to eat, there would be someone to prepare every meal for them. Huang Yuanlang didn't appear. No one knew what he was doing. After the 1,000-year contract was completed, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had different statuses to the royal family. However, the two of them were also completely bound together, so the royal family didn't even have the thought of supervising them anymore. After breakfast, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu returned to their room. He first teleported to his teammates and helped them temper their bodies. Then, he returned. After a day of cultivation yesterday and helping his teammates temper their bodies, the dragon crystal in his hand didn't change much. It was still filled with energy. It was indeed a rare heaven and earth treasure. What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that the dragon race was gradually aging and dying. Their life energy would decline, but they would not let their life energy completely disappear. Instead, it would be absorbed into their dragon crystals. The older the body, the greater the energy contained in the dragon crystal. After a high-ranked dragon race died of old age, almost all of their life's essence was gathered in the dragon crystal and dragon marrow. The value of other places was much lower. Lan Xuanyu tried to apply the dragon marrow for the first time to cultivate. Just as he had expected, his reaction was far less intense than Bai Xiuxiu's. He could also feel his spine burning, but the burning feeling wasn't as intense. After applying it 3 times in a row, the feeling became stronger. However, it had to be said that with the help of the dragon marrow, the speed of his body tempering increased significantly. The strength of his spine allowed him to endure the divine thunder of annihilation and dragon power for a longer period of time. Naturally, the effect was better. This kind of life where he could cultivate quickly with heaven and earth treasures was really wonderful. Time also passed very quickly during this process. In the blink of an eye, the round-robin competition was about to begin. The lot drawing ceremony had also been completed. Huang Yuanlang brought the results of the lot drawing. The results of the lot drawing were actually quite good for Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. The best part was that the two of them were in the same group. That's right, they were in the same group. The entire lot drawing process was carried out randomly. No matter which city they came from or what family they were from. It was all messed up to draw lots. Those who could enter the round-robin competition were the top 100 in the previous elimination round. Except for the upper dragon race, almost all of them were the top powerhouses in the middle dragon race. As for the lower dragon race, even if they performed well in the elimination round and finally completed the dragon ascension stage, it was impossible for them to enter the later stages. There were 10 contestants in each group, and the round-robin competition was equivalent to 9 matches. This was the best way to assess their overall strength. The top 3 in the final group would enter the final stage. At the same time, they would also be qualified for the future Dragon Knight assessment. The competition would undoubtedly be extremely fierce. Whether or not they could qualify for the round-robin competition was crucial. Therefore, even though it was not an elimination round, it would definitely be very intense. All the upper dragon race contestants would definitely do their best in the round-robin competition. The reason why it was said that it was a good thing that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were in the same group was that they could take care of each other. The effect would be much better than if Bai Xiuxiu was in the same group as herself. There was 1 match per day in the round-robin competition, and there was no rest time in between. In other words, the opponents that Lan Xuanyu fought were likely to be faced by Bai Xiuxiu in the next match. This gave them a lot of room for maneuver. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu would also fight against Bai Xiuxiu. He could also go easy on Bai Xiuxiu in that match and let Bai Xiuxiu win one more match. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Lan Xuanyu was strong enough to defeat the other opponents in the group. I've investigated the information of the contestants in the same group for you in the past 2 days. It's very important. I'll analyze it for you one by one. This is very helpful in formulating tactics. Since you're in the same group, the chances of qualifying together are much higher. I've already discussed it with my father. You might have to use a more vicious tactic. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu looked at each other. Lan Xuanyu asked, "What do you suggest, Patriarch?" Huang Yuanlang narrowed his eyes and said, "There are a lot of powerhouses in my group. I definitely won't be able to make it. So I'm counting on you guys. There are also a few very strong people in your group. To be honest, I don't know if you can defeat them. Especially Xiuxiu. Therefore, Xiuxiu, your goal is to fight for the 3rd place. Try your best to get points from the weaker players. With the help of the blue crystals, you still have a chance. Lan, you will play an important role in Xiuxiu's advancement. When facing an opponent that you can defeat, do your best to injure them so that they won't be able to recover in the later rounds. Do you understand what I mean?" Lan Xuanyu's eyes moved, and he nodded. Of course, he understood what Huang Yuanlang meant. If he could injure his opponent badly, it would be much easier for Bai Xiuxiu to defeat these opponents later on. Huang Yuanlang said, "The clan has put in a lot of effort for you guys to make it to the next round this time. We can't interfere with the drawing of lots. The Dragon Knights will personally supervise the drawing of lots. But we have to pay a price to adjust the rankings for the later rounds. In the first round, Xiuxiu will face the strongest opponent in your group. The next 3 rounds will be the weakest 3. Lan, the opponents you will face in the first 3 rounds will be the weakest 3. The order is the same as Xiuxiu's. In other words, Xiaoxiao, if you admit defeat in the first round, you will have the possibility of winning the next 3 rounds in a row. In addition, Lan will give you a round. You'll have 4 wins. According to the past pattern, it is more stable to have 6 wins if you want to make it to the top 3. In the last few rounds, you will face 2 more rounds where Lan will fight first, and you will fight second. You have to try your best to win these 2 rounds. As long as you win, you will make it to the next round. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao were a little surprised. They didn't expect the royal family to be able to interfere with the ranking order of the round-robin competition. The difference in the order was too big. It could be said that it was tailor-made for Bai Xiaoxiao. Huang Yuanlang also felt the two's gazes, and he smiled and said, "This is not only done by the clan. At the same time, you have also received the support of Luo Lan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to manipulate. Luo Lan was very happy to know that you have signed a 1,000-year contract with the clan. He praised you and said that you know how to repay kindness. He will strongly support you to become dragon knights in the future. As for Xiaoxiao, as Lan's dragon mount, it is the best way to make it to the top 30 with you. After the top 30, you will be able to ride the dragon mount and fight. However, there are a few things I have to say in advance. First, if Xiaoxiao doesn't win in the previous rounds, you won't be able to. In the last round, Lan won't be able to win. Second, if you accidentally lose, Lan, in order to ensure that you can make it to the next round, you can also not be allowed to win the last round. The most important thing is that you can make it to the next round. Finally, if you can make it to the next round together, then, you must strive to enter the top 6 in the final stage. The rewards for entering the top 6 will be very generous. You should have already experienced the benefits of the Dragon Crystal and Dragon Marrow. The top 6 will be rewarded with Dragon Crystal or Dragon Marrow. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. What's more, Lan, you have a special reward of entering the Dragon Realm once if you win first place. This has never happened before. Lord Luo Lan asked me to tell you that if you can win first place, he also has a gift for you. Lan Xuanyu nodded. The benefits of signing a 1,000-year contract were showing now. The royal family trusted them wholeheartedly, and they also had the potential support of the Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan. But, were they really going to fight for first place? Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiaoxiao. He had promised Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled at him, then asked Huang Yuanlang, "Big brother, if we win first place, as the Dragon Throne, can I also enter the Dragon Realm with my sister?" Huang Yuanlang smiled and said, "Of course you can. In a sense, the Dragon Throne itself is a part of the Dragon Knight. This is an honor that you both share." "Okay. Then we will definitely do our best." As she spoke, she smiled at Lan Xuanyu. "Wherever you are, I will be there. We will live and die together." Lan Xuanyu's mind echoed with Bai Xiaoxiao's words. He already understood her intentions. Let's not think about winning first place for now. Let's go through one round at a time. The round robin is already a very difficult process. Although your group isn't as terrifying as mine, it's still quite terrifying. But your opponents are also quite strong. Let me introduce them to you one by one. In your group, there are 2 middle-level dragon race. Although they are both outstanding in the middle-level dragon race, I believe that at least Lan will have no problem dealing with them. They are also the 2 that we arranged for Xiaoxiao in the first 3 rounds. I won't introduce them too much. Lan, as long as you don't go soft, Xiaoxiao will have no problem dealing with them. Then, let's talk about the third from the bottom. The third from the bottom is an upper-level dragon race member. His strength is about the same as mine. At this point, Huang Yuanlang's face turned slightly red, and he continued, "His name is..." At that moment, he began to analyze the opponents for Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao one by one. It had to be said that the royal family attached great importance to this Dragon Rise competition. They investigated Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao's opponents very thoroughly. Listening to his explanation, Lan Xuanyu's expression gradually became serious. Especially when Huang Yuanlang talked about the various abilities that the upper-level dragon race members were good at, he couldn't help but frown. The strength of their opponents was obvious. Qi Tenryu was not the only favorite to win the championship. There were actually many existences on the same level as him. End of chapter. All the major clans put in a lot of effort to nurture the younger generation. Not everyone in the dragon race was as useless as Huang Yuanlang. In Lan Xuanyu's group, there were 3 extremely powerful opponents. They were all tough nuts to crack. It was definitely not an easy task to stand out from their competition. During the round-robin competition, you have to make the best use of your time to recover and rest. That's why I gave you the Dragon Marrow and Dragon Crystal. The Dragon Marrow and Dragon Crystal can speed up your recovery. However, heavy injuries are also very troublesome and can't be recovered. That's why Blue was so ruthless. That's why you have to try your best to avoid heavy injuries during the competition. If you can't do it, you'd rather admit defeat than fight head-on. One of the techniques of the round-robin competition is to try your best to finish all 9 matches. Only by finishing all the matches will you have a chance to advance. Once you're heavily injured, you won't be able to compete later. Then it's meaningless no matter how strong you are. Huang Yuanlang was like a coach at that moment, guiding Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu earnestly. He told them all the lessons that the royal clan had learned. Big brother, will the other contestants have targeted tactics as well? Bai Xiuxiu asked. Huang Yuanlang said, of course. The Dragon Rising competition is extremely important to everyone. That's why we can only do our best. Your performance on the spot is the most important. They were already well prepared, but whether they could achieve the desired result in the end, neither Huang Yuanlang nor Huang Daoqi knew. However, the most important thing to them was not the final ranking. The royal clan was already very satisfied with being the leader of the Dragon Rising competition this time. Moreover, Blue had also received the nickname of Princess Jinlong. She was famous all of a sudden. All the major clans were ready to make a move. One had to know that in the dragon race, a female dragon with a strong bloodline was much more popular than a male dragon. Even a dragon knight would have thoughts about it. The bloodline determined the offspring. If both husband and wife had strong bloodlines, the chances of the offspring being born would be much higher. The dragon race had always been difficult to reproduce, and every reproduction was an extremely important matter. Among the 18 dragon knights, there were only 2 female dragon knights. This showed how rare female powerhouses were in the dragon race. The husbands of the 2 female dragon knights were their dragons. Therefore, whether Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu could obtain a good ranking in this Dragon Rising tournament was far less important than the 1,000-year contract they had signed. The Dragon Rising competition was held once every 10 years. Even if Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Xuanyu failed this time, there was always a next time. After all, to Huang Daoqi, they had just turned from a wild dragon race into an official dragon race. It had not been long since they cultivated the dragon power body tempering method. The talent that Azura had displayed was already amazing enough. If she was given another 10 years, she would definitely be the first in the Rising Dragon arena. She would definitely become a dragon knight in the future. The only pity was the opportunity to go to the dragon realm. For the dragon race, this was the most precious reward. Through this dragon rising competition, seeing Azura and Xiuxiu's potential, and signing the 1,000-year contract, the royal family's basic goal had been achieved. Especially the 1,000-year contract. With this contract, they would no longer have to worry about anyone snatching them away. The ink dinosaur knight Luo Lan also valued this contract very much, and praised Huang Yuanlang greatly. Therefore, Huang Yuanlang was in a good mood these few days. He had originally despaired about the matter between him and Azura, but now with the 1,000-year contract, he felt that he still had a chance in a situation where he did not have a better choice. A small stream flows a long stream. There was no need to rush. Moreover, if Xiuxiu became Azura's dragon, he would not have to worry about her marrying him in the future. It was perfect. The Dragon Rising competition had entered the round-robin stage, and the most exciting stage had also begun. Every subsequent competition would undoubtedly be very intense. All the major clans were intensely planning their battle strategies. The round-robin stage was different from the knockout stage. In the knockout stage, one only needed to win, but in the round-robin stage, many battle strategies could be used to give the powerhouses of their respective clans more chances to advance. Therefore, it was not just the royal family who was secretly planning. How could the other clans not do the same? When the sun rose again, the Rising Dragon Arena was covered in a layer of golden light. Today, the Rising Dragon City was cloudless, and the towering Rising Dragon Arena could be seen clearly. The top could be seen from the ground. All the Dragon Race Avenue had been purposely cleaned, so that it was spotless. City guards formed by various clans stood guard on both sides of the Dragon Race Avenue, blocking off the crowd that was watching the show. Gradually, long dragon roars could be heard. One after another, huge and slender figures began to appear on the Dragon Race Avenue. They walked along the Dragon Race Avenue until they crossed a line that had been set up on the Dragon Race Avenue. Only then would they spread their wings and soar into the sky, flying onto the Rising Dragon Arena. However, the ones that attracted the most attention were not those huge dragon race figures, but those humanoid figures. They represented the upper dragon race with the noblest bloodline. Every time such a dragon race figure appeared, the crowd would cheer. This was especially the case when two peerlessly beautiful figures appeared on the Dragon Race Avenue together. The cheers shook the entire Rising Dragon City. Huang Yuanlang, who was beside Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, was automatically ignored by the masses. The cheers for Princess Jinlong were simply too strong. Today, Lan Xuanyu was dressed in white casual clothes. The soft fabric did not affect any movement of his body at all. His long hair was draped behind his back, and his peerlessly beautiful face was bright and moving under the morning sun. Her face was calm, and her eyes were cold. Wherever she passed, it was as though there was a chill. However, that did not affect her popularity at all. The birth of an idol was usually in a very short period of time. There were many idols that appeared in the dragon race. Almost every generation had one. However, the closer the idols were to the masses, the easier it was for them to be loved. Lan Xuanyu, who had yet to become a god-level powerful being, had suddenly risen up. That domineering style, that powerful strength, that peerlessly beautiful face, and the identity of a female. All of that had laid the foundation for him to become the idol of the entire Tenryu star. However, what they did not know was that as the idol herself, she was not feeling too happy in the midst of such cheers. Lan Xuanyu walked really quickly. He truly did not want to stay in the midst of these cheers for too long. He was helpless as well. He did not want things to turn out this way either, even though Uncle Yu was an idol in the past as well. That was after all his original appearance and gender. What was he doing now? If this were to spread back, he did not know how the academy would laugh at him. This sacrifice of his was truly a little too big. For the past few days, when he was helping his companions cultivate, the gazes that everyone was looking at him with were getting weirder and weirder. Finally, he crossed the line. Lan Xuanyu rose into the air and quickly flew towards the sky. His entire body emitted a golden glow and shot upwards like an arrow. When he reached the top of the Rising Dragon platform, some dragon race members had already arrived. For a moment, he became the center of attention once again. It was not only the masses who were interested in him. The ones with the greatest interest were the people in front of him. Of course, they still did not know that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had already signed a 1,000-year contract with the royal family. Otherwise, their interest would probably have decreased a little. Lan Xuanyu walked to the side with a cold expression and closed his eyes to rest. He looked like he was keeping everyone at a distance. He did not give any dragon race members a chance to strike up a conversation. Bai Xiuxiu and Huang Yuanlang also flew to the Rising Dragon platform one after another. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu's appearance and understood his feelings. She suppressed her laughter and quietly went to his side, taking the initiative to hold his hand. In the eyes of others, they were also good sisters anyway. Dragon power beamed. The participants who made it to the round-robin stage stepped onto the Rising Dragon platform one after another. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side of the Rising Dragon platform. There were energy fluctuations. Lan Xuanyu instantly opened his eyes and turned to look in the direction of the energy fluctuation. A silver door of light slowly opened. The light gate was 30 meters tall and 20 meters wide. One figure after another slowly walked out of the gate of light and came to the Rising Dragon platform, all of them exuding powerful auras. Every time a figure appeared, the aura on the Rising Dragon platform would change slightly. Most of the figures were unfamiliar to Lan Xuanyu. Because of their appearance, the air on that side of the Rising Dragon arena began to distort. Without exception, the figures that walked out of the Door of Light were all divine-level experts. Huang Yuanlang had told Lan Xuanyu that Huang Daoqi would come and watch after they entered the round-robin stage. Obviously, most of the higher-ups of the dragon race would come to watch. The Dragon Rising competition was a grand event for the entire dragon race. How could they not come? There were too many lower dragon race in the previous elimination rounds, so they weren't interested. However, the contestants who made it to the round-robin stage were undoubtedly the elites of their clans. They were the future of the dragon race. Almost all of the contestants were descendants or clansmen of these top-notch experts. Through the Dragon Rising tournament, they would select the best and nurture them. This was something that all the major clans would do. At the same time, these top-notch experts wanted to fight for the upper. He released his dragon power and continued to condense. This was undoubtedly a display of strength. Lan Xuanyu quickly discovered that the pillars of light released by these dragon race powerhouses were all different. Not only were the colors different, but the thickness and height were also different. The time to watch the battle would not be short. Dragon race powerhouses naturally would not easily change the size of the light beam. Therefore, he had to maintain the amount of dragon power he released at the beginning. Clearly, the stronger the dragon race, the higher the beam of light. The dragon race powerhouses from the various clans were also competing on the Rising Dragon platform. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu quickly sensed the other uses of the dragon power light beam. When the pillars of light push when the powerhouses of the dragon race ascended, their dragon chi naturally spread out on the Rising Dragon platform, covering the Rising Dragon. The surface of the platform made the dragon chi here more abundant. This was the draconic chi released by a divine-level expert. It was undoubtedly very beneficial to the younger generation. Apparently, they were. The reason he came to watch the battle was to give benefits to the younger generation. Nurturing talents at the same time as the competition, the Dragon Rising competition was indeed very interesting. The more outstanding the talent, the more the longer one lasted in the Dragon Rising tournament, the more benefits one would reap. This point was worth learning from. If the Academy could also use this method to organize some competitions, the staff will be of great help. However, the Douluo star was different from the Tenryu star. The Tenryu star had far too many resources. He was so generous. There was an abundance of life energy here, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Lan Xuanyu soon saw Huang Daoqi. After Huang Daoqi walked out of the light gate, he walked toward them. Look from another direction. He smiled at Lan Xuanyu and nodded. A yellow pillar of light rose from beneath him and enveloped him. It rose. The pillar of light rose to a height of about 3 meters. Its cross-section was about 1 meter in diameter, just enough to accommodate him sitting cross-legged. It stopped as soon as he sat down. A 3-meter pillar of light was the most inconspicuous here. Currently, the largest pillar of light had a cross-section diameter of about 3 meters. It was more than 3 meters long, and more than 15 meters tall. Even the spectators who were far away could feel the intense fluctuations of dragon power. These dragon power pillars of light became a magnificent scenery on the Rising Dragon platform. Each pillar of light represented a divine-level expert, representing their powerful strength. Soon, more than 30 pillars of light rose. The higher the pillar of light, the more powerful the dragon race powerhouse was, and the higher their status. Watching the battle like this could inject dragon chi into the younger generation, and it could also allow these divine-level powerhouses to display their strength. Most of them had not seen each other for 10 years. How much progress they had made in the past 10 years could be clearly seen through the dragon power pillars of light. Of course, some powerhouses might deliberately hide their strength, but this was relatively rare. Strength represented status and benefits. Under normal circumstances, there was no need to hide. Lan Xuanyu observed that there were 7 to 8 dragon power pillars of light that were as tall as Huang Daoqi's. They belonged to the lowest level. There were also many pillars of light that were 5 to 6 meters tall. There were 7 pillars of light that were more than 10 meters tall. 10 meters seemed to be a dividing line. The pillars of light that were more than 10 meters tall were obviously thicker. The powerhouses sitting on the pillars of light that were more than 10 meters tall should be true god level, which was equivalent to a human soul master above rank 110. These were not all because there were more dragon race powerhouses walking out of the light door. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu saw a familiar figure. Luo Lan, who was covered in dark green armor, walked out of the silver light door slowly. The moment he appeared, all the dragon race powerhouses who were sitting cross-legged stood up. Up in the air. A huge beam of light rose up, its cross-section exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The dragon chi on the entire rising dragon platform in the rising dragon platform became fierce. The dragon chi condensed into the shape of small dragons, bearing their fangs and dancing on the rising dragon platform. Claws. The faint sound of a dragon's roar reverberated around. Luo Lan's pillar of light rose more than 50 meters before stopping. Among the many pillars of light, it was as if the mountains were small. Dragon Knight. This was a powerful dragon knight. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel that the dragon chi on the rising dragon platform was forming. All the dragon chi on the rising dragon platform suddenly gathered toward him and then drilled into his body. Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly shone with golden light. The dragon chi on his body surged violently. For a moment, golden scales began to appear on the surface of his skin. After the abundant dragon chi entered his body, he did not need to use it at all. He controlled it and condensed it into drops of transparent liquid. Soon, it gathered into a small lake in his dantian. Sensing such a huge dragon aura, even Lan Xuanyu was shocked. He raised his head instinctively. He subconsciously looked at the ink dinosaur knight. The corners of Luo Lanfeng's mouth curled into a smile as he nodded to him. Without a doubt, this was the benefit that the ink dinosaur knight brought to him. Because the dragon chi was too thick, he could not absorb it in a short time, but after it turned into a liquid, he could slowly absorb it. Yes. This was much better than cultivating in the Dragon Power Hall. This dragon chi did not belong to Luo Lan alone. It belonged to more than 30 god-level powerhouses. Luo Lan guided it. He compressed the dragon chi, condensed it into a liquid, and gave it to Lan Xuanyu. This was definitely a blatant show of favoritism and support. Although some of the dragon race's god-tier powerhouses' expressions were a little unnatural in the face of the huge dragon power light beam, no one questioned it. Huang Daoqi, who was also sitting on the light beam, smirked. Looking at the surprise on Lan Xuanyu's face, his smile became even wider. Although being addressed as Princess Jin Long had a lot of influence among the younger generation of the dragon race, it was nothing to the god-tier powerhouses of the dragon race. At most, they would pay some attention to it. However, if a dragon knight came out to support her, it would be completely different. Luo Lan was the 7th-ranked dragon knight. Among all the dragon knights, they were one of the best. He was an extremely powerful transcendent powerhouse. Although he was worshipped by the royal family, he was not a dragon knight belonging to the royal family. It was even more impossible for the royal family of Fenglong City to invite him to support a junior. There was only one answer to his willingness to do so. That was because he thought highly of this junior. This could not be ignored by the city lords of the Tenryu Star's major cities and the upper echelons of the major families. Lan Xuanyu bowed deeply in the direction of Luo Lan's dragon power light beam. Luo Lan, I didn't expect you to be here. At this moment, a somewhat hoarse voice was heard. In the next instant, a figure walked out of the silver light door. He wore a milky white dragon armor. As soon as he appeared, the entire rising dragon arena seemed to light up. In an instant, thousands of auspicious auras shot out in all directions. Many of the dragon race powerhouses, except for Luo Lan, stood up and bowed respectfully to this person. This person just waved his hand and walked to the side of Luo Lan's light beam. A milky white light beam bloomed, pushing his body upward. Because the light beam kept getting bigger, it actually touched Luo Lan's aquamarine light beam. Suddenly, the two light beams started to swirl and collide with each other. But strangely, there was no dragon power bursting out from it. Luo Lan was still sitting cross-legged at the top of his light pillar. He seemed to be used to this and didn't even pay attention to the person who had just come out. Soon, the milky white pillar of light rose to the same height as Luo Lan. However, it was unable to squeeze past Luo Lan's pillar of light. Instead, its own pillar of light moved to the side and stood shoulder to shoulder with Luo Lan's dark green pillar of light. The one who came later looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were long and slender, and his nose was big and slightly hooked. Her long blonde hair fluttered behind her head. Her expression changed slightly when she saw that the Luo Lan's light beam did not move. He snorted and sat down at the top of his own light pillar. With his arrival, the dragon power in the rising dragon arena surged violently again. But this time, Luo Lan did not guide Lan Xuanyu. Many of the young talents of the dragon race were not idle. They were all working hard to absorb the dragon power. It was very beneficial to their future cultivation. Moreover, it was an effective supplement for them. It would also be of great help in the upcoming battle. Bai Xiaoxiao had already closed her eyes and was working hard to absorb the dragon power. Dark blue scales appeared on the surface of her body, emitting a faint icy mist. Lan Xuanyu nudged Huang Yuanlang beside him, waking him up from the process of absorbing the dragon power. Huang Yuanlang opened his eyes and found that it was Lan Xuanyu who had nudged him. He couldn't help but be stunned and looked at her in confusion. Lan Xuanyu pouted in the direction of the huge light pillar and asked in a low voice, "Who's that?" Huang Yuanlang transmitted his voice, "That's the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei. He's ranked 11th. He's from Ruilong City." Lan Xuanyu said, "From the Zhongliang Ruixia family?" Huang Yuanlang nodded and said, "Yes, the Guardian Dragon Knight of the Zhongliang Ruixia family. He was originally from a side branch of their family. He wasn't very good at first. But for some reason, he was chosen by a high-ranking dragon race member. He was chosen as a successor. Later on, he inherited that person's position as a dragon knight. After that person died, he became a holy light dragon knight. He's very powerful. He doesn't have a good relationship with our Luo Lan." Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. "Ruilong City has more than one dragon knight?" As he asked, his heart was already in turmoil. From the light pillar under this holy light dragon knight, it could be seen that he was also a transcendent. This meant that at least the top 11 dragon knights were all transcendent. This number was too terrifying. One had to know that in the entire Douluo Federation, only Uncle Yu was definitely a transcendent. Moreover, these dragon knights weren't just strong themselves, they also had dragons. What kind of terrifying strength was this? At this moment, the silver door of light finally closed slowly. There were no more powerful transcendent dragon race powerhouses. Those who came to watch the ceremony today were the ones in front of him. They were led by the Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan and the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei. Yes, there's another one. His ranking is a little lower. Ruilong City is probably ranked 4th among the major cities. Huang Yuanlang said helplessly. Although Luo Lan was ranked at the top of the Dragon Knights, he was only supported and didn't belong to the royal family. His support for the royal family was also limited. Otherwise, Fenglong City wouldn't be at the bottom. This was also the reason why the royal family didn't hesitate to pay such a huge price, using dragon crystals and dragon marrow to invite Lan Xuanyu to sign a 1,000-year contract. They really wanted to have a dragon knight of their own. Luo Lan said indifferently, "Let's begin." Of all the members of the dragon race present, he was the leader. Even the Holy Light Dragon Knight, who didn't get along with him, wouldn't compete in this regard. The ranking of the Dragon Knights was a reflection of their strength and status. Unless he could defeat Luo Lan and rank before Luo Lan, in this situation, he would have to listen to Luo Lan. Yes. Lord Luo Lan. On a 3-meter-tall pillar of light, a transcendent dragon race powerhouse stood up. The pillar of light beneath him dissipated, and he slowly stepped forward. He stretched out his hands and made an upward motion. Suddenly, a huge curtain of light rose into the air, isolating the battlefield. Compared to the previous knockout stage, the field this time was much larger. Apart from the area occupied by the transcendent dragon race powerhouses, the other areas were separated into 10 areas. Only 10 battles could be held at a time. Each battle area belonged to a group. Every day, each group would fight 5 battles. This continued for a total of 9 days. This ensured that everyone had fought against the other 9 people in their group. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao were in the 3rd group. All participants, gather in front of the curtain of light in your area. Those whose names are called, enter, the Transcendent Dragon Race Powerhouse said in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu walked hand in hand and arrived at the third battle area. Some people also walked over from the surroundings. Without a doubt, these were the opponents they would be facing in the next few days. Battle Area 1, First Battle, Tong Yefeng, Ao Hao. Battle Area 2, First Battle, Shuihan, Jiang Chen. Battle Area 3, First Battle, Lan Xuanyu, Lin Zishuan. Battle Area 4, First Battle. Lan Xuanyu's eyes moved slightly. In the third battle area, he was the first to fight. At this moment, he felt a gaze not far from him looking at him from above. He turned his head to look. It was a giant dragon about 20 meters long. Among the dragon-type contestants participating in the round-robin competition, this one was probably the smallest. His entire body was covered in greenish-gray scales. He looked very small compared to the other dragon-type contestants beside him. There was nothing special about him. Mid-level dragon race, Lin Zishuan. This person's information instantly appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Shadow Dragon. It was a relatively rare type in the dragon race. It was best at speed and flying. It had the wind attribute and a type of spatial attribute. The reason why it was said to be a spatial attribute was because it did not have a comprehensive spatial attribute, but it could use the distortion of space to achieve the characteristics of its own body. It was good at speed. Lan Xuanyu did not have the intention to underestimate the other party at all. Among so many middle, lower, and even upper dragon race, to be able to stand out from the elimination round and enter the round robin, this was enough to prove the strength of this person. Huang Yuanlang had once reminded him that many times, the middle dragon race was even more dangerous than the lower dragon race in the round robin. These middle dragon race could enter the round robin because of their pure strength. Not only were they strong, but they were also very desperate. Once they fought, they would fight even harder than the upper dragon race. And to be able to stand out, their ability must be very special. Lin Zishuan nodded at Lan Xuanyu, his green eyes shining with a determined light, and took the lead to walk into the arena of the third battle zone. He walked in front, and from behind, Lan Xuanyu could see that there were even some wounds on this person's body that had not healed. That seemingly thin and weak body was solid and tall. Looking at him, Lan Xuanyu could not help but think of Lu Feng. Among the 7 of them, in terms of talent, Lu Feng was probably the weakest. However, he was also the most desperate of the 7. In order to be able to keep up with everyone's pace, only Lu Feng himself knew how much he had sacrificed. Lan Xuanyu had always known that Lu Feng was definitely not the weakest of the 7. If he really wanted to go all out, Lu Feng was very likely to explode with terrifying combat power. The will to fight was also an important part of strength. According to Huang Yuanlang's evaluation, this person's strength was ranked in the bottom 3 of the 10 people. But purely based on the will to fight, this person was not that simple. Both parties walked into the arena and stood still. At this time, all the contestants for the first round of the 10 battle zones had been announced, and all of them walked into the battle zones. Lan Xuanyu's gaze swept across the room. Coupled with the perception of his spiritual force, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. The round-robin stage was completely different from the previous elimination rounds. None of the superior dragon race members were as casual as before. Everyone was facing their opponents seriously. This was a stage to display one's strength. There were dozens of god-level experts from the dragon race spectating. It could be said that this was the best opportunity for them to show their true selves. Even if he were to lose, he had to give it his all and show everything he could. Only in this way could he fight for a better opportunity in the future. Especially the opportunity to become a dragon knight. First round, first match, begin. Following the announcement of the god-tier dragon race elder, the round-robin stage of the competition officially began. The opponent in front of Lan Xuanyu moved almost instantly. The huge pair of wings suddenly flapped, and the air around his body suddenly twisted, bringing along a series of afterimages as he rose into the sky. The greenish-gray dragon body instantly rushed into the sky. Lin Zishuan was very clear on where his advantages lay. His strongest abilities were speed and flight. Only in the air could he display his strongest abilities. Just like how Huang Yuanlang helped Lan Xuanyu and the others study their opponents, these competitors all studied the list of their opponents in detail. Especially their strengths, characteristics, and so on. Lan Xuanyu's ability was strength. This was already something everyone knew. To be able to block the blue elephant dragon's frontal charge, his strength was definitely at a terrifying level. Moreover, until now, in the previous elimination rounds, Lan Xuanyu had never fought in his dragon race form. He had always fought in his human form. Increasing the distance, aerial battle. This was the strategy that Lin Zexuan had devised for himself. No matter how strong you are, you have to come into contact with me. If you can't come into contact with me, your strength has no meaning. The moment Lin Zexuan rose into the air, Lan Xuanyu also rose into the air. His left foot stomped hard on the ground, and his body shot up like a golden arrow. If he could use his full strength, he would have directly activated the spatial elements. His opponent's spatial ability would be completely suppressed by him, and he would not be able to use it at all. However, all he could use now was the King Jinlong bloodline, which specialized in strength. Naturally, he could not do that. Boom! The huge force caused the rising dragon arena to rumble. If this had been a normal rocky ground, it would have probably exploded into a huge crater. However, the rising dragon arena did not move at all, and there was not even a trace left behind. The huge force instantly pushed Lan Xuanyu's body into the air. The divine dragon armor was instantly attached to his body, and the armor made from the bones of the mountain dragon king instantly transmitted a huge amount of power into Lan Xuanyu's body. He did not use his dragon spear, and instead chased after his opponent. A pair of golden dragon wings spread out behind his back. The greenish-gray light flickered, and in an instant, Lin Zexuan's body suddenly stopped, and then split into three. The three light figures rushed toward Lan Xuanyu from three different directions at the same time. The air was instantly torn apart, and tiny spatial cracks similar to the dimensional slash instantly filled the air. All of them slashed toward Lan Xuanyu's direction. Aerial combat skills, Lan Xuanyu's lips curled into a smile. Of course, his opponent could not see this. Under the effect of the armor, all of his expressions were well hidden. You want to fight me in aerial combat? You want to win with speed and aerial combat skills? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Lan Xuanyu's body flipped, and he instantly revealed his dragon race form. However, his body was not as big as his normal dragon form, and he only maintained a length of about 10 meters. His entire body was surrounded by golden light. The dragon wings on his back flapped, and his body instantly accelerated. Their battle speed was extremely fast, and in the first round, this was also the most eye-catching and highly anticipated battle. It could not be helped, Princess Jinlong's name was too famous. Moreover, the Ink Dinosaur Knight, Luo Lan, had already acknowledged her. This made all the god-tier powerhouses pay close attention to this battle. Lan Xuanyu's body flashed like lightning, and his speed was extremely fast. Under everyone's gaze, he actually forced his way out of so many spatial cracks under the siege of three Lin Zexuan figures. The contestants below did not see it too clearly. They felt that Lan Xuanyu had forced his way out. But the god-tier dragon race members watching from afar did not see it that way. Their eyesight was much stronger, so they could see everything clearly. Even the Ink Dinosaur Knight, Luo Lan, and the Holy Light Dragon Knight, Huang Liangwei, showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Fast, too fast. The key was that at such a fast speed, Lan Xuanyu's flying skills made them feel a sense of surprise. As his body flipped, Lan Xuanyu instantly accelerated, and he passed through the gaps between the spatial cracks. It was as if the suction force generated by those fine spatial cracks was completely useless against him. However, not a single crack could actually land on his body. The three figures besieging him also completely missed him. In other words, Lan Xuanyu did not rely on brute force to rush out, but completely relied on his flying skills to drill through the gaps between the attacks. No one had expected that his flying skills would be so good. Although the dragon race members could fly, it was not certain how to fly. How could they know that at this very moment, the person who was fighting in the air had a glorious title in the Douluo Federation, Super God 58, Lan Xuanyu originally could not fly, but his fighter jet could fly, his flying talent was praised by even a harsh teacher like Tang Zhenhua. With a martial soul-true body, he could transform into a dragon. Being able to fly by oneself was different from being able to fly by a fighter jet. In fact, it was a more flexible difference. His body's perception was more sensitive. All the things a fighter jet could do, all the movements it could do, he could do it through the output of soul power. And some movements that a fighter jet could not do, he could also rely on his dragon race body to do. The apex Lan Xuanyu's physical endurance was far from what a fighter jet could compare to. As for speed, with the support of pure strength, his speed could also be very fast. Passing through the opponent's siege area, Lan Xuanyu let out a loud dragon roar to the sky. A golden light suddenly appeared. Huang Jinlong roar, Lan Xuanyu had used this move in the previous battle, and also when he was rising the dragon. Lin Zixuan knew from, of course, he knew. However, knowing about it was one thing, and actually facing it was another thing. In an instant, Lin Zixuan felt as if his blood had solidified, and the space around his body distorted. Space shattered in an instant. He revealed his original body, and his body instantly stiffened. Lin Zixuan's firm fighting will and powerful fighting skills were suppressed the moment his bloodline was suppressed. It seemed that everything had become useless. The physical body could exchange for the advantage of the strong race, and the suppression of bloodline could only be stopped. The other opponents were still from the middle dragon race, and the difference in bloodline was even greater. Just as the opponent's movements slowed down and revealed his original body, Lan Xuanyu returned. The golden dragon wings suddenly flapped violently, causing a violent boom to ring out in the air. Immediately thereafter, the golden dragon wings flapped violently, causing the air to rumble violently. Then, Lan Xuanyu was like a golden meteor, arriving in front of the opponent almost instantly. Lin Zixuan's stiffness was only for a moment, but when he recovered, Lan Xuanyu was already right in front of him. However, Lin Zixuan's combat experience was indeed rich. Even under such circumstances, he quickly reacted. He responded. The surrounding space distorted again, causing his figure to become illusory. At the same time, he flapped his wings and made a dexterous turn, making his teleportation the simplest and fastest in a small area. Swift. His 20-meter-long body twisted and dodged, and at the same time, his right dragon wing suddenly flapped upwards. Due to the influence of gravity and the lack of dragon wings to maintain balance, he naturally descended. What an ingenious defense! Dodge, counterattack. Unfortunately, the opponent he encountered was really different from his previous opponents. Lan Xuanyu rushed over and didn't dodge. His body completed a turn almost instantly. It was over. It was a turn that completely violated the principles of mechanics. If one were to carefully observe Lan Xuanyu's movements, one would discover that when he rushed in front of Lin Zixuan, he suddenly raised his wings and flapped them forward, causing his body that was rushing forward to come to a sudden stop. He took the full brunt of the impact. Then, his body rotated, and his dragon wings swept out. The golden scales on his body suddenly brightened at this moment, and the dragon wings swept out. The scales on it reflected the light like a mirror. Bang, the two dragon wings collided fiercely. The situation that Lin Zixuan least wanted to face still appeared. A collision of forces. In that instant, Lin Zixuan felt a slight vibration from his right wing. It's springies, it was only a slight shock. But in the next moment, starting from the scales, the vibrating force rapidly intensified. All over the body, wherever it passes, pieces, bones, meridians, flesh and blood are not spared. Lan Xuanyu's body had been tempered by the dragon power and the annihilation divine thunder. How terrifying was its strength, terrifying. More importantly, this attack also carried the ability of Jinlong's tyrant body, completing the unloading in an instant. It was equivalent to combining his own strength with the opponent's to attack the opponent. That vibrating force was something he had comprehended in the process of constantly using the annihilation divine thunder to temper his body. He couldn't use the annihilation divine thunder rashly to avoid being seen through. However, he was bound to meet a strong opponent in the Dragon Rising competition. How should he deal with it? Lan Xuanyu had developed another way to use the annihilation divine thunder after countless attempts. This way was even more terrifying than the original way of releasing thunder. This way of using it was similar to the thunder palm. It was to inject the power of the Annihilation Divine Thunder into his blood vessels, just like when he used the Annihilation Divine Thunder to temper his body. Under such circumstances, the Annihilation Divine Thunder attacked the place where Lan Xuanyu had been tempered, and it would explode inside his body. The terrifying power would instantly raise the tempering effect to the extreme, resulting in a powerful explosive force. This kind of explosion would transmit the power of the Annihilation Divine Thunder, but it didn't have any elemental characteristics, only pure explosive force. In other words, Lan Xuanyu had added the explosive force of the Annihilation Divine Thunder to his already terrifying strength. This way of fighting, first exploding oneself, then exploding others, was no different from dying together with the other living creatures. However, Lan Xuanyu was different. His body was strong enough to withstand the destructive force of the Annihilation Divine Thunder. Even if his lower body was damaged, it would repair his body. As long as he had enough dragon aura to repair his body, he could use this kind of dragon aura. Was there little dragon aura? There was a pile of liquid dragon aura in his dantian just now. Today was the first time Lan Xuanyu tried using this fighting method after developing it, and he used it on Lin Zai. Yan Zaiyan at this time, Lin Zai Xian displayed the powerful strength that supported him to enter the round-robin competition. In the body. As his body fell, he didn't hesitate at all. His left front claw grabbed the root of his right dragon wing with lightning speed, then used all his strength to tear it apart. With an ear-piercing screech, he forcefully tore off his right wing. Then, he quickly let go of his dragon claw, allowing the dragon wing to fall. Even so, a trace of the terrifying vibrating force was transmitted to his body. That wound instantly became bigger. With a muffled groan, Lin Zai Xian instantly fell to the ground. Lan Xuanyu didn't feel good after releasing this attack. He barely controlled the trembling dragon wing to maintain his body balance. This fighting method was a bit too fierce, so fierce that he couldn't continue to attack. This thing, he still couldn't use it so easily. He had to adjust it again. He didn't hold back in the Annihilation Divine Thunder just now. Lan Xuanyu supported Huang Yuanlang's plan. It was to attack the opponent Xiaoxiao was about to face, but he didn't expect the Annihilation Divine Thunder to explode in his body. The resulting vibrating force was so terrifying that even his King Jinlong true body found it difficult to bear. Jinlong's original file cracked the ground and swayed. The amount of dragon aura drilled in, and the bloodline vortex spun violently before gradually deleting the file when it came down. After such an all-out attack, Lan Xuanyu's right wing took nearly 10 seconds to completely recover, and only then did his flight return to normal. The god-level expert in charge of refereeing caught Lin Zishuan. A large amount of dragon energy poured into Lin Zishuan. Inside his body, it helped him heal his wounds. However, even a god-level expert would take a full minute to feel the tremors. He helped Lin Zishuan completely stop the bleeding. Lin Zishuan had lost at least 1/3 of his blood in this period of time. This was because he had a strong physique. If it were any other species of creature, they would have been unable to hold on. Lan Xuanyu descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The referee entered the arena. Lan Xuanyu obviously could not attack Lin Zishuan anymore. Looking at Lin Zishuan, even if he could still compete tomorrow, he would definitely not be able to pose a threat to Xiaoxiao. Blue wins. The referee glanced at Lan Xuanyu with a strange look in his eyes. The battle ended very quickly. The strength that Lan Xuanyu displayed made the referee, who was a god-level expert, he couldn't help but be shocked. Lan Xuanyu was now thinking of a name for his battle skill. It was called Annihilation Divine Thunder. Should he call it God Annihilation Quake or simply God Annihilation Quake? It all seemed a little tacky. This was an ability that he had truly developed and was powerful enough. Although he needed to have contact with his opponent, he could only hurt his opponent with physical contact, but it was very powerful and very hidden. Purely in terms of explosive power, this ability was above the Annihilation Divine Thunder, but it did not have the Annihilation Divine Thunder. The 4 elemental attributes of thunder were supplementary. Both had their own characteristics. This ability originated from his King Jinlong bloodline and the Annihilation Divine Thunder, with a strong body as the foundation. Since he was the inheritor of the Dragon God's bloodline, the power of the Annihilation Divine Thunder would increase with his strength. As for the increase, it would be better to call it Dragon God's Quake. Rise. The Annihilation Divine Thunder was also simplified. It was called God Annihilation Thunder. God Annihilation Thunder, Dragon God's Quake, these were all abilities that he had developed. Although they were simple, they were powerful and effective. Lan Xuanyu thought as he walked out of the arena and walked towards Bai Xiuxiu and Huang Yuanlang. He suddenly realized that his opponents in the same group were looking at him differently. Apparently, the attack had scared them a little. Seeing that Lan Xuanyu had silently returned to her side, Bai Xiuxiu looked at him with surprise. She didn't understand what method Lan Xuanyu had used to defeat his opponent. Although Lin Zixuan's defense didn't seem strong, he was still one of the best in the middle dragon race. Lan Xuanyu had actually defeated him in an instant. Bai Xiuxiu didn't know that Lan Xuanyu had such an ability. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes, silently recalling the process of using the Dragon God's Quake just now, and in the face of the Dragon Gods. A series of changes occurred after the collision. Using it for the first time and actually colliding with the opponent, this is different from usual practice. The feeling was completely different. The power of the Dragon God's Quake was greater than he had expected, but the subsequent recovery time was limited. The recovery time was also much longer than during normal practice. Using the Dragon God's Quake was a way of fighting that hurt both sides, and he also had to withstand the huge shock force. He had to be completely sure that he could touch the opponent at close range. After receiving such a degree of shock, Lan Xuanyu had a hard time recovering. Only now did he use it. He had completely recovered, and this was under the premise that he had enough dragon power. The blood produced by his own dragon core was not enough to repair the damage caused by the Dragon God's Quake. But could the Dragon God's Quake be used through weapons? What would it be like if it was used through weapons? For a moment, Lan Xuanyu's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts related to the Dragon God's Quake. What was the situation? Huang Yuanlang originally wanted to walk over and ask and congratulate Lan Xuanyu, but seeing that he was deep in thought, he didn't disturb him. Huang Yuanlang was in awe of Lan Xuanyu in his heart. Lin Zixuan couldn't block that attack just now. Could he block it? Although Lin Zixuan was a middle-level dragon race, in terms of strength, Huang Yuanlang didn't have the confidence to win completely. He felt that even if he won, he might be injured. But in front of Lin Zixuan was defeated in an instant. And Lan's ghost-like speed was not inferior to opponents who were good at speed. The 9 matches in the other zones were not over yet. They were still going on like fire and tea. Lin Zixuan had already left the competition venue. To be honest, Lan Xuanyu still had some respect for this opponent. Not to mention other things, he was decisive. Tearing off his own dragon wings in an instant was not something that ordinary people could do. If Lin Zixuan didn't react quickly, he was afraid that the Dragon God's Quake would be completely transmitted to his body, causing a greater impact on him. Third zone, second match, Xiuxiu vs Xianxia. The competition in one zone didn't wait for the other zone's matches to end before starting the next one. Whichever side finished first would be the first to start the next round. Hearing the referee announce the start of the match, all eyes immediately turned to Bai Xiuxiu, who was next to Lan Xuanyu. Everyone knew that the two of them were close. Just now, Lan had already shown her and Chu Chue's strength in the competition stage was completely different. What about this Xiuxiu? How strong would she be? A pair of bright eyes looked in the direction of Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu subconsciously met the gaze. She looked over. Lan Xuanyu also noticed it and looked in that direction. It was a young man, slender and tall. He wasn't handsome, and the corners of his mouth were indifferent. He had a smile on his face. Lan Xuanyu couldn't feel any strong aura from him. If he was in the human world, he would just be an ordinary person with a little charm. However, neither Lan Xuanyu nor Bai Xiuxiu looked down on this young man at all. Because they were commenting. Huang Yuanlang gave the highest evaluation to this person when he was evaluating his group's contestants. When talking about Xianxia, Huang Yuanlang's first sentence was, "This is on the same level as Qi Tenryu." This powerhouse is one of the leading figures of the younger generation of the dragon race. Xianxia came from the 5th largest city in Tenryu Star, Aotian City. Aotian City was located on the east side of Tenryu Star. It wasn't far from the city. Although it was ranked 5th, it was very famous. The city lord was Knight Ao Tenryu. Knight Ao Tenryu was ranked 6th among the 18 dragon knights. He was even stronger than Knight Luo. He was also the current patriarch of the Aoteon clan. Su Yanma was his eldest disciple. Knight Ao Tenryu didn't have any children, so he treated his eldest disciple as his own. Su Yanma was also very hardworking. He was young, but his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He was born in a lower-level dragon race family, but just like how the martial souls of human soul masters would mutate, the dragon race bloodline in his body also mutated. He had the upper-level dragon race bloodline after birth. His parents were vassals of the Aoteon clan. Naturally, they were overjoyed that they gave birth to an upper-level dragon race child and hurriedly reported to the city lord. Knight Ao Tenryu didn't have any children, so he was naturally very happy and took him in. Lan Xuanyu nodded at Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and nodded, then took the initiative to walk into the third battle zone. Su Yanma glided in, and the two entered the third battle zone one after the other. The god-tier dragon race elder who had saved Lin Zishuan didn't leave the third battle zone. He looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, "Control your attacks. Don't kill your opponent. Do you understand?" Given Lan Xuanyu's performance just now, he had to remind him. Any dragon race participant, especially the young dragon race participants who could enter the dragon race stage, was the future of the dragon race. Even the death of one would be a great loss. Yes. Su Yanma bowed respectfully to the elder. Bai Xiuxiu nodded as well. "Hello, Miss Xiuxiu. I am Su Yanma from Proud Heaven City," Su Yanma said politely to Bai Xiuxiu. She couldn't sense any of the arrogance of the superior dragon race from him. Instead, he seemed like a well-educated scholar. There was no desire in his eyes when he looked at Bai Xiuxiu, only gentleness and appreciation. It was a comfortable gaze. "Hello. I am Emperor Xiuxiu from Fenglong City." Bai Xiuxiu nodded in greeting. Su Yanma's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me." A low dragon roar sounded from his body. Su Yanma's eyes lit up. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu raised her right hand and said, "I admit defeat." The god-tier dragon race elder had just walked out of the third battle zone when he heard these words behind him. He almost stumbled. What's going on? She admitted defeat before the fight even started. Su Yanma was also slightly taken aback. He looked at Bai Xiuxiu in confusion. After all, this was the first round of the round-robin tournament. It wasn't a good thing to admit defeat right away. It was especially easy to leave a bad impression on the higher-ups of the dragon race. In the investigation of Bai Xiuxiu, although her evaluation was not as high as Lan's, it was still quite good. Dual attributes of darkness and ice. Because he had always been a wild dragon race, it had only been a short time since he had started his cultivation. However, the evaluation given was that he had great potential. Even if they couldn't emerge victorious from the round-robin stage of the Dragon Rise tournament, they would still be outstanding. Especially since she was a woman, many families were paying attention to her. However, he did not expect that she would choose to admit defeat right from the start. Su Yanma frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He slowly withdrew his aura, nodded at Bai Xiuxiu, and turned to walk out of the arena. Su Yanma wins, announced the old man from the dragon race. Although he didn't like to admit defeat. However, there was no rule against admitting defeat in the round-robin tournament. After all, the final score was the deciding factor. Lan Xuanyu won quickly, and Bai Xiuxiu admitted defeat. The two matches in the third battle zone were already over, but the first matches in the other battle zones were not yet over. Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to welcome Bai Xiuxiu, and waited for her to walk out of the battle zone. The two of them bowed to the many powerhouses of the dragon race, especially in the direction of Luo Lan, and then turned to walk to the edge of the rising dragon arena. Of course, they didn't leave. They would be fools to leave now. The rising dragon arena was filled with dragon energy. If they didn't take advantage of this time to absorb and cultivate, it would be like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. The two of them sat down cross-legged, silently absorbing the dragon energy in the air to store it. Lan Xuanyu absorbed the dragon energy while silently feeling how the liquid dragon energy in his body was produced after being compressed by the Black Ink Knight. Without a doubt, after being compressed into liquid form, he could store almost 100 times more dragon energy. The stored energy could help him cultivate for a long time. It would also be much easier to help his teammates. However, it was not that simple to compress dragon energy into dragon power liquid. The Black Ink Knight Luo Lan helped him because he wanted to give him more benefits. He also wanted to give him some pointers. He also wanted to see if he had enough understanding to comprehend it. Lan Xuanyu absorbed the dragon energy while using his mental power to silently feel the dragon power liquid stored in his dantian. The dragon power liquid was very stable. It seemed that after the dragon energy was turned into liquid, it entered a stable state on its own. However, as long as he used his bloodline power to stimulate it, the dragon power liquid would be turned into the dragon energy he needed and enter the bloodline vortex. In a sense, the bloodline vortex was not liquid, but between the gaseous and liquid state. Only the dragon core in the center was solid. During this period, Lan Xuanyu's dragon core grew very quickly. Not only was it increasing in size, but the light it emitted was also getting stronger. The support of the dragon energy accelerated his cultivation in all aspects. Especially the dragon power body tempering method, it was as if it was tailor-made for him. Lan Xuanyu began to burn the bloodline power in his body to temper his body. Although there were so many dragon race here, he did not care. With the Black Ink Knight here, no one would be disadvantageous to him. Moreover, he was confident that even a transcendent would not be able to sense the mystery of his bloodline with his cultivation aura. King Jinlong's bloodline was high-end enough. When he ignited his bloodline aura, the dragon energy around his body filled the air. The dragon energy absorbed by his body was released and constantly swallowed through his skin. The internal situation could not be sensed clearly under such thick dragon energy fluctuations. At most, he could feel that his bloodline was very high-end. He consumed it while absorbing it. At the same time, he tried to compress the dragon energy. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu began to figure out some tricks. He found that when the dragon energy in his bloodline vortex was absorbed to the limit, the bloodline vortex could no longer hold any more dragon energy. The entire vortex's rotation speed would slow down. Under his control, it would forcefully accelerate. The bloodline vortex could not absorb any more dragon energy. However, the dragon energy inside would be gradually compressed as it rotated. In the past, Lan Xuanyu would have stopped absorbing at this time to avoid problems with the bloodline vortex. However, with the continuous tempering of the dragon energy and the continuous improvement of his cultivation, his body's endurance far exceeded before. The increase in his endurance made him more confident in himself. In addition, his spiritual power had begun to transform in the direction of divine sense, and the dragon crystal also allowed him to feel more of the mysteries of the divine sense level. Therefore, he was more confident in his control. Previously, when the Black Ink Knight gathered the dragon energy into his body and turned it into liquid, it seemed to be converted in a rotating manner. Then, through the rotation of his bloodline vortex, could he do the same thing? Lan Xuanyu began to try to increase the rotation speed of the bloodline vortex. When it was already saturated, it spun quickly. Gradually, a strange scene appeared. The gradually compressed dragon energy fluctuated unsteadily, but it could not rush out of the bloodline vortex. The bloodline vortex's rotating bloodline power was very dense, causing the dragon energy to constantly surge and fluctuate. It was constantly compressed in the compression, but there was nowhere to explode. Finally, under Lan Xuanyu's deliberate guidance, the compressed dragon energy gradually sank. A drop of crystal-clear dragon energy liquid overflowed from the bottom of the funnel-shaped vortex and dripped down. Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed and immediately urged his soul power to guide this drop of liquid dragon energy into his dantian. It gathered together with the dragon energy liquid he had previously stored. Just like the previous dragon energy liquid, this gathered dragon energy liquid was very stable and did not have any intention of turning back into dragon energy. Success! Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. This success meant that he could collect as much dragon energy as possible in this place where dragon energy was abundant, and convert it into dragon energy liquid for storage. Cultivating here was no longer important, the most important thing was to store dragon energy liquid. If he brought it back, it would not only help himself, but also help all his companions. Such a pure dragon energy liquid was the purest form of energy. Whether it was for himself, his companions, or the treasure-seeking beast, it was extremely beneficial. With the seeking beast as a transit station, everyone in Wings of the 33 Skies could benefit from it, and it would definitely be beneficial to everyone's cultivation. Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision and immediately stopped the cultivation of the dragon body. He began to concentrate on collecting the dragon chi in the air and transforming it into dragon power liquid through the bloodline vortex. At this time, the competition in the 10 regions was still going on like a fire. Remember to save your phone to the library-seeking library, it's the fastest way to read. Almost everyone's attention was on the field, and few people noticed that the dragon chi in the air was gathering towards Lan Xuanyu. This dragon chi was a benefit given to the younger generation by the god-tier dragon race powerhouses. Anyone could receive it, but it could be said that Lan Xuanyu was the only one who could absorb it. Soon, someone noticed the situation on his side. Sitting cross-legged at the top of the green dragon power light pillar, the ink dinosaur Knight Law and the holy light dragon knight Huang Liangwei beside him turned their eyes to Lan Xuanyu almost at the same time. Huh? Huang Liangwei showed a trace of surprise and looked at Law. Your people? Law glanced at him, but seemed too lazy to answer him. He didn't say anything at all, but his eyes showed some satisfaction. In fact, even Law didn't expect that under his slight guidance, Indigo would be able to figure out the way to turn dragon chi into liquid. It should be known that under normal circumstances, this was a cultivation that only the god-tier dragon race powerhouses could have, and there was still a big gap between them and the god tier. However, she was able to comprehend the ability of Han Zhongning. This was not as simple as good comprehension, it must be that her foundation was solid enough, and her divine power was large enough, even close to the level of divine sense. This Indigo really made him more and more satisfied, proving that he didn't underestimate her at first. Just by the fact that her bloodline aura was very strong, when Tianzong became the head of the Rising Dragon, the Dragon Knight also gave a motherly judgment. When communicating with the Dragon World, Indigo's aura had a strong resonance with the Dragon World, which was also very rare in the dragon race. This proved that Azure's dragon race bloodline was very pure. It was even purer than the bloodline of the current Dragon Knights. However, for the dragon race, the difference in strength between god-ranked individuals and those who weren't god-ranked individuals was still too great. That was why even though the Magic Dragon Knight reported Blue's situation, the higher-ups merely stated that they would continue to observe. If Blue was able to become the champion this time, then they would send her to Dragon World to see if there would be any more changes. If she absorbs dragon energy like this, then everyone else's harvest will be reduced. Huang Liangwei said faintly, and Law finally said, this is originally a stage for them to show themselves. Fighting is one thing, and outside the battle is another. If the others did not discover her way of doing things and let her reap the most benefits, it can only mean that they are stupid. Huang Liangwei snorted coldly, and then he opened his mouth again. The dragon race had always respected the strong, and Luo Lan didn't say anything about it. According to the rules of the dragon race, this was how it should be. Under the competition, only those who could stand out would be the top powerhouses. However, it didn't take long for the contestants to discover that something was wrong with Lan Xuanyu's situation. The first to discover it was Bai Shoushou's previous opponent, Su Yanma. Su Yanma looked at Xianyu with some surprise. Su Yanma also sat cross-legged to cultivate after the end of the competition, but gradually, he found that the dragon energy he absorbed became thinner. Although this didn't affect him from refining his bloodline, it was still a little strange that the dragon energy was so thin. He opened his eyes and quickly found the reason. He could feel the dragon energy coiling around Azura like ribbons of energy, gathering towards her body. How could Blue absorb so much dragon energy? Wasn't she afraid of being stuffed to death? While Su Yanma was puzzled, he immediately increased the absorption of the dragon energy. The dragon energy emitted by the god-tier dragon race powerhouses was extremely precious, and every bit he could absorb was worth it. Although he didn't know how Blue absorbed so much dragon energy, he knew that he couldn't relax at this time. He had to at least cause some interference to Blue. After the first battle, Su Yanma had already regarded Lan Xuanyu as his biggest competitor in the group. He was also very wary of Lan Xuanyu's Dragon God's Quake. Until now, he still didn't know how that attack was released, and how it could produce such a strong attack. However, he didn't have to do anything himself. His family would naturally contact Lin Zishuan to ask about the specific situation. As a middle dragon race powerhouse, Lin Zishuan didn't have any strong support behind him, so it was impossible for him to keep it a secret. After Su Yanma discovered it, the others soon noticed the situation on Lan Xuanyu's side. The dragon energy on the rising dragon arena was quickly gathering in one direction, and it was quite obvious. Immediately, many participants sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the dragon energy, interfering with Lan Xuanyu's absorption. Lan Xuanyu naturally felt it too. He opened his eyes and took a look. The dragon energy on the rising dragon arena was chaotic because many participants were trying their best to absorb it. He was still absorbing a lot of dragon energy, but the absorption speed was obviously not as fast as before. Were they messing around? Lan Xuanyu didn't believe that these participants could all convert their dragon energy into dragon power liquid. These guys were obviously harming others without benefiting themselves. But, was it useful? Lan Xuanyu pulled Bai Xiuxiu's hands up, and their palms met. In the next instant, a golden halo spread out from below him. The one who read the fastest in the library-seeking pavilion was Jinlong's berserk domain. Suddenly, a blinding golden light spread out from the two of them, and a low dragon roar echoed around them. A large amount of dragon energy was forcefully attracted to them. A ferocious aura spread out with deep malice, shaking the surrounding dragon energy. The participants who were closer to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were affected the most. The fear that came from the depths of their bloodline greatly reduced their absorption speed. Under Lan Xuanyu's forceful guidance, the originally invisible dragon energy gradually turned into white streams of air and swarmed toward him. Lan Xuanyu guided the dragon power liquid to his palm, then slowly injected it into Bai Xiuxiu's body, allowing it to settle in her dantian. The dragon power liquid was very stable. As long as the bloodline power wasn't used to stimulate it, it would be stored in liquid form. Lan Xuanyu was using Bai Xiuxiu's body as a container so that he could absorb and store more dragon energy. For a moment, not only did his absorption speed not slow down because of the surrounding interference, but it was also faster than before. The other participants who were disturbing him couldn't help but feel helpless. Was he that domineering? If Lan Xuanyu was a male now, they would definitely be disgusted. But Lan Xuanyu was now disguised as a female, and the famous and beautiful Princess Jinlong at that. Although this person's way of doing things was a little domineering, his abilities and looks were enough to tempt them. For a moment, some of the male participants voluntarily gave up on absorbing the dragon energy. After all, to them, completing the competition was more important. What if they were disturbed by Lan Xuanyu in the process of absorbing the dragon energy, and their bloodline aura was affected? What would they do if they lost the competition later on? Lan Xuanyu continued to absorb the dragon energy in this domineering way. As he absorbed, he stored the dragon energy without hesitation. Holy Light Dragon Rider Huang Liangwei saw this scene and couldn't help but snort. The Ink Dragon Rider Luo Lan retorted sarcastically, "Only mediocre people don't envy you. Could you have done it when you participated in the Dragon Rising competition? If you could, would you have done it?" To be continued. Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan retorted sarcastically to Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei, "Only mediocre people don't envy you. Could you have done it when you participated in the Dragon Rising competition? If you could have done it, would you have done it?" Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei had always had a strong personality. He was really stumped by Luo Lan's question. If it were him, would he not have fought for it under the same circumstances? That was absolutely impossible. As long as his strength allowed it, he would have fought even harder than Lan Xuanyu. The competition was carried out one by one. In the round-robin stage, every victory was extremely important. Not to mention, there were 2 Dragon Knights watching over them today. In the future, whether they could become Dragon Knights was one thing, but the impression they left on the current Dragon Knights was also very important. After all, the 18 Dragon Knights would score them during the competition. They had to be unanimously recognized to have the possibility of becoming a Dragon Knight. Therefore, in the round-robin stage, the stronger one was, the more effort they would put in. There was nothing holding back, and they wanted to defeat their opponents as quickly as possible. Just like how Lan Xuanyu quickly defeated Lin Zixuan, her battle strength had left a deep impression on Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei, who did not have a good impression of her, and his attitude changed slightly. There were a total of 5 matches in the round-robin stage today. The 5 matches took an entire morning to gradually come to an end. There were many bloodstains on the originally calm Rising Dragon Arena, with the third battle zone having the most bloodstains. The victors were naturally in high spirits, and the losers were also rubbing their hands. After all, there were still 8 matches left, and each of them still had a chance. Alright, that's all for today. Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan stood up from his dragon pillar. The dragon pillar under his feet began to shrink slowly. The other god-tier powerhouses of the dragon race also stood up one after another, putting away their dragon pillars, and followed the Ink Dinosaur Knight to the ground. The huge silver door of light opened once again. Luo Lan glanced at Lan Xuanyu, then turned and walked towards the silver door of light first. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had also opened his eyes. Along with the disappearance of the dragon power pillar, the rich dragon energy was also rapidly weakening. In his and Bai Xiuxiu's dantian, the dragon power liquid had been stored to the point of overflowing. The two of them looked at each other and smiled before standing up at the same time. They ignored the strange gazes that were looking at them from the surroundings as they flew up and returned to their residences. Huang Yuanlang hurriedly followed. His luck today was not bad. His opponent was not strong. And he still won a match. At this moment, he was in a good mood. He was even imagining that he might be able to enter the final stage of the competition. Lan, you're amazing today. Our tactics were a perfect success. Tomorrow, Xiuxiu's opponent was Lin Zixuan. He definitely wouldn't be able to recover from such heavy injuries. If he's smart, he'll definitely choose to admit defeat and rest for another day. Maybe Ho Man will have a chance to fight again, Huang Yuanlang said excitedly. Lan Xuanyu said, Brother Huang, we absorbed a lot of dragon energy just now. Our bodies are full. We have to go into seclusion immediately after we go back. Please tell the servants not to disturb us. Until the start of the competition tomorrow. No problem. Sir Luo Lan was very satisfied with you today. I saw his gaze fall on you guys many times. And he was in a good mood, Huang Yuanlang naturally agreed. In his eyes, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were already the future of the clan. He would definitely take over the position of clan leader in the future. No matter how he thought about it, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were now the treasures of the clan. After returning to their residences, Lan Xuanyu first set up a blockade. Then, together with Bai Xiuxiu, he quickly used space teleportation and arrived at his companions' residences. Seeing their arrival, everyone was naturally happy. Lan Xuanyu rushed to say, There's no time to say more. Today, I will give you a lot of energy. Start absorbing it immediately. After that, we have to go somewhere else. Okay. Everyone's trust in him naturally didn't need any explanation. They immediately sat down cross-legged. Lan Xuanyu released the treasure-hunting beast. Under the stimulation of his bloodline power, the dragon power liquid was immediately released. The treasure-hunting beast took a deep breath. A faint colorful halo rose from its body. Under its guidance, the dragon power liquid turned into a faint colorful light and fell on everyone's bodies. This was obviously different from the previous transformation. Lan Xuanyu looked at it strangely. The treasure-hunting beast hurriedly explained, Master, your energy level is too high. The intensity of your energy this time is too high. Although I think the effect of converting it alone is very good, the absorption will be slower. I will directly transform this dragon power liquid into a thin layer of immortal energy for everyone to cultivate. The effect will be better. Although it will be a bit wasteful, the speed of improvement will be the fastest. Anyway, you can still absorb it tomorrow, right? You should also absorb some immortal energy. This will be very beneficial for your future breakthrough. The effect of repairing your body is much better than dragon power. When he heard the treasure-hunting beast say that it would be a bit wasteful, Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. When Abao said that it would be a bit wasteful, it wouldn't be just a little bit. It was the same back in Eternal Sky City. The Sea God's Pavilion Master was so distressed that he probably wanted to kill him. It was happening again this time. However, Abao was right. There were still 8 days left in the round-robin competition. If they could absorb the dragon power liquid like today every day, then it would be a real waste if they didn't use up all the dragon power liquid they absorbed that day. Okay. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu sat down cross-legged and absorbed the immortal energy to cultivate with their companions. This was the first time they directly absorbed immortal energy for cultivation. The feeling was instantly different. The immortal energy was extremely pure. When it first entered their bodies, it seemed very gentle. However, they quickly realized that the immortal energy wasn't just a type of energy. It could nourish their bodies in any form. Whether it was spiritual power, soul power, or bloodline power, they were all growing rapidly under the nourishment of the immortal energy. More importantly, the essence of their lives seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. One had to know that immortal energy was once exclusive to the God realm. It was almost impossible to see it in the human world. The treasure-hunting beast only had the possibility of transforming natural treasures into immortal energy because of special circumstances. It had tried it when it was on Douluo planet. It almost dried up the ice fire yin yang well there. However, the nourishment effect of immortal energy on any living thing was definitely incomparable to that of any other energy. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and the others deeply felt the benefits of it. The feeling of being cleansed and nourished was simply too wonderful. Especially after they underwent dragon power body tempering cultivation, they would more or less have some internal injuries that needed to be healed continuously. At this moment, with the nourishment of the immortal energy, these old injuries were almost completely healed in an instant. They felt as if they had been sublimated. However, the process of this feeling was a little short. When Lan Xuanyu felt that the dragon power liquid in his body had been depleted, he subconsciously opened his eyes. Previously, because the feeling of bathing in the immortal energy was too wonderful, he didn't notice the rate of consumption of the dragon power liquid. Only now did he realize that not much time had passed. The treasure-hunting beast had an intoxicated expression as it breathed in the last bit of immortal energy. Its body had become more solid than before. Moreover, its entire body was emitting a faint golden glow. Bao. Explain to me, I have so much dragon power liquid. How did it run out in 15 minutes? Lan Xuanyu's somewhat cold voice woke the treasure-hunting beast from its intoxicated state. The treasure-hunting beast trembled and coughed. Master, you listen to my explanation. Didn't I just say that it would be a little wasteful? The level of immortal qi is a little different. Peak Lan Xuanyu slapped its big head in annoyance. You're wasting too much. Immortal spirit energy is indeed a good thing. But do you know how long that dragon power liquid can support us if we use it for cultivation? Cough cough, Master, I was wrong. Then what do you think we should do? The treasure-seeking beast blinked and looked at Lan Xuanyu innocently. At this moment, the others woke up from their cultivation one after another. I've been reborn. This is really the feeling of being reborn. It's wonderful. If I keep using this immortal spirit energy to cultivate, I think I can become a god in a year, Qian Lei said with admiration. Lan Mengqin said, it's indeed good. But the consumption is indeed huge, right? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. The dragon power liquid I brought today is compressed from dragon aura. Under normal circumstances, the 7 of us might not even be able to use it up in a month. And that's when I consume most of it. A quarter of an hour. In just a quarter of an hour, the immortal qi was completely consumed. Although this level is high, the consumption is too high. Tang Yuge pondered and said, but the effect is indeed good. I can feel that my cultivation has improved by a lot. The improvement of my spiritual power is more important. I seem to have stepped into the spirit domain realm. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. That's great. Now that you've entered the spirit domain realm, you shouldn't be far from becoming a titled Douluo, right? Tang Yuge nodded and said, if there's more immortal spirit energy like just now, I should be able to reach the titled Douluo level after 3 times at most. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, "The advantage of immortal spirit energy is that it can help us sublimate. Especially when everyone is on the verge of a breakthrough, the effect should be the best. But the consumption is also huge. Burning the power of our bloodline to temper our bodies is the foundation for us to become gods in the future. After establishing the foundation, we will be able to break through to the god realm in the future. Both are very important. But before we complete the tempering, the latter is more important. We've also gained some knowledge these days. After tempering the entire body, we still have to temper the spinal cord." The second step was completed. The royal family gave us some dragon marrow to refine our bone marrow. I brought 2 boxes for everyone to enjoy. We'll try to get more later. We still have to use body tempering as a foundation. If we have enough energy, then we can try using immortal qi. Xianxia still had a little less dragon power liquid in his body than before. Once again, he guided it to everyone so that they could cultivate their body tempering. After that, we're going to look for Master Xu. With the cleansing of the immortal qi, everyone's body tempering cultivation went exceptionally smoothly. Lan Xuanyu first guided the dragon power liquid from Bai Xiaoxiao's body into his own body, then passed it to the treasure-seeking beast. Bao then transformed the dragon power liquid for everyone to cultivate. It was only when everyone had basically completed their body tempering that they began to repair their bodies. Only then did Lan Xuanyu leave with Bai Xiaoxiao. He teleported back to Fenglong City and then to Master Shu's side. "Why are you back? Wasn't the Rising Dragon competition going on? Did it go well?" Master Shu, who had transformed into a big tree, asked with a chuckle. Ever since he came to Tenryu Star, he felt as if he had found a second spring and was brimming with vitality. The rich life energy here could be absorbed at will. When he had just transformed into a big tree, most of the branches were withered, and there weren't many leaves. Now, more than a third of the branches had emerald green leaves. Compared to the surrounding vegetation, it still looked a little pitiful. But at least it was brimming with vitality. It wasn't that the vitality continued to fade. Lan Xuanyu said, "Master Shu, we've gained some benefits from the Rising Dragon competition. We can't use it all ourselves, so we're preparing to give it back to everyone and help them cultivate. Could you please tell the others to gather at your place? When I come back tomorrow, I'll help them cultivate and teach them the body tempering technique." "Okay." Master Shu carefully looked at Lan Xuanyu. He blinked and said in surprise, "You seem to be different again. The speed of your improvement is too fast. Could it be that all the benefits of the Tenryu Star have been given to you alone?" In his perception, Lan Xuanyu already had a mysterious feeling. It was no longer like before, when he could see through him with a single glance. It must be known that Master Shu was a deity, but even he couldn't see through Lan Xuanyu at once. From this, one could see how fast Lan Xuanyu's cultivation had improved. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "I don't have enough time to give everyone the benefits today. We have to hurry back. I'll give it all to you. All these years, you've always given us benefits. It's time for us to show our filial piety to you. Bao. Turn 2/3 of the dragon force liquid in my body into immortal spiritual energy and give it to Master Shu." "Okay." With a flash of light, the treasure-seeking beast came out. It was in a particularly good mood right now. Why was it willing to turn immortal spiritual energy? Because to it, immortal spiritual energy was the most effective way to restore its origin and gradually regain its strength. Other types of energy could only be used for maintenance. Only immortal spiritual energy was the source of recovery. When it helped Lan Xuanyu to turn immortal spiritual energy, it would inevitably absorb a part of it during the process. This was a great benefit. When that faint multicolored light floated out and fell on Master Shu's body, Old Shu's whole body froze. The surface of the thick tree trunk gradually glowed with a faint green brilliance. Those leaves could be seen with the naked eye as they quickly drilled out of the branches. The immortal spiritual energy was only given to Master Shu, while Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao absorbed some. Although it was only 2/3 of the dragon force liquid, this time it lasted for nearly 20 minutes. When Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes again, the Master Shu in front of him had completely changed. All the bare branches had disappeared. Clusters of emerald green leaves covered the branches. The aura of dusk turned into vitality, and the feeling of prosperity hit them in the face. That rich aura of life made them feel as if they were in front of the eternal tree. There was no doubt that Master Shu was alive. Originally, he had gradually withered and would eventually die in the process. But the infusion of immortal spiritual energy just now had given him a new lease of life, and he had regained his vitality. Everything had become different. In order to live a little longer, Master Shu had chosen to gradually assimilate with his martial soul in the early years. Eventually, when his vitality reached the end, he would completely turn into a big tree, and his consciousness would disappear. Under the effect of immortal spiritual energy, his withered vitality was rejuvenated. Although his body was still fusing with his martial soul, his consciousness would not be lost. Instead, it was even more vigorous. "Thank you, children. Thank you." Master Shu's voice was trembling. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was this excited. Alive, he was alive again. He could clearly feel that with the strength of his current vitality, it shouldn't be a problem for him to live for another few hundred years. More importantly, he could now take the initiative to absorb vitality to replenish his body. It was even possible for him to evolve to the next level. His cultivation method was different. Because he had completely fused with his martial soul, he could no longer be called a human. However, once he evolved again and completed the transformation, his vitality would be replenished. He, who was in the true God realm, would have no problem living for another 1,000 years. Before coming to Tenryu Star, he had never considered such a situation. But after coming here, a miracle happened just like that. Even the eternal tree couldn't give birth to immortal spiritual energy, but Lan Xuanyu brought it to him. How could Master Shu not be excited? Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly. "Master Shu, this is what we should do. You're treating us as outsiders if you want to thank us. You can slowly feel the changes in your body. Let your companions gather as soon as possible. We'll come again tomorrow. Gather as many people as you can. We'll go back first." They couldn't stay here for too long. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shoushou once again entered the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, they returned to their own residence in the Rising Dragon City. After going out for a big round, they had already used up most of the dragon power liquid they had absorbed today. Absorbing the immortal chi had also given them a lot of benefits. They planned to use the remaining dragon power liquid to temper their bodies and cultivate. Such a speed of improvement was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of in the past. But on the Tenryu Star, it had become a reality. All of their plans were constantly changing. As their understanding of the Tenryu Star deepened, Lan Xuanyu realized that there were too many things worth exploring here. He had already made up his mind to fight for victory and make a trip to the Dragon World. Just on the Tenryu Star, he had already gained so many benefits. If he could enter the Dragon World and obtain the legendary items left behind by the Dragon Gods, things would be different. There was also the Rising Dragon platform. Sooner or later, he would turn it back into a Rising Dragon pillar. They cultivated all the way until the next morning. Before the second round of the round-robin tournament began, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shoushou walked out of their room in high spirits. Huang Yuanlang was already waiting in the dining hall. Seeing the two of them come out, he hurriedly invited them to sit down. "Hurry up and eat something. You guys seem to be in good condition. Shoushou, you have to do your best today." Bai Shoushou smiled. "Why? Does Big Brother have so little confidence in me?" Huang Yuanlang smiled. "Of course not. I just hope that you can go further." "Oh right, Lan, your performance yesterday made your popularity rise again. Your match was rated as the best match of all the matches yesterday. It also took the shortest time. You're really too strong. You defeated that Lin Zixuan in one move." Lan Xuanyu had been busy since he returned yesterday. After giving energy to his companions, he and Bai Shoushou had been cultivating. They didn't have the time to think about the outside world. "Is there any news from Luo Lan?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Huang Yuanlang shook his head and said, "That's not true. However, I heard from my father that Lord Luo Lan was in a very good mood yesterday. His father was also very happy. With the fighting strength you displayed yesterday, it won't be a problem for you to enter the finals." Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Let's work hard together and hope to go further." "And I will work hard too." Huang Yuanlang's eyes burned with a rare desire to fight. When the three of them arrived at the Rising Dragon Arena again, the traces left behind by yesterday's battles had already disappeared, as if they had never existed. All the contestants returned to the Rising Dragon Arena. Lan Xuanyu immediately saw Lin Zixuan, whose wings were broken. The huge wound where his wings were broken was covered with a white, gelatinous substance. There were ways to regrow dragon wings after they were broken. However, it required a large amount of life energy and a considerable amount of treasures. At the same time, Lin Zixuan needed time to heal his wounds. However, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to fully recover his combat strength today. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lin Zixuan, and Lin Zixuan looked back. To Lan Xuanyu's surprise, he didn't see any hostility in Lin Zixuan's eyes. Instead, he saw admiration. Lin Zixuan even took the initiative to nod at Lan Xuanyu, which was considered a greeting. Lan Xuanyu also nodded slightly at him. At that moment, the silver door appeared again in the distance. One figure after another slowly walked out of the door. Then, a pillar of dragon power rose. Dense dragon aura once again spread throughout the Rising Dragon Arena. Huang Daoqi came early today. He was the third person to walk out of the silver door. When he saw Lan Xuanyu's team, he immediately smiled and waved at them. Then, he released his dragon power light pillar. Perhaps it was because people were in high spirits after a happy occasion. The dragon power light pillar that Huang Daoqi released today seemed to be a little taller than yesterday. The god-level dragon race powerhouses walked out one after another. However, to Lan Xuanyu's surprise, not a single dragon knight appeared until the silver door closed. Only over 30 god-level dragon race powerhouses appeared in the Rising Dragon Arena. Naturally, the overall glow of the dragon power pillar and the dragon aura in the Rising Dragon Arena were much weaker than yesterday. Lan Xuanyu secretly cursed to himself. Judging by the intensity of the dragon aura, he might not be able to absorb as much dragon aura as yesterday. What should he do? He wanted to take the opportunity to absorb more dragon aura to help his partners cultivate. He couldn't afford to waste time. He gently pulled Bai Xiaoxiao beside him. Before the competition started, the two of them sat down with their legs crossed and began to absorb the dragon aura in the air. Moreover, he didn't even wait for the others to compete with him. He released Jinlong's rage territory. The dragon aura in the air fluctuated violently and gathered toward him. The god-level dragon race powerhouses were stunned. Again? Was this guy a glutton? Lan Xuanyu had just figured out the reason why Luo Lanshan didn't come today. Dragon Knight Lord 2 must have thought that he would need a long time to digest the dragon aura he absorbed yesterday. In addition, he was more confident in his strength. That was why he didn't come today. The competition that the Dragon Knights really paid attention to was the competition between the top 30 in the finals. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but admit that he had made a mistake. His thoughts yesterday were too idealistic. However, he wasn't weak. He would absorb as much dragon aura as he could. It was better than nothing. Second round, first battle. First battle zone, Lu Chongming, Zhang Chaoyang. Second battle zone, Wang Yifan, Deng Zilu. Third battle zone, Lan, Xiaoxiao. Fourth battle zone, Zhou Xinming, Chen Jiawei. It was still the first battle? Lan Xuanyu, who was absorbing dragon aura and condensing dragon power liquid, opened his eyes helplessly. He had just started absorbing dragon aura. However, the first battle was the first battle. After the battle, he could use the time to absorb dragon aura. Today's dragon aura wasn't as abundant as yesterday's. He had to try it later and see if he could stimulate the dragon pillar to give him some feedback. Today, there were no dragon knights here. The chances of his secret being discovered were even lower. His god-destroying thunder contained the power of the dragon gods. The god-destroying thunder and King Jinlong's dragon god's quake combined. In a sense, the dragon god's quake was equivalent to the power of the dragon gods. He didn't know if he could trigger a reaction from the Rising Dragon platform. As Lan Xuanyu thought about it, he stood up and walked into the third battle zone where the light screen was rising. Xiao Xiao was the other middle dragon race contestant in the group. Compared to Lin Zixuan yesterday, she was much bigger. As a rare female dragon race contestant, coupled with her strength, even if she was only a middle dragon race contestant, she was still very popular in the dragon race. Xiaoxiu's biggest goal in participating in this rising dragon competition was to rise to the upper dragon race level. That way, she might be able to find a powerful partner. It wasn't impossible for her to become a dragon knight's wife. That was her life's goal. However, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, who appeared out of nowhere, were far stronger than her. One had to know that she was still far from being able to transform into human form. Jealousy was a sin. The jealousy of a woman against another woman could sometimes turn into a very strong sense of malice. Just like the current Xiaoxiu. When facing Lan Xuanyu, the malice on her body couldn't be concealed. She looked at Lan Xuanyu with a fierce gaze. Xiaoxiu was over 40 meters long. She was very muscular. Her dragon tail was long and slender, and the wings on her back were short and small. It didn't look like they were enough to support her flight. Her original race wasn't flying. Therefore, although she successfully evolved into a dragon race member during her dragon transformation, her flying ability wasn't strong. However, she was different in some ways. She could still glide with her short dragon wings. Her head was especially huge, a bit like the Tyrannosaurus rex of the Douluo continent. However, her tail was even thicker than the Tyrannosaurus rex's, and at the tip of her tail was a spike-like existence with a diameter of 2 meters. Being smashed by it definitely wouldn't feel good. Her 4 limbs were very thick, especially her dragon claws, which were especially huge. When she ascended the rising dragon arena, everyone else flew, but she crawled. Relying on her strong body, she climbed up and completed the rising dragon arena. Using her own strength, she stood out and entered the round-robin stage. Huang Yuanlang's evaluation was to be careful of her tail and breath. Lan Xuanyu was still in his human form, and in front of his opponent's huge body, he looked so small. I'm not the weakling from yesterday. I'll definitely defeat you. Xiaoxiu glared fiercely at Lan Xuanyu, and her huge dragon head slowly lowered as she stared at him. Xiaoxiu didn't have any horns on her head, but there was a large bulge on her forehead, which was the thickest scale on her body. Her entire body was covered in dark yellow scales with rusty spots. In terms of appearance, she wasn't very good. However, the fierce aura emitted from her body wasn't inferior to that of the superior dragon race. Begin. The 10 matches began at the same time. Xiaoxiu suddenly roared, and the huge scale on her forehead suddenly lit up. The rusty spots on her body suddenly became transparent, and her entire body emitted a crystalline yellow light, which was much more dazzling than before. She opened her mouth, and a dark yellow breath covered Lan Xuanyu. The dragon breath had a distinct fishy smell, and it emitted extremely terrifying energy waves. Corrosive breath, melting gold and iron, the dragon race that Xiaoxiu evolved into was called the corrosive Kuei dragon. Lan Xuanyu lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and he floated away like a wisp of smoke, the mountain dragon king's divine dragon armor covering his entire body. He swept past the dragon breath. However, at this moment, the dark yellow breath suddenly exploded, and countless dark yellow spots of light scattered in all directions, almost covering the entire battlefield. Lan Xuanyu's body was also instantly enveloped. This was a move that Xiaoxiu had never used in the previous matches. Although Lan Xuanyu's speed was fast, he couldn't avoid it at this moment. The explosive dragon breath not only had a strong corrosive effect, it also had a very strong impact. While Lan Xuanyu was surprised, he released his bloodline power. A layer of golden light instantly emanated from the mountain dragon king divine dragon armor. Puff, 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 puff. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. Although most of the corrosive effect had been neutralized. But the force of the impact forced him to fall from the sky. It landed to the side. Xiaoxiu was clearly well prepared for this battle. The moment she spat out the dragon breath, her huge body had already turned halfway, and her dragon tail swept out. That huge spiky ball went straight for Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, the dragon spear leaping into his hand. The wings on its back spread out, completing a nimble transformation in the air. Flapping its wings, it accelerated again and charged out. It was almost Impossible to avoid the dragon's tail. Roar. Another dragon's breath came out and covered the path that Lan Xuanyu had to pass through. At the same time, Xiaoxiu's dragon tail spiky ball suddenly lit up. The crystal yellow spikes on it shot out explosively, first scattering in all directions, then shooting straight at Lan Xuanyu. Clearly, it was under her spiritual power control. Whether it was the dragon breath or the dragon tail attack, she didn't hold back at all. It was as if she wanted to kill him. It seemed that Lan Xuanyu had no chance to dodge. At least, that was how Xiaoxiu saw it. She felt that the only way Lan Xuanyu could block it now was to immediately reveal his true form and use his dragon body to resist with all his might. Therefore, after her huge body launched the attack, she had already pounced towards Lan Xuanyu. A pair of dragon claws directly grabbed at the void. Once Lan Xuanyu revealed his true form, he would immediately be pounced on by her. In the dragon race, Xiaoxiu was the type of person who had extremely strong explosive power in battle. She was especially good at mid-range battles. Therefore, this kind of battleground, which was similar to an arena, was most suitable for her. At this time, when she burst out with all her strength, the upper dragon race members in the same group couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that this was going to be troublesome. They were all thinking, if they were facing Xiaoxiu's attack, how would they deal with it? Su Yanma watched the match attentively. He knew Xiaoxiu, so he also wanted to see how she would deal with this kind of situation. Xiaoxiu's explosive attacks were very troublesome. It was very difficult to retreat from a battle with her, even if it was an upper dragon race member. In the process of the battle, she always had a feeling that she was going all out. That was why she could stand out in the middle dragon race. At this time, a dazzling golden light exploded in the third battle zone. It was difficult not to see that dazzling brilliance. The golden light exploded, turning into thousands of golden rays that shot out. The fine golden rays were like a golden rain of light blooming in the air. It was a spectacular sight. The drops of corrosive liquid that exploded, the sharp spikes, under the cover of the golden rain of light, quietly disappeared in midair. Only the corrosive liquid that didn't cover Lan Xuanyu's body fell to the ground. This is pure spear skill? Su Yanma's pupils contracted instantly. But at this time, his pupils contracted at the same time as the thousands of spear rays that bloomed in the air. The scattered golden rays instantly merged in the center, finally converging into a single point, which instantly arrived in front of Xiaoxiu. Against this opponent who wanted to kill him, Lan Xuanyu naturally wouldn't show any mercy. At this critical moment, Xiaoxiu suddenly lowered her head, using the front of her skull, which was the hardest part of her dragon armor, to withstand the brilliance of the spear. Pooh! After the spear hit, the bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly spun violently. His wrist trembled slightly, and the brilliance of the spear tip became more and more dazzling. Show mercy! Almost at the same time that the spear tip lit up, the referee's voice rang out, and at the same time, he instantly entered the arena. But it was still too late. Pucci, the spear pierced through her head, instantly piercing through that hard and thick skull, deeply embedding itself in Xiaoxiu's forehead. Xiaoxiu's huge body instantly stiffened in midair, and the brilliance in her eyes quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lan Xuanyu raised the dragon spear in his hand. With her slender and tiny body compared to the dragon race, she forcefully lifted the gigantic dragon that was over 40 meters long onto the tip of the spear. The referee had already stopped in midair, because there was no point in entering the arena again. Her brain was pierced through, and it was attacked in such a tyrannical way by Lan Xuanyu, there was no possibility of survival. Xiaoxiu perished. Lan Xuanyu looked at the referee with burning eyes. She wanted to kill me, I couldn't hold back. The corner of the referee's mouth twitched. What did he mean by couldn't hold back? Xiaoxiu's skull was extremely hard, which was the strongest point of her body. The referee, who was familiar with her information, was very clear about this. Therefore, even if Lan Xuanyu's previous spear was so graceful, it couldn't have been fatal when it hit Xiaoxiu's head after cancelling out most of the area of effect attack. That was why he didn't enter the arena immediately. And at the moment when the dragon spear pierced, Lan clearly used the vibration technique from that day, which allowed the dragon spear to pierce through like a hot knife through butter. Who would believe that this wasn't intentional? But she wasn't without reason. All of Xiaoxiu's previous attacks were undoubtedly to kill her. Today's matter will be judged. The referee coldly snorted. Lan wins. Lan Xuanyu held the spear in his hand, and just like that, carried Xiaoxiu's huge body and slowly walked out of the third battle area. Even if it was the other battle areas, seeing this scene, the battle couldn't help but slow down a bit. Ferocious, only ferocious could describe this beautiful golden dragon princess. 2 matches, one seriously injured, one dead. This was very rare in the history of the Dragon Rising competition. Lan Xuanyu walked out step by step. He was not fast, probably because Xiaoxiu's corpse was too heavy. But in fact, the bloodline vortex in his body was spinning crazily, although he did not use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. His own bloodline vortex simulated the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's devouring method, and was still crazily absorbing and devouring Xiaoxiu's energy. In the crushed dragon brain, the half-formed dragon crystal was its essence, and at this time, it was being injected into Lan Xuanyu's body through the dragon spear. The lack of absorption of dragon energy today was perfectly made up for. Of course, this was also because Lan Xuanyu did not dare to show too much, and did not fully absorb Xiaoxiu's life energy. Returning to the resting area of the third battle zone, Lan Xuanyu slowly put down the dragon spear in his hand, and Xiaoxiu's heavy dragon corpse was placed on the ground by him. When her gaze swept across the other contestants in the same group, for a moment, everyone felt her gaze, especially under the gaze of those vertical pupils filled with killing intent. They could not help but feel their hair stand on end. At this time, no one felt that she was beautiful anymore. Lan Xuanyu put away the dragon spear, and the dragon race in charge of order naturally carried Xiaoxiu's corpse away. In the Dragon Rising competition, killing members of the same race was not allowed. But under some special circumstances, who could blame them if they could not stop? It was not that there were no injuries in the previous preliminaries, but this was the first time a death had occurred. As for how to deal with it, it was up to the higher-ups of the dragon race to decide. Xiaoxiu was the first to die in this Dragon Rising competition. Lan Xuanyu believed that with the backing of the Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan and Fenglong City, he would not be disqualified. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, silently absorbing the energy of the half-dragon crystal he obtained from Xiaoxiu. Through his bloodline vortex, he adjusted the law and accumulated it in his dantian. At the same time, he continued to absorb the dragon energy on the rising dragon stage. There was no room for wastage. 2 wins, 2 victories, and in such a domineering manner. Although her opponents were only middle-level dragons, she was still able to defeat them. However, in these 2 battles, it seemed that she had only made a single move. They were all fatal with a single blow, and the opponent didn't even have the ability to resist. Bai Xiuxiu's second opponent was Lin Zixuan, who had been severely injured by Lan Xuanyu in the previous round. Fenglong City had been very successful in their arrangements for the matches. Lin Zixuan didn't continue the fight and directly chose to admit defeat. In his current state, he couldn't even fly. There was no way he could gain an advantage in speed. Not only this match, he was prepared to admit defeat in the next match as well. Once his injuries recovered, he would fight for the next few matches. Looking at Xiaoxiu's corpse that was dragged away like a small mountain, he suddenly felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, he had cut off his wrist in time. Otherwise, his death would be even more miserable than Xiaoxiu's. This blue was really domineering. Over at the viewing dragon pillar, seeing that Lan Xuanyu had won, Huang Daoqi was first overjoyed, then his expression changed slightly. He put away the dragon pillar and quickly left without waiting for the match to end. Although it was only an upper dragon race, killing a middle dragon race was no small matter. He had to hurry and deal with the mediation. With Lan Xuanyu's current strength, it was very possible for him to enter the finals. It would be a pity if he was eliminated because of killing his opponent. Su Yanma had been standing not far away, silently watching Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting cross-legged and absorbing dragon energy. He had never lacked dragon energy. Proud Heaven City was much richer than Fenglong City. The combination of thousands of spear lights from before was still lingering in his heart. This spear technique was already not inferior to the dragon spear of a dragon knight. Although its power was far from comparable to a dragon knight's, that was due to cultivation. This blue really gave people a feeling of unfathomable depth. Lan Xuanyu cultivated as if nothing had happened, waiting for the match to end. Until all the matches were over, until the spectators of the dragon race withdrew their dragon pillars, and the dragon energy thinned out, she ended her cultivation and left the rising dragon platform with Xianxia. When she flew out of the rising dragon platform, the other dragon race members subconsciously kept some distance from her. These dragon race members who could enter the round-robin stage were undoubtedly the best in the dragon race, and most of them were upper dragon race members. In terms of strength, most of them were not afraid of Lan Xuanyu. However, the fierceness of this young lady caused everyone to feel fear. That would really be killing a dragon without a word. Many dragon race members were glad that they were not in the third group. The key was that no one knew how strong this blue was. Returning to his residence, he continued with yesterday's method. The overall amount of dragon energy stored today was less than yesterday, but with Xiaoxiu's replenishment, the total amount was still quite large. It was enough for his companions to cultivate. Moreover, Tang Yuge and the others absorbed a lot yesterday, so they only needed a little dragon energy today. Lan Xuanyu left most of it for his companions in the wings of the 33 heavens. In one day, Master Shu gathered 16 members of the wings of the 33 heavens to wait for him. Lan Xuanyu had already told his companions about the bloodline refinement method. Although it was everyone's first time cultivating, they were all mentally prepared. For these companions who were weaker than them, Lan Xuanyu used the treasure-hunting beast to convert the bloodline energy they needed one by one. At the same time, he only let them burn a small amount of the bloodline to try it out. The first time was the most important, and also the most dangerous. The first time was more important in terms of experience. It took almost 2 hours to complete the refinement of these 16 companions. Only then did he return to Dragon City and cultivate with Bai Xiaoxiu. Sharing the rain and dew, collective evolution, Master Shu's branches and leaves were obviously more lush today. He was still further digesting and absorbing the benefits he had received yesterday. Today, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the life energy around Master Shu had increased significantly. The rich life energy was almost tangible. His companions cultivated beside him and obviously benefited from the life energy. Just as Lan Xuanyu and his companions were busy cultivating, the matter of Lan killing the dragon had already caused a heated discussion in the entire Tenryu star. The discussion was naturally divided into two factions. There were those who supported and those who opposed. The reason for the supporters was very simple. The other party wanted to kill Lan, so why should Princess Jinlong show mercy? If one zoomed in carefully, they could see that Xiaoxiu had a strong killing intent at that time and had no intention of holding back during the entire battle. The opposing side's voices were also very loud. Their reasoning was that Xiaoxiu fought with all his might because of Princess Jinlong's strength. How could a middle-level dragon race have a chance against a high-level dragon race without risking their lives? Both sides had their own opinions. The whole thing had already caused a lot of commotion. Some of the fans who originally liked Princess Jinlong liked her even more, to the extent of worshipping her. Princess Jinlong's domineering fighting style made them fall in love with her. But there were also some who thought that she was too cruel. She was too cruel to even treat her own race like this. For a time, the matter continued to ferment. But the final decision was obviously still in the hands of the higher-ups of the dragon race. How this matter would be dealt with in the end was also something that all the races were looking forward to and paying attention to. There were only two results for Lan. One was disqualification, and the other was to continue participating. As for the possibility of a higher punishment, it was very unlikely. After all, she was a high-level dragon race member. And such an outstanding high-level dragon race member. Even the other races did not think that she should be punished excessively. And the result was naturally announced on the third day of the round-robin competition, which was the third round of the competition. In the morning, after Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiu finished washing up, they went to the living room to have breakfast. To their surprise, Huang Yuanlang was not the only one waiting here for them to eat together. Huang Daoqi was also here. End of chapter. There were only two possible outcomes for Lan. First, she would be disqualified. Second, she would continue to compete. The possibility of a more severe punishment was very low. After all, Lan was a superior dragon race. The Tenryu star was not like the Douluo star. Here, there was no equality between classes. The results were naturally announced on the third day of the round-robin tournament, which was also the day of the third round. In the morning, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shoushou washed up and went to the dining hall for breakfast. To their surprise, Huang Yuanlang was not the only one waiting for them. Huang Daoqi was there too. Huang Daoqi looked a little tired. It was rare for a god-rank master to be tired. "Father." Bai Shoushou saw him and quickly went up to greet him. Huang Daoqi smiled. "Good girl, you did well. According to our plan, you'll win without a fight today. It's already 2 wins and 1 loss." Bai Shoushou smiled. "That's because sister is strong." Lan Xuanyu also bowed slightly to greet Huang Daoqi. "Chief," looking at her respectful manner, Huang Daoqi's negative emotions dissipated. To him, although yesterday's incident was a little troublesome, in a sense, Lan had helped Fenglong City to vent their anger. The fact that Lan had signed a 1,000-year contract with the family was not announced to the public, but Huang Daoqi knew. Lan's strength and potential were undeniable. Even the Ink Dinosaur Knight was full of praise. Yesterday's incident was just an accident. If there's a world, you can answer like this. Huang Daoqi smiled at Lan Xuanyu. "Let's talk as we eat. Remember to read the books in the library. You have a competition later." Hearing him say this, Lan Xuanyu understood that the matter was basically solved. Otherwise, he would not be so relaxed. "Chief, sorry for troubling you." Lan Xuanyu bowed to Huang Daoqi once again before sitting down. Huang Daoqi waved his hand and said, "It's fine. With Lord Luo Lan here and yesterday's incident being an accident, everything is fine after the higher-ups discussed it. However, you still have to be careful in the following matches. Try to avoid the same situation from happening again. Otherwise, even Luo Lan won't be able to protect you." After all, they were all of the same race, so it was best to be merciful. It was Lan Xuanyu. He immediately nodded and agreed. Of course, he couldn't keep killing his opponents. It would be strange if he didn't get investigated. He wasn't a tyrannical person to begin with. What he had done yesterday was firstly to test the waters. Secondly, it was because Xiao had shown a deep malice towards him. He really didn't intend to do that in the following matches. Huang Daoqi was even more satisfied when he saw that she listened to his advice. He raised his hand to signal them to eat and said with a smile, "All of you are the future hope of the family. Be careful in the competition later. Yesterday, the 2 of you won a victory. You can be considered to have added luster to our Fenglong City. Especially Lan Xuanyu, who is now a popular candidate for the following matches. This is something that hasn't happened in our Fenglong City for many years." As Huang Daoqi spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Huang Yuanlang, who was eating obediently on the other side. Huang Yuanlang had lost yesterday's match. He had lost quite miserably. The high spirits he had after winning the first match were gone. Obviously, strength was strength. Huang Yuanlang's chances of standing out in the round-robin matches were infinitely close to 0. Huang Daoqi's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "Yesterday, I went to see Luo Lan first. After Luo Lan watched the video of the match, he didn't criticize your performance. Instead, he praised you greatly. He said that your fighting style was very similar to his. As expected of someone from our Fenglong City." Later on, Lord Luolan personally went to discuss how to deal with this matter with the higher-ups. With Lord Luolan's support, this matter was finally resolved. "Lord Luolan wants me to tell you that fighting will is the most important quality of a dragon knight. You don't need to think too much during battle. Only by pressing forward will you be able to shine brightly. So, what I said just now was my own idea." Luo Lan didn't say anything about it. Haha. Lan Xuanyu also smiled. "Thank you for your support, Luo Lan. On the first day, Luo Lan gave me a lot of benefits. However, he secretly felt that these people were really scary. They actually ignored life, even if it was the lives of their own people." Huang Daoqi said, "Luo Lan should be here today to personally hold the line for you. So, if there's any unfavorable public opinion, don't mind it. With Luo Lan here, there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu pretended to be overjoyed. The smile on his face grew wider. Luo Lan's nurturing, Lan Xuanyu will never forget it. Thank you, clan leader, for your help. With Luo Lan here, he could absorb a lot of draconic energy and help his companions further their body tempering. If he could use this Dragon Rising tournament to help all his companions complete their basic physiques, their strength would probably rise to another level. This kind of cultivation speed would definitely be much faster than cultivating in Shrek Academy's inner court. In the past few days, he and Bai Xiuxiu had clearly felt that they had improved a lot. With his dragon god's bloodline, the speed of their body tempering was much faster than normal dragon race creatures. Of course, that was on the premise that they had enough draconic energy to support it. The Dragon Rising competition had given them a nearly perfect opportunity. Being able to lure the Dragon Knight onto the stage was a great thing. If Huang Daoqi knew what Lan Xuanyu was thinking now, he would definitely be speechless. Seeing how happy Lan Xuanyu was, Huang Daoqi couldn't help but laugh. We're all on the same side. There's no need to be so formal. By the way, we've already reported to Tenryu City that you've signed a 1,000-year contract, but we've used our connections to block this news for now. We plan to announce it after the Dragon Rising tournament. Why is that? Bai Xiuxiu pretended to be curious and asked. Huang Daoqi said, it's mainly for your safety. Your performance was outstanding, so the other clans are definitely paying attention to you and even trying to rope you in. Since they want to rope you in, they naturally won't attack you during the tournament. However, if they find out that you've signed a 1,000-year contract with our clan, they won't have a chance to rope you in. Then, your opponents will be even more unscrupulous when they fight you. He didn't go into detail, but Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu already understood what he meant. They had to admit that he was really astute. He had even considered all of this. He had indeed prepared breakfast for them and set off for the tournament again. For some reason, on the way to the Dragon Rising platform, Lan Xuanyu realized that Huang Yuanlang was a little further away from him. He didn't seem to want to talk to him like he usually did. This was because he was scared by his performance yesterday. It was a good thing that he didn't have to feign civility with Huang Yuanlang. He was also happy to have some peace and quiet. Lan Xuanyu flew up to the Dragon Rising platform again. Before he took off, the various spectators on both sides of the Dragon Race Avenue looked at him differently than before. Other than pure admiration, there was something else in their eyes. In addition, Lan Xuanyu also felt the gazes of the Dragon Race powerhouses. As the Princess of Jinlong, she was getting more and more attention. Some of the young powerhouses of the Dragon Race, who originally only thought of him as a rising star, began to shift their attention to him. He still did as he pleased and came to the resting area of the third battle zone. In the resting area, the largest figure from before was gone. This made the other contestants in the same battle zone speechless. Lan Xuanyu's gaze fell directly on the largest remaining contestant in the third battle zone. This was his opponent today, a superior dragon race contestant who still couldn't transform into human form. This superior dragon race contestant's entire body was covered in silver scales. He was more than 30 meters long and his entire body emitted a faint silver glow. This superior dragon race contestant naturally felt Lan Xuanyu's gaze and subconsciously looked towards Lan Xuanyu. When he saw Lan Xuanyu's gaze, the superior dragon race contestant's body trembled slightly. He grinned, as if he was smiling at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu retracted his gaze and didn't pay attention to the superior dragon race contestant anymore. He didn't pay attention to the opponent that Huang Yuanlang judged to be the third from the bottom in the third battle group. After the contestants arrived one after another, the silver door of light opened again and figures walked out one after another. A pillar of dragon power rose and dragon energy surged. The god-tier dragon race contestants brought benefits again. Lan Xuanyu turned around and ignored him. As an opponent who was ranked third from the bottom in this competition, there was no need to pay attention to him. He just had to fight. When all the dragon race participants had arrived, the silver door of light opened again, and powerful figures walked out. Dragon pillars rose, and draconic energy surged. The benefits of the god-tier dragon race arrived again. When all the ordinary god-tier dragon race participants had appeared, a powerful and familiar figure walked out of the silver door of light. It was the ink dinosaur knight Luolan. When Luolan arrived, everyone bowed. The dragon race participants on the dragon pillars also stood up and saluted him. A huge dragon pillar rose into the sky, pushing Luolan's body more than 50 meters into the air. His gaze turned and fell directly on Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu bowed deeply in the direction of the ink dinosaur knight Luolan. Right at this moment, another figure walked out from the silver door of light. All the dragon race participants stood up again. Dragon Knight? Another dragon knight, his body was surrounded by a green light. This dragon knight looked very young, handsome, and had a sunny smile on his face. This could be said to be the least serious dragon knight Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. He simply waved his hand casually at everyone present. Then, he stood slightly behind Luolan as a green light rose from beneath his feet. The pillar of draconic power propelled his body, and he quickly rose to the same height as the Ink Dino Knight, although he was slightly lower. Luolan turned his head to look at him. The two smiled at each other and nodded. It could be seen that their relationship was quite harmonious. Bai Xiaoxiao whispered in Lan Xuanyu's ear with some surprise, "I don't know which dragon knight this is, but he shouldn't be ranked as high as the ink dinosaur knight, right?" Before Lan Xuanyu could speak, Shadow Dragon Lin Zishuan, who was not far from them, gave the answer. "Proud Tenryu Knight. Knight of Tenryu? Proud Heaven City's city lord." He was a rare existence that was both a dragon knight and a city lord. Among the 18 dragon knights, he was relatively young. Of course, it wasn't as small as it looked. Most importantly, he was Su Yanma's teacher. Su Yanma was the seated player in Lan Xuanyu's group. The dragon pillar under Knight Ao Tenryu was green in color, which was lighter than Knight Luolan's dragon pillar. It was obvious that he was deliberately lagging behind Luolan to show his respect for Luolan. But in reality, this person's ranking was even higher than Ink Dinosaur Knight Luolan. Among the 18 dragon knights, he was ranked 6th. Luolan was older than him, and Luolan had helped the proud Tenryu knight Long Chaoyang before. So, when Luolan was there, he would always be modest. Two clear eyes fell on Lan Xuanyu in the next instant, which made Lan Xuanyu feel even more pressure. His eyes, nose, and mouth, no longer looking up. Without a doubt, he was being watched by Knight Ao Tenryu. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to ask to guess that Su Yanma must have reported his situation to his teacher after he went back. Today, he actually provoked this Knight Ao Tenryu. Was he also here to observe him? Su Yanma had already bowed deeply in the direction of Knight Ao Tenryu, saluting his teacher. Long Chaoyang even smiled and waved at him. Knight Ao Tenryu Long Chaoyang didn't have any descendants, and didn't even have a partner. Among the many dragon knights, this was relatively rare. Su Yanma had always been treated as his son, so there was no need to say much about their close relationship. The two dragon knights' dragon power pillars released incomparably dense dragon chi. It was even stronger than the first day. But today, Luolan didn't help Lan Xuanyu guide him. The guidance this time was a reward. Too much guidance would go against his lofty status as a dragon knight. Lan Xuanyu currently had a peaceful appearance, but in reality, he was desperately trying to absorb the dragon chi in the air, condensing it into dragon power liquid and storing it. This kind of good opportunity was hard to come by. If the dragon knights came to watch the competition every day, that would be the best. Before the third round of the Dragon Rising competition begins, I have something to announce. A god-ranked dragon knight who looked like a middle-aged man floated down from the dragon power pillar. This person's dragon power pillar was very tall, more than 20 meters tall. He was a true god-ranked powerhouse. All of the young dragons present hurriedly rose to their feet and turned respectfully toward the speaker. This dragon race true god looked in the direction of the third battle zone and said in a low voice, "In yesterday's competition, the third battle zone's Xiaoxiao died. After the judgment of the judges. In the process of fighting with Xiaoxiao, Lan fought back with all his strength due to a life-threatening situation, resulting in his death. This is a special notice to the entire clan, and a warning. A severe warning. If he commits the same offense again, he will be eliminated from the Dragon Rising competition and punished by Fenglong City." At the same time, I would like to remind everyone that in the competition, you will be facing your own clansmen. Friendship first, competition second. There cannot be any more casualties. Once a warning, severe warning. It sounded quite fierce, but in reality, there wasn't any actual punishment. In other words, yesterday's matter of Lan killing Xiaoxiu was over, and it didn't affect Lan Xuanyu's competition at all. After hearing the true god of the dragon clan's announcement, the participating dragons on the Rising Dragon Arena immediately became restless. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. Although everyone knew that it wasn't very likely to punish an upper dragon race true god for a middle dragon race true god. But they didn't think that it would be over so easily. Especially the participants of the third battle zone, most of their expressions were very ugly. Only Su Yanma's expression remained the same. Occasionally, when his gaze fell on Lan Xuanyu, it was more of a sense of excitement. A strong opponent was the source of his excitement, the one he really wanted to face. Lan Xuanyu bowed to the dragon race true god, but didn't say anything. In fact, there was no need to say anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see why the Ink Dragon Knight Luo Lan had come today. He was here to stabilize the situation. Even the proud Tenryu Knight, who was ranked higher than him, didn't say anything, and took the initiative to accompany him. Who would dare say anything? The dignity of a dragon knight was not to be offended. Let the competition begin. Luo Lan's voice floated down from the high dragon pillar. The dragon race true god turned around, bowed in the direction of him and the proud Tenryu Knight Long Chaoyang, and said, "Yes." Round-robin competition, the third round begins. The first battle zone, Ting Xiaoping, against Yao Yicheng. The second battle zone, Lin Tingyue, against Lin Jingchen. The third battle zone, Lan, against Zhou Yicheng. The fourth battle zone. In the third battle zone, Lan Xuanyu was still the first to fight. Compared to the previous two rounds, this time he became the focus of attention. Almost in an instant, everyone's eyes fell on him. He became the focus of the whole audience. Lan Xuanyu slowly walked towards the third battle zone. Compared to the previous 2 days, there were some changes. His speed was obviously slower than the previous 2 days, at least when he was walking. However, in the process of walking, the aura on his body began to rise. A low dragon's roar circled around her body, and one could clearly see a faint golden dragon's shadow rising around his body. The most frightening thing was that the fierce aura rose with every step her took. Under his feet, a golden halo bloomed, and the fierce aura was like a terrifying beast that was about to come out of his body. That aura that could only be described as ferocious seemed to be corporeal. When he walked into the field, he slowly turned around and faced Zhou Yicheng, whose body was covered in silver scales and who was also trembling as he walked over. His eyes had turned blood red. A blood red that was full of fierce aura. Zhou Yicheng's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. When he finally mustered up the courage to step into the third battle zone, he instantly felt the terrifying power emanating from Lan Xuanyu's body. That was really too powerful and fierce. The golden halo spread outwards, and wherever it went, his ears seemed to be filled with the ferocious roar of a dragon. Yesterday he had just killed his own kind, and today he had just been warned. But all of this didn't seem to affect the fierceness of the one in front of him. That ferocious murderous intent, who knew how much stronger it was compared to the previous 2 matches. Moreover, Zhou Yicheng could clearly see that the golden scales released from Lan Xuanyu's body were trembling slightly. It was just like the tremors from the previous 2 days. Looking at such an opponent, he really felt like crying out loud. Isn't this too fierce? Wasn't he just warned not to kill dragons? How come this one seems to have gotten worse? Why is this? What kind of bloody bad luck am I having? Zhou Yicheng's luck wasn't good. The family he belonged to was second to last in the entire dragon race. Moreover, he wasn't the most important contestant in the family this time. Being able to enter the round robin was already very satisfying for him. In the first 2 matches of the group stage, without exception, he lost to his opponent. Huang Yuanlang's evaluation of him was very simple, as timid as a mouse, advocating safety first. Facing a different kind of opponent, one had to use different kinds of tactics. Lan Xuanyu's violent methods in the previous 2 matches weren't without deterrence in the third match. At this moment, when he released Jinlong's berserk domain, his own aura appeared in the most ferocious manner, and released all of King Jinlong's terrifying might. Zhou Yicheng was indeed greatly affected. Lan Xuanyu's right hand grabbed the air, and the dragon spear jumped into his hand. The pupils in his eyes suddenly became vertical, and a bloody light seemed to penetrate from his eyes as he stared at his opponent. The match begins. The true god of the dragon race suddenly announced. All 10 matches began once again. Roar! Lan Xuanyu faced the sky and let out a dragon roar. His aura, which had been building up for a long time, instantly soared to the extreme. One could clearly see that the air around him was twisting due to the convergence of his aura and power. He stomped his left foot heavily on the ground, and thousands of golden rays of light instantly blossomed from the dragon spear. It was still the same move that he had used against his opponent yesterday, Fury of the Masses. He had already grasped the essence of this move long ago. Combined with the spirit-destroying quake, its might could be imagined. That was why he was able to succeed in one strike yesterday. Looking at Lan Xuanyu's ferocious eyes, feeling that terrifying aura, and the exact same spear. Technique as yesterday. Zhou Yicheng's inner defense finally collapsed. From the very beginning, he knew that he was basically not a match for this person in front of him. More importantly, fighting with this person was not a training ground, it was a life-threatening battle. He didn't want to die yet. I admit defeat. Zhou Yicheng practically screamed these 3 words. Silver light blossomed from his body, and he quickly curled up into a ball. Thousands of golden rays of light converged into one, but they were already rising up into the air. The golden rays of light whistled through the air before finally disappearing into the protective barrier. Lan Xuanyu put away his spear and didn't say anything as he walked out of the arena. Zhou Yicheng's body trembled for a long while, and he only heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed that he hadn't sustained any injuries. He even reflexively rubbed his head with his dragon claws. His head was still there. Shhhh, the first booing sound came from somewhere, and soon, the entire arena was filled with booing sounds. Shameful, this was too shameful. What was this Zhou Yicheng doing? Was he surrendering out of fear? This was an extremely rare occurrence in the history of the round-robin stage of the Dragon Ascension tournament. Those who were able to make it into the round-robin stage were all outstanding figures among the younger generation of the dragon race. Suddenly, someone surrendering was like a chicken standing among a flock of cranes. Even the true god of the dragon race who was acting as the referee felt as if he had swallowed a fly. This was too embarrassing. After all, the Dragon Ascension tournament was a grand occasion that was broadcasted live to the entire Tenryu star. Princess Jinlong had already become the focus of attention because of her previous performance, so the broadcast would definitely focus on her. At this moment, the true god of the dragon race even had the urge to hope that Lan Xuanyu would kill this guy. Rather than being humiliated like this, he might as well be killed. And this time, Lan Xuanyu was obviously going easy on him. He didn't even attack his opponent. What could he say? That her aura was too fierce and scared the opponent into peeing himself? That was because the opponent didn't have enough fighting spirit. How could he make it into the round-robin stage with such little courage? This was too embarrassing. Lan Xuanyu was actually quite speechless himself. He didn't want to scare his opponent off at all. He just wanted to use his opponent's cowardice to suppress him calmly. According to his strategy, even if he didn't kill his opponent, he would at least severely injure him. This would allow him to prepare for the next round of Baishosho. But who knew that this Zhou Yicheng didn't play by the rules at all? He actually admitted defeat because of fear as soon as he came up. This was different from when Yanqing recognized him as his master in the preliminaries. Yanqing recognized him as his master wholeheartedly. He was willing to be a slave. But this Zhou Yicheng was a superior dragon race. This was simply a disgrace to the superior dragon race. For a moment, the higher-ups of the dragon race watching the battle were a little unstable. Even the fluctuations of the dragon power pillars appeared. One could imagine how big of an impact Zhou Yicheng's admission of defeat had. At this moment, Zhou Yicheng also walked out of the competition venue. He also knew that he was in trouble. He lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. Like an ostrich, he walked to a corner and crawled down. Boos resounded throughout the venue. Those superior dragon race people who had previously targeted Lan Xuanyu for killing the dragon yesterday were no longer so hostile towards Lan Xuanyu. Compared to Lan Xuanyu's behavior of killing the dragon, this admission of defeat was really too abominable. This kind of embarrassing existence, it was better to just kill him. What was the use of keeping him? Lan Xuanyu was also very helpless. Returning to Bai Xiuxiu's side, the two of them sat down on the spot. Today, Bai Xiuxiu's opponent didn't exist. She won directly and didn't need to fight at all. I didn't want it to be like this. Lan Xuanyu said to Bai Xiuxiu somewhat helplessly. Bai Xiuxiu giggled and said, "You're scaring the little kid. You really shouldn't have. It's just that tomorrow." Lan Xuanyu frowned. Slightly. Bai Xiuxiu snorted. "You don't think that I can't even defeat such an opponent, do you?" Lan Xuanyu immediately smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Immediately, he calmed down and began to absorb the dragon energy. On the huge dragon energy pillar, the ink dinosaur knight Luo Lan's expression was very gloomy. He turned his head and said to the proud Tenryu knight Long Chaoyang, "This is our elite. They don't even have this bit of fighting spirit? Hasn't the era of peace been too long for them? If this kind of trash were to face the fleet of the Douluo Federation, wouldn't they be scared shitless?" The smile on Long Chaoyang's face had already disappeared. He frowned and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a superior dragon race. The superior dragon race's reputation has been completely disgraced. Uncle Luo Lan, I think they should be severely punished. How can such a dragon race be qualified to participate in the dragon rising competition? They don't even deserve to be a dragon." Luo Lan nodded in agreement. He looked at Zhou Yicheng, who was hiding in the corner. He snorted angrily and waved his right hand. Suddenly, a surging Tenryu force swept up, but it was only aimed at that corner. Zhou Yicheng only felt an incomparably powerful force wrap around his body. In the next moment, the world spun and he was flung out of the rising dragon arena. The hissing stopped, and a dragon's roar resounded through the rising dragon arena. Even the dragon race members in the middle of battle let out loud roars to vent their dissatisfaction and anger. Zhou Yicheng tumbled down, and with great difficulty, he used his dragon wings to stabilize his body. He wanted to say, "What can I do? I'm helpless too. I don't want to die, is that wrong? If you don't want me to participate, then I won't participate. Safety first, it's better to be safe first." End of chapter. Zhou Yicheng didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. He only had one life, a dragon. He could only live once. Compared to the one who died yesterday, he was already very lucky. At most, he would just hibernate. During this period of time, the level of the upper dragon race would not change. He could still live very comfortably. Different dragons had different thoughts. After Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu discovered Zhou Yicheng's thoughts, they couldn't help but be a little stunned. Lan Xuanyu could only endure. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Bai Xiuxiu. "Why do I feel that the god of luck has always been standing by your side?" Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, her opponent for tomorrow was gone again. She was also very helpless. Who could have thought that it would be like this? She almost didn't spend much effort, and she already won 3 and lost 1. Although she also admitted defeat in one match, no one would think that she admitted defeat because she was afraid of the battle. Actually, the opponent was different. Tactics dictated that she was not forced to admit defeat because of the opponent's momentum. Admitting defeat was completely different. What tactics did Zhou Yicheng have? He had already lost the first 2 matches. He was just throwing away a broken jar. He surrendered completely out of fear of death. Moreover, in this place, women, especially beautiful women, were easily sympathized with and used for learning. After downloading 2 Master Original Xiuxiu was now ranked among the top in the Dylan Theater of Operations. The competition continued. Almost the same as the previous few days, the competition in the 3rd Theater of Operations was still going on. It was fast and ended the fastest. At the end of the 3rd round, Lan Xuanyu tied with Su Yanma for first place in the 3rd Theater of Operations with 3 victories. First place. Although it was only 3 rounds, the situation couldn't be seen, and his previous opponents were weak. But many people already thought that in this group, their biggest competitors in the future would be them. Lan Xuanyu wasn't the only one who said that Bai Xiuxiu was lucky. The title of Goddess of Luck had already fallen on her. With 2 Dragon Knights, Lan Xuanyu's dragon power liquid was particularly replenished today. Once the competition was over, then, he rushed to assist his companions in their cultivation. In 2 days, all the members of Wings of the 33 Celestial Wings had gathered at Master Shu's place. Those who had already cultivated yesterday continued to consolidate their foundations today, while those who had yet to undergo body tempering attempted it for the first time. After helping his companions cultivate for a round, Lan Xuanyu returned to cultivate on his own. The first round of the Dragon Rise competition went very smoothly. Bai Xiuxiu won the 4th round without a fight. For Lan Xuanyu, the real challenge would only begin in the 4th round. After that, he would have to face the strongest of the upper dragon race. Bai Xiuxiu's situation was better than Lan Xuanyu's. She would definitely win 3 out of the first 4 rounds and lose 1. Her last opponent was Lan Xuanyu. If Lan Xuanyu's first round went well, he would go easy on her in the last round. That would make it 4 wins and 1 loss. She only needed to win 2 more matches, and she would be in the top 3. If they were online, they would have a great chance. The document announcement round began under such circumstances. After the first round, the Zither enemy was completely forgiven. It was only when the 4th round was about to begin that Dragon Knight 2 didn't appear. Just like the 2nd round, the 4th round was only watched by the major clans and the higher-ups of the dragon race from the major cities. He couldn't replenish enough dragon aura today. Huang Yuanlang still lost to his opponent in the 3rd round. Currently, he had 1 win and 2 losses. Double 261. He looked at him. The competition had been going on for several days. Lan Xuanyu naturally recognized this young man who appeared in front of him at this moment. The person in front of him was the opponent he was about to face. "Hello," Lan Xuanyu said indifferently. As he spoke, he sized up the young man in front of him. This young man belonged to the 3rd battle zone. He was the unremarkable type. His appearance was ordinary, and he looked simple and honest. His figure was slightly plump, and he grinned with a smile. He always gave people an honest feeling. Because Lan Xuanyu was anxious to absorb dragon aura every day, he didn't deliberately observe the others. The competition. He only knew that this guy called Tang Yanxian in front of him had won 2 out of the previous 3 rounds. The loss, was to Su Yanma. And in the information given by Huang Yuanlang, this unremarkable little fatty was very valuable. His opponent, Xiaoda, was born in the dragon race and had a bit of marriage with the royal family of Fenglong City. Apart from Zooming, there was another family of the dragon race that specialized in the earth element. Of course, the strength of his family couldn't be compared. It was definitely not something that the royal family could compare to. In the family, Tang Yanxian wasn't the eldest son of the first wife. He and his elder brother came together to compete. His elder brother was in another battle zone, and he was also a favorite to win this competition. The door contestant. "Please be merciful. I'm also a little scared," Tang Yanxian said to Lan Xuanyu with a smile. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and ignored him, looking grave and stern. Tang Yanxian was snubbed. He rubbed his nose and stood beside Lan Xuanyu. Soon, everyone arrived, and the god-level dragon race expert presided over the competition. Walking into the 3rd battle zone, Lan Xuanyu stared at the opponent in front of him. Tang Yanxian still had a smile on his face. He didn't seem to be too worried about anything. The competition begins. With the referee's command, the 4th round of the Dragon Rising competition officially began. Due to the performance of the previous few matches, Lan Xuanyu naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Apart from his competitors in the other battle zones, the rest of the competitors all looked over. Zhang Liang Ruixiao wasn't competing at the moment. He was standing beside Qi Tenryu and chuckled. Lan met Tang Yanxian. "Yanxian, this fatty, hee, interesting. I don't know if her attack method can break through the fatty's hard shell. This fatty is really hard to deal with." Qi Tenryu didn't say anything. In the previous 3 rounds, he had also won all 3 matches, maintaining his position in the group. His ranking. In today's match, he paid more attention to Lan's performance. From Qi Tenryu's point of view, although Lan had also won all 3 matches, the opponents she faced were weaker and weaker. There was even a coward who was scared to the point of admitting defeat. From this match onwards, she could be considered to be facing a true expert in the dragon race. This competition was the only way to see her true strength. Using these days, everyone was studying their opponents. Naturally, they gathered more and more information about Lan. The medicine that carried Ji's strength. Her strength. Source. The more she fought. She was an elite in the upper dragon race. Her spear skills were magnificent and effective. Her bloodline would bring enough pressure to the opponent. She was very good at using powerful bloodlines. Although she was a female, she was known for her strength. These were the abilities that Lan had shown in the previous matches. As for what other abilities Lan might have, they would have to find out through more matches. In the third battle zone, Tang Yanxuan's eyes suddenly lit up with the sound of match start. Around his body, yellow flames rose like flames, and the air instantly had a heavy feeling. Zhou Yiqing didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. He only had 1 life, and a dragon could only live once. Compared to the one who died yesterday, he was already very lucky. At most, he would be dormant for a while. The rank of the upper dragon race wouldn't change, and he could still live a very comfortable life. Different dragons had different thoughts. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but feel a little stunned after discovering Zhou Yiqing's thoughts. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but send a message to Bai Xiuxiu, "Why do I feel that the god of luck has always been on your side?" Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, her opponent for tomorrow was gone again. She was also very helpless. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? She almost didn't spend any effort, and she already won 3 matches and lost 1. Although she also admitted defeat in 1 match, no one would think that she admitted defeat because she was afraid. After all, her opponent was different. Because of her tactics, she didn't admit defeat because of her opponent's momentum, which was completely different from Zhou Yiqing's admission of defeat. What tactics did Zhou Yiqing have? He had already lost the first 2 matches, and he was just throwing everything away. He surrendered completely out of fear of death. Moreover, here, women, especially beautiful women, were easy to sympathize with. Bai Xiuxiu was now ranked among the top in the third battle zone. The competition continued. Almost the same as the previous few days, the third battle zone's competition was still the fastest to start and end. Third, Xing and Yan were tied for third place with complete characters. However, only 3 matches had been played, and the situation couldn't be seen. Moreover, his previous opponents were all weak, but many people already thought that in this group, they would be his biggest competitors in the future. Lan Xuanyu wasn't the only one who thought that Bai Xiuxiu was lucky. The title of Goddess of Luck had already fallen on her. With the 2 dragon knights, Lan Xuanyu's dragon power liquid was especially replenished. As soon as the competition ended, he rushed to help his companions cultivate. In 2 days, all the members of Wings of the 33 Heavens had gathered at Master Shu's place. Those who had already cultivated yesterday continued to consolidate today, and those who hadn't tried body tempering for the first time. After helping his companions cultivate for a round, Lan Xuanyu returned to cultivate on his own. The first 3 rounds of the Dragon Rise competition's round-robin stage were undoubtedly very smooth. Bai Xiuxiu was still able to win without a fight in the 4th round. For Lan Xuanyu, the real challenge only began in the 4th round. After that, he would be facing all the strong people in the upper dragon race. Bai Xiuxiu's situation was slightly better than Lan Xuanyu's. She would definitely win 3 and lose 1 in the first 4 rounds, and her last opponent would be Lan Xuanyu. If Lan Xuanyu's first round went smoothly, and he went easy on her in the last round, then she would have won 4 and lost 1. She only needed to win 2 more rounds, and her previous record of being in the top 3 would have a great chance of qualifying. The 4th round of the competition began under such circumstances. What made Lan Xuanyu feel somewhat helpless was that the Dragon Knight still hadn't appeared even when the 4th round was about to begin. Just like the 2nd round, the 4th round was only watched by the various large families and the higher-ups of the dragon race from the various large cities. He couldn't replenish enough dragon energy today. Yuan still lost to his opponent in the third round. The day before, he had won 1 and lost 2. His results weren't good, and he didn't have much energy left. Huang Daoqi didn't have much hope for his son to begin with, so he didn't scold him. However, he only told him to take care of the logistics for Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. On the Rising Dragon platform, the fourth round of the competition was about to begin. Lan Xuanyu stood where he was, looking down at the ground beneath his feet. He pondered. Without the Dragon Knights, he wouldn't be able to replenish enough dragon energy. If he wanted to continue helping his friends cultivate, he would have to rely on the Dragon Pillar. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough energy. How could he get feedback from the Dragon Pillar during the battle? Just as he was grinding, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Hello, Princess Jinlong." Lan Xuanyu looked up instinctively. A young man was standing not far away from him, looking at him with a smile. The competition had been going on for a few days. Of course, Lan Xuanyu recognized this young man. Now, the person in front of him was the opponent he was about to face. "Hello," Lan Xuanyu said calmly. As he spoke, he sized up the young man in front of him. This young man was one of the most inconspicuous people in the 3rd district. He looked ordinary, honest, and slightly plump. When he smiled, he gave off an honest vibe. As Lan Xuanyu was in a rush to absorb dragon energy every day, he didn't pay attention to other people's competitions. He only knew that this guy called Tang Yanxian had 2 wins and 2 losses in the previous 3 rounds. The one he lost was to Su Yanma. According to the information provided by Huang Yuanlang, this inconspicuous little fatty was very valuable. He had to pay attention to his opponent. He was born into a dragon race family and was related to the royal family of Fenglong City by marriage. Other than the royal family, they were the other dragon race family that specialized in the earth element. Of course, the power of his family was definitely not something the royal family could compare to. In the family, Tang Yanxian was not the eldest son. "Please have mercy. I'm a little scared too," Tang Yanxian said to Lan Xuanyu with a smile. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and ignored him with a cold look on his face. Tang Yanxian was ignored. He rubbed his nose and stood beside Lan Xuanyu. Soon, everyone arrived. The God-tier dragon race elite would host the competition. After leaving the 3rd district, Lan Xuanyu stared at the opponent in front of him. Tang Yanxian still had a smile on his face, as if he wasn't too worried. Let the competition begin. Following the judge's command, the 4th round of the Dragon Rising competition officially began. Due to his performance in the previous few rounds, Lan Xuanyu naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Other than the competitors from the other districts, the rest of the competitors all looked over. Zhang Liang Ruixiao wasn't competing. He stood beside Qi Tenryu and said with a smile, "Blue met this fatty Tang Yanxian. Hee, interesting. I wonder if her attacks can break through this fatty's hard shell. This fatty is really hard to deal with." Qi Tenryu didn't say anything. In the previous 3 rounds, he also won all 3 rounds and maintained his first place in his group. In today's round, he was also paying attention to Blue's performance. In Qi Tianlong's opinion, although Lan had also won all 3 of the previous matches, the opponents she faced were relatively weak, and there was even a coward who was scared to admit defeat. From this round onwards, she would be considered a true elite of the dragon race. Only in this kind of competition could he truly see her strength and whether she was qualified to be his competitor. These days, everyone was studying their opponents. Naturally, they gathered more and more information about Blue, especially her fighting style. She was an elite of the upper dragon race. Her spear skills were beautiful and effective. Her bloodline gave her opponents a strong sense of pressure. She was very good at using powerful bloodlines. Although she was female, she was known for her strength. These were the abilities that Blue had shown in the previous rounds. As for what other abilities Blue might have, they would have to find out through more rounds. Lan Xuanyu was also proficient in earth element control. He could clearly sense that the earth element in the air was rapidly gathering around Tang Yanxian. It was as if an earth element core had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, guiding all of the earth element. Although Lan Xuanyu couldn't reveal his proficiency in earth element control in front of so many divine-tier dragon race powerhouses, he could still clearly sense his opponent's control. He could clearly sense that his opponent's control of the earth element was inferior to his. One had to realize that this was the earth element control ability bestowed upon him by the Silver Dragon King bloodline. It was clear to see just how deep this fatty's foundation in earth element control was. The rising yellow flames were emitted by the fiercely burning earth element, and these burning earth elements were even ascending to another level. This was a very strange transformation, and Lan Xuanyu felt as if his horizons had been broadened. So it was possible to control the earth element like this. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he released his Mountain Dragon King Divine Dragon armor and held his dragon spear as he silently watched Tang Yanxian control the earth element. Tang Yanxian was a little surprised that Lan Xuanyu didn't take the initiative to attack. From the previous 2 matches, Lan Xuanyu's attacks were extremely powerful, and he would often launch fierce attacks from the start. Today, Lan Xuanyu seemed to have changed. Or was he really going to go easy on him? As the yellow flames rose around Tang Yanxuan's body, an earthy yellow divine dragon armor also covered his entire body. He didn't use his dragon spear. Instead, a warhammer appeared in his hand. The warhammer's head was massive, but the handle wasn't long. It also burned with yellow flames. In the next instant, Tang Yanxian took the initiative to attack. He abruptly took a step forward with his left foot. This step wasn't very large, only 1 meter long, but the instant his foot touched the ground, the yellow flames on his body suddenly magnified by dozens of times. Boom, a violent explosion rang out, and the ground of the 3rd battle zone trembled violently. Yellow flames rose, and a terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the entire battle zone. The shockwave came crashing down, and there was no way to dodge. The immense pressure made it difficult for Lan Xuanyu to breathe. Tang Yanxuan's body took advantage of the momentum, and like a huge yellow meteor, he rushed straight towards Lan Xuanyu, a dazzling flame trailing behind him. Lan Xuanyu finally moved. Similarly, he took a step forward. Facing the powerful shockwave coming from the front, the dragon spear in his hand pointed forward, and suddenly pierced out. Golden light rose into the air as dragon roars resounded from his limbs and bones. His bloodline vortex spun violently. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with his surroundings. Pooh! The shockwave was pierced through in an instant, flowing past his body and hitting the light curtain behind him, causing ripples of light to appear. In the next moment, Tang Yanxuan's warhammer arrived. His body, which was clad in divine dragon armor, fiercely collided with the tip of Lan Xuanyu's spear. The timing of this attack was perfect. It just so happened that Lan Xuanyu had just used up his strength and had yet to recover his strength. However, after Lan Xuanyu's spear pierced out, the dragon scales on his body became as shiny as a mirror. The golden halo under his feet spread out, starting from his back. In a flash, it spread through his entire body, and finally converged on the dragon spear in his hand. The moment the tip of the spear and the warhammer collided, a clang-clang sound was heard. Immediately after, a crisp dang sound was heard, and the scene seemed to be frozen at this moment. Tang Yanxuan's body strangely stopped in the air. His warhammer and the dragon spear in Lan Xuanyu's hands collided. One of them was on the ground, his long hair fluttering, while the other was in the air, flickering with light flames. In the next moment, with a pu sound, the yellow flames on Tang Yanxuan's body exploded. Without warning, turning into specks of light in the air and scattering in all directions. He suddenly did a backflip, leaving behind a trail of light in the air. A large area of light flames. Lan Xuanyu remained standing on the spot, just like before. However, the golden light around his body had clearly dimmed slightly. However, this pause only lasted for an instant. In the next instant, his dragon spear trembled once again, and countless streaks of golden light erupted forth. He unleashed his fury of the masses, hurtling directly toward his opponent. At this moment, Tang Yanxian was cursing internally. He had indeed unleashed all of his power in that attack, but in the instant that he clashed with the sharp tip of the spear, he felt as if his warhammer had crashed into an insurmountable metal wall. His opponent didn't even take a single step back. Lan Xuanyu was astonished by his control over the earth elements, while he was astonished by Lan Xuanyu's strength. In terms of strength, there was no way that he could contend with his opponent. In the next instant, the terrifying shockwaves that erupted from the spear had Tang Yanxian completely stunned. He finally understood how Lin Zexuan had been defeated and how Xiaoxiu had died. Those terrifying shockwaves were imbued with the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it was as if they were threatening to shatter even his soul. Those shockwaves definitely weren't imbued with pure power. This was the first thing that he came to this conclusion. His opponent's shockwaves broke through the earth elements in his body, layer by layer, and began to spread toward his body. At this moment, Tang Yanxian displayed the power of a superior dragon race expert. As the dragon god's quake was being transmitted through his warhammer, he didn't hesitate to explode the earth elements that he had condensed. The explosion of light and flames wasn't caused by Lan Xuanyu. Instead, it was Tang Yanxian who had initiated it. The dragon god's quake passed through the dragon spear and traveled along the warhammer, heading straight for Tang Yanxuan's internal organs. However, under Tang Yanxuan's deliberate guidance, the earth elements that had exploded relied on their layers of defenses to divert most of the shockwaves outward, resulting in the explosion of light and flames. Even so, he still wasn't able to neutralize all of the power of the dragon god's quake. As his body flipped over, Tang Yanxian frantically absorbed earth elements and continued to set up layers of defenses, trying his best to divert the shockwaves outward. This was why he was in such a sorry state. However, he still managed to block it in the end. Compared to Xiaoxiu and Lin Zexuan, his strength was clearly on a higher level. Lan Xuanyu wasn't feeling too good either. The impact of his opponent's previous attack was extremely strong, and he had used almost all of his strength in Jinlong's king state. Using Jinlong's tyrant body to convert part of the opponent's impact into his own strength, using Jinlong's berserk domain to raise his soul power to the extreme, and using his entire body to guide the god quake, he hoped to defeat his opponent directly with this attack. An earth element controller must be good at defense, there was no doubt about that. Searching the book-seeking pavilion, the best way for him to break the opponent's defense was to use a powerful attack. However, his opponent's defense was stronger than he had imagined. The defensive power of the yellow flames was far beyond earth walls, earth shields, and the like. The layers of defenses constantly filtered and diverted the dragon god's quake. When the yellow flames exploded, the shockwave of the dragon god's quake was immediately diverted outside of Tang Yanxuan's body, not exploding inside. After using dragon god's quake with all his strength, Lan Xuanyu wouldn't be able to use dragon god's quake again for a short period of time. Originally, this tyrannical ability was to damage the enemy by 1,000, but Lan Xuanyu's body's endurance was far beyond that of ordinary people, so he didn't hurt his foundation when using it. However, if he used it continuously, it would be hard to say. No matter how strong the body was, there was a limit. Dragon god's quake exploding inside his body was no joke. Therefore, after pausing for a moment, he stabbed out again. Although it looked very powerful, he didn't add dragon god's quake. Tang Yanxian waved the warhammer in his hand, turning it into layers of hammer shadows, like a turtle shell protecting in front of him. Dense, ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out, and dots of light constantly lit up on the hammer shadows. When the thousands of golden lights finally merged into one and pierced the warhammer, Tang Yanxuan's body was blown away like a cannonball, fiercely crashing into the third battle zone's light screen. When the spectators of the dragon race saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Tang Yanxuan's family had always been known for their defensive abilities, known as the Wall of the Dragon race. With such a strong defensive ability, he was actually sent flying by the opponent's attack. What kind of overbearing attack was this? Tang Yanxuan's hand holding the warhammer was now trembling. As his body bounced back, the flames rose again. But his face was clearly a little pale. Lan Xuanyu didn't chase after him. The dragon spear in his hand pointed to the ground, slender spear on his back, and walked towards the opponent step by step. With every step, the dragon roar on his body became louder, and the golden light behind him became more and more solid. Just like when he faced that coward that day, his aura began to surge. Tang Yanxian now somewhat understood why that person took the initiative to admit defeat that day. The aura of this Lan in front of him was really too terrifying. Every dragon roar seemed to resound in his heart. It suppressed his bloodline and fluctuated unstably. The feedback was that the yellow flames on his body were trembling. With every step, his aura grew stronger. Especially when he saw Lan Xuanyu's eyes gradually turn red and his pupils vertical, that kind of fear made him somewhat unable to control himself. If Lan Xuanyu released this kind of aura from the beginning, Tang Yanxian could still resist, but he had just experienced the full power of the god-destroying quake, and his body was still trembling. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he didn't know if he could block the next attack. Especially in a situation where the opponent's aura had accumulated to such a terrifying degree, the next attack would definitely be thunderous. Some of the top powerhouses who were watching the battle with relaxed expressions finally had a serious look on their faces. If Lin Zishuan and Xiaoxiu were only in the middle dragon race, it wasn't surprising that they lost. But Tang Yanxian was in the upper dragon race, and an upper dragon race that was extremely good at defense. Looking at the situation in front of them, Tang Yanxuan's situation wasn't too good. Those familiar with him knew that his yellow earth elemental flames were a combination of attack and defense, and was the foundation of his battle strength. One attack, just one attack, and it exploded. This was the reason why he had no choice but to use such a method to neutralize the opponent's attack. This was the only word that could be used to describe Lan Xuanyu's attack. Tang Yanxian used his own situation as an example to tell everyone how strong Indigo's attack was. A head-on clash was an unwise thing to do. The dragon spear pointed diagonally at the ground was slowly raised, and all of the dragon roars suddenly disappeared. Lan Xuanyu's vertical pupils stared at Tang Yanxian. When he was 30 meters away from Tang Yanxian, he suddenly launched a charge. I admit defeat. At this moment, Tang Yanxian raised his warhammer without hesitation. He saw the vibrations. He saw the vibrations on Lan Xuanyu's spear tip. He didn't want to experience the death shock again. There were still matches after this, and his previous matches had been quite smooth. He didn't want to be heavily injured by his opponent in this match and affect his future matches. Lan Xuanyu retracted his spear in midair, and only stopped when he was 1 meter away from Tang Yanxian. A biting cold wind blew against Tang Yanxuan's body. That blazing bloodline aura was like a flame, oppressing and burning Tang Yanxuan's aura. The bloodline fluctuations in his body were suppressed to the extreme. At such a close distance, Tang Yanxian suddenly felt that the person in front of him was not beautiful at all when he saw those blood-red eyes filled with a fierce aura. The little bit of anticipation in his heart had long since disappeared. If you dare to defeat Xiaoxiu, I will definitely kill you. A soft voice sounded in his ear, causing Tang Yanxian to shiver. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu had already walked past him, and walked out of the arena. Indigo wins. He also admitted defeat, but today, no one laughed at Tang Yanxian. He admitted defeat after going all out for a single blow. Tang Yanxian was best at defense and strength. That's right, he was also good at strength. As a controller of the earth element, he had an extraordinary talent in the earth element. In terms of talent, he wasn't inferior to his older brother, just that he hadn't cultivated for as long as his older brother. However, he was practically crushed by his opponent in the areas he was best at. If he continued to fight, defeat was inevitable. Moreover, looking at Indigo's stance, who dared to say that she didn't know how to kill? After all, she was someone with a criminal record. The dragon spear in her hand let out an ear-piercing screech, as if it was dragging in the hearts of the other participants in the dragon race. In this battle, Indigo used her incomparable strength to prove to everyone that she was definitely a strong contender for the crown of the Dragon Rising competition. She won 4 out of 4 battles, and all of them were quick victories. Tang Yanxuan's choice was correct. He wasn't good at speed, and couldn't dodge his opponent's attack. Strength and defense couldn't block the god-destroying quake, and it would be worse if he didn't admit defeat. Lan Xuanyu walked out of the arena and came to the side of Bai Xiaoxiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and also sat down cross-legged. In reality, what Tang Yanxian didn't know was that Lan Xuanyu's previous accumulation of aura was real, but the vibrating dragon spear in his hand was fake. That was a vibration produced by relying on soul power, and not the god-destroying quake. The god-destroying quake was most lethal when released in the instant of collision with the opponent. If it was released in advance, if there was no collision, wouldn't it only hurt oneself? Moreover, in such a short time, Lan Xuanyu hadn't been able to completely recover. If he forcefully used the god-destroying quake, it was very likely that he would injure himself. Therefore, Tang Yanxian was scared into losing. However, after this battle, Lan Xuanyu also deeply experienced his current strength. His cultivation increased day by day, allowing him to finally gain a foothold in the younger generation of the dragon race, and become one of the strongest. The benefits of tempering his body with dragon power were constantly showing, and the speed of his tempering was also increasing. During the battle just now, he tried to inject dragon power into the ground, hoping to get feedback from the dragon pillar, but he didn't get anything. Obviously, if he wanted to rely on the dragon aura he absorbed from the rising dragon arena to cultivate, it would no longer be enough to support his teammates in their cultivation. However, Lan Xuanyu still had his own backup plan. Bai Xiuxiu didn't have to fight this round again, and won without a fight, with 3 wins and 1 loss. In terms of results, he was still better than Tang Yanxian. Huang Yuanlang's luck was not bad today, as he met a weaker opponent in his group. After a tough fight for 15 minutes, he barely won. 2 wins and 2 losses, and his mood was obviously better. Lan Xuanyu didn't pay much attention to the other rounds of the competition. Winning the competition was one thing, but absorbing dragon aura to cultivate was more important. After the 4th round of the competition ended, the situation of each group started to become clear. The contestants of each group who won all 4 rounds had already shown their strength. They were basically strong contenders for the finals in the future. Lan Xuanyu defeated Tang Yanxian and became a hot topic again. He proved himself with his strength. The number of people who liked him from various races rose again. After all, he was very restrained in these 2 rounds, stopping at the last moment and not hurting his opponent. He seemed to approve of the criticism given by the dragon race's higher-ups. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's results also made Huang Daoqi very excited, and he asked Huang Yuanlang to send a box of dragon marrow as an encouragement. This made Huang Yuanlang very jealous. That was dragon marrow. Dragon marrow was very helpful to Lan Xuanyu, but it wasn't particularly great. After all, his bloodline was special. However, it was very helpful to Bai Xiuxiu. Because his spiritual power wasn't strong enough, the dragon crystal wasn't that suitable for Bai Xiuxiu, but the dragon marrow was definitely a great supplement for her. Her martial soul mutated because she absorbed the demon queen as her spirit soul, and her bloodline wasn't the pure bloodline of the dragon race. And the dragon marrow was helping her purify this process. Bone marrow and bloodline were the most related things. Bone marrow made blood, and with the nourishment of the dragon marrow, Bai Xiuxiu's physical fitness improved day by day, and her cultivation speed was also very fast. This made Lan Xuanyu very envious. Today was the first day of the college entrance examination. Don't be nervous, do your best, everything will go smoothly. Bai Xiuxiu's initial body tempering was almost completed with the help of the dragon marrow. Once the body tempering was successful, with the help of the dragon marrow, she would soon enter the marrow tempering stage. According to her current cultivation speed, once she completed the marrow tempering, Bai Xiuxiu's cultivation would even evolve to the level of a transcendent Douluo. Such a cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu deliberately left all the dragon marrow to Bai Xiuxiu and only used the dragon power liquid to cultivate. The effect was also very good. As for his own marrow tempering, the effect of the dragon marrow was ordinary. In the future, he would probably have to rely on his god annihilating lightning to supplement the dragon power recovery. The amount of dragon power required was still an astronomical figure. However, even so, Lan Xuanyu was already very satisfied with his current cultivation speed. With the help of the dragon power body tempering, the effect of the dragon god's bloodline was excellent. The biggest benefit was that the problem of the Jinlong King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines repelling each other had basically been solved. As long as he completed the initial body tempering, he could be considered to have awakened the dragon god's bloodline. In the future, he would continue to strengthen. Lan Xuanyu had a feeling that if he wanted to complete the initial body tempering, it would probably depend on the opportunity he obtained on his trip to the dragon world. Therefore, he was more and more eager to go to the dragon world. After the 4th round, Lan Xuanyu took the dragon marrow from Huang Yuanlang and returned to his room with Bai Xiuxiu again. Go into closed-door cultivation. Take off your clothes, Xiuxiu. He. Lan Xuanyu closed the door and his eyes drifted over Bai Xiuxiu's body with some bad intentions. Bai Xiuxiu blushed. Don't say it so flirtatiously, you're really a bad person. Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, how did I say it so flirtatiously? Don't you have to take off your clothes to cultivate? I can rub the dragon marrow on you. Humph. Bai Xiuxiu went to the bathroom to change her clothes. She was still wearing her shirt inside out. With the help of abundant dragon power and dragon marrow, even she was shocked by her own cultivation speed. Actually, she didn't want to have a Bai. His cultivation base was increasing, but he also needed to temper himself to master the increased cultivation base. On the contrary, she was now very eager to have a carefree and unrestrained battle, so that she could speed up the integration of her improved cultivation. Lan Xuanyu helped Bai Xiuxiu apply the dragon marrow and guided her into a state of cultivation. Only then did he quietly teleport away. By the time he appeared at the residence of his companions in the Rising Dragon City, everyone was already waiting for his arrival. Everyone looked at Lan Xuanyu with the same fervent gaze. It couldn't be helped. The effects of the dragon energy tempering the body were becoming more and more obvious as time passed. The strengthening of their physique, the strengthening of their bloodline, and the abundant life force allowed their cultivation speed to soar. Lan Xuanyu spread out his hands and said, Tenryu's qi is a little lacking today. I'm afraid I can only barely help you temper your bodies. I'll go and inform Master Shu. Yuga, have you brought the things? Tang. Yuga nodded and said, Liang Pu collected a few through many channels. After comparing them, we chose a few that were present. After sorting them out, we made a list for you. As she spoke, she took out a small booklet and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu opened the booklet and flipped through it. He nodded and said, in the future, our cultivation resources will come from here. Today, we'll stop tempering our bodies. Let's go find our first target immediately. Let's see what we've gained. As he spoke, his hand landed on the booklet. What appeared on the booklet was a table. Each row of the table had a name and a simple introduction. Lan Xuanyu started searching for this information after he set up a contract to kill only the scum of the dragon race. They had been on Tenryu's star for quite some time and were becoming more and more familiar with this planet. Through Liang Pu's identity as a businessman on the surface, they obtained more information and information. These were all gathered, collected, and organized by Tang Yuga and the other four. In the future, they would return to the fleet and hand it over to the Federation. While collecting information, they discovered that there was a mysterious organization on Tenryu's star. This mysterious organization was called the Anti-Dragon Race Alliance. That's right, it was the Anti-Dragon Race Alliance. No one knew who started it and who established it. It was extremely mysterious. This organization would release lists from time to time, listing some of the dragon race's misdeeds one by one. This made many members of the dragon race angry out of humiliation, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. Obviously, this was because the dragon race had a high social status and strength on Tenryu's star. Someone had set up such an organization. The Tenryu Star officials had long declared this organization a rebel organization and sent out a lot of forces to search and kill them. But they still didn't find anything. This organization was very strict. Every time they announced the list, they used a different method. There was no trace of them. Even a transcendent powerhouse couldn't do anything to such an organization. In the end, they could only destroy the list. However, since the list was out, it naturally spread in private. There were many people who hated the dragon race. They were jealous of the dragon race's strength and the dragon race's privileges. Where there was suppression, there would be resistance. This was inevitable. This was the case in any period. Of course, this organization was deliberately controlled by the officials and wasn't very famous. But many of the higher-ups knew. When Lan Xuanyu learned of the existence of this organization, he was immediately interested because he finally found a scapegoat. He deliberately asked Liang Pu to collect the list announced by the Anti-Dragon Race Alliance and compile it. The list announced by the Anti-Dragon Race Alliance was full of dragon race members who had committed heinous crimes. Bullying the weak was the most common situation, and robbing was not uncommon. The dragon race had always looked down on the weaker races, especially on the Tenryu star. The most important reason why so many races from the Tenryu star system gathered on the Tenryu star system was that the life energy on the planet was too rich and suitable for survival. The resources were so rich that it was almost inexhaustible, which made the people of other planets scramble for it. And for the Tenryu star, the dragon race was treated as exclusive property. Therefore, the higher-ups of the dragon race turned a blind eye to the dragon race's robbing. Even if they bullied the weak, they would at most be reprimanded, and the biggest punishment was no more than a fine. This was the privilege of the dragon race. The anti-dragon race alliance was quite popular among the ordinary people. It was a channel for them to vent their dissatisfaction. It was even supported by many of the weaker races. The list in Lan Xuanyu's hands was filtered by Tang Yuga and the others. Those who were kept were all dragon race members who had committed heinous crimes. Lan Xuanyu had no psychological pressure to make a move on such dragon race members. Tang Yuga took the book and said, "Currently, we can determine that there are 3 targets that we can make a move on. They are all in their own cities. They are slightly further away from the Rising Dragon City. 2 of them are lower dragon race members, and 1 of them is middle dragon race members. The sources are reliable." Other than cultivation, they were now in charge of collecting these information. Although they could not teleport through space like Lan Xuanyu, through some modern methods and various judgments, they could find out. For example, if a certain dragon race member had committed a crime and appeared in the news, it would be recorded wherever it was. Lan Xuanyu said, "Then make a move on all 3 of them. Let's go." Stepping into the teleportation array, the next moment, the 6 of them were teleported away. 2 hours later, Lan Xuanyu sent the other 5 back. First, he helped them guide the power of the bloodline to temper their bodies. Then, he teleported to Master Shu's side to help his companions temper their bodies. 2 lower, middle. With the 6 of them working together, there was no other possibility. The reason why they dared to kill so many of them at once was because Lan Xuanyu could now condense dragon power liquid. He could store all the absorbed energy. With that list, Lan Xuanyu's hunting method was the same as before. However, the dragon race that disappeared in the future would be the ones on the list announced by the Anti-Dragon Race Alliance. Naturally, the Anti-Dragon Race Alliance would take the blame for this. When Lan Xuanyu hunted, he completely abandoned the fighting style of the Jinlong bloodline and used the fighting style of the Silver Dragon King bloodline to hide his identity. Even if the opponent escaped, they wouldn't connect it to him. Now, Lan Xuanyu's Ring of Destiny had accumulated 6 dragon corpses. He would give a portion of these dragon corpses to the Federation for research, and bring the rest back to the Shrek Academy. These were good materials for building ecological battleships. After the Dragon Rising tournament, whether he could go to the Dragon Realm or not, he had to return and bring back the spoils. Most importantly, he had to prove to the Academy that the life energy on the Tenryu star could be replenished by the Eternal Tree. Thus, he would receive more support from the Academy and the Tangmen. He had always been thinking about the taboo weapons of the Tangmen. There were many weapons of mass destruction. Although he didn't know what they were used for, their destructive power was definitely extraordinary. After the last war, the relationship between the Dragon Horse Galaxy and the Douluo Federation had returned to normal. The Douluo Federation's fleet withdrew from the periphery of the Dragon Horse Galaxy and continued to set up defenses in space. The Federation could be said to have made a lot of money from this war, but they wouldn't take any action for the time being. Especially after Lan Xuanyu sent back the news of the 18 Dragon Knights, it was enough for the Federation to take a closer look at the overall strength of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. From the current situation, Lan Xuanyu believed that the 18 Dragon Knights were very likely to be transcendent gods. This was a very terrifying number. If the Dragon Horse Galaxy really fell out, the Federation might be able to rely on their powerful space fleet to destroy the Tenryu star and Tianma star. However, all the planets of the Federation definitely couldn't withstand the revenge of the Dragon Knights. It would only be a lose-lose situation. In terms of individual strength, the difference between the two was still too great. The main reason was that the Douluo Federation didn't have planets like the Tenryu star and Tianma star that had such a high level of life. War would happen sooner or later in the future, but it would be under the premise of ample preparation. However, from Lan Xuanyu's current observations of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, It would take some time for the Tenryu star and Tianma star to catch up to the Douluo Federation in terms of technology. This had a lot to do with the ruling class. The dragon race itself was powerful, but it was also because of this that they were overly confident in their own strength. Although the emphasis on technology was increasing, it was still far from being comparable to the Douluo Federation. They had a lot of resources but didn't know how to use them. At the same time, the Tenryu and Tianma were suppressing the other races in the galaxy. They would never allow an existence stronger than their own race to appear. This was also the main reason why the technological progress of the Dragon Horse Galaxy was so slow. On the surface, the Dragon Horse Galaxy seemed to be led by the Tenryu and Tianma. However, they weren't unified like the Douluo Federation. They only had one voice. The Dragon Horse Galaxy was too vast. There were countless races, and there were many planets that could contain life. However, the number of direct descendants of the Tenryu and Tianma was far from enough. They couldn't unify the entire galaxy. Although the other races listened to them, they weren't completely united. This led to the current situation of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Therefore, the Douluo Federation's current method of targeting the Dragon Horse Galaxy was to slowly cut the meat with a blunt knife. As long as the number of fleets in the Dragon Horse Galaxy wasn't too large, the Federation could at least maintain a certain level of suppression. On the other hand, the Douluo Federation's technological progress was leaps and bounds. In addition, they were constantly accumulating resources. In the future, when the Douluo Federation's administrative planets were able to withstand the surprise attacks of transcendent god-rank experts and had a sufficiently powerful fleet, there was a possibility that the Dragon Horse Galaxy would fall into the hands of the Douluo Federation. However, the Douluo Federation also had its own problems. They were overly reliant on warships, and their individual strength wasn't strong enough. Previously, the Dragon Origin Crystal plan of the Tenryu Star's first seed almost overturned the Douluo Federation. Once the Dragon Origin Crystals were detonated on all the warships, the Douluo Federation would lose a large portion of their fleet's strength. There was no doubt that the Dragon Horse Galaxy would instantly devour the Douluo Federation. Therefore, neither side dared to act rashly. Small skirmishes were normal, but an all-out war was impossible in a short period of time. Lan Xuanyu knew that the matter of hunting the dragon race would be exposed soon. This was because the overall number of dragon race members was there. If the registered dragon race members didn't appear for a long time, they would definitely be discovered. Especially now that they had hunted 6 lower and middle dragon race members. Through absorbing and filtering, Lan Xuanyu discovered that the dragon power brought by the middle and lower dragon race was enough to help his teammates cultivate, but the accumulation of dragon power liquid was still too little for him. This meant that in the near future, his hands would definitely reach out to the upper dragon race. At that time, they would be in danger. Of course, this wouldn't happen for the time being. He still had the dragon crystal. Even without the dragon power liquid, the dragon crystal was enough to help him cultivate. However, the number of dragon crystals was limited, and if he didn't want to waste them during the cultivation process, he had to cultivate together with his spiritual power. The divine sense contained in the dragon realm was extremely domineering. Every time he used his divine sense to stimulate his spiritual power, he needed time to recover. Therefore, if he didn't want to waste the dragon crystal, he couldn't keep using it as a reservoir of dragon power. The need for dragon power was still quite urgent. When Lan Xuanyu returned to Bai Xiuxiu's side, night had already fallen. The moment he returned, Bai Xiuxiu woke up from her meditation. "Why were you gone for so long today?" Bai Xiuxiu asked with some concern. Lan Xuanyu said, "We made our move today." He took out the list and handed it to Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu frowned slightly and said, "Isn't this a little too rushed? We still have enough cultivation resources now." Lan Xuanyu said, "Now is the right time. All the attention of the dragon race is on the rising dragon competition. Even the dragon race that isn't participating is the same. Most of the god-tier dragon race powerhouses are also in the rising dragon city. This is the best time to make our move. Moreover, everyone is undergoing body tempering cultivation now, so they need a lot of energy." Bai Xiuxiu said seriously, "Xianyu, I'll say it again. You've already done a lot for everyone. We don't want you to take risks for everyone's cultivation. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said, I'm helping everyone cultivate, not just for them, but also for my own plans. In the future, the Federation wants to own the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, especially the Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star without shedding a drop of blood. Who knows, they might even fall into our hands. Bai Xiuxiu's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed with a clear light. If one day, all of the 33 wings of the heavens can become God tier, if one day, all of our plant-type powerhouses can become God tier. What kind of scene would that be, have you thought about it? At that time everything will be different. In addition, with the Federation's mechas and battle armors, as long as we can resist the Dragon Knights, then what will the Dragon Horse Galaxy use to resist the might of our Federation's fleet? Hearing his words, Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But, is that possible? Lan Xuanyu looked at her. In this short period of time, Master Shu told me that 2 of our plant-type soul beasts have already reached the peak, and can enter the ranks of God tier at any time. However, they have to wait until they return to the Eternal Tree to break through. If they break through here, it's easy to be detected by the dragon race, and become their target. The Dragon Rise competition had entered the 5th round of the round-robin stage. At this stage, the competition had already reached its climax. The intensity of the fights had clearly escalated. If they wanted to fight for the top 3 places, they had to go all out in this round. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch up. No matter how ingenious the tactics were before the competition, strength was the foundation of everything. The powerhouses in each group began to bare their fangs. Fight for victory with all their strength. Today, there were still no Dragon Knights who came to watch the competition. For the Dragon Knights, the round-robin stage was not enough for them to pay attention to. Only in the true finals would it be time for the geniuses who might become Dragon Knights in the future to appear. Those were the people they needed to pay attention to. In the 3rd battle zone, Lan Xuanyu was still the first to appear. His opponent today was very strong. In the same group, apart from Su Yanma, Huang Yuanlang was ranked as the 2nd powerhouse according to the data. He was also one of the most important stumbling blocks for them to advance. This person's current record was 3 wins and 1 loss, and he only lost to Su Yanma. Moreover, he chose to admit defeat halfway through the competition. It was clearly a strategic surrender, and he did not go all out against Su Yanma. Hu Hongyu, a 5-colored dragon, mysterious and powerful. He had a very strange ability, similar to the light attribute, but also a little different. According to Huang Yuanlang's data, his ability seemed to be a little like Tang Yuga's 5-element Qilin. However, because he relied on the strength of his dragon race body, his attributes should not be as good as Tang Yuga's. However, under the premise of matching his body, his battle strength was still extremely terrifying. Lan Xuanyu even felt that if Tang Yuga absorbed this person's life energy, would he be able to evolve without filtering? Moreover, Lan Xuanyu also saw this person's name on the Anti-Dragon Race Alliance's list. It could be said that this person in the future was originally on his list of must-kill. Hu Hongyu was a sturdy man, but his eyes were very small. There was a 5-colored scale between his eyebrows, showing that he was different from the rest. Before the match even started, his eyes were already fixed on Lan Xuanyu. His battle with Su Yanma was in the 2nd round. At that time, Lan Xuanyu had not fully revealed his strength. In this group, Hu Hongyu's goal for himself was to get 2nd place. The only match he had no confidence in was against Su Yanma. But he didn't expect that this Lan would appear out of nowhere and bring him such a big threat. They could not give up on today's battle. They had to go all out to win. As long as he could defeat Blue, he would almost certainly have a place in the top 3. In terms of talent, he was also very famous among the younger generation. Although his 5 attributes couldn't be independent, and had to be broken down and combined based on light, and had to complement each other in order to be effective, that was still an extremely rare talent in the dragon race. Hu Hongyu was born in the wild dragon race, and did not belong to any family. He was originally from the upper dragon race, and he had used all kinds of methods to plunder resources to cultivate, and that was how he had the strength he had today. What he had been waiting for was a good enough opportunity. As long as he could stand out in the Dragon Rising tournament, He would have the right to choose the strongest family to rely on, and get more resources to prepare for his future breakthrough to the god rank. If he could get enough resources, even if he couldn't become a dragon knight, he had a very good chance of becoming a dragon knight's mount. Therefore, it could be said that he was determined to win this Dragon Rising tournament. Lan Xuanyu acted as if he didn't feel Hu Hongyu's gaze. Everything went on as usual, and after he arrived, he began to absorb dragon energy to replenish himself. After yesterday's hunt, he increasingly felt that absorbing pure dragon energy was the most effective. The dragon energy released by a dragon knight was more than the dragon energy liquid he got from killing 10 lower dragon race dragons. Unfortunately, no dragon knight had come today. Would it come if he killed one more? However, with his previous record, it wouldn't be good for him to kill another dragon. Moreover, it would be a waste to kill this Hu Hongyu in the competition. If he hunted outside, he could leave it for Yuga. Perhaps it could help Yuga complete a breakthrough. Thinking of this, he slowly restrained his killing intent. Round-robin competition, 5th round. First group, Yan Guanjia against Zhang Zikai, Dongfang Yuanqing against Han Xiaoyu, Lan against Hu Hongyu. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and slowly walked toward the third battle zone. His long hair fluttered behind his head, and his cold demeanor still attracted the attention of many people. Hu Hongyu was not to be outdone. He followed closely behind and followed Lan Xuanyu into the third battle zone. The contestants of each group entered the arena and quietly waited for the first round of the competition to begin. Lan Xuanyu focused on his inner vision. To him, this competition was also very important. If he defeated Hu Hongyu, he would have won 5 out of 5 battles, and there would be no problem for him to enter the top 3. It also proved that other than Su Yanma, no one else was his match. He had to fight for first place. At the same time, if he could severely injure this guy in front of him, it would pave the way for Xiaoxiu to face him in the future. It would also be very beneficial for Bai Xiaoxiu's advancement. If he lost this match, it would very likely mean that between him and Bai Xiaoxiu, one of them would definitely be eliminated in the round-robin competition. This was definitely not what Lan Xuanyu wanted to see. He had already promised Bai Xiaoxiu that if he went to the Dragon World, he would definitely bring her along. Ever since they participated in the Dragon Rising competition, their improvement could be said to be rapid. There would definitely be more benefits in the finals. There would definitely be dragon knights coming to watch every match. At that time, they would be able to absorb more dragon energy and improve better. This Dragon Rising competition was an important accumulation process for Lan Xuanyu. It would pave the way for him to break through to the 7-ring level in the future. Once he accumulated enough, he would be able to break through to that brand new level. At that time, even if he was above the Tenryu star, he would have the ability to protect himself to a certain extent. He would protect himself and his companions. With the Mountain Dragon King's divine dragon armor, Lan Xuanyu's aura began to change. Opposite him, Hu Hongyu also put on the divine dragon armor. His divine dragon armor was light gold and exuded a rich light element aura. 5 elements with light as the main element? Sensing the faintly discernible 5-colored light, he carefully identified it. It was indeed wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. It was similar to the 5 elements. 5 elements dragon? No, it wasn't a pure 5 elements dragon. Should it be a colorful 5 elements dragon? With the light element as its foundation. If he wanted to win this match, it would probably not be as easy as the previous matches. Under the circumstances where he couldn't use the Silver Dragon King's ability, this would definitely be an important test for Lan Xuanyu. Let the match begin. Following the announcement of the referee, this important match finally began. A low dragon's roar almost instantly sounded throughout the entire venue, and all 10 matches were ignited at the same time. Lan Xuanyu took a step forward, and his body rose into the air. However, he didn't pounce toward his opponent. Instead, he flew straight up into the air. Light erupted from Hu Hongyu's body, and a 5-colored light rose up from below him like a wheel of light. He had initially thought that Lan Xuanyu would directly charge toward him and use his powerful strength to launch an attack. Hu Hongyu had also made ample preparations for this match. He knew that in terms of strength, he was definitely no match for Lan. If he wanted to defeat Lan, he definitely couldn't meet force with force. Instead, he had to rely on his advantage and attributes to wear down Lan's sharpness and deplete her dragon power. From the previous matches, it could be determined that although Lan was powerful, her dragon power level wasn't at the peak of this competition. It was only because of her powerful bloodline, terrifying strength, and some special battle techniques that she was able to achieve consecutive victories. Hu Hongyu had already made his preparations. He was prepared to use a millstone-like tactic to slowly deplete his opponent's dragon power. He was going to rely on his advantage in terms of attributes and dragon power to obtain the final victory. However, he didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to choose to soar into the air as soon as the competition began. He didn't attack directly, and didn't even try to probe the opponent's strength. What surprised him even more was that Lan Xuanyu's body was already glowing with golden light. His body swayed, and he revealed his true form of Jinlong's king true body in the air. The upper dragon race actually preferred to fight in their human form. For the powerful upper dragon race, there wasn't much difference between the human form and the dragon race form in terms of attack and defense. However, the human form was much more agile because of its smaller size, and it was more advantageous for fighting in all kinds of battles. They would only choose to reveal their true form if they used some special fighting method, or if they had to use their true form to unleash their innate abilities. Lan Xuanyu revealed his true form right from the start. This surprised Hu Hongyu, but at the same time, it made him more vigilant and suspicious. The five-colored light on his body suddenly became even more intense. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu had already turned around in the air. He brought with him a strong gust of wind as he swooped down and attacked Hui Yuhao. Although Lan Xuanyu wasn't the biggest participant in the dragon race, his huge body was still more than 30 meters long. He descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed, and his strength increased exponentially. Hu Hongyu didn't know that for human soul masters, their fighting strength would almost double when they unleashed their martial soul true bodies. This was completely different from the dragon race. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu was the strongest when he was in his martial soul true body state. It was because of Hu Hongyu's strength that Lan Xuanyu released his martial soul true body from the start of the battle without holding back. He wanted to achieve a quick victory. Hu Hongyu pointed the dragon spear in his hand diagonally towards the sky. His body blossomed with multicolored radiance, and transformed into a huge multicolored beam of light that bombarded the sky. It was aimed at Lan Xuanyu's huge body. In his opinion, the dragon race's body was so huge that it was impossible for it to dodge the light attack. He didn't understand why Lan Xuanyu would transform into his original form, but in his opinion, this was definitely a failure. If it lost its agility, wouldn't it become his target? At the same time he launched his attack, there was already a layer of water light under his feet, which brought him quickly to the side, avoiding Lan Xuanyu's head-on attack. However, a scene that shocked him happened. Just as the colorful beam of light shot out from his dragon spear, the huge Jinlong that was diving down suddenly rolled to the side. This action was very strange. The golden dragon wings were folded to the sides of its body, and it flipped 3 times in the air, making a total of 1080 degrees. With this roll, he went dozens of meters away. Then, the wings suddenly spread open again, and the golden radiance behind his back spat out. Not only did it not affect his diving speed, but it also increased his speed by a bit. Moreover, it was rushing in the direction he was sliding towards. The multicolored beam of light swept through the air at the first moment, but it didn't fall on Lan Xuanyu's body at all. It was completely dodged. And the huge Jinlong was already close at hand. While Hu Hongyu was shocked, he quickly held the middle section of his dragon spear with both hands. The dragon spear spun in front of him, and the multicolored radiance exploded again, turning into a huge multicolored light shield. It blocked in front of him. He had full confidence in his attributes. He wasn't afraid of his opponent in a head-on clash. The only thing he had to guard against was that strong vibration. However, he already knew some things from Lan Xuanyu's opponent yesterday. That kind of vibration attack, Lan Xuanyu couldn't continue to use it. After using it once, it also needed time to recover. Therefore, as long as he could block the opponent's vibration once, he would have a chance to win later. However, something that surprised him happened again. Seeing that the huge Jinlong was descending from the sky, bringing with it an imposing aura, was about to collide with the multicolored radiance. Suddenly, Jinlong seemed to have encountered some kind of gravitational pressure. Its body suddenly changed direction in midair, and fell down abruptly. Its huge body directly smashed into the ground. Huh? Hu Hongyu was stunned. However, that huge golden body had already bounced up, and in the moment it smashed into the ground, it suddenly leapt up. Its speed was incomparably fast, and directly appeared behind him, bypassing the multicolored light shield in front of him. A huge body that was more than 30 meters long. At this moment, it was as agile as a leopard cat. The only thing Hu Hongyu could do was to turn around in an instant, and the multicolored radiance blossomed. However, there was still no attack from behind, and even when he turned around, he didn't see his opponent. Lan Xuanyu seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and didn't appear behind him at all. This was, Ong, a startling Tenryu suddenly sounded above his head. The terrifying spiritual vibration instantly caused Hu Hongyu's whole body to stiffen, as if petrified. The multicolored radiance on his body clearly showed signs of dissipating. What the other dragon race spectators who were watching this match saw was some sort of dazzling aerial technique. When Lan Xuanyu flew over Hu Hongyu's head, and landed behind him, before landing, his wings suddenly flapped, and his body was already rushing up. That was why Hu Hongyu didn't see Lan Xuanyu's existence at all when he turned around. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was already above his head, and directly aimed Huang Jinlong's roar at him. The power of the bloodline bloomed with Huang Jinlong's roar, and the enormous pressure that descended from the sky, coupled with the pressure brought about by the bloodline itself. Even though Hu Hongyu's bloodline wasn't weak, and his own cultivation was above Lan Xuanyu's, he was still greatly affected. At the same time, the huge Jinlong had already descended from the sky, its body spinning, and its right wing viciously whipped towards Hu Hongyu's body. This time, it was precisely Hu Hongyu who couldn't dodge, and his body was in a state of rigidity. But at this time, this group's favorite also displayed his own foundation. Multicolored radiance suddenly burst forth, and the originally human body instantly expanded, as if suddenly propping up a multicolored ball of light. With a muffled bang, Hu Hongyu's body was sent flying, but when he was in the air, he had already revealed his own multicolored 5 elements dragon body. One could clearly see that a large number of scales were shattered under the attack of the golden dragon wings, and the violent vibrations caused blood to burst out from his body. But, having suddenly revealed his true body, he avoided being hit in the vitals. He was hit on the right shoulder and dragon wings. Naturally, the god-destroying quake was injected without restraint, but this time, Lan Xuanyu discovered that the multicolored radiance on his opponent's body played an excellent defensive role. With the light element as the foundation, the 5 elements' coexistence turned into a solid shield, completely in a state of emergency response, blocking most of the destructive power of the god-destroying quake. Although he was still in an abnormally difficult situation, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. It was just that the dragon wings on his right side had softened, and it was obviously very difficult for him to fly. But in the next instant, Hu Hongyu didn't stop at all, and spat out a multicolored radiance towards Lan Xuanyu. This breath was the result of him forcefully enduring the power of the vibrations wreaking havoc in his body, and in a situation where he had suffered heavy injuries, he still didn't stop at all to launch an attack. The strongest point was often the weakest point. When Lan Xuanyu launched the god-destroying quake, he also had to bear the side effects of the god-destroying quake. As a spectator of the previous matches, and as today's opponent, Hu Hongyu grasped this point very accurately. He was a wild dragon race, and didn't rely on other clans. He relied on snatching resources to make up for the lack of support behind him, and the number of battles he had experienced was much more than an ordinary dragon race. His combat experience was extremely rich. It has to be said that his counterattack was perfectly timed. Almost instantly, the multicolored light had already arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. He really couldn't avoid it. The side effects of the god-destroying quake in his body hadn't ended yet. Lan Xuanyu had his own way. His body suddenly shrank, and his huge body of more than 30 meters directly turned back to human form. At the same time, his body directly fell backward. Bang! He hit the ground. And that multicolored light also swept over his body. Although it looked a bit embarrassing, he avoided the opponent's counterattack without using his own ability. But it was also at this moment that a strange scene occurred. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that everything around him had become illusory. The multicolored light covered everything around him, making him feel as if he had entered a strange multicolored world. Not far in front of him, figures began to condense. They seemed to be his companions. Everything under his feet was also changing. This is Eternal Sky City. It was a land made up of thick branches. Not far away, there were towering trees and mountains, and a strong aura of life rushed to his face. A golden figure descended from the sky. It was his father, Jinlong Moon Tang Wulin. "Xianyu, you're back," Tang Wulin said with a smile. "Your mother has already woken up," Tang Wulin said again. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything. Looking at the golden figure walking towards him step by step, his eyes suddenly became bright. 2 rays of purple light condensed in his eyes, and in the next moment, everything seemed to slow down. The dragon spear instantly pierced out with an indomitable momentum. Thousands of golden rays bloomed, piercing towards the light shadow in front of him. The colorful light around him suddenly burst like a bubble, revealing Hu Hongyu's astonished expression. Dang! A crisp sound rang out as the 2 dragon spears collided with each other. The huge force immediately shook Hu Hongyu and sent him flying. "How is this possible? How can you break my illusion so quickly?" Hu Hongyu said involuntarily. The multicolored illusion was illusory and blurred. It could evoke the memories in the depths of the opponent's heart, making the opponent subconsciously see everything they wanted to see. And he would transform into the illusion and give the opponent a fatal blow. This was a powerful ability that combined Hu Hongyu's spiritual domain and his own dragon power. It almost never failed. When he faced Su Yanma before, he didn't use this ability. He wanted to wait until later and use it at a critical moment. If he wasn't suppressed by Lan Xuanyu too much, he wouldn't use this ability so easily. In order to win this match, he couldn't care less. That was why he used the 5-colored illusion to create a chance for himself to win, but he didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to break it in an instant. And when the surrounding light and shadow changed, it was already reminding Lan Xuanyu that this was an illusion. Lan Xuanyu obviously wouldn't fall for it. He naturally attacked immediately. The 2 sides pulled apart and returned to their human forms. In this match, Princess Jinlong lasted much longer. From the current situation, it was clear that Lan Xuanyu had the upper hand, but Hu Hongyu still had a chance to counterattack. Lan Xuanyu looked at his opponent with burning eyes. He pointed his dragon spear at the ground, and his aura began to soar. Jinlong's berserk domain bloomed once again. Hu Hongyu held his dragon spear with his left hand, and his right hand hung limply by his side. His eyes were full of ferocity. He watched as Lan Xuanyu slowly moved, as if he was looking for Lan Xuanyu's weakness. Roar! A dragon's roar burst forth from the 2 at almost the same time. In the next instant, the 2 sides rushed toward each other. The terrifying air exploded. Jinlong's light and shadow bloomed in the air. Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned completely golden in that instant. A 5-colored light blossomed at the same time. The dragon spear in Hu Hongyu's hand had turned completely colorful at this moment. It was as though he was staking everything on this one throw as he thrust out his spear and went straight for Lan Xuanyu's chest. Clang! The dragon spears collided. But this time, Lan Xuanyu wasn't able to send his opponent flying. Instead, his opponent's 5-colored dragon spear stuck to his dragon spear. Hu Hongyu's body flew into the air. But in that instant, the 5-colored light rushed out like a waterfall and condensed on his right arm, which had gone limp by his side. He suddenly pulled his dragon spear with his left hand, then let go. His body suddenly crashed into Lan Xuanyu's chest. His right hand, which had turned completely 5-colored, clenched into a fist and smashed straight at Lan Xuanyu's chest. This time, Hu Hongyu had already used all his strength. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. Nor did he hesitate in the slightest. Because he knew that his opponent's concussive ability couldn't be used yet. But he was afraid that he would recover very quickly. Once he used it again, he wouldn't be able to block it. Previously, his right hand had hung limp by his side in order to confuse Lan Xuanyu. Although his previous injuries weren't light, they weren't that serious under the protection of the five elements. The only thing that consumed the most was his own draconic force. After all, he also cultivated draconic force to temper his body. Moreover, his cultivation was already very profound. After completing the first tempering, he began to enter the marrow training realm. Although the attack before his eyes would worsen his injuries, it was an opportunity for victory. He used his dragon spear to stick Lan Xuanyu's dragon spear, and used the power of the five elements to dissolve Lan Xuanyu's power of the five elements. He trampled on his body, and threw out this punch as if he was sacrificing himself, striving to win. The most terrifying thing about his light attribute power of the five elements wasn't its attack power, but its control. Once he was controlled at close range, he could seal off his opponent's draconic force, allowing him to take whatever he wanted. It was precisely with this ability that he had harmed countless opponents. Powerful, cunning like a fox. This was Hu Hongyu. This time, it seemed that Lan Xuanyu really couldn't avoid it. He raised his left arm, but it wasn't to block his opponent's attack. Clenching his hand into a fist, he brazenly smashed it towards his opponent's chest, attacking the opponent's vital point to save himself. This was a battle method that would cause both sides to suffer. Seeing this scene, Huang Daoqi, who was sitting on a pillar of draconic force in the distance, suddenly stood up. How could both sides suffer? Not to mention whether they could win this battle. If both sides suffered, what would happen to the rest of the battle? However, that was a battlefield. Before a clear victor was determined, even the referee couldn't interfere in the battle. Everything could only be observed, and could only be seen as it happened. Hu Hongyu was a ruthless character. At this time, he naturally couldn't give up the chance that he had fought for with great difficulty. Without the slightest thought of restraining his strength, his fist had already smashed Lan Xuanyu's shoulder, while Lan Xuanyu's fist bombarded his chest. It wasn't that Hu Hongyu didn't want to attack Lan Xuanyu's chest. Don't forget, Lan Xuanyu was now a blue, as an extremely rare beauty in the dragon race. If Hu Hongyu dared to attack where he shouldn't, he would definitely become the public enemy of the entire dragon race. Moreover, at their level, as long as they hit the opponent's torso, shoulder, and chest, the difference wouldn't be that great. Bang, two booming sounds combined into one, almost hitting the opponent's body at the same time. Two figures flew out at the same time. Boom, a second boom suddenly sounded, exploding on Hu Hongyu's body. For some reason, the divine dragon armor on the upper half of his body suddenly exploded, turning into a large number of fragments. He also screamed in pain, spitting out blood, and fell hard on the ground far away, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Lan Xuanyu was also sent flying into the distance. He slid back over a dozen meters before coming to a stop, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Both sides were heavily injured. Bai Xiaoxiao had already jumped up from the ground. She looked at the situation in the third battle zone with concern. The referee had already entered the arena, but he didn't treat either side. At this point, it was still impossible to determine the victor. However, right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu flipped over and slowly stood up from the ground. One could clearly see that there was still a colorful halo lingering around his shoulder. It hadn't dissipated yet. The Mountain Dragon King's divine dragon armor was cracked at his shoulder. The crack extended all the way to his waist. Her face looked a little pale, but she stood up just like that. Meanwhile, Hu Hongyu was still spitting out blood on the ground. If someone could see him up close, they would definitely discover that his eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually wanted to say, "Impossible, this is impossible." He could clearly sense that Lan Xuanyu couldn't unleash another spirit-vanquishing quake. However, where did that explosive power come from? And it was actually so terrifying. At least a third of his bones were broken, and many of his organs were damaged. His injuries were so severe that he was already on the brink of death. The referee checked Hu Hongyu's condition and immediately announced, "Lan wins." Lan Xuanyu clutched his shoulder with his right hand and staggered out. Hu Hongyu was carried away for treatment. Bai Xiaoxiao rushed to Lan Xuanyu like the wind and looked at him with concern. "Sister, how are you?" Lan Xuanyu only shook his head silently. He was afraid that he would spit out blood if he opened his mouth. Hu Hongyu's all-out attack wasn't that easy to block. Although it was aimed at his shoulder, the extremely tyrannical light attribute invisible energy was like a spinning cone that drilled into his body. The terrifying destructive power was wreaking havoc in his body. It wasn't that easy to completely dispel it. This was Lan Xuanyu's physique. His defensive power was far superior to that of an ordinary dragon race member. Although he hadn't finished tempering his body with dragon power, his own defense was beyond Hu Hongyu's expectations. Jinlong body armor, Jinlong tyrant body, mountain dragon king divine dragon armor, and a suit of two-word battle armor. On top of that, Jinlong's body had been tempered by the god-destroying thunder and the dragon power, as well as the bloodline of the dragon gods. As a result, the injuries he received were not that serious. But Hu Hongyu was different. From the very beginning of the battle, Lan Xuanyu had already set a trap for him. Taking advantage of the opportunity brought by his technique, he bombarded his opponent with the god-destroying quake. But at that time, the power of the god-destroying quake was not completely unleashed. Instead, there was a part of it that was like drawing a bow without releasing it. This was the result of Lan Xuanyu's improvement in his cultivation and the increase in his controllability. At the last moment, Lan Xuanyu had indeed not recovered to the point where he could use the god-destroying quake again. On this point, Hu Hongyu's judgment was very accurate. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand Lan Xuanyu well enough. What was used on him wasn't the god-destroying quake. Instead, it was Lan Xuanyu's fifth soul skill that accompanied the increase in his martial soul realm, the fifth soul skill of a great beast. Jinlong's explosion. The terrifying power brought by the golden red soul ring. The vibration of Jinlong's explosion didn't come from the god destroying thunder, but from King Jinlong's bloodline itself. It carried the terrifying and ferocious aura of King Jinlong. It could be used on any attack. Unlike the god annihilating lightning, Lan Xuanyu could use the golden dragon vibrational explosion continuously and was extremely powerful. Although it couldn't be compared to the god destroying thunder, in fact, its destructive power wasn't weak against the dragon race. Jinlong's explosion could directly disperse the bloodline of the dragon race, causing an extremely terrifying shattering effect on the body. In addition, Lan Xuanyu's right dragon claw had a shattering effect. Its destructive power could be imagined. As for the explosion of the divine dragon armor, it was the terrifying destructive effect of the previously hidden god destroying thunder and Jinlong's explosion working together. It had to be said that the defensive power of the divine dragon armor was quite astonishing, especially when it was compatible with the dragon race's attributes. If it wasn't for the defense of the divine dragon armor, both Hu Hongyu would have been killed. Of course, he didn't die also because Lan Xuanyu showed mercy. Now, he really couldn't bear to kill him. 5 battles, 5 victories. Lan Xuanyu relied on his strong fighting style to obtain another victory. When he walked out of the third battle zone's arena, there was another gaze focused on him. Lan Xuanyu raised his head to look at the other party and saw Su Yanma's deep gaze. There was no doubt that they would definitely be able to advance in this group. But who would be the final champion of the group would depend on the competition that would be held soon. From Su Yanma's eyes, Lan Xuanyu saw a strong fighting spirit. Bai Shoushou pulled Lan Xuanyu to sit down cross-legged, while she slowly walked into the battle zone. At this very moment, the aura emitted from her body became especially cold. Her beautiful face was covered with frost. Lan Xuanyu's injury made her really angry. In the third battle zone, the second match of the 5th round, Bai Shoushou went out. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. The bloodline vortex in his body revolved, gradually dissolving the 5 elements of light that had entered his body. The injury on his shoulder wasn't light, but it was quickly recovering with the infusion of dragon power. At that time, he actually had a way to dodge the opponent's attack. And he already had a certain chance of defeating the opponent. However, Hu Hongyu's strength was extremely strong. He should be able to defeat him, but to seriously injure him wasn't an easy task. This could be determined from the fact that the opponent was still able to use his right fist. Therefore, in that split second, Lan Xuanyu chose this method. His greatest confidence came from his own recovery ability. As a possessor of the bloodline of the dragon gods, his recovery ability was extremely strong. A day was enough for him to recover from this injury. As for Hu Hongyu, he wouldn't die, but he probably wouldn't be able to participate in the following matches. He was already the second contestant in this group to completely withdraw from the competition. Bai Xiuxiu stood still in the arena. Her opponent had already entered the third battle zone. It was a woman with a medium build. That's right, a woman. In Lan Xuanyu's group, there were the most women in the 10 groups. Including Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, and Bai Xiuxiu's opponent in front of her. There were no less than 3 women in the dragon race, and all of them were of the upper dragon race. How could their group not be noticed? If Xiaoxiu was included, there would be as many as 4. The person in front of Bai Xiuxiu, in terms of appearance, was much worse than Lan Xuanyu's. Her appearance was ordinary, and there was an obvious fierceness between her eyebrows. Although she wasn't tall, she gave people a sense of sturdiness. It was as if her entire body was hiding explosive power. As a woman of the upper dragon race, and with the strength to enter the round robin of the Dragon Rising competition, this person's foundation could be imagined. Wang Yushan, a name that sounded very weak. But in reality, this person's fighting style was extremely crazy. Ironback Wild Dragon King Yushan was a famous existence in the upper dragon race. Although she wasn't at the level of Qi Tenryu and Su Yanma. But in terms of reputation, she was above Lan Xuanyu's opponent, Hu Hongyu. Let the match begin. Roar, as soon as the referee's voice fell, Wang Yushan had already let out a dragon roar to the sky. Her short hair stood on end, and her eyes were filled with madness. A thick and heavy dragon armor covered her entire body. Her arms were spread out on both sides of her body, and there was suddenly a battle axe in each of her hands. That's right, battle axes, and they were will axes. The wheel axes with short handles overflowed with fierceness. It was a ferocious aura left behind after killing countless opponents. Wang Yushan was born in the Tenryu Star military. She did not belong to a family, but was a military general. She was responsible for suppressing rebellions. She had led the Tenryu Star fleet to fight on other planets in the Dragon Horse Galaxy many times. She had swept away those opponents who refused to obey her rule. Although she was a female dragon race member, she was really a killing god. So much so that even though there were so few female dragon race members, she had not been married off until now. One could imagine what kind of personality she had. There was only one purpose for participating in the Dragon Rising competition this time, and that was to become a dragon knight. Her direction was very simple. She wanted to become a dragon knight, which was also her lifelong goal. There was once a dragon knight who specially evaluated her. His evaluation was that her talent was not crazy enough to make up for it, and she relied on her strong fighting spirit and almost crazy persistence. He said that as long as she did not die, there would definitely be a place for her in the future world of dragon knights. One could imagine how high his evaluation of her was. Her results in the previous competitions were also quite good. Without encountering Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, and Hu Hongyu, she only lost 1 round to Su Yanma. Her results were tied with Bai Xiuxiu and Hu Hongyu. Today's 5th round of the competition could be said to be a round where planets collided. Many of the contestants with good results would collide in this round. Looking at the 2-wheeled axes of her opponent, Bai Xiuxiu's right hand grasped the air. At the same time when the dragon armor was attached to her body, the dragon spear had already jumped into her palm. Compared to Lan Xuanyu's sudden appearance, she, who had also achieved impressive results in the round-robin competition, was not valued too much. If there was value, it was because of her beautiful face and her identity as a female dragon race member. In the first 4 rounds, she actually only fought once, and she even admitted defeat. The other 2 rounds were won without a fight. The results of 3 wins and 1 loss were certainly eye-catching. But at the same time, she was also known as the Goddess of Luck. The name Goddess of Luck could be said to be positive, but it could also be said to be negative. And in this round, she had obviously met a real opponent. Lan Xuanyu severely injured Hu Hongyu today, which was equivalent to clearing a path for her to move forward. However, in the depths of Bai Xiuxiu's heart, she never thought of relying on others. She hoped that she could be Lan Xuanyu's best partner and give him the greatest help. That was what she should do as his woman. Lan Xuanyu had always shouldered too many responsibilities for himself, and unknowingly, he had already grown into a towering tree. But how much of the top of the tree was supported by him, Bai Xiaoxiao had asked him more than once what they could do for him instead of what he had done for them all this time. When he entered Shrek Academy's inner court, Lan Xuanyu had wanted to put down the burden of the Triostromsa wings. But in the end, dragon after that, he once again shouldered this burden on his shoulders and faced everything again. Did Bai Xiaoxiao's heart not ache? Of course she did. Why did she work so hard to cultivate? It was so that she could share some of his burden when he needed it. At this moment, facing a strong opponent, she only had one thought in her mind. She must win this round, no matter what price she had to pay. She must defeat the opponent in front of her. She knew Lan Xuanyu too well. In the previous round, Lan Xuanyu could have won without getting injured. But he still chose to heavily injure his opponent, which was equivalent to directly eliminating his opponent. It was all for her sake, he got injured for her sake. At this moment, there was only one thought in Bai Xiaoxiao's mind. Wang Yushan was also looking at her. As a battle maniac, Ironback Dragon King Yushan could not even remember how many battles she had participated in. But she knew very well that the murderous aura on her body was something that few people would not be afraid of, even if they were also from the upper-level dragon race. It was the same even for those male dragon race members. But at this moment, she did not see the slightest bit of fear in this beautiful and weak opponent in front of her. To be honest, when she first saw Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao, she was jealous. Was she willing to be so fierce? She also grew up from a young age. Who would be willing to become a murderous god if they could live a beautiful life, but that was her talent. The dragon race she belonged to was not very good-looking to begin with. When she transformed into her human form, she became this burly figure in front of her. What could she do? She still remembered that when she first went crazy, she was mocked by a male dragon race member who mocked her for looking like a girl. She beat him up like a madwoman and broke his leg. That was the end of it. So, when she first saw Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao, the jealousy in her heart naturally appeared. Jealous of their beauty, jealous of their figures. However, as the competition progressed, her jealousy began to weaken. On the contrary, she admired Lan Xuanyu a little more. Lan Xuanyu's incomparably valiant fighting style was her favorite. She fought like that herself. She had long been a little impatient to be able to start a fierce battle with Lan Xuanyu. Bai Xiaoxiao was ignored by her after that. Her attention was almost all on Lan Xuanyu. Wang Yushan's blood was boiling when she watched the battle just now, especially when both sides were injured in the final collision. When she saw Lan Xuanyu stand up from the ground, she could not help but cheer. This was a cheer from a female perspective. In the dragon race, although women were popular, they had always been weak. In the female dragon race, there were very few particularly powerful existences. Lan Xuanyu was undoubtedly the pride of the female dragon race in her heart to be able to defeat the powerful male dragon race on behalf of the female dragon race. At this moment, she entered this battlefield with fighting spirit. However, she was surprised to find that the stunning female upper dragon race expert in front of her, who was known as the goddess of luck, did not seem to be simple. Let the match begin. The referee's announcement pulled Bai Xiaoxiao and Wang Yushan's thoughts back. Wang Yushan roared to the sky and rushed out like an arrow. She did not fly, but just strode forward. In the upper dragon race, she could be said to be one of the dragon race experts who liked to fight in their human form the most. She liked the feeling of using a battle axe to split the opponent's body. It was much more satisfying than the claws and bites of the dragon race. That was why she was determined to become a dragon knight and not a dragon throne. With every step she took, her speed increased by a little. There was a violent roar on the ground. Her majestic aura continued to increase, and she rose rapidly in an almost crazy manner. She charged toward Bai Xiaoxiao step by step, the battle axe in her hand spread out on both sides of her body. The iron-black scales that appeared on the surface of her skin merged with her iron-black divine dragon armor. Bai Xiaoxiao also had no intention of flying. Facing the fierce charge of her opponent, she slowly stepped forward. Compared to her opponent's high speed, she looked like she was taking a leisurely stroll. Under the dark blue divine dragon armor, the crystal-clear dragon scales were released. A cold aura instantly filled the air. Dark blue snowflakes began to ripple outward with her body as the center. It made her figure look even more beautiful. At least in the eyes of all the spectators, the two sides at this moment were definitely the embodiment of good and evil. This was the advantage of looks. When Wang Yushan was 15 meters away from Bai Xiuxiu, she finally attacked. With a wave of her right hand, the battle axe in her hand swept out horizontally. It spun at high speed and flew straight toward Bai Xiuxiu. With her strength and that terrifying huge battle axe, if this attack hit, even the divine dragon armor might not be able to withstand it. Bai Xiuxiu had no intention of blocking the battle axe. Her footsteps changed, and her whole body seemed to be dancing gracefully. She shuttled through the snowflakes like a dance. When Borong was about to speak, she quietly swept past the side of the battle axe, and like a ghost, she appeared in front of Wang Yushan. She stabbed the dragon spear in her hand, but not at Wang Yushan, but at the air. A dark purple light was brought up by the dragon spear, drawing a circle in the air. Wang Yushan saw her rushing over and raised her hand to block the battle axe. At the same time, her body rotated and caught the battle axe. Her whole body was like a metal storm as she grabbed Bai Xiuxiu. However, a suction force appeared quietly. As Bai Xiuxiu swung her dragon spear, the dark purple rays of light pulled on Wang Yushan's body with a strange suction force. Even her battle axe could not cut through the sticky dark purple rays of light. Remember to save the fastest reading chapter of the library. The dark purple light didn't directly cause her any harm, but it pulled her body. Her rotation speed didn't decrease, but the direction of her attack changed a little. Bai Xiuxiu's footsteps seemed slow but were actually fast. She kept dodging, leaping, or moving forward. Or retreating, she always circled around her opponent, but her opponent couldn't get close to her. The dragon spear in her hand drew out more and more dark purple light, constantly pulling Wang Yushan so that her attack couldn't fall on her. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of many spectators. Many people knew Wang Yushan's strength, and many people in the dragon race didn't want to face her crazy drive. But the situation in front of them seemed to be a bit special. Wang Yushan, who had always been strong, was being led by the nose. Bai Xiuxiu seemed to be dancing beside her, but every time her battle axe was about to get close, Bai Xiuxiu seemed to have predicted it in advance and would lightly land in another position, letting her attack fall. Empty. After attacking for a while, Wang Yushan felt that something was wrong, because she found that her body was getting heavier and stiffer, and the surrounding temperature was still dropping. There were more and more purple light, and the effect on her was getting worse. Not good. The opponent is good at control. Wang Yushan's combat experience was extremely rich, and she was very decisive as she was born in the army. After she felt that something was wrong, she immediately reacted with a pincer. Her spinning body suddenly stopped, and a pair of battle axes were raised in front of her. She let out a violent roar, and the dragon aura on her body surged wildly, and an iron-black light bloomed from her body. Needless to say, everyone knew that this was a sign that he was about to unleash his ultimate move. That pure energy was rapidly expanding. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes froze. The color of the light on the surface of her body suddenly deepened, and her eyes turned pitch black in an instant. The dragon spear in her hand was still drawing circles, and rays of light floated in Wang Yushan's direction. She didn't seem to notice that her opponent was about to unleash his ultimate move. Storm, storm, storm. Wang Yushan roared 3 times. The next moment, the iron around her body, the black light retracted, and then, countless axe lights flew out. Almost in an instant, this terrifying axe blade storm covered the entire third battle zone. One had to know that even in the upper dragon race, which was comparable to a tidal Douluo, to unleash an attack that covered such a large area in the battle zone would definitely consume an astronomical amount of energy. This was because to unleash such an attack, one had to maintain a strong enough attack power. And at this moment, Wang Yushan did just that, and did it without holding back. Finishing it in one fell swoop. She knew her situation, and what she was most afraid of was being controlled. Once she was controlled by her opponent, then, in the end, her dragon power would be exhausted first. She wasn't afraid of her opponent flying, because her axe blade storm could also be unleashed against her opponent in the air. This was her all-out attack, and after one move, she was exhausted. When she realized that her opponent was gradually controlling her, and it was very likely that her opponent's attributes would restrain her, she didn't hesitate to use such an attack. But an even stranger scene appeared under everyone's gaze. The moment the axe blade storm burst out, the dark purple light suddenly spun violently, stacked together, and then was swallowed by the axe blade storm. Soon, someone discovered that there was an additional vortex in the axe blade storm that had engulfed and covered by Xianxia. In the vortex, the dark purple light was faintly discernible, and it led the shadows of the axe to spin rapidly. In the center of the vortex, a beautiful figure appeared. Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon's 8th soul skill, Abyssal Devour. The shadows of the axe gradually dissipated, revealing the figure inside. The dark purple light revolving around by Xianxia was getting stronger and stronger. An invisible suction force caused the whistling of the wind to come from the entire third battle zone. At this moment, she was no longer a goddess, but a real demoness, a demoness surrounded by demonic light. Her opponent was gasping for breath. Wang Yushan's eyes were filled with disbelief. As the one who unleashed the axe blade storm, she was even more aware of what had just happened. What had happened? Her attack was actually led and controlled by her opponent. The axe blade storm was like a marionette. It was like a puppet, and it could hurt everything in the area it covered, except for her opponent. The control had already begun from the moment by Xianxia attacked. Ice Demon Snow and Abyss Devour combined with Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track allowed by Xianxia to move freely in the arena, avoiding all the powerful attacks in the blink of an eye. She relied on the mysteries of Abyss Devour to lead the attacks that couldn't be avoided, and like a blunt knife cutting flesh, she gradually made her opponent sink deeper into the vortex. Wang Yushan felt as if she had fallen into a swamp. Although she could continue to move forward in the swamp, she would only sink deeper and deeper. In the end, the explosion destroyed the swamp, but the swamp also dissolved all of her attacks, causing her to exhaust all of her strength. This was a classic battle of control. Bai Xianxia relied on her powerful control to overcome her opponent and achieve victory. From beginning to end, she was like a small boat drifting in a storm, but she never capsized. Finally, she reached the other side. Not many people were paying attention to this match, but everyone who watched her performance couldn't help but be surprised. This lucky goddess didn't seem to be so simple. When Bai Xianxia won and returned to Kai Xianyu's side, her face was a little pale, and her breathing was a little hurried. However, the excitement in her eyes couldn't be concealed. In the previous battle, she used Abyss Devour for the first time. She could only use her 8th soul skill after unleashing her martial soul true body when she had just broken through to become an 8-ringed soul sage. This was a soul skill that belonged to savage beasts, and it was also the most powerful ability of the abyssal demonic dragon. However, just now, in this battle against a strong opponent, Bai Xianxia was delighted to discover that she could control this soul skill to such a fine extent. As her body was tempered with dragon power, she already knew that she could use Abyss Devour with her own body. However, she didn't expect to be able to control it to such an extent. She was prepared to win this match at all costs, but the cost was much smaller than she had expected. She was very calm even though she was furious. She calmly guided the attack with her dragon spear. She used the enhancement from her divine dragon armor to fully unleash Abyss Devour. She used Abyss Devour to control the entire battle, and led her opponent to move according to her will. In the end, she was forced to use her ultimate move, and all the power that could harm her in that ultimate move was turned into her own defense by Abyss Devour. Lan Xuanyu gave her a thumbs up, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Bai Xianxia sat down beside him. She accompanied him as he absorbed the dragon aura. After this battle, Bai Xianxia's results had become 4 wins and 1 loss, and she had become a strong contender for a place in this group. Especially when Hu Hongyu was seriously injured by Lan Xuanxue and might give up on the competition, there were not many people left in this group who could compete with her for the top 3. The most important match in this group was the one between Lan Xuanyu and Su Yanma for the first place in the group. It could be said that the outcome was already decided. The true strength of the goddess of luck had become a hot topic in the Tenryu Star today. The information about this match was taken out for research, and the media praised the control of the goddess of luck, Xianxia. Today, Lan Xuanyu did not use the teleportation array to leave. After returning to his residence, he immediately used the dragon aura he absorbed today to heal his injuries and cultivate at the same time. What made Bai Xiuxiu heave a sigh of relief was that when they returned to their residence, Lan Xuanyu's injuries were almost healed. This was something they did not expect. His powerful recovery ability made his ability to trade injuries very valuable. Huang Yuanlang brought news in the evening that Hu Hongyu had given up on the follow-up round due to his serious injuries. They were competing. This was just as Lan Xuanyu had expected. In other words, Bai Xiuxiu could guarantee a result of 5 wins and 1 loss in all 9 rounds of the round-robin competition. In the same group, Hu Hongyu, who was originally a threat to her, had been eliminated, and the other person had been defeated by her today. Bai Xiuxiu's qualifying situation became clear. She would be facing Lan Xuanyu in the last match. As long as Lan Xian went easy on her, Bai Xiuxiu would be able to achieve an astonishing result of 6 wins and 1 loss. This in itself was already close to the top 3. Among the remaining opponents, there was only one who could pose a threat to her. That person had already lost to Xianxia and Hu Hongyu. As long as he lost to Lan Xuanyu, it would be difficult for him to compete with Bai Xiuxiu. So far, Fenglong City had already achieved great results in this year's visitation competition. 3 people had participated in the competition, and 2 of them had entered the finals. This was the first time in many years that Fenglong City had achieved such a good result. Huang Daoqi was grinning from ear to ear after watching today's match. However, Lan Xuanyu did not relax because the next match was the most important one for him. In this match, he was going to face the strongest player in the group, Xianxia. Between Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia, he was basically guaranteed to be the first in the group. This was also the reason why Lan Xuanyu did not help his teammates cultivate. Instead, he focused all his attention on healing his injuries and increasing his cultivation. He had to be in his best condition to face Xianxia. Xianxia, Qi Tenryu, and Tang Yanxuan's elder brother, Tang Lingxuan, were all hot favorites to win the championship. Lan Xuanyu was able to fully experience Xianxia's level of strength. Only then could he make the best preparations for the following matches. Lan Xuanyu's victory against Hu Hongyu had not been easy. Although Hu Hongyu's 5-colored domain was an illusion, it was still his spiritual domain. This meant that Hu Hongyu's spiritual power was close to that of a god. Furthermore, Hu Hongyu's own light element was the 5 elements. It could be said that he was extremely strong. He was almost certain that Xianxia's strength was at least equivalent to a superhead Luo among human soul masters, which meant that he was above rank 95. His current strength was definitely above that of a titled Douluo, but he wasn't sure exactly how strong he was. Don't forget that he couldn't use the Dragon God's transformation. He could only carefully use the Silver Dragon King's bloodline's abilities in the form of the Dragon God's quake. He wasn't facing Xianxia in his complete form. Under such circumstances, could he win? If he wanted to enter the Dragon World, he would have to defeat these powerhouses in the Dragon Rising tournament. Could he do it? Lan Xuanyu wasn't sure, so he had to try. This was an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. The next morning, when Lan Xuanyu opened the window and faced the morning sun to cultivate the purple extreme nightmare, he suddenly felt some special undulations in his spiritual power. Everything around him became brighter, and the intense sunlight seemed to have become much gentler. In that instant, his essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have been elevated to a higher level. The bloodline vortex within his body suddenly slowed down, and it struck him with a peculiar feeling. He could hear his own powerful but slow heartbeat. He could also clearly feel the life force of every plant outside. Even further away, he could hear the hubbub of voices. He felt as if he had entered a brand new world, and everything had changed. Bai Xiuxiu was standing right beside him, and she could also sense the changes that had taken place within him. She was extremely surprised, and she couldn't help but turn to look at him. She discovered that the person beside her had disappeared in that instant. He hadn't disappeared from her sight, he had disappeared from her sense of perception. In that instant, he seemed to have completely fused as one with heaven and earth. A silver figure seemed to be calling out to something, and his voice was filled with boundless reluctance as he plummeted toward the fireball. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but cover her mouth upon seeing this. She was afraid that she would cry out in alarm and disrupt his spiritual manifestation. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when one's spiritual power had reached the silver high level, which meant that it was close to the pinnacle of the spirit domain realm. What a peculiar scene. His spiritual power had actually increased to such a level. Although Bai Xiuxiu had always known that Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power had improved very quickly by relying on dragon crystals to cultivate, and that, in addition to the various benefits that he had obtained previously, his spiritual power had been constantly improving. However, she didn't expect him to be able to improve to such an extent. On the Douluo continent, there had always been a saying in the world of soul masters: if a soul master's spiritual power could reach the level of spiritual manifestation before the age of 50, then he would definitely be able to reach the god rank in the future. The strength of one's body and the rank of one's soul power could be improved through talent and hard work. However, divine power was a very mysterious thing, and it was extremely difficult to improve it through cultivation. Many soul masters were limited to the level of a transcendent Douluo, or even an ultimate Douluo, because their spiritual power couldn't be improved. However, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power had suddenly reached such a level. The scene that had appeared in his spiritual manifestation must have been the scene that had left the deepest impression in his life. There was no doubt that the scene of Nana falling into a star was such a deep memory, and it had unintentionally appeared in his spiritual manifestation for the first time. After a long while, Lan Xuanyu suddenly regained his senses, and the light projection in front of him silently dissipated. He looked at Bai Xiuxiu beside him in shock. What's wrong with me? Bai Xiuxiu stared at Tang Wulin with an astonished expression, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Spiritual materialization. Your spiritual power has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit domain realm." Lan Xuanyu faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he reflexively inspected his own mind to find that his mind had become boundless. His dragon core hovering in midair was still as dazzling as ever, and there were shimmering rainbow lights emanating from it. Gentle spiritual fluctuations were emanating from it, and it was illuminating the entire area beneath him. That's right, the search result was, fastest viewing of 20 complete volumes. Bai Xiuxiu was right, his spiritual power had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit domain realm without him even realizing it. Even though it would be extremely difficult for him to take the next step, he had already reached this level. This meant that until he became a limit Douluo, he would no longer face any bottlenecks at the spiritual level. Now that he was facing a powerful enemy like Su Yanma, it was naturally a good thing that he had made a breakthrough in his spiritual power, and it gave him a lot more confidence in facing off against Su Yanma. During breakfast, Huang Yuanlang's attitude toward them had clearly changed slightly. His tone was less casual, and more respectful. If they could make it to the finals, then they would have the right to compete to become Dragon Knights in the near future. In particular, they would be able to compete in pairs, which would make them even more competitive. The Ink Dinosaur Knight was very pleased with Lan Xuanyu. With his guidance, they would be able to avoid many detours. If Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu really did become Dragon Knights in the near future, then their status in the family would be far higher than that of Huang Yuanlang, and the imperial family would truly have their own Dragon Knights. Perhaps the Ink Dinosaur Knight would truly join Fenglong City as a result, and Fenglong City would also become a city with 2 Dragon Knights. When that time came, Fenglong City would instantly become one of the top 5 cities, and the imperial family's status would naturally rise as well. Most importantly, Huang Yuanlang wanted to marry one of these 2 Dragon Knights. What was the most powerful ability of the imperial family? She was his biological son. Huang Yuanlang was thinking that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were extremely talented. If he could give birth to a child with one of them, the child's talent would naturally not be low. This would be the true foundation of the royal family's strength in the future. This was also the main reason why Huang Daoqi wanted to open up all the treasures in Fenglong City to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. He had already sternly warned Huang Yuanlang that he could not easily harass the 2 of them. He wanted them to focus more on their cultivation. At the same time, he had to find opportunities to gain their favor. No matter how long it took, he had to make them become female talents of the imperial family. And this time period was 1,000 years. Could it be that Huang Yuanlang could not achieve this in 1,000 years? Under the influence of this pressure, Huang Yuanlang had been especially diligent in his cultivation recently. If it was him in the past, he would have definitely spent more time on pleasure. In any case, his talent was not that great, so what was the point of working hard? But now he did not think so. Even if he could not reach a higher level in the future, at least he had to let Lan He and Xiaoxiu see that he had a hard-working attitude. A hard-working version of himself should be easier to be accepted by Lan He and Xiaoxiu. Therefore, these days, not only Lan Xuanyu and the others were cultivating hard, Huang Yuanlang was also very diligent. 5 matches, his current score was 3 wins and 2 losses. He had also won 3 matches. Although the opponents he won were the weaker ones in his group, his fighting spirit had increased, so his record had exceeded his original expectations. Theoretically speaking, there was still a chance for him to advance and not be completely eliminated. After breakfast, the 3 of them set off together. The rising dragon platform was in sight. Huang Yuanlang whispered, "Today, Luo Gang Darren should come to watch the battle, specifically to watch Lan He and Su Yanma's battle. Knight Ao Tenryu Darren should also come to watch the battle. Lan, do your best. You can definitely defeat Su Yanma." As soon as he heard that Luo Jian and Long Chaoyang would come, Lan Xuanyu's heart was immediately happy. Other things aside, he had the dragon power liquid. He even thought that if he killed Su Yanma, would Knight Ao Tenryu come every day? Of course, this idea was just a joke that flitted through his mind. If he killed Knight Ao Tenryu's most beloved disciple, he was afraid that it would provoke a conflict between the dragon knights. From the interaction between Tian Luo Tong and Long Chaoyang, although Long Chaoyang's ranking was higher, he was still very respectful to Luo Gang. Lan Xuanyu was now very curious about what the dragon knights at the top of the rankings were like. He had already seen Tenryu Star's first seat. Remember to bookmark it in the library to read it as soon as possible. But at that time in the battle, he only took a quick glance. As Xiaobao's cultivation gradually recovered, his ability to mobilize immortal qi became stronger and stronger. Xiaobao told him that even if he faced Tenryu Star's first seat again, as long as the other party didn't use his divine sense to forcefully attack, he wouldn't be able to discover his true identity. In addition, Lan Xuanyu had also seen the 5th-ranked Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan, the 6th-ranked Knight Ao Tenryu Long Chaoyang, and the 7th-ranked Dark Dinosaur Knight Luo Tong. Until now, he hadn't seen the 2nd-ranked, 3rd-ranked, and 4th-ranked Dragon Knights. There was no doubt that the ranking of Dragon Knights was based on strength, and these Dragon Knights were probably all transcendent rank powerhouses. It was just that he didn't know how their strength was divided above the transcendent rank. At that time, when Nana-sensei faced Tenryu Star's first seat, she was almost unable to resist, which showed how strong the other party was. According to the historical records of Douluo planet, Nana-sensei's strength should be about the same as Uncle Yu's. Uncle Yu had entered the transcendent rank with 1 step, so Nana-sensei should be a peak true god powerhouse. She, who was at the peak true god level, could only barely protect herself and the others when facing the transcendent Tenryu. In other words, among the transcendent rank, Tenryu Star's first seat should also be at the top. Don't forget, it was only a projection of him at that time. Although the projection also erupted with his full strength, there was no follow-up power. Most importantly, Tenryu Star's first seat was also a dragon knight, but the projection didn't include a dragon. Then, how powerful would the Tenryu Star's first seat Tenryu be? Could it be that he was close to the legendary god level? The more he cultivated with the dragon power body tempering method, coupled with the help of the dragon marrow and dragon crystal, the more Lan Xuanyu was in awe of the dragon race. Read the entire book in the library. The Tenryu Star was really a place to nurture powerhouses. Although it wasn't at the level of the celestial realm, it was not far from the level of the celestial realm with its abundant resources. He soared into the air and flew toward the huge rising dragon lord. During the flight, his sea of consciousness suddenly fluctuated slightly. He subconsciously stared at the dragon core in his sea of consciousness, and suddenly, a strange feeling appeared. A gentle suction force seemed to be released from the rising dragon platform in front of him, pulling his body closer and closer. His body approached the rising dragon platform. This is... Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled, and he immediately realized something. He adjusted his flying angle to get closer to the rising dragon platform. Because the rising dragon platform itself was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, generally speaking, the dragon race would fly further away from the rising dragon platform during the flight. This way, the flying distance would be shorter. Lan Xuanyu suddenly adjusted his angle, and Huang Yuanlang and Bai Shouxiu were slightly stunned. However, they didn't think too much about it, and followed him closer to the rising dragon platform. As they got closer, Lan Xuanyu's feelings suddenly became stronger. Vaguely, along with his own breathing, he found that there seemed to be something in the rising dragon platform that was responding to his breathing. His spiritual power had reached the pinnacle of the spirit domain realm, and Lan Xuanyu was finally able to sense something from the rising dragon platform. He was ecstatic to see Zi's transformation. This meant that he could very well receive some benefits from the rising dragon platform, a divine tool that had once belonged to the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu's expression remained unchanged, but he was silently releasing his spiritual power toward the rising dragon platform. As his spiritual power surged forth, he gradually sensed some changes within the rising dragon platform. The rising dragon platform seemed to have opened a door for him, and as this door opened, Xianyu could sense some of the situation within the rising dragon platform. It was boundless and limitless. That was his first impression. There seemed to be another world within the rising dragon platform, and that world was so vast that it was virtually boundless. Within that boundless world, he saw extremely rich nine-colored energy, which was imbued with an immense amount of nine-colored energy. What was that? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Lan Xuanyu was struck by a sense of feebleness. He was shocked to discover that he had expended over a third of his spiritual power in what seemed to have only been an instant. He hurriedly focused on his internal condition and quickly adjusted his condition. He didn't dare to continue probing the platform any further as he focused on recovering his spiritual power. He could see what was going on within the rising dragon platform. If he could draw out all of this energy, then it would truly be a fearsome existence. It was a pity that his cultivation base was still insufficient, and he was far from being able to do that. As such, he could only observe in silence. The rising dragon platform had stood here for countless years, and the dragon race had only used it as a competition venue to take advantage of some of its unique features. However, Lan Xuanyu was completely sure that even Tenryu hadn't figured out what was contained within the rising dragon platform. Otherwise, there was no way that Tenryu wouldn't be able to utilize such an enormous amount of energy. This meant that only he, who possessed the bloodline of the dragon gods, had a chance of using the rising dragon platform. As such, there was no need for him to be in a hurry. Whenever he had enough strength, he would come back to mobilize the energy of the rising dragon platform. There was always time. If he were to draw upon this energy, he would most likely be able to elevate his powers to unprecedented heights, regardless of whether he used it for cultivation or as a weapon. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face as he recollected his thoughts and recuperated his spiritual power with his dragon core as the center. He ascended to the top of the rising dragon platform again, and everything was no different from the past few days. However, he discovered that there were many eyes on him. It was quite clear that everyone knew that he was going to battle against Xianxia today. This battle would definitely be the focus of everyone's attention. Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia, would one of them take the initiative to admit defeat and avoid the battle? That didn't appear to be the case to him. The Rising Dragon competition wasn't just about winning or losing. It was also a great opportunity for them to learn from each other and train themselves. This was even more so for powerhouses like them. Just as Huang Yuanlang had said, Lan Xuanyu soon saw the figures of the Dark Dinosaur Knight Luo Gang and the proud Tenryu Knight Long Chaoyang. What made him even more speechless was that these two Dragon Knights weren't the only ones here today. There were two other Dragon Knights that he had seen before. One of them was the Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan, who had appeared on the first day of the Rising Dragon competition, and the other was the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei from Ruilong City. The gathering of the four great Dragon Knights was definitely a rare occasion on the Heavenly Dragon Star. When the four huge pillars of light rose up, the gazes of all the contestants became abnormally hot. 4 Dragon Knights. Just how powerful were they? Almost a quarter of the 18 Dragon Knights had come just to watch today's competition. The focus of today's competition was in the third battle zone. In other words, they were all here to watch the match between Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia. It was understandable that the Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Gang and the proud Tenryu Knight Long Chaoyang had come. They were all here to look after their children, but the arrival of the other two dragon knights was a bit strange. The dark demon dragon knight Luo Yayuan was ranked the highest among the 4 dragon knights present. His pillar of dragon power was at the forefront. The other 3 dragon knights were ranked behind him in order. The appearance of the 4 dragon knights immediately made the dragon chi in the rising dragon arena rich. For the younger generation of the dragon race, this was naturally a great thing. After bowing to the 4 dragon knights, everyone hurriedly sat down on the ground and absorbed the dragon chi to replenish themselves. Lan Xuanyu didn't sit down cross-legged. After saluting in the direction of the dragon knights, he stood in place. He was about to compete with Xianxia, and the 4 dragon knights had come precisely to watch their match. At this time, he needed to adjust his state of mind. Even with Lan Xuanyu's mental fortitude, the presence of the 4 dragon knights still multiplied the pressure on him. It was impossible for anyone to admit defeat in this match. With the 4 dragon knights as witnesses, this would definitely be a battle where both sides would go all out to win. Xianxia was not far from Lan Xuanyu, and at this moment, he was also looking in Lan Xuanyu's direction. "Miss Lan, I wonder if your precious power has recovered?" Xianxia asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded, "No problem." Xianxia smiled and said, "That's good. I will definitely use my strongest strength in the battle," Lan Xuanyu said concisely. At this moment, although the other contestants were absorbing the dragon chi, there were still a few people who were still standing. They were the most powerful of the younger generation who were participating in this competition. Who would be their most difficult opponent in the finals? In the third battle zone, the final number 1 would be revealed in the next match. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. He patted Bai Xiuxiu's hand, which was cold from nervousness, to add some warmth to it. Bai Xiuxiu raised her head and looked at him. Their eyes met, and she saw the strong fighting spirit in Lan Xuanyu's eyes. She had never seen such fighting spirit in Lan Xuanyu's eyes before. Even when they were weak and faced strong opponents, he didn't have such a fighting spirit. "Do your best," Bai Xiuxiu said softly. Xian Yu's eyes deepened as he looked at her and said, "Never say you will lose." The matches of the other groups were temporarily postponed. Third group, Lan, against Xianxia. This match will be held separately. Please enter. A true God-rank dragon race powerhouse had already flown to the competition venue and made an inviting gesture to Lan Xuanyu and Xianxia. This was naturally instructed by the 4 dragon knights. From this last-minute adjustment of the competition format, it could be seen how much importance the powerhouses of the dragon race attached to this battle. At this time, the 4 dragon knights sitting on the dragon power pillars were also talking to each other. Beside them, dragon power permeated the air. Only the 4 of them could hear the voice in this area. "Luo Yayuan, why are you here today?" Luo Lan asked the dark demon dragon knight with some doubts. Dark demon dragon knight Luo Yayuan said in a deep voice, "On the day of the dragon ascension, Lan's situation was a bit unusual. Her bloodline purity is very high, and it seems to have triggered some of the core power of the dragon world. The power we have been chasing but have never been able to get. I reported to the head. At that time, the head said he wanted to observe her situation. If she can win the Dragon Ascension tournament, she will be allowed to enter the dragon world once. Then check the changes. Today, she faced Xianxia, so I want to see how she performs. Whether she has the chance." Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Lan said in surprise, "Triggered the depths of the dragon world, that?" Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan said, "I can't be sure now, but at that time, I vaguely saw a colorful halo. You all know that every dragon race who enters the dragon world for the first time will get a response from the dragon world, especially the dragon bones that correspond to their aura will produce a response. But there is no one who can trigger the response of that existence. Even the head can't do it. But that day, she seemed to have done it. Although it seemed that she couldn't bear it and suffered a backlash. But after all, she triggered it. If that is the case, then it will be of great value to all of us. Her future potential is also very hard to say." Luo Lan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he nodded silently and didn't say anything. Since she had been noticed by the head, even he couldn't go against the head's wishes. Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei said, "Then why let her participate in the tournament? Can't you just take a trip to the dragon world? Luo Yayuan said, she is still too weak. Without the power of God rank or close to God rank, it is very easy to not come out of the dragon world. Since the dragon world entered a state of rebellion, at least 4 of us have to suppress it to maintain stability. Proud Tenrya Knight Long Chaoyang, who hadn't spoken until now, said, yes. Up until now, we still haven't figured out why the dragon world would have such an explosion of dragon power tide. But to be honest, it's also because of these explosive draconic powers that we are who we are. The first seed and second seed also had to take turns to suppress it. Only then could the stability of the dragon realm be ensured. Brother Luo, do you mean that if this blue can trigger that, it will be possible to stop the explosion? Or will it lead us to the cause of the dragon power explosion? Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan said, it's hard to say now. We'll have to wait until we actually enter. So, it was up to her. If she could win the Rising Dragon competition, that would mean that she already possessed strength close to the god rank. The danger of entering it would also be greatly reduced. If it's not possible, we'll just have to wait a little longer. When she breaks through to the divine level in the future, she'll naturally have the right to head there. Yes. The other 3 dragon knights nodded. At this time, Lan Xuanyu and Su Yanma had already entered the battlefield of the 3rd battle zone. They were looking at each other. Wearing the divine dragon armor, Su Yanma and Lan Xuanyu both wielded dragon spears. Su Yanma's body flickered with a strange golden light. It was a radiance filled with the aura of light. What was the proudest thing in the sky? It was the existence of the brightest light. Proud Heaven City was the city with the highest altitude among all the dragon race cities. It was also known as the city closest to the sky and the sun. There was a rich light element there all year round. Therefore, Su Yanma was a descendant of the radiant dragon race bloodline, just like the proud Tenrya Knight Long Chaoyang. If one were to use the martial souls of the Douluo continent to measure, their bloodline should be considered the radiant holy dragon bloodline. It was purely a single element, but the light element itself was one of the strongest elements of the natural element. When this single element was cultivated to the extreme, its power would naturally be incomparably strong and terrifying. Feeling the increasingly blazing aura of Su Yanma, the golden light on Lan Xuanyu's body also became more intense. The divine dragon armor on Su Yanma's body was a pale gold, but it emitted a golden and white light, filled with the aura of light and holiness. At the tip of the dragon spear in his hand, spear light swallowed and spat out, tearing the air apart. Standing there, he seemed to have become the ruler of the world of light. Wherever there was light, there would be his power. Just by confronting each other, Lan Xuanyu could feel a strong pressure from him. This pressure was definitely not comparable to yesterday's Hu Hongyu. In other words, Su Yanma's control of the light element was far superior to Hu Hongyu's control of the 5 elements. Both of them used light as a foundation, but Su Yanma's was even purer. That dazzling brilliance was so dazzling that one couldn't even look directly at it. Seeing the halo of light emitted from Su Yanma's body not dissipating, the Tenrya Knight Long Chaoyang couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Not only did Su Yanma have the same dragon race bloodline as him, but he was also very hardworking. He had a gentle personality and was especially hardworking in his cultivation. He was the disciple he was most proud of. He also saw him as the successor who could inherit his mantle in the future. In the dragon race, the dragon knights also changed, and it was not the same. The dragon race would also age. Before the age of 3000, the dragon race would be at its peak. Once it exceeded 3000 years, its strength would gradually decline. If they wanted to live for a few more years, they would need to restrain themselves and reduce the energy they released to the outside world. From there, they would be able to control their life force and not leak out. In the end, they would be able to live for tens of thousands of years. And as a transcendent dragon knight, this time would be extended. However, although they were all above the god rank, don't forget that there was no true immortal chi on the Tenryu star or the Tianma star. Without immortal chi, it meant that no matter how powerful they were, they could not live forever. They would also die one day. The glory of the family, the inheritance of strength, became especially important to the dragon knights. At least, they had to have something to rely on during the 10,000 years when their strength began to decline. Therefore, the Dragon Knights attached great importance to their successors, especially the outstanding ones. The reason why the ink dinosaur knight Luo Lan attached so much importance to Lan Xuanyu was that he did not have a direct descendant yet. Moreover, his personality was not very good, and he had offended many members of the dragon race in the past. As he grew older, he was now more than 4,500 years old. His strength had begun to show signs of decline. Therefore, he was also in a hurry to find a successor who could inherit his mantle. Even if the attributes were different, as long as they came from the same source, they would be different. If Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu could become a pair of dragon knights and oversee the royal family, in the future, he could retire in Fenglong City. Looking at the powerful opponent in front of him, the golden light on Lan Xuanyu's body began to become brighter and brighter. It was also golden, but there was a difference. The golden light emitted from his body was deeper and more powerful. The rich dragon power undulations were more concentrated on the surface of the divine dragon armor. But in terms of aura, it was clearly weaker than Xianxia's. This guy was not as simple as a transcendent Douluo. He was probably close to rank 97 or even rank 98. Lan Xuanyu secretly evaluated Xianxia's oppressive aura in front of him. He was indeed a strong contender for the championship. Just in terms of cultivation, he was completely above him. Facing such an opponent, it was definitely not an easy task to defeat the enemy. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu was fearless. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would definitely give it his all in this battle. Only in this way could he consolidate his cultivation, which had risen so quickly. Only in this way could his future path be easier. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu also felt that the problem with the divine dragon armor was starting to appear on his body. Although his Mountain Dragon King divine dragon armor was very good, the Mountain Dragon King's attributes were not completely compatible with his own. On the other hand, his opponent's divine dragon armor was clearly made from the dragon bones of the radiant holy dragon, so its attributes were completely compatible with his. In this aspect, he was at a disadvantage. The battle was about to begin. The dragon race members who were absorbing the dragon aura also opened their eyes to watch the battle. Lan Xuanyu's sudden appearance in this competition attracted the attention of many dragon race members. Now, everyone wanted to see just how far he could go. Search for the fastest way to read the entire book in the library. This battle would determine whether he had the qualifications to compete for the championship. Please. Xianxia slowly raised the spear in his hand. As a man, he very gentlemanly gave the first opportunity to attack to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu did not stop him from being polite. Golden light blossomed from his eyes. His left foot tapped the ground, and he was already in the air. The sound of a dragon's rage rang out from his bloodline. A blazing, crazy, and violent bloodline aura unreservedly surged out. Xianxia felt his heart sink. The circulation of his bloodline was clearly affected. The aura of light around him also began to fluctuate. He understood that this was because his bloodline was being suppressed. Viefang suppressed. My radiant holy dragon bloodline is actually unable to deal with his opponent's bloodline? Just what is this Lan Xuanyu's bloodline? What kind of dragon race member is she? How can she have such a powerful bloodline? Although he was praising her in his heart, his movements were not slow at all. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and also soared into the air. Behind him, a blazing aura of light surged. Vaguely, 3 pairs of wings of light spread out behind him. That's right. Although he was a dragon race member, he had 3 pairs of wings. The instant those 3 pairs of wings of light spread out, with the rising dragon arena as the center, all the light elements within a radius of several kilometers frantically flew toward him, except in the direction of the god-tiered dragon race members. In an instant, his whole body was illuminated by the light essence, as bright as a small sun. The glaring light completely enveloped Xianxia, making it impossible to see his body clearly. In the next instant, the glaring light turned into a sharp arrow, brazenly charging towards Lan Xuanyu. The light element that was so dense that it was almost solid converged in the air, and the white radiance gradually turned into a platinum color. Lan Xuanyu was in the air. Facing such a powerful attack, he had no intention of dodging. Facing Xianxia and facing Hu Hongyu was a completely different feeling. The two of them were opponents on different levels. Lan Xuanyu could feel that Su Yanma was stronger than he had imagined. If he tried to dodge, he would lose the chance to counterattack due to the decrease in his momentum. Therefore, not only did he not dodge, he even sped up. Golden light erupted from his body as he became one with his spear. His bloodline power and soul power had completely fused together. It transformed into the purest form of energy and crashed into the other party like a golden meteor. Boom! It was as if two planets had collided. Advancing in the third battle area, the glaring light simultaneously, the light illuminated the entire battle area. The glaring light made it impossible for all the competitors to see the situation on the battlefield. Only the distant god-ranked powerhouses were able to judge the situation through their divine sense. The foolish dinosaur rider Luo Lan immediately frowned. Holy Light Dragon rider Huang Liangwei smiled faintly. It seems that the wild is still the wild after all. As the Tenryu rider, Long Chaoyang didn't say anything, only silently paying attention to the battlefield. The radiance gradually dissipated. The two sides had already separated. At this time, Su Yanma was still in the air, but the platinum radiance around his body was fluctuating. Lan Xuanyu was on the ground, with a deep trench in front of him. Half of his body had sunk into the ground, and the ground around him seemed to have melted. After all, remember to bookmark it in the library, and read the whole book as soon as possible. This was the Rising Dragon platform, the extremely sturdy Rising Dragon platform, although it was only the surface of the Rising Dragon platform that was broken, and not the core. It still required a terrifying amount of power to break apart the surface of the dragon platform that had been nourished for countless years. The Mountain Dragon King Divine Dragon armor on Lan Xuanyu's body had clearly cracked in several places. His face was a little pale, and his hair was a little messy. The dragon spear in his hand was stabbed into the ground, as if to stabilize his body. Everyone could see that Su Yanma had the upper hand in this all-out clash. And it looked like he had the absolute upper hand. It wasn't clear whether Lan Xuanyu was injured, but he was definitely at a disadvantage. However, Su Yanma wasn't able to immediately give chase. He took deep breaths, constantly replenishing his body with light elements. It wasn't that he didn't want to give chase, but that he needed time to dispel the terrifying shockwaves brought about by the dragon gods. Once the shockwaves reached him, he wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying destructive power. Therefore, although he looked completely unscathed, he had no choice but to stop in the face of the power of the dragon gods. Layers upon layers of light elements blossomed with beautiful halos, dispelling the destructive power of the dragon gods. Su Yanma's face flushed red, and he pointed his dragon spear at Lan Xuanyu again. Through this clash, he had already tested that he held a huge advantage in terms of strength. Lan wasn't that powerful. He only relied on his bloodline power, physical strength, and that unique shockwave technique to unleash such a powerful attack. In fact, when Lan Xuanyu defeated Hu Hongyu in an internecine fashion yesterday, Su Yanma already had a rough estimate of Lan Xuanyu's strength. In his opinion, Lan Xuanyu was still a level lower than himself. The difference in strength wasn't something that could be offset by looks. Lan Xuanyu had already walked out of the half-melted and half-shattered trench, and the light of the Mountain Dragon King's divine dragon armor had clearly dimmed a bit. A deep dragon roar sounded around him, and the golden light lit up once more. Roar! He roared toward Su Yanma in the air. Yan Mo let out a loud dragon roar, and his battle intent was so strong that even the dragon race spectators outside the battle zone could clearly feel it. Although he had suffered a loss in the previous clash, it didn't affect his battle intent at all. Just this kind of spirit was enough to make many young dragon race spectators blush with shame. If it were them, would they still be able to maintain this kind of battle intent in the face of such a powerful Su Yanma? Qi Tenryu silently nodded, and beside him, Zhang Liang Ruixia chuckled. Boss, it looks like this Lan is still a bit inexperienced. Aren't you going to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Qi Tenryu glanced at him and said, compared to her, you're far inferior. Not only did her battle intent not weaken because of the attack, it actually increased. This battle isn't over yet. Even if Su Yanma can defeat her, he'll have to pay a price. And don't forget, before this, Lan was a wild dragon race member. Even her body tempering was only started after she came to Fenglong City. In another 10 years, in the next Dragon Rising tournament, I'm afraid no one will be her match. At that time Su Yanchuang, Tang Linshuan, and I will definitely have ascended to the god rank. As for who will go further in the future, it's hard to say. Zhang Liang Ruixiao said in shock. How can she compare to you? Qi Tenryu nodded slightly. Her potential is even greater. Before their clash, didn't you notice that when she let out a dragon roar, Su Yanma's light element was affected? This means that her bloodline aura suppressed Su Yanma's. You know what kind of bloodline Su Yanma has, and the level of bloodline is related to the potential of our dragon race. Is that so? The gloating expression on Zhang Liang Ruixiao's face immediately vanished. Tenryu said indifferently, otherwise, how do you think she could become the leader of the rising dragon race? At that time everyone was only flying, but her bloodline aura suppressed everyone in the dragon race, including us. In terms of bloodline strength and bloodline level, she's the most powerful. Today, 4 Dragon Knights had come, largely because of her bloodline. In the third battle zone, Lan Xuanyu felt as if his insides were on fire. That terrifying light element erupted with terrifying speed and destructive power. That light seemed to expand inside his body, transforming him into a part of it. Lan Xuanyu also had the ability to control the light element. Although he suffered a loss in the previous collision, his comprehension of the light element increased by a level. It turned out that the light element could also be used and guided in this way. This increased his anticipation for this battle even more. The more powerful the opponent, the more potential he would have, and the better he would be able to grasp all the abilities he had gained through cultivation. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised the dragon spear in his hand. First, he bent his legs, then he suddenly bounced up, flying in the air. A dragon's roar resounded, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a huge Jinlong. Jinlong's king true body, as a soul master, he was at his strongest in his martial soul true body state. Seeing Lan Xuanyu reveal his true body, the spectators couldn't help but think of the battle techniques he had displayed in his battle with Hu Hongyu yesterday. However, in front of Su Yanma, would such battle techniques be of any use? This person who could control light could display the speed of light. This was also why Lan Xuanyu had chosen to clash head-on with him. A glaring radiance once again burst out from Su Yanma's body, and the same sonorous dragon's roar resounded. White flames condensed inwards. His attack speed was even faster than before. Boom! Both sides collided in a split second, and didn't even have the accumulation of power from the previous collision. Everything happened very suddenly. With a flash of light in the air, the collision between both sides was already completed. Boom! The huge golden dragon crashed heavily onto the ground, bouncing twice on the ground before rolling to the side. The one who was smashed down from the sky was Lan Xuanyu. His body was still burning with white flames. Su Yanma, on the other hand, rose into the air due to the huge rebounding force from the collision. He also spread his wings to slow down his flying speed. He now understood where the second shock that Lan Xuanyu had sent out against Hu Hongzi had come from. That was another technique, one that was completely different from the Dragon God's quake. At this moment, Su Yanma was also feeling very uncomfortable. His discomfort wasn't because of Lan Xuanyu's attack, but because of the incomparably tyrannical bloodline suppression within that attack. The bloodline aura brought about by Jinlong's explosion was so terrifying that even though Su Yanma clearly had the upper hand, he still felt fear in his heart. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, his judgment of Lan Xuanyu was exactly the same as Qi Tenryu's judgment of Lan Xuanyu. If it wasn't for the fact that Lan Xuanyu's cultivation wasn't high enough, in terms of bloodline level, he was afraid that he would be inferior to Lan Xuanyu. 054V, and he dispelled the suppression of his bloodline as he did so. He looked down. When Lan Xuanyu landed, he used a pair of dragon wings to wrap his body, smashing a few holes in the ground. Then, under Su Yanma's astonished gaze, he got up and flapped his dragon wings. The light flames burning on his body disappeared, and the golden dragon scales were still bright. Most importantly, he stood up again, and didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries at all. After all, Su Yanma didn't show mercy to Lan Xuanyu just because she was a female. Was this guy's defense that strong? Su Yanma was secretly shocked. Careful. Su Yanma took a deep breath, and the wings on his back began to change. 2 more pairs of dragon wings drilled out from his back. He looked like a 6-winged angel as he floated in the air. Those familiar with him knew that this was a sign that he was going all out. In the previous 2 clashes, Lan Xuanyu had suffered losses. Now, he was going to face Su Yanma, who was going all out. How long could he resist? Was he still not going to admit defeat? Many people in the dragon race had this thought in their minds. Come, on the ground, Lan Xuanyu raised his clawless dragon claw, hooked his finger at Su Yanma in the air. Su Yanma smiled. It wasn't a smile of ridicule, but a smile of admiration. This kind of opponent was a true opponent. His 6 wings spread out, and his body spiraled in the air. A low dragon roar suddenly resounded through the sky like rolling thunder. What was even more terrifying was that in the sky, an enormous white shadow appeared. That was an enormous white dragon over 50 meters long, flapping 6 wings on his back. Wasn't this the appearance of Su Yanma's original body? Under the effect of that enormous shadow, the absorption range of the light element increased by 3 times. Su Yanma 05 his body blossomed with an incomparably bright radiance, and even god-ranked powerhouses had to squint their eyes. With the 4 great dragon knights keeping watch, naturally no one would die. However, in the face of such a terrifying aura, the dragon race participants were incomparably nervous, so much so that they felt as if their breathing had already been deprived. Ayo! A fierce dragon roar suddenly resounded in the sky. Remember to search for the fastest books in the library. In the next instant, Su Yanma descended from the sky like an enormous golden awl. Flapping his 6 wings, he rushed toward Lan Xuanyu. In this instant, his imposing aura caused the air in the entire 3rd battle area to distort. That terrifying might fully showed that he was already using all his strength, and didn't show any mercy. On the ground, the enormous Jinlong spread his wings, his whole body already emitting a glaring radiance. His vital energy and blood fluctuated intensely, and his powerful heartbeat resounded through the whole arena like a war drum. Even the impassioned dragon roar in the sky couldn't cover it up. Jinlong's eyes were already blood-red. At this moment, all techniques were already meaningless. The only meaningful thing was the purest collision of strength. Jinlong flapped his wings, suddenly bouncing up. In a situation where he clearly hadn't fully recovered, he once again launched the Dragon God's Quake. Boom! A violent explosion several times louder than before exploded in the sky. 2 figures flew up at the same time, and crashed to the ground at the same time. But in the next instant, they bounced up once again, madly pouncing toward each other, completely ignoring the effects of the previous collision. Boom! Another collision occurred. 2 figures bounced up once again, and landed on the ground. Scales flew in the air, and red light shot in. It was obvious that Lan Xuanyu had more blood splattered out. Su Yanma, who fell from the sky, had more scales damaged. The divine dragon armor on their bodies had long been shattered. Under this level of collision, the divine dragon armor was completely unable to stop the wanton destruction of the terrifying power, and it shrank back into their bodies. Lan Xuanyu kept spitting out blood. This wasn't just an injury caused by his opponent's impact, but more importantly, it was an injury caused by his own Dragon God's Quake. The side effects of using the Dragon God's Quake continuously were already showing. But his bloodline vortex was also spinning at an unprecedented speed in this state. His aura continued to rise, rapidly healing all the injuries on his body. Su Yanma's situation was clearly better than Lan Xuanyu's. Although his scales were damaged and his face was pale, it was obvious that his injuries were far less serious than Lan Xuanyu's. Su Yanma lowered his head and stared down, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes. He knew very well how powerful his full-powered attack was. Even Qi Tenryu and the others might not dare to fight him head-on. However, the beautiful Azura withstood his attacks again and again. Moreover, although the Shi in front of him was spitting out blood, she had already climbed up from the ground again. Azura's tenacity completely ignited Su Yanma's fighting spirit. Without hesitation, modesty at this time would only be disrespectful to his opponent. The huge golden figure descended from the sky again. Although the golden figure on the ground was dim, it fearlessly faced it again. Boom, the dragon spear broke, and both sides were sent flying. After Lan Xuanyu transformed into his original form, the dragon spear had already fused with his body, turning into a horn on the top of his head. In this collision, it was no longer able to withstand and was sent flying. This time, both sides did not stop. The moment they were sent flying, they had already pounced on each other again. As long as the other side still had the strength to fight, they would not stop until one side was completely defeated. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of explosions were like heavy hammers, smashing into the hearts of every spectator present. Blood and scales splattered in the air. The violent explosions were accompanied by an incomparably tragic atmosphere. If the previous Lan Xuanyu had conquered the hearts of Tenryu Star citizens with his beauty and domineering aura. However, at this moment, the tenacity in this tragic situation made everyone's heartstrings tighten for her. It was really too tragic. This was only a round-robin match. However, she was unwilling to admit defeat. She climbed up again and again under the tragic collision. Time and time again, she met Su Yanma's attacks. In the beginning, both sides were sent flying. However, in the later few times, it was Su Yanma who pounced on Lan Xuanyu from the sky. Lan Xuanyu no longer had the ability to fly. One of his wings was already broken, but he still did not admit defeat. He still stood up again and again. Even on the ground, he met Su Yanma's powerful pressure again and again. Bai Xiaoxiao stood outside with a pale face. At this moment, only the 4 words he had once said to her echoed in her mind. Never admit defeat. Only she knew that at this moment, Lan Xuanyu was unwilling to admit defeat, not only because of this dragon race battle. At the same time, it was also because he represented the Douluo continent and the Douluo Federation. The obsession in his heart made him unwilling to admit defeat, making him want to straighten his back. Boom, once again, Lan Xuanyu's body smashed into the ground. There was almost no part of his body that was intact. However, at this moment, of course, Su Yanma was not in a good state. He was panting heavily in the air. The powerful destructive power of the god-destroying quake caused his entire body to tremble. Every pore on his human body was spewing out a bloody mist. He really did not understand how a female dragon race member could have such a strong will to fight. At this moment, the dragon race members who were originally sitting on the ground and absorbing the dragon aura had already stood up. Their expressions as they watched this battle had also changed. At the beginning, they only had an attitude of appreciation and observation, but now they had a serious expression. Even Zhang Liang Ruixiao, who was a cold-hearted superior dragon race member, had a look of admiration in his eyes at this moment. Everyone could tell that the outcome of this battle had been decided. However, the dragon race member who had clearly lost, who should have ended the battle, struggled to stand up again and again with great difficulty, and faced that undefeatable opponent again and again. There was no doubt that in this battle, Su Yanma had used all his strength in order to win. This was not what he wanted, because he wanted to fight for the championship, so he had to use his strongest strength and best condition in a more important battle. However, in the face of such an opponent, how could he hold back? On the ground, the huge Jinlong's body was no longer golden. It was completely covered in the color of blood, and there was already a pool of blood below him. However, he just got up again and again. Crawling up, he once again faced an undefeatable opponent. Come on! It was unknown who shouted this, but in an instant, the spectators of the dragon race all shouted the same slogan in unison. They clearly knew that the two sides fighting in the battle zone could not hear the sound outside at all. However, at this moment, their emotions had been affected by the blood-soaked Jinlong, and they could not help but shout in their hearts. The 4 dragon knights had also been watching the changes on the battlefield, and at this moment, their expressions were slightly different. The Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei, who was originally targeting Luo Lan, also had a serious expression. As for Su Yanma's teacher, the proud Tenryu Knight Long Chaoyang, his eyebrows were now relaxed, and he was more appreciative. The Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan's expression did not change, but from the direction of his gaze, he was only looking at the blood-soaked figure on the ground, struggling to get up bit by bit. The Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Lan's hands had unknowingly clenched into fists, and in his eyes, there was only excitement. So what if he lost? As long as there was no life and death in a battle, it did not determine anything. Most importantly, what kind of rewards could one obtain from such a competition? Lan's tenacious willpower was Luo Lanen's greatest gain. He did not expect that this female dragon race member, whom he valued, would be able to erupt with such a strong and tenacious will. She also had such a strong ability to resist attacks. If it was any other upper dragon race member, even if their will was strong enough, they would have already lost the ability to resist Su Yanma's powerful attacks, but he still persisted, and still got up again and again. She could even injure Su Yanma in a collision. He had picked up a treasure. The dark demon dragon knight Luo Lan was completely sure that he had picked up a treasure. If it was said that he thought that this woman had a chance to become a dragon knight because of her bloodline, then, he was now completely sure that no matter how much time it took, in the future, she would definitely become a dragon knight. Because she already had everything that a dragon knight needed. A strong bloodline, a firm and persistent belief. Both of these were indispensable. In the heart of this dark demon dragon knight, the woman in front of him was already someone who deserved his unreserved support. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were already bloodshot, but in the depths of his heart, there was still a persistence supporting his body. Only he himself would think that he had not lost yet. Yes, he had not lost yet. Slowly, with great difficulty, he climbed up from the ground bit by bit. Yes, he insisted on climbing up again. Even though at this moment, his entire body was already numb from the intense pain. However, the stubbornness in his heart still allowed him to get up from the ground. He raised his head and looked at Su Yanma in the air, whose body was constantly spewing out blood mist and trembling. Come on! The blood-soaked dragon raised his head and roared at the sky. There was no cowardice, only an even crazier fighting spirit. A cluster of golden flames burned from his body almost instantly. Yes, it was a flame that originated from his bloodline. It was the flame that the dragon race used to temper their bodies. It was a cultivation method that required enough energy to replenish it, not a suicidal flame. But at this moment, he ignited the flame in order to have the strength to fight again. What kind of madness was this? What kind of strength was this? But he did it anyway. It was under the background of the impassioned dragon roar that the fire of his life was ignited. He was going all out. This was clearly a posture of going all out. Even if he burned up the last drop of blood, he had to fight for the will to win. Su Yanma was in a bit of a daze. Just what kind of opponent was he facing? In the next moment, he saw that the figure on the ground that had lost its ability to fly was slowly floating up. That pair of eyes full of madness stared at him. With the flame burning on its body, Azure flew faster and faster. It was like a moth to the flame, rushing straight to him. In that instant, Su Yanma felt as if his heart had been set ablaze, and all of his reason had disappeared. If you want to die, then die. Su Yanma was absolutely calm in the dragon race, but no matter how calm he was, under the atmosphere in front of him, the flame in his heart was ignited. Although he couldn't hear the cheers outside, he could feel that everyone's attention was not on him, the winner. The pride in his heart made his blood boil. He no longer cared about the power of the dragon gods that was rapidly invading his body, and once again lit up the brilliant golden light. He had broken 2 wings, but he still had 4 wings, and could still fly. With a bright and dazzling golden light, he brazenly descended, with a fierce dragon roar, with an indomitable domineering aura. To meet the brazen golden figure flying towards him. On the dragon light beam, Luo Lan had already stood up. He could accept Azure's loss. Race won not only him, but the other 3 dragon knights were also the same. They could all see that in today's battle, Azure's performance had ignited the passion in the hearts of the younger generation of the dragon race. As long as she could grow up, she would be a spiritual leader-like existence in the dragon race in the future. This was the real successor of the dragon race, or even the successor. How rare such a talent was. The dragon knights were ready to make a move, to end this competition where Azure vowed to fight to the death. However, at this time, the 4 dragon knights' expressions first froze, and then, it became strange in an instant. The Tenryu knight Long Chaoyang, who was still sitting firmly on the dragon light beam, suddenly stood up. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at the 3rd battle zone. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. Book-seeking pavilion was the fastest. In a flash, he appeared in front of Long Chaoyang. In the 3rd battle zone, the 2 dazzling figures collided once again. However, there was no earth-shattering roar like before. One of the figures suddenly burst like a bubble. That's right, it shattered. It turned into a faint halo and dissipated in the air. Xianxia's all-out attack landed on empty air, and an enormous amount of light elemental energy transformed into a huge shockwave, directly bombarding the defensive barrier. Xianxia, who was ready to attack, spat out a mouthful of blood. The feeling of using the wrong force made him feel like a deflated balloon, and he fell into the most empty state. At this moment, a cold female voice rang in his ears. Jinlong, suppress 1, kill 1, 064. Dazzling golden light shot out, and countless golden shadows crazily fell on Xianxia, who was in an empty state. The figure that had already returned to human form was burning with golden flames, bursting with dazzling brilliance. Xianxia, who was high up in the air, was directly pressed down from the sky, smashing fiercely on the ground. His remaining 4 wings were broken at the same time, and countless golden lights flickered. The whole Rising Dragon arena instantly became absolutely silent, and all eyes were focused on that figure. That's right, at this very moment, there was only one standing figure left in the third battle zone. Although she was bent over, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, and although the flames of life on her body were gradually weakening, she was still standing. Moreover, she was the only one still standing on the battlefield. Under her feet, her once powerful opponent was pressed down on the ground, completely unconscious. However, she didn't kill him, and didn't destroy him under the circumstances where she could kill him. Announce the result. Bai Xiaoxiao screamed and rushed to the third battle zone. The referee came to his senses at this moment, and loudly announced, Lan, victory, that's right, he won. Lan Xuanyu won. In a situation where it was almost impossible to win, he won this battle. All of his forbearance was for the final blow. From the beginning of the collision, he knew that there was a huge gap between his cultivation and Xianxia's, who was close to the level of an ultimate Douluo. Therefore, he had been scheming. At the cost of being severely injured, he set up a trap, waiting for the final opportunity. He used the Dragon God's Quake at all costs to block his opponent's attacks time and time again, and was heavily injured by his opponent time and time again. All of this was real. Although he couldn't use the power of the Silver Dragon King, the power that belonged to the Silver Dragon King was also in the blood. 065 Through the transformation of the vein vortex, it replenished the bloodline of King Jinlong. The only thing Xianxia didn't know was that in terms of resistance, Lan Xuanyu was stronger than he imagined. Even in the end, Lan Xuanyu wasn't seriously injured to the point where he couldn't get up. His mentality had already been calculated. In his last bloodline, Lan Xuanyu even burned his opponent's heart. He believed that at that time, no matter what kind of opponent he was facing, he wouldn't have thought that he had the chance to make a false shot. And he did it at such a time. The treasure-seeking beast made a move at the last moment, helping him transform into a huge figure of Jinlong, creating that tragic scene. In fact, the real Lan Xuanyu had already turned into a human. Baidu search, book-seeking pavilion to view 20 complete volumes. Hiding in a corner, waiting for Xianxia to vent all of his attack power on the phantom, he would give him a fatal blow. Golden patterned blue-silver grass, 6th soul skill, Jinlong suppressing hell kill. This was a soul skill inherited from King Jinlong, and also a powerful soul skill inherited from Jinlong Moon Tang Wulin. In the final battle, it gave the opponent a fatal blow. If Lan Xuanyu hadn't stopped at the end, he could have killed Xianxia. But he knew that he couldn't do that. With Knight Ao Tenryu present, if he really killed Xianxia, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the Rising Dragon arena. Moreover, he wasn't that cruel. He won in the end. He defeated a transcendent Douluo for the first time in history, and it was even a radiant holy dragon wearing the divine dragon armor and possessing the powerful body of the dragon race. At that moment, the carefree and unrestrained feeling in his body made his blood flow even more lively. Following the referee's announcement, Lan Xuanyu couldn't control his body anymore, and directly fell to the ground beside Xianxia. At this moment, his consciousness was blurred, and he could only feel a familiar voice calling him, and everything seemed to become blurry. But unknowingly, a faint smile appeared on his face. 066 A smile. No one noticed that the blood on the ground was quietly decreasing, and the blood flow disappeared into the cracks on the roof of the Rising Dragon arena. At this moment, the 4 dragon knights were standing on their own pillars of dragon power. Although they didn't personally come to the competition grounds, with their super high level of cultivation, they could clearly sense that the 2 young dragon geniuses were only seriously injured and were still alive. Luo Lan stepped aside and turned to look at Long Chaoyang. Long Chaoyang was also looking at him. In the next moment, Long Chaoyang suddenly smiled and stretched out his hand to Luo Lan, giving him a thumbs up. Then, he clapped his hands together and applauded. Luo Lan laughed and clapped as well. Clap 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 clap. The applause came from the 4 pillars of dragon power at the highest point, and then spread down to the higher-ups of the dragon race. In the end, the entire arena was filled with thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles. Lan had won. Princess Jinlong had won. Bai Xiaoxiu hugged Lan Xuanyu's body tightly, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. One could imagine the agitation in her heart at this moment. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were closed, but there was a faint smile on his face. He seemed to have fainted, but one of his hands was holding Bai Xiaoxiu's hand. Master is fine. He injured himself on purpose. Bai Xiaoxiu heard a soft voice. Hearing this voice, Bai Xiaoxiu could not help but be slightly stunned. She immediately recognized that it was the voice of the treasure-seeking beast. On purpose? What did that mean? Although she did not understand, she could not ask at this time. She carefully carried Lan Xuanyu's body and walked out. The dragon race in charge of healing had already rushed up and carried Su Yanma out. At the same time, another dragon race in charge of healing came to Lan Xuanyu's side and checked his body. A soft white glow flowed in and healed his injuries. Do you want to leave? The dragon race healer was a middle-aged woman. Obviously, she had considered Lan Xuanyu's identity as a female. No need. I think my sister would want to watch me finish the competition. Bai Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she spoke softly. All right. She's great. You have to work hard too. The dragon race female in charge of healing was obviously a god-level powerhouse. Under her treatment, Lan Xuanyu's external injuries were quickly healing. Thank you. Arriving at the side of the arena, Bai Xiaoxiu carefully placed Lan Xuanyu flat on the ground. If it did not want to reveal any flaws, the treasure-seeking beast could have not informed Bai Xiaoxiu. The reason it informed her was to tell her not to leave the Rising Dragon Arena and to let Lan Xuanyu lie down on the Rising Dragon Arena. The purpose of deliberately losing blood was to try to communicate with the Rising Dragon Pillar. With such a serious injury, he couldn't just let it go to waste. And it was also related to Lan Xuanyu's future plans. For them, the biggest problem was their identity. Once his identity as a human was exposed, there was nothing much to say. They would be destroyed immediately. But in reality, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiu both had very pure dragon race blood, which was almost no different from the dragon race here. Therefore, it was impossible to tell if they were humans or not from the dragon race just by looking at their bodies. Otherwise, with the strength of the 4 dragon knights and 4 transcendent experts present, how could they not see through this? However, a flaw still existed, and that was Lan Xuanyu's bloodline. Lan Xuanyu believed that following his performance in the Dragon Rising tournament, the situation regarding his bloodline would definitely become more and more important. Who knew when a Dragon Knight would personally conduct a detailed examination of his bloodline? There was no way he could hide his bloodline under the scrutiny of a transcendent. There were also other bloodlines that could be easily discovered. As such, he needed a suitable opportunity to expose his Silver Dragon King bloodline. Then, he would expose some clues about the Dragon God's bloodline. Once he succeeded, the benefits would be many. He would no longer have to worry about his bloodline being exposed. At the same time, because his bloodline was stronger, he would be more valued. It was killing many birds with one stone. Therefore, before today's competition, he had already formulated this plan. Of course, the large amount of blood loss was not something he could control. It would depend on the actual battle situation. Otherwise, although it would be difficult for him to win, it was not as if there was no other way to fight. There were many other techniques that he could use. At least it would not be so bad. He had the bloodline of the dragon gods. With the evolution of his spiritual power, he had already felt the rising dragon platform calling out to him. This meant that the rising dragon pillar still recognized the bloodline of the dragon gods. Otherwise, the rising dragon pillar would have been exposed long ago. Therefore, when he was flying up earlier, Lan Xuanyu had already made up his mind. He would take a step closer to try to communicate with the rising dragon pillar. He would make use of this communication to reveal his Silver Dragon King bloodline. Whether or not the rising dragon pillar responded, with the help of the treasure-hunting beast, he was very confident that he would succeed. The battle was real, the heavy injuries were real, and the blood loss was real. Naturally, the changes that occurred after the blood loss happened naturally. Because it was a last-minute decision, he did not even have time to inform Bai Xiuxiu. This would make everything seem more real. The applause lasted for a long time. The participants in the third battle zone were the most affected. This was especially so for those who had not competed with Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, as they looked at her lying on the ground, their eyes were filled with heartfelt admiration. Every race needed a hero to be born. Similarly, the scene of the weak defeating the strong was also the most exciting in any race. Princess Jinlong's reputation had risen to the peak at this moment. It had risen to the point where everyone present was in awe of her. The competition still had to continue. Because the previous battle was a solo battle, the third battle zone would be empty for the rest of the competition. This was a last-minute decision made by the Dragon Knights, or rather, Luo Lan's idea. Xiuxiu and Lan were good sisters. Lan also needed to be taken care of. Giving them an extra battle as a buffer would be beneficial for Xiuxiu's performance in the following battles. Therefore, the second round would only begin after the other 9 battles in the first round had ended. During this time, Bai Xiuxiu could accompany Lan Xuanyu. When the competition began, all the god-tier experts in the dragon race realized that the energy of the young participants in the dragon race was completely different. After being stimulated by the battle between Lan Xuanyu and Su Yanma, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They fought like crazy. They no longer cared about tactical arrangements or the rest of the competition. They just wanted to do their best to defeat their opponents. On the dragon power pillar of the 4 great dragon knights, Luo Lan laughed and said, "This is the power of a role model. Their hot blood has been ignited. It's been a long time since such a role model appeared." The proud Tenryun knight Long Chaoyang smiled and said, "I actually hope that what they learn is not only a tenacious will to fight, but also wisdom. What I admire the most is actually that girl's wisdom at the last moment. It can be imagined that she has actually been enduring all the previous battles. She was waiting for the last opportunity. In terms of mentality, Su Yanma has already lost. This kind of strong will to fight and the ability to remain calm and clear-headed is the most valuable quality of that girl." The dark demon dragon knight Luo Yayuan slowly nodded and said, "Not bad." The holy light dragon knight Huang Liangwei curled his lips. "Some people are really lucky." Hearing his ridicule, Luo Lan was not angry. He laughed and said, "This is character." "Do you know what character is?" "Humph. I'm leaving first." Huang Liangwei stood up. His mood was a little unstable. Accurately speaking, he was a little flustered and exasperated. Originally, he didn't think much of Lan Xuanyu. He was only good-looking. What was there to praise about defeating some weak opponents, but today's battle made him completely change his opinion. But it was also because of this change in opinion that he was even more angry. How could that guy Luo Lan find such a good successor? Really, just as Huang Liangwei was about to leave, the 4 great dragon knights suddenly seemed to feel something. The 4 of them instantly looked towards the ground. Around Lan Xuanyu, who was lying flat on the ground, a faint rainbow-colored halo actually rose up unknowingly. That dense multicolored light was faintly discernible. It surrounded her body and was quietly drilling into her body. And the source of this multicolored light was precisely the ground below him. Without any hesitation, in the next instant, 4 rays of light flashed at the same time. The 4 great dragon knights stood in 4 different directions beside Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. The surrounding people in the third battle area were all pushed away by a force. Bai Xiuxiu was shocked when the 4 dragon knights appeared beside him at the same time. Those were 4 transcendent experts. Even if he looked carefully, he would feel a stabbing pain all over his body. The 4 dragon knights gathered together, and the pressure was unimaginable. Xianxia, go to the side first. Luo Lan made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Bai Xianxia was easily lifted up and retreated to the side. Out of the way. The 4 dragon knights surrounded Lan Xuanyu, and this scene shocked all the dragon race members around him. The god-tier dragon race members in the distance also withdrew their dragon power pillars and rushed over. The dragon race members who were in the middle of the competition were still immersed in their own competition and did not notice the changes here. However, the dragon race members who were not in the competition had no idea what was going on. They all looked over in confusion. Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan said in a deep voice, "Spread out, what are you surrounding him for? Continue the competition, continue to watch the battle. There are 4 of us here. No one is allowed to come close." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a layer of grey light bloomed, instantly enveloping the 4 dragon knights and Lan Xuanyu, isolating all sight and perception from the outside. No one in the dragon race knew that at this moment, the 4 dragon knights were filled with shock. They all stared at Lan Xuanyu lying on the ground in shock. In their hearts, they had mixed feelings. Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei was very glad that he had not left yet. Otherwise, he would have missed such an important scene. Strands of colorful halos were emerging from the ground. If one looked carefully, this colorful halo was faintly discernible in 7 colors. After they drilled out of the ground, they would only drill into Lan Xuanyu's body, and then quietly disappear into his body. Luo Yayuan hooked his finger and guided a strand of colorful halo. Suddenly, the colorful halo seemed to have a life of its own. Under his control, it rushed left and right, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, the Dark Demon Dragon Knight was extremely powerful. In front of his powerful strength, the colorful light could not break through at all. The colorful light seemed to have its own emotions, and it was extremely explosive. In a situation where they were unable to escape, they actually self-destructed. It even dissolved a portion of Luo Yayuan's power of darkness. The other 3 dragon knights also made similar attempts, but the results were exactly the same. The colorful light completely resisted their probing, and they couldn't absorb it into their bodies. Is it the same as the dragon world? Luo Lan asked Luo Yayuan. Luo Yayuan nodded silently. Very similar. I'm almost certain that it's the same source of energy. This Rising Dragon arena was indeed extraordinary. The chief was right. The Rising Dragon platform was most likely the cornerstone of the original Dragon Realm. In other words, it was the Rising Dragon platform that connected the Dragon Realm to our Tenryu star. From the looks of it, the Dragon Ascending Pillar should be a part of the Dragon World. It was the same as the core power of the Dragon Realm. However, how could this child be able to absorb the power of the Dragon Ascending Pillar? Even the chief had tried countless times without success. The proud Tenryu Knight Long Chaoyang said doubtfully. Bloodline, it should be bloodline. The Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei blurted out. He lost too much blood just now. Did you notice that the place where he fought earlier absorbed all his blood? Luo Lan said, in the past, blood would also be absorbed by the Rising Dragon platform in battle, right? But today's speed is especially fast. Now that Huang Liangwei mentioned it, I noticed it too. Long Chaoyang said solemnly. Luo Yayuan narrowed his eyes. In other words, his bloodline triggered some changes in the Rising Dragon platform. That should be the case. Long Chaoyang nodded. Huang Liangwei narrowed his eyes. From his battle with Su Yanma just now, he lost a lot of blood, probably close to half of his health. That's why such a change occurred. What if it's close to half of our health? Will it also guide the same kind of energy for us to absorb? Luo Yayuan's eyes flashed. They had never tried this method before. However, they could all feel that the 7-colored energy was extremely pure. More importantly, it contained a very powerful bloodline power. At their level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to advance even a single step. Bloodline was the biggest limitation. It could be said that at the transcendent level of the dragon race, strength depended on one's bloodline. If they could evolve their bloodline again, then they would undoubtedly become even stronger. Go back and check if any of our clansmen have lost so much blood here. A lone dragon race member. Luo Yayuan said solemnly. Luo Lan said, I'm afraid it's meaningless. Even if there is, it's the young people in the Dragon Rising competition. There's definitely no one in the transcendent level. What's more, each of our bloodlines is different. No one can say that their own bloodline can be guided, and no one else's can't. After all, everyone is an individual. If we want to try, I'm afraid we can only rely on our own blood. Long Chaoyang nodded and said, I agree. Different individuals had vastly different blood types. We all know that this child's bloodline is very strong. I'm afraid only a strong enough bloodline can guide the energy here. Huang Liangwei said faintly, we don't have to worry about anything now. Let's see how she changes after absorbing the energy here. Is there really any benefit? If there are really benefits, and the benefits are not small, then we'll talk about whether we should try or not. Luo Yayuan nodded and said, that's right. Let's stay here and feel the changes in her. As he said that, he sat down cross-legged. This was probably the first time in the history of the entire Heavenly Dragon Star that there were 4 Dragon Knights as protectors. At this time, although Lan Xuanyu was still unconscious, the treasure-hunting beast was still awake and trembling. If its true identity was discovered, it wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, it could only do its best to help Lan Xuanyu hide the problem of his gender. Bai Xiuxiu looked at the gray light screen in front of her, and her heart was beating faster and faster. However, she couldn't do anything now. In front of the 4 Dragon Knights, no one could do anything. They could only wait. In such a situation, not reacting was the best reaction he could make. The silk-like colorful halo flowed into Lan Xuanyu's body endlessly, nourishing his body. Before today, all the Dragon God's bloodline power in Lan Xuanyu's body came from the fusion of the bloodline energy of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. He didn't know how much energy it took to fuse that little bit. In the process of cultivation, the reason why so much dragon energy was consumed in tempering the body was because it had to be converted into the energy of the Dragon God's bloodline. At this moment, the Dragon God's bloodline power from the outside world was even purer than his own Dragon God's bloodline energy. It was constantly injected, quietly repairing the injuries caused by the continuous use of the god-destroying quake. Under the injection of this energy, the 2 bloodlines of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King were naturally subdued. The colorful energy was slowly repaired and injected into Lan Xuanyu's dragon core. Soon, the surface of Lan Xuanyu's skin began to show 7 colors. Pieces of colorful scales began to drill out from under his skin. The 4 Dragon Knights were watching his transformation closely. When they saw this scene, the expressions on their faces became wonderful. They could clearly feel that the bloodline aura emitted from Lan Xuanyu's body at this time was so pure and powerful. Although the strength of the energy itself was still very weak, the bloodline pressure brought about by the level of the superior bloodline even touched their own bloodlines. The dragon race was a race where bloodlines reigned supreme, so they naturally understood what this meant. Even as Dragon Knights, at this moment, their eyes couldn't help but become fanatical. They all understood that if they could reach this step, their strength would definitely rise again. I think we can give it a try first. Huang Liangwei looked sharply at the other 3 Dragon Knights. Long Chaoyang smiled faintly, but Luo Lan curled his lips. Luo Yayuan frowned slightly and said, when will you change this selfish habit of yours? Do you think this can be hidden? If we don't report it and try it ourselves, what do you think the chief will think? Can you bear the chief's anger? Huang Liangwei's facial muscles twitched and he said embarrassedly, I'm just saying. Of course we have to report it to the chief. Luo Yayuan said, continue to observe. Let's see how long he can absorb it. Now we can be sure that this energy has brought some fundamental changes to her. But it's hard to say how much this change can improve her. The main thing is how much damage it can do. Huang Liangwei said, she can't have absorbed all the energy in the Rising Dragon Arena, right? Luo Lan couldn't help it, shut your stinky mouth. How big is the Rising Dragon Arena? Even we can't shake the energy in the Rising Dragon Arena. Do you think her, a mere non-god tier dragon race member, can absorb it all? Use your mush brain before you speak. Luo Lan, you want to fight, don't you? Huang Liangwei roared angrily. Luo Lan snorted and said disdainfully, You? You alone can't do it. As he said that, he shook his index finger at Huang Liangwei. Enough. Quiet down. Just wait. Luo Yayuan's eyes flashed, and his aura suddenly became gloomy. This change made Huang Liangwei and Luo Lan shiver involuntarily. They had been dragon knights for so many years, and they understood that this was the sign of Luo Yayuan's anger. The anger of one of the top 5 dragon knights was definitely not something that could be easily endured. Although there were 18 dragon knights, the overall strength of the top 5 dragon knights was different from the 13 dragon knights behind them. The 4 dragon knights calmed down and silently watched Lan Xuanyu lying there absorbing the energy. The rainbow-colored scales began to spread from his chest to his entire body. As the scales spread, the bloodstains on Lan Xuanyu's body gradually disappeared as the rainbow-colored scales absorbed them back into his body. Lan Xuanyu's originally pale face gradually regained some color, as if he had been replenished with blood. Evolution? His bloodline had indeed evolved. It was different from the pure power from before. It was more mysterious and ever-changing. After an unknown amount of time, Lan Xuanyu gradually regained consciousness. When his consciousness first appeared in his spiritual sea, he was surprised to find that there was a layer of 7-colored liquid on the surface of his spiritual sea. Not only that, his entire body seemed to be filled with the rich power of the dragon god's bloodline. It must be known that after cultivating for so many years, the dragon god's bloodline had always appeared in droplets in his bloodline vortex. At this moment, his body had suddenly turned into a rainbow-colored liquid. This made him very uncomfortable. Master, don't move. Don't reveal any flaws. The 4 dragon knights outside are all looking at you. The treasure-seeking beast's anxious voice sounded. Ah Bao? What happened to me? Did I succeed? Lan Xuanyu asked in his spiritual sea. The treasure-seeking beast's figure appeared and said excitedly, You were right. Your blood caused the dragon pillar to react and give you the power of the dragon gods. That is the true power of the old master. I didn't expect it to be stored in the dragon pillar. Although it is only of a low level, the power of the bloodline is definitely there. I can feel that the energy that belongs to you in the dragon pillar is almost limitless. There must be something that you purposely left behind in there. However, only you can use the dragon pillar, and with those 4 guys guarding it, I don't dare to check it out. However, I believe that when you break through to the god level, you will be able to clearly see what is inside. Lan Xuanyu silently felt the changes in his body and was overjoyed. The heavy injuries from before had all been healed. Most importantly, the dragon god's bloodline flowing in his body was so vigorous and majestic. He could not even feel the bloodline of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. With so much power of the dragon god's bloodline for him to temper his body, perhaps he could complete the first round of tempering? This was a huge gain. I know. I will wake up in a while. Help me hide my appearance. Lan Xuanyu said. No problem, don't worry. Lan Xuanyu carefully felt the changes in his body again before slowly waking up. When he slowly opened his eyes, he immediately felt a huge pressure around him. The gray protective barrier made the place he was in feel a little dim. Lan Xuanyu blinked his eyes. His body was a little stiff, not because he had been lying down for too long, but because the power of the dragon god's bloodline in his body was too abundant, causing his body to swell a little. You're awake? How do you feel? A concerned voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu struggled to sit up from the ground. Sure enough, the 4 great dragon knights were now surrounding her. All of them were staring at him with burning eyes. Furthermore, each of their eyes were filled with fervor. Lord Luo Lan, and the other lords. And everyone. Lan Xuanyu bowed in a hurry and fear. He was really a little panicked. Facing 4 transcendent experts at the same time, if he did not panic, he would not be a normal person. Luo Lan said gently, It's okay, you had an amazing encounter. Calm down first, then tell us what you feel. Yes. Lan Xuanyu sat cross-legged and silently looked inside himself. After a while, he opened his eyes again, and there was confusion and surprise in his eyes. Color, all I see is color. What's wrong with me? Did you sirs help me? Why did everything in my body become color? The 4 dragon knights looked at each other, and Luo Lan coughed. It's not us, it's you who had some luck. Your blood seems to have activated the energy inside the rising dragon platform, and thus cleansed your body. In a sense, it should be considered a bloodline evolution. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Evolution? What kind of evolution? Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan said in a deep voice, evolution in a good direction. You should know the origin of the dragon race. We were born after the dragon transformation. We also evolved from different races. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the higher the level, and the more characteristics of the dragon race. Your bloodline level is already very high, so it should be your blood that activated the energy inside the rising dragon platform, causing your bloodline to undergo a process similar to the dragon transformation. Although this process did not take long, it allowed your bloodline level to rise to a higher level, which will be very beneficial to your future strength. As for why this happened, we still need to study it further. Go back first, and feel the changes in yourself. After this rising dragon competition is over, the Alliance will guide you. Thank you, Lord Dragon Knights. Lan Xuanyu pretended to be confused and bowed to the 4 dragon knights. The gray light fell, and the isolation from the outside world was removed. Lan Xuanyu realized that it was already evening, and he had been unconscious for quite a long time. Today's rising dragon competition had ended long ago, and the other dragon race members had already left. Only Bai Xiaoxiu was anxiously waiting outside. As soon as she saw him come out, Bai Xiaoxiu was overjoyed, but under Lan Xuanyu's signal, she managed to control her emotions. Lan Xuanyu walked to her side and joined her. After bowing to the dragon knights again, they flew up and left the rising dragon platform. Looking at their figures leaving, Luo Lan smiled. He laughed and said, "You're really blessed by the heavens," Luo Yayuan said in a deep voice. "Let's go back too. I will immediately report this matter to the head. As for whether we will try it or not, we will have to wait until after the rising dragon competition." All right. The other 3 dragon riders nodded their heads one after another, all of their eyes carrying a bit of fervor. Losses, a portion of the blood was nothing to them with their high cultivation, but the opportunity to evolve one by one was too important. The dragon race had been born for so many years, and the current Tenryu Alliance had their 18 dragon knights. In terms of strength, they had great confidence in themselves, but even they couldn't live forever. The dragon knights had gone through several generations. The dragon transformation period was nearly 10,000 years ago. Time had proven that even such powerful dragon knights couldn't live forever. The Tenryu Alliance had been doing research on the dragon race bloodline, and they had done detailed research on almost all the attributes of the dragon race, but they couldn't change the aging process. 12 Until they came into contact with the Douluo Federation, they spent a lot of money to buy information from the Heavenly Star. Some information about the Douluo Federation that was passed down gradually revealed the mystery. Although they were all god-rank powerhouses, and even transcendent powerhouses, they didn't have the support of a true god realm. No one knew how the god realm was formed, but from the information of the Douluo Federation, there was immortal spiritual energy in the god realm. Every true god had their own god realm. With a god realm, they could live in the god realm. With the nourishment of the immortal spiritual energy, they could live forever. Therefore, in the past few thousand years, especially after the current head of the Tenryu Star succeeded the position, they had been researching how to create a god realm, or find a god realm. For this, they put in a lot of effort in the dragon world. They judged that after reaching the transcendent realm, if they could improve, they might have the possibility of creating a god realm. But how could they improve? This was a problem that had not been solved for tens of thousands of years. From the perspective of the dragon race, their bloodline was paramount. What they lacked was another transformation of their bloodline. In the dragon world, there had always been a place where they made pilgrimages. They could clearly feel that there was a powerful bloodline that was superior to their own. However, no one in the dragon race could inherit that bloodline. They tried everything they could but to no avail. But today, they saw hope in Lan. If they really succeed, then there is no doubt that it will be of great significance to the entire Tenryu Alliance and even the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Therefore, this discovery shocked the 4 dragon knights as much as it excited them. Bai Xiu only heaved a sigh of relief when they returned to their residence. After closing the door, she threw herself into Lan Xuanyu's arms. You scared me to death, you really scared me to death. Why did you say that? Bai Xiu sounded like she was about to cry. Lan Xuanyu hugged her tightly and gently stroked her long hair, comforting her, It's okay. It's okay. The two hugged for a long time, then Bai Xiu stood up straight and looked at him, I can feel that the bloodline in your body has become stronger. They don't suspect anything, right? Lan Xuanyu said, I suddenly thought of something today. Remember to search the book-seeking pavilion. Do you remember when we were ascending the north platform and I let the support fly close to the rising dragon platform? My spiritual power has reached the level of spiritual manifestation, so I saw something on the rising dragon platform today. Inside the rising dragon platform, there is a huge amount of dragon god's energy. Xiaobao told me that the rising dragon platform is the rising dragon pillar of the dragon gods. Coupled with what I saw with my own eyes, I judged that this rising dragon pillar should have some energy stored by the dragon gods. In the past, I tried many methods to see if I could draw out the energy for my cultivation, but I found that only when I released some of the dragon god's energy did I have some success. Today's battle with Xianxia, I didn't have any confidence at all. So I thought, could I use my blood to draw out the energy? The dragon race's bloodline is supreme. Although my bloodline isn't pure dragon god's bloodline, a part of it can be considered to have evolved into the dragon god's bloodline. If it works, it might be helpful to me. Compared to that, defeating Xianxia isn't that important. Moreover, when I faced off with Xianxia today, I found that these young experts of the dragon race are indeed stronger than me. If I don't give it my all in the later rounds, I won't even have a chance. If I want to fight with all my strength, I won't be able to hide my dragon god's transformation. I also need to use a reasonable method to make the dragon gods appear. So I told Xiaobao that after the battle, if I fall into a coma, don't worry. Even if I can't get any benefits from the dragon pillar, when I wake up, I'll fake an evolution and let the dragon god's bloodline appear in front of the dragon knights. It's equivalent to letting them witness my evolution with their own eyes. This way, after that, I'll use the dragon god's transformation to fight and it won't be easy to arouse suspicion. Bai Xiu looked at him and didn't know what to say for a moment. The person in front of her was bold and meticulous. Even when facing so many transcendent experts, he wasn't afraid at all. He even used his advantage to play with those dragon race experts in the palm of his hand. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Bai Xiu suddenly felt a sense of pride spreading in her heart. This is my boyfriend. Lan Xuanyu looked at her shining eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, are you planning to repay me with your body? I'll agree. Bah. Bai Xiu blushed and punched him. How are your injuries? Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, I'm fine. They've all been repaired by the energy from the dragon pillar. I'm going to cultivate immediately and take the opportunity to absorb this energy to temper myself. Save the book to the bookmark and read the entire book. Tempering the body with dragon power is really a great way to cultivate quickly. Although it's dangerous, the effect is incomparable to any cultivation method we've used in the past. After recovering from my serious injuries, the intensity of the tempering seems to have increased. The energy I absorbed this time is the rare energy of the dragon gods. It's compatible with my body, so I won't pass it to you guys for now. Okay, then hurry up and cultivate. Bai Xiu gently pushed him. Then about the matter of pledging my body. After Lan Xuanyu entered a meditative state, his entire body entered a colorful world. Apart from the rainbow-colored energy of the dragon gods, there was nothing else in his body. Even his bloodline vortex had become rainbow-colored. The original energy of King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King bloodlines could no longer be seen. His dantian was filled with rainbow-colored dragon power liquid. This abundance of energy made him so excited that he wanted to cry. Moreover, before Lan Xuanyu left the Rising Dragon platform, he had already felt that there was a strange connection between him and the Rising Dragon platform. It was a connection between bloodlines. Although he didn't know if he would be able to obtain the energy of the dragon gods from the Rising Dragon platform next time, with this connection, he would have it. This was a chance. He carefully ignited his bloodline and tempered his body again. However, as soon as the tempering began, he was shocked. Because he was shocked to find that when the ignited bloodline burned his body suddenly became brighter. The flame didn't seem to be burning, but rather illuminating. Lan Xuanyu discovered that his dragon power pool had begun anew. That's right, it was anew. All of his previous progress seemed to have disappeared, and he had to start anew. Discovering this change, Lan Xuanyu wasn't alarmed, but rather happy. Because this meant that the first tempering had been completed after this round of dragon power body tempering. Being able to temper his body a second time meant that his current dragon power was strong enough. This laid the foundation for his future advancement. Focusing on tempering his body, he quickly entered a state where he forgot about everything else. Bai Xiaoxiao sat beside Lan Xuanyu. She was surprised to discover that Lan Xuanyu's body was emitting a faint pleasant fragrance, and his entire body was surrounded by seven-colored light, sometimes visible, sometimes visible. Just sitting beside him, Bai Xiaoxiao could clearly feel her own bloodline becoming restless, so excited that her whole body felt hot. Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly focused on stimulating the power of her bloodline, quietly cultivating. She actually gained quite a lot of benefits today. After winning the competition with great difficulty, she had been waiting for Lan Xuanyu to come out. The others had all left after the competition, but she could legitimately stay. There were the 4 great dragon knights here. Moreover, these 4 great dragon knights were afraid that Lan Xuanyu didn't have enough energy during the evolution process, so they kept releasing their own dragon qi. Lan Xuanyu naturally gained benefits, and Bai Xiaoxiao also absorbed dragon qi, accumulating a lot. At this time, Bai Xiao was cultivating beside Lan Xuanyu, and under the influence of his bloodline of the dragon gods, dragon qi surged. Zero surging, her cultivation could be said to be advancing at a tremendous pace. After the 6th round of the round-robin competition, the situation was already clear. Especially the first place of each group, there was no longer any mystery. After the round-robin competition ended, the most talked-about event was. It was still the same world-shaking and tragic battle. Princess Jinlong had achieved great success against Su Yanma, relying on her unyielding willpower to defeat Su Yanma. This was even more shocking than her defeating her opponent with absolute strength. In this year's Dragon Rising competition, Princess Jinlong was undoubtedly the most dazzling star. Under the deliberate propaganda of the Tenryu Alliance was very active. He had become the idol of the new generation. Not only was he the idol of the dragon race, but he was also the idol of the entire Tenryu star. For a time, he was in the limelight. In 2 of the last 3 rounds of the round-robin tournament, Lan Xuanyu's opponents were far weaker than Su Yanma. Coupled with Lan Xuanyu's previous strong performance, he basically won easily. Bai Xiaoxiao had also shown more and more of her strength. Her continuous improvement had also allowed her to occupy a place in the 3rd theater of operations. Although she lost another match later on, Lan Xuanyu went easy on her in the last match. Remember to search the book-seeking pavilion and read all 20 volumes as soon as possible. Taking the initiative to admit defeat gave her a score of 7 wins and 2 losses, second only to Lan Xuanyu and Su Yanma's 8 wins and 2 losses. With the results, Lan Xuanyu was the first to advance in the 3rd theater of operations. Su Yanning was second, and Bai Xiao was third. The 3 of them advanced together and entered the human finals. The other groups also advanced with strong people. The most outstanding dragon race members below the god rank would enter the human finals after a 5-day break. These few days, Lan Xuanyu had been cultivating hard. Every day, other than the competition, he spent all his time tempering his body with dragon power. He finally felt the benefits of having sufficient dragon power. These days, he no longer had to worry about finding dragon power. The 7-colored dragon power liquid in his body was being consumed slowly, but the speed of tempering his body was greatly increased. This was the cultivation energy that truly belonged to him. After the battle with Su Yanma, Lan Xuanyu's divine dragon armor and dragon spear were severely damaged. Originally, he was prepared to use his own strength to repair them, but the dinosaur knight Luo Gang asked Huang Daoqi to send him a new set of divine dragon armor and a brand new dragon spear. This set of divine dragon armor was still a strength-type divine dragon armor made from the bones of the mountain dragon king. The difference was that the parts of the mountain dragon king's bones it used had changed a little. It was the essence of the dragon bones. Especially the dragon head breastplate on the chest, which was made from the skull of the mountain dragon king and had some special effects. The dragon spear had reached the level of a true divine weapon, made from the bones of the mountain dragon king. Of course, it was only a divine weapon that had just entered the door of divine weapons. There was still a big gap between it and Lan Xuanyu's yellow Jinlong spear. Luo Lan asked Huang Daoqi to tell Lan Xuanyu to do his best to win and strive for the championship. Defeating Su Yanma didn't make the Dragon Knights pay much attention to Lan Xuanyu, but it stirred up the energy within the Rising Dragon arena and caused a considerable commotion among the upper echelons of the Tenryu Alliance. Even the Tenryu Star's first seat paid attention to this matter. After some discussion, it was decided that after the Rising Dragon tournament ended, the Dragon Knights would try something similar. This was what Lan Xuanyu didn't know. After the round-robin tournament ended, the contestants rested for another 5 days. During this time, Lan Xuanyu seemed to have been reborn. The second dragon power body tempering was faster than the first time. With sufficient energy from the dragon gods as his backing, Lan Xuanyu didn't need to worry about repairing his body. His body tempering progressed very quickly and his cultivation rose sharply. He could faintly feel that he was close to the critical point, which was the peak of 6 ring. His 7 ring was completely different from the 7 ring of a normal soul master. The closer he got to this critical point, the more he felt that he needed to accumulate more. After the dragon power body and the benefits he gained from the Rising Dragon arena, he understood that if he broke through on the Rising Dragon arena, with enough energy support, as long as he didn't go crazy, he had a very high chance of breaking through to the god rank. That would also be his chance to reach the heavens. But at the same time, he also understood that it would be the time when the golden patterned blue-silver grass and silver patterned blue-silver grass completely merged. Cheng 08 Cheng. The breakthrough ahead. Wei Do was already facing the danger of collapsing. The difficulty of this breakthrough. The degree of accumulation and danger was probably greater than the previous 6 breakthroughs combined. Without sufficient accumulation, he would definitely not try it. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Therefore, even though he was about to reach the critical point, he wasn't anxious at all. He wanted to accumulate enough. The thick window opened inwards. Looking out from the window, one could see the rising sun on the horizon. There weren't any tall buildings in the Rising Dragon City. Therefore, to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiao, cultivating the purple demon eyes didn't require them to leave the house. They could do it as long as they opened the window. The 7-colored halo around Lan Xuanyu's body had just retracted back into his body. After 7 consecutive days of cultivation, he had basically finished digesting all the energy he had absorbed on the Rising Dragon arena. He felt as if he had been reborn. He could feel that if he were to meet Su Yanma again, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like that day. The last time he had broken through was in Eternal Sky City. He had absorbed a large amount of essence from the Eternal Tree, and with the help of Tang Wulin, he had broken through to 6th ring. That breakthrough was actually rather rushed. He hadn't accumulated enough. He had relied on the large amount of essence from the Eternal Tree and Tang Wulin's help to forcefully break through. Lan Xuanyu knew then that if he wanted to break through again, he would probably have to spend a lot of time accumulating. It could be 3 to 5 years, or even longer. It would depend on how many cultivation resources he could obtain. It was with such hope that he and his companions came to the Tenryu Star. Everything was better than he had expected. Here, he had not only obtained treasures, but also cultivation resources that he had never dared to imagine before. The dragon power body tempering technique had completely changed his cultivation method. With the help of the god-destroying thunder, his cultivation had improved tremendously. Not only had he completed the consolidation of his 6th ring, but he had even reached the peak of 6th ring in just a few months. He could advance to 7th ring at any time. He wouldn't even dare to think about this in the past. His companions from the wings of the 33 heavens had also improved significantly. They had abundant life energy and Lan Xuanyu's assistance in tempering their bodies. There were no longer any soul sages in the wings of the 33 heavens. And this kind of rapid growth was still maintained. The plant-type soul beasts from the Shrek Academy had benefited even more. A place with such enormous life energy and no suppression of life order was simply too suitable for them to live and cultivate. Many plant-type soul beasts were unable to progress further because of the Douluo star's lack of life energy and suppression of life order. Here, they were like fish in water. They were all grateful for Lan Xuanyu's kindness. While they cultivated, they also cooperated and gave a portion of the life energy they absorbed to the youngsters from the wings of the 33 heavens to assist them in their cultivation. To put it bluntly, they were like a group of leeches hiding in the dark, silently absorbing the planet's nutrients for their own growth. However, the amount they absorbed was nothing compared to the enormous resources of the Tenryu star. Purple flashed. Lan Xuanyu's purple demon eyes had completed a leap the day before yesterday, entering the third stage from the second stage. There was no other way to cultivate the purple demon eyes other than through continuous accumulation. The qualitative change of his spiritual power was an important reason for its improvement. He was only one step away from the highest level, the fourth stage. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power had reached spiritual realization. If he went any further, it would be the true transformation of his divine sense. With the dragon crystal, he only needed to continuously polish it. When the time came, success would naturally follow naturally. He had been thinking while he was in closed door cultivation these few days. He was thinking about when he should complete his breakthrough. He was now certain that the treasure-hunting beast suggestion was very feasible. The breakthrough of his seventh soul ring was extremely important. There was no place more suitable than the rising dragon platform. Before he broke through, he still needed more preparation. If possible, it would be best to make a trip to the dragon world and break through after returning. At the same time, not only did he need to accumulate more, it was best to let his spiritual power complete a transformation before he broke through. In other words, he had to let his spiritual power transform into divine sense before breaking through. This would be easier. The process of breaking through to God rank was divided into two parts. Don't accumulate them together. The treasure-hunting beast told him that the next step was the most important step in his transformation into the dragon gods. Once it was completed, the initial transformation would be completed, and the following cultivation would be easier. At the very least, it would not be as dangerous as before. Therefore, no matter how careful he was during this breakthrough, he could not be too careful. With so many resources in the Tenryu star, he would definitely continue to accumulate until he could no longer suppress it. Only then would he take that final step. The white light in the distant sky gradually brightened, and the sun had completely risen. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, and the purple color in his eyes gradually faded. Bai Xiuxiu, who was beside him, was the same. A faint dark blue halo swirled around her body. Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Xuanyu looked at each other, and a smile appeared on the corner of Bai Xiuxiu's mouth. If someone had told her a year ago that she would be able to become a titled Douluo before she was even 20 years old, she would have thought that it was impossible. But now, she had really done it. Ninth ring, and it was an extraordinary ninth ring. Due to the complete fusion with the Demon Queen, her following soul rings were all orange gold soul rings at the Great Beast level. It could be said that she had completely received the Demon Queen's cultivation and had perfectly fused with her martial soul. Lan Xuanyu had been cultivating on his own for the past few days and did not have time to see his teammates. But what he knew was that Tang Yuga's cultivation was already close to the titled Douluo level and could break through at any time. Yuan and Hui Hui had already broken through to 8 ring. The others were also close to 8 ring. Relatively speaking, Lan Mingqin's soul power was increasing the slowest. This was because Emerald Swan Bai Ji needed time to change her body to achieve a situation similar to the Demon Queen's and completely fuse with her. Once the fusion was successful, her cultivation would definitely catch up to her other teammates. Today is the final stage. Lan Xuanyu suddenly revealed a strange smile on his face. Bai Xiuxiu blushed, snorted, and turned her head away. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand to stroke her long hair and smiled. "Come, I'll carry you." As he spoke, he took the initiative to squat down in front of Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was stunned for a moment, but her face was quickly filled with a smile. She did not stand on ceremony with him and directly laid on his back. Lan Xuanyu grabbed her slender thighs with both hands and carried them on his back. The soft and fragrant body leaning against his back made his heart ripple slightly. Bai Xiaoxiu hugged his neck and said with a smile, "Giddy up. Let's go, Long Xiaolan." Just like that, Lan Xuanyu carried her back and forth in the room a few times. Bai Xiaoxiu's laughter gradually stopped. She laid on his neck and exhaled as she said softly, "Actually, I'm fine. I'm willing to be your dragon mount." Lan Xuanyu's body trembled. He squatted down slightly and put her down. Then, he suddenly turned around and pulled her into his arms, kissing her red lips fiercely. The Rising Dragon Arena. Today, the Rising Dragon Arena was especially deserted, because the number of people who were qualified to step onto the Rising Dragon Arena and continue the Dragon Ascension tournament was extremely small. Only the strongest 30 had a chance at ascending the Rising Dragon platform. On the Rising Dragon Arena today, the silver light door had already opened before the contestants arrived. There were twice as many higher-ups of the Tenryu Alliance as compared to before. They raised dragon pillars on the Rising Dragon Arena. The dragon pillars emitted different colors of light, but all of them represented the level of the god level. There were more than 100 god-level dragon race contestants present. They were the mainstays of the entire dragon race, second only to the dragon knights who were independent and high above. Although Huang Daoqi was one of the city lords, due to his cultivation base, he could only be ranked at the front. Who asked his dragon pillar to be so short? If he was at the back, he would be blocked. However, this did not affect the good mood of the city lord of Fenglong City. It could be said that ever since he took over the position of the clan leader, apart from the birth of his first child, Huang Yuanlang, today was the day he was the happiest. The unprecedented glory of Fenglong City was set in stone. 2 of the top 30 contestants of the Rising Dragon competition came from Fenglong City. One had to know that in the history of Fenglong City, there were only a handful of contestants who could enter the finals. Who knew how many years ago that was? Huang Yuanlang was naturally eliminated. He represented the original strength of Fenglong City. However, Lan and Xiaoxiu both made it to the finals. Huang Yuanlang expected Lan to make it to the finals, but he did not expect Xiaoxiu to make it to the finals as well. Although he was in third place, being able to make it to the finals meant a lot. Just like just now, the other city lords who looked down on him took the initiative to greet him, chatting and laughing. This was the most obvious sign of a rise in status. His status in the Tenryu Alliance had risen because of these 2 young people. More importantly, the 1,000-year contract had been completed. For the next 1,000 years, they could only serve the royal family. It was completely certain that under their leadership, the royal family would rise to a whole new level. Currently, no dragon knights had arrived. As for the last 30 contestants, they were going up the stage one by one. Compared to when they participated in the round-robin competition, when these contestants went up the stage again, it was obvious that they were all nervous. Their faces were tense, and they did not speak or smile. There was not much expression on their faces. As soon as they went up the stage, they sat down in the special resting area, absorbing the dragon energy on the Rising Dragon platform to replenish themselves. They were in their best condition, ready to get up and compete at any time. It was another weekend. Happy weekend. Remember to watch the Douluo cartoon at 10 o'clock in the morning. The elimination system would be restored. In other words, if you lost the competition, you would be eliminated immediately. Therefore, each contestant only had one chance. Moreover, no one knew how many contestants in the finals would have their own dragon mounts. Contestants with dragon mounts would not be able to use the dragon armor or dragon spear in the following competition. But that was still 2 against 1. The preferential treatment was obvious in the form test. Of course, no one would choose a dragon mount casually. Once one chose a dragon mount, it could not be changed for the rest of one's life, even if one did not become a champion. Today, there was only one competition venue in the entire Rising Dragon Arena. Just like before, many matches would be held at the same time. Every match would be watched by the whole nation. They would all be exciting matches. All the lot drawing ceremonies would be completed under the witness of the Dragon Knights to ensure absolute fairness in the finals. At this stage, no means could affect the progress of the competition. Everything had to be carried out in the most fair way possible. This was the rule of the Tenryu Alliance. Even Dragon Knights were not allowed to play favoritism at this stage. According to the rules of the Tenryu Alliance, at least 6 Dragon Knights would come to witness the finals of the Rising Dragon competition. There were even more Dragon Knights than when Lan Xuanyu and Su Yanma battled. Tenryuchi was one of the first contestants to arrive. The resting area was located to the side of the silver door. To the right of the resting area was the viewing area of the Dragon Power Light Pillar. After sweeping his gaze across the area of the Dragon Power Light Pillar, Tenryuchi stared at the arena, somewhat lost in thought. He only had one goal in this competition, and that was to win the championship. In fact, he had already reached the peak of the God tier. If he had not deliberately suppressed it, he could have stepped into that category long ago. He had not stepped into the God tier because of this Rising Dragon competition. When the competition ended, it would be time for him to enter the God tier. As the direct disciple of Yao Quan, he was seen as the future successor of the head. Tenryuchi also had high hopes for him. In terms of strength, there were not many contestants who could pose a threat to him. However, the appearance of Princess Jinlong seemed to have changed everything. Qi Tenryu did not have a dragon mount. His plan was to choose a dragon mount when he fought for the Dragon Knight. At that time, the dragon mounts he could choose would be the strongest. As long as he could obtain the approval of the dragon mounts with the corresponding attributes, his strength would soar. Relatively speaking, the more rebellious the Mount Dragon was, the more powerful it would be. This was also the reason why most of the dragon race youths weren't in a hurry to choose their dragon mounts. In the land of becoming a god, the dragon throne chosen would definitely be below the god level. Whether or not the dragon throne would be able to advance with him and become a god together with him in the future was hard to say. Therefore, they would rather choose a god rank or even a true god rank Mount Dragon after becoming a god. This was the best shortcut. However, Tenryu could see that Blue and Xianxia were very close. In other words, they were likely to be a dragon knight and a dragon. That day in the battle with Su Yanma, Azura's perseverance had left a deep impression on everyone. Although Azura's strength was not as strong as Su Yanma's, she was definitely not weak. What was even more frightening was her growth. That day, she received feedback from the Rising Dragon platform. This was what shocked Tenryu the most. The scene of the 4 great dragon knights personally guarding her shocked and envied everyone. As Tenryu's disciple, Tenryu naturally received the relevant news after Tenryu's death. Not only had Azura recovered, but she had also obtained the benefits of the Rising Dragon platform. The next few rounds of the competition also proved this point. Azura's victory over her opponents had obviously become easier. In this state, if Azura had Xiaoxiao as her dragon mount, it would be very difficult to deal with. Xiaoxiao seemed to be very lucky, but no matter how lucky she was, she still needed to have a certain degree of strength to enter the finals. Perhaps this combination would be the biggest obstacle on his path forward. At this point, Qi Tenryu suddenly felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest. It was not because of fear, but because of curiosity. He loved to accept challenges the most. At the same time, he realized that he was paying more and more attention to Azura, as if an uncontrollable emotion was spreading in his body. That day, when Azura was knocked down by Su Yanma again and again and got up to continue the battle, Qi Tenryu realized that an uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. He wanted to tear Su Yanma into pieces. Azura's indomitable spirit deeply shocked him. He had a very good impression of this woman who was born in the wild dragon race but had a very noble bloodline. After stepping onto the Rising Dragon platform, his eyes had been searching for that figure. It was because Azura had yet to arrive that he was a little lost in thought. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, 2 figures floated up and landed on the Rising Dragon platform. Qi Tenryu's eyes lit up instantly. They were holding hands. They had the same long hair, the same beautiful face, and the same cold expression. They walked forward proudly and slowly towards the resting area. "They're here." Not only did Qi Tenryu notice their arrival, but the contestants in the finals also noticed them and gathered together. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on them. Everyone had different expressions, but without exception, there was admiration in their eyes. Even Su Yanma, who was defeated by Lan Xuanyu, smiled when he saw them. He even stood up to greet them. "Hello, Azura Xiaoxiao." Su Yanma came to Lan Xuanyu and nodded to her. "Hello." Standing next to him, Bai Xiuxiu just smiled and did not speak. That day, he lost to Lan Xuanyu and Xianyu. Su Yanma's injury was not light, but after timely and effective treatment, it did not affect the later part of the competition. After that match, he carefully thought about the whole process of the competition. He could not help but be generous to Lan Xuanyu. Therefore, he understood that he had actually fallen into the opponent's trap from the beginning. Although Su Yanma did not think that he would lose against Lan Xuanyu's ladder again, at least in the other match, he lost wholeheartedly. Su Yanma looked at Lan Xuanyu, and then looked at Bai Xiuxiu. He smiled and said, "Are you guys going to fight together?" Bai Xiuxiu said, "What, are you here to inquire about the military situation?" Su Yanma smiled wryly and said, "I just don't want to be drawn against you guys." That day, Su Yanma was under the Dragon God's shock, which he used at all costs. The Dragon God's shock entering the body was not easy to bear. Even the dragon race, who possessed a strong physique, was somewhat unable to bear the terrifying destructive power. Su Yanma first relied on his strong control over the light element to barely suppress the majority of the destructive power, but it still took him a long time to dissolve the power. If he were to face Lan Xuanyu again, even if he could win, he would certainly have to pay a heavier price, which would certainly affect the later part of the competition. Lan Xuanyu said, "That's right, Xiuxiu and I will fight together." Su Yanma was actually just probing a moment ago. He did not expect Lan Xuanyu to give a direct answer. He could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Then he nodded and said, "Then you guys are the popular contestants to win the championship." Xianxia knows that among the clansmen who entered the finals this time, in addition to you, there are 2 other clansmen who have mounted dragons. But their winged dragons are not in the top 30. Book friends who mind typos, please pay attention to the official account to see the picture version. The text is automatically recognized, the typos cannot be corrected for the time being. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood Su Yanma's meaning. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "The truth is nothing. I'm just an extra. It's mainly thanks to Jia." Su Yanma smiled and said, "Miss Xiuxiu, you don't have to be modest. We're in the same group, and everyone can see your strength. With your help, Lan's attack will definitely reach its strongest level. However, you can't use it. With the divine dragon armor protecting your body, you guys still have to be careful. Alright, I won't disturb your rest." As he spoke, he gestured to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, and led them into the rest area. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu walked into the rest area, felt the strong dragon energy, and found an empty place to sit down. Although there were hundreds of god-level dragon race powerhouses watching the battle on the Rising Dragon platform, it still seemed very boring. Later, on the huge Rising Dragon platform, the competition would be carried out one by one. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Lan Xuanyu secretly calculated in his heart, if among the remaining contestants, the dragons of the 2 contestants who have dragon mounts are not the ones who enter the finals, then it would be equivalent to a total of 29 contestants, he and Bai Xiuxiu would be considered as one. In other words, there would be a bye in the knockout round. There were only 2 ways to get the dragon mount's approval, either beat it into submission, or be chosen. Comparing the 2, it was definitely easier to be chosen. Not to mention the rewards of the Rising Dragon competition, the higher the ranking, the greater the reward. Especially the top 3, the rewards had always been extremely generous. At this moment, a tall figure walked out of the silver light door. The dragon race higher-ups who were originally sitting on the dragon power light pillars stood up almost at the same time. At this time, only a dragon rider was qualified to walk out of the light door. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu didn't know the first dragon rider who walked out. It was their first time seeing him. It was a young man who looked to be about 20 years old. His appearance was ordinary, his temperament was cold, and he was dressed in simple gray loose casual clothes. He looked very ordinary. However, when he arrived, all the dragon race powerhouses present lowered their noble heads and showed reverence. It was clear how high this person's status in the dragon race was. The second dragon rider who walked out after him was recognized by Lan. It was the dark demon dragon rider Luo Yayuan, followed by the 6th-ranked Tenryu dragon rider Dragon Tide, the 7th inked dinosaur rider Luo Tong, and the 11th holy light dragon rider. These 4 beasts had all appeared before. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a faint smile on her face. Female dragon rider. According to Huang Yuanlang, only 2 of the 18 dragon knights were female. This should be one of them. A total of 7 dragoness watching the Rising Dragon competition finals. This was no doubt a great thing for him. Although he had undergone earth-shattering changes, and the treasure-hunting beast had said that even if they met again, the Tenryu Star's president would have a hard time recognizing him. However, they were enemies after all. Moreover, the Tenryu Star's president had seen him before. If the Tenryu Star's president came, he would definitely be nervous. Naturally, it was best that the Tenryu Star's president didn't come. The arrival of the 7 dragon riders made the atmosphere on the Rising Dragon platform warm up. Light appeared under the 7 dragon riders' feet at the same time, and a huge light pillar pushed their bodies into the air. The dragon rider who walked out first was in the center with a faint smile on his face. He looked very approachable. His light pillar was extremely exaggerated. It was obviously a third thicker than the other dragon rider's light pillars, and the speed of its ascent was extremely fast. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but gasp. Bathed in this kind of dragon energy, even if they didn't cultivate, the strength of these contestants who hadn't reached the god level would increase. The leading dragon rider swept his gaze over all the contestants below and said with a smile, "You can enter the finals, which means that you are the most outstanding talents in the clan. In the future, our successors will be chosen from among you. In the following finals, continue to be strong and perform well." The finals were conducted in an elimination format. Next, they began to draw lots. A dragon rider stepped out. Hearing him say this, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu looked at each other and walked out. Seeing them walk out hand in hand, the other contestants' expressions couldn't help but change. Lan Ziji's performance in the competition left a deep impression on every contestant. She was not weak to begin with, and with Xiuxiu, who also entered the finals, as the dragon rider, their strength could be imagined. They would be the lucky one. No one who could enter the finals was simple. The rest depended on their luck. According to the information Huang Yuanlang gave them, the situation of the finals of the Rising Dragon competition changed every time. Sometimes, it even used a double elimination format. This time, the finals used a knockout format, which was notified after the end of the round-robin competition. Generally speaking, the double elimination format was more scientific and allowed everyone to show more of their strength. The knockout format was much crueler. What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that the final elimination format had something to do with him. That day, he absorbed the energy of the dragon gods from the Rising Dragon platform, which really caused a big shock among the dragon riders. But if the dragon riders wanted to taste it, they had to wait until after the Rising Dragon competition. Therefore, the dragon riders, after internal discussion within the Tenryu Alliance, decided to use a knockout format in the finals to end this competition as soon as possible. The contestants arrived one after another, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Although everyone was an elite, there were still differences between the strong and the weak. No one wanted to meet the strongest opponent in the first round of the elimination round. The finals of the Rising Dragon competition also had rankings, which would be based on the contestants' combat performance. Everyone wanted to have a higher ranking. Being able to enter this stage qualified them to participate in the selection of dragon riders. Those who were selected were called reserve dragon riders. They would receive special training and receive the resources of the entire alliance. During this process, reserve dragon riders had to obtain a dragon mount that was compatible with their element. How to obtain it? Naturally, they had to rely on their strength. The Rising Dragon competition's ranking was the best reflection of strength. For example, when introducing themselves to the dragon riders, the Rising Dragon competition ranking of the reserve dragon riders was an important reference for the dragon riders. Readers who are worried about typos, please pay attention to the official account to see the picture version. The text is automatically recognized, and typos cannot be corrected temporarily. Apart from Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, 2 other competitors walked out. Their dragon mounts didn't have the qualifications to ascend the dragon platform yet. They had to wait until the competition started before they could come up. The leading dragon knight said indifferently, those with dragon mounts will participate. They possess a definite advantage. That is why you cannot be chosen as a loser. Remember to read books in the book-seeking pavilion. This will be the case for each of the following rounds. Let's begin the drawing of lots. Dark Demon Dragon Knight, Luo Yayuan stood on his own pillar of dragon power. He first bowed slightly towards the highest pillar of dragon power, then raised his hand and waved. A ball of gray light flew out. After this gray light flew into the air, it quickly grew in size, quickly turning into a huge gray ball of light. At this time, the 7 dragon knights waved their hands at the same time, each sending a ray of light towards the ball of light. Following a muffled explosion, the gray ball of light exploded, and a ray of gray light fell downwards. Among them, 3 rays of light fell on top of Lan Xuanyu's group with dragon mounts. The other rays of light fell towards the resting area. When the gray rays of light were about a meter away from the ground, they suddenly accelerated, instantly choosing a competitor. Lan Xuanyu could faintly sense that these gray rays of light had scattered spiritual fluctuations, clearly coming from the dragon knights. This seemed like a simple drawing of lots, but in reality, with the power of the 7 great dragon riders involved, it was impossible to cheat. Everything was random. Lan Xuanyu clapped his hands, catching the gray light above his and Bai Xiu's heads. A number immediately appeared in his mind, 13. This was obviously the number they had drawn, number 13. Luo Yayuan said, the competitors with adjacent numbers will face each other. The one with number 29 will have a bye. Although they couldn't decide who would get number 29, they could decide that the 3 dragon mounts on Lan Xuanyu's side wouldn't get it. The drawing of lots was already over, but right now, these competitors still didn't know who they were about to face. Luo Yayuan waved his hand towards Lan Xuanyu's group, saying, you guys can go back. Only then did Lan Xuanyu and the others return to the rest area. Today, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiu obviously didn't have to fight first. Their opponent should be the owner of the 14th lot. Number 1, number 2, step forward and enter the field. Luo Yayuan said. Immediately, 2 people walked out from the crowd. Among these 2 people, one was Lan Xuanyu, whom they were familiar with. It was Su Yanma, who they had talked to before. Su Yanma drew lot number 1. His opponent was a sturdy middle-aged man. Their eyes met, and it was as if sparks were about to fly out. Prepare for the match, Luo Yayuan said indifferently. Su Yanma and his opponent. Starting point. A true god dragon race expert flew up to them, and seeing the 2 of them standing still, he said in a low voice, this is the finals. The first match of the first round of the knockout stage, Su Yanma vs Xianxia. Begin. The entire process of the Dragon Rise tournament was very simple. After the referee simply called out the names, he immediately announced the start of the match. Su Yanma's eyes flashed with a golden light. A strong light element immediately spread out from his body. Miss Lan, do you think who will win this match? At this moment, a deep and vigorous voice suddenly sounded in Lan Xuanyu's ear. Lan Xuanyu didn't close his eyes to meditate today. After entering the finals, every opponent was very strong. Observing the opponent was very necessary. Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look, and was surprised to find that the one talking to him was Tenryu, who had already sat down beside him. I haven't seen that Xianxia's previous matches, so it's hard to judge, Lan Xuanyu said. Tenryu looked very calm, but in reality, he wasn't calm at all. This was the closest he had ever gotten to Lan. He was surprised to find that his usually calm heart had become uncontrollably restless the moment he sat beside Lan. If it weren't for his exquisite control over his own bloodline, he might have been exposed. He had also thought about it before finally deciding to come over and interact with Lan. The finals had already begun, and he didn't know when they would meet. If they met, they would be opponents, and neither would show mercy. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Lan during the competition. Tenryu said, Su Yanma is a bit worried. Because his opponent's ability is somewhat suppressing him. Xianxia is second in the 7th battle zone. His overall strength is actually inferior to Su Yanma's, but his element restrains him. Tenryu's words were concise, but Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Lan Xuanyu was aware of Su Yanma's strength. Even if Su Yanma's cultivation wasn't at the limit Douluo level, he was equivalent to a rank 97 or 98 titled Douluo. He was actually being suppressed by his opponent. Su Yanma possessed the light element. Could it be that his opponent possessed the darkness element? In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu understood what Tenryu meant by restraint. 10 no dark elemental chains appeared on Jingshid's body. The dark green dragon armor appeared along with the divine dragon armor and covered his entire body. When the intense light element emerged from Su Yanma's body, Baidu search, seeking book pavilion to view all 20 volumes. The dark green light on Jingshid's body became more intense, and a kind of energy fluctuation that Xianyu was very familiar with spread out. The energy fluctuation that was filled with life energy made the dark green color look very bright and glistening. This element, a wood element with intense life energy, this was Lan Xuanyu's first time seeing this kind of element in the dragon race. Plants needed two things to grow, light and water. And at this time, after the light element Su Yanma encountered the wood element Xingshid, Su Yanma's light element was clearly being absorbed by the opponent. The radiance on Jingshid's body became brighter and brighter, precisely because he was absorbing the light element released by Su Yanma's body. Absorbing the opponent's power and transforming it into his own, under this situation, Jingshid naturally had a great advantage. No wonder the Qi Tenryu Society said that Su Yanma was in trouble. In fact, this was exactly the case. Before today, Su Yanma had never fought against Jingshid. Although he had done some research on Jingshid, only after encountering him did he discover that the opponent's elemental suppression was actually very strong. A part of the light element that he attracted was absorbed by the opponent. Even with his control over the light element, he was unable to completely control it. And after this part of the light element entered Jingshid's body, Jingshid's aura started to rise substantially. If they were comrades in arms, they would definitely be very close. But at this time, they were opponents, and Su Yanma would inevitably be affected. But Su Yanma's battle experience was very rich, and after discovering that the opponent's elemental suppression was his own, he immediately reacted. The light element that was originally continuously shining turned into a blazing flame in a flash. 108 inches an instant, the entire arena became scorching hot. Without the slightest hesitation, the 6 wings on his back unfolded, and his whole body started to burn with a blazing flame. In fact, that day when he faced Lan Xuanyu, he had tested him several times before going all out. But today, he chose to go all out. Because he knew that the longer the opponent absorbed his light element, the greater the increase in strength. This kind of consumption wasn't the way to go. Only by using the most powerful means to defeat the opponent in a short time could he make the opponent's elemental superiority not be fully displayed. No matter how powerful a tree was, it wouldn't be able to absorb the burning flame. Seeing the blazing flame on Su Yanma's body, the corners of Jingshid's mouth curled up in a smile. The dark green radiance converged, and in the next instant, thick tree trunks soared to the sky, spreading rapidly in all directions with his body as the center. Along with the sprouting of these tree trunks and the extension of their branches, the light element in the air was immediately absorbed at a much faster rate. Su Yanma made his move, flapping the 6 wings on his back at the same time. His speed reached its maximum in an instant, bringing with him a blazing light as he pounced straight at Jingshid. This attack was much more powerful than any of the attacks he used against Lan Xuanyu that day. That was because Su Yanma had not been exhausted this time, and had directly burst out with his full strength. How could Jingshid resist? In terms of cultivation, he was indeed inferior to Su Yanma. Even with Lan Xuanyu's wisdom, he did not think that Jingshid would have any good way to resist Su Yanma's attack. With Su Yanma's cultivation, once he locked onto his opponent, he would not make any mistakes. In terms of the total amount of dragon force, he clearly had the upper hand. But at this time, the smile on Jingshid's face became even wider. At this time, the tree trunks he released had already covered an area of 100 meters in diameter, and were still growing madly absorbing the light essence. It was as if they had completely ignored the fatal attack that was about to come. The ferocious light was already approaching, and the tops of the trees started to burst into flames. Not only could the light nourish the vegetation, but it could also bring about photosynthesis. When it turned into flames, it could also cause great destruction. But at this time, suddenly, at the far end of the forest, a big tree suddenly changed. It turned into a dark green color in an instant, emitting a dazzling green radiance. A rich aura of life and some special aura undulated, spreading out a halo in an instant. It was already several dozen meters away from Xianxia. Almost in the next instant, the six-winged figure that was about to hit him suddenly turned around without any warning and pounced toward the green tree trunk. It was this sudden turn that caused the light in the air to twist. Lan Xuanyu even heard Su Yanma let out a muffled groan. This was obviously not what he wanted. What was going on? In the next instant, that six-winged silhouette, bringing with it a huge light, crashed into that dark green tree in the distance. The violent explosion caused the whole rising dragon arena to tremble slightly. Many trees in the vicinity were turned to ashes in the light. However, the trees in other directions were quickly spreading further and further away. The incomparably dense light element in the air only caused damage to the trees within a certain range of the explosion, but a large amount of light element was also absorbed by other trees. The phoenix perches on the wutong tree. Guide wood. Qi Tenryu's words answered Lan Xuanyu's doubts. All flying creatures will be affected. This was one of Xianxia's secret techniques. Not many people knew about it. It's perfect to deal with Su Yanma, Qi Tenryu explained to Lan Xuanyu. And with such a strange way of fighting, just as Qi Tianlong said, Xianxia really had a strong restraining effect on Su Yanma. It was at this moment that Su Yanma realized where the problem lay. The golden light ignited again, and this time, he ran on the ground. The blazing golden light burned all the trees in his path as he moved in a straight line, heading straight for Xianxia. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. When Su Yanma got close to Xianxia, all the trees suddenly turned to dust in an instant, disappearing without a sound. Xianxia's human form suddenly expanded to 3 times its original size, and a huge fist blasted out. Rumble! A terrifying collision broke out in an instant. Xianxia's body was ignited by the light, but Su Yanma's body was sent flying, crashing hard at the edge of the rising dragon arena. The light on Xianxia's body gradually disappeared, as if it was absorbed by his body. At the same time, trees grew out rapidly with his body as the center. Su Yanma struggled to get up from the ground. His face was full of seriousness. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at the rapidly growing trees with a cold gaze. Against Xianxia's guide skill, he could not attack his opponent from the air. Attacks from the ground would definitely be slowed down by the trees. The most terrifying thing was that Xianxia had been absorbing the light element he attracted to strengthen himself. The attack just now was the best proof. His opponent, whose cultivation was inferior to his, relied on absorbing a large amount of his light element to burst out with an attack far stronger than usual, injuring Su Yanma in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Su Yanma's eyes suddenly became bright. He raised his head and let out a dragon's roar. His body grew in size in an instant, turning into a huge Jinlong shining with incandescent light. The golden dragon destroyed the surrounding trees as if they were rotten wood. Beams of golden light rose into the sky with its body as the center. These golden lights condensed in the air, absorbing a large amount of light element in the air. He was, after all, a controller of light element. This absorption immediately slowed down the absorption of the trees below. Xianxia frowned slightly. His body emitted a green light, and he let out a long dragon's roar. In the next instant, his feet took root, and he turned into a huge tree. In an instant, he became a huge tree over 100 meters tall. He fought for the light element in the air. That huge Jinlong flapped the 6 wings on his back, charging straight in his direction. Thick vines covered in dragon scales waved about, whipping towards the huge Jinlong. Jinlong spat out flames from his mouth, burning everything around him as he fought with the huge tree. After probing each other, both sides found the most suitable way to deal with their opponent. The whole competition field was filled with dragon power. For a moment, the sky darkened. This was the final stage of the Dragon Rise competition. From the first round, it had entered a white-hot state. Su Yanma didn't pay any attention to the surrounding trees, allowing them to absorb the light essence. The golden ball of light condensed in the air would fall like a meteor after taking shape, exploding on Xianxia's body. Every golden ball of light was a light element bomb. Under the violent explosion, Xianxia's branches and leaves withered. Although he could use the surrounding trees to replenish himself, the continuous bombardment and destruction was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, there was also Su Yanma's crazy attacks. It's still the difference in cultivation. Just a little bit more, Qi Tenryu said indifferently. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. Victory and defeat have been decided. Yes, victory and defeat had been decided. Without a doubt, Jingshid's strategy was successful. But in terms of cultivation, there was still a clear gap between him and Su Yanma. Su Yanma attacked his body with crazy attacks, adding to that his control of the light element. In the end, he was still able to suppress Jingshid's body, which gradually withered away. This was a suppression of pure strength. If Jingshid's cultivation was similar to his, perhaps the outcome would be different. When Jingshid finally chose to admit defeat, Su Yanma transformed back into his human form. His face was pale, and his body was swaying, as if on the verge of collapse. Obviously, he had also exhausted himself to the extreme. Su Yanma won the first round of the elimination round, becoming the first contestant to enter the top 15. The second round of the first round of the elimination round, contestants number 3 and number 4, please enter the stage. Following the announcement of the referee, Lan Xuanyu suddenly discovered with astonishment that Tenryu, who was beside him, stood up. Tenryu then faced Lan Xuanyu and said with a bitter smile, "You're not number 4, are you?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head. Tenryu revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, "That's good." After saying that, he walked in the direction of the field. When Tenryu entered the field, Bai Xiuxiu, who had been standing beside Lan Xuanyu without uttering a word, leaned over and whispered in his ear, "You're really a womanizer. He's obviously interested in you." Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly, "How can there be any flowers? Only grass." Bai Xiuxiu snorted, "Flowers are fine, but grass is out of the question." "I wouldn't dare. I don't have any flowers either." "I only have you," Lan Xuanyu instantly replied with righteous words, his desire to live bursting. Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes at him, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. At this moment, Qi Tenryu and his opponent had already entered the arena. His opponent was also a young man. He was short and stout, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura. His muscles were taut. However, he didn't look too good at the moment. He knew Qi Tenryu. There was no other explanation other than bad luck for drawing such an opponent in the first round. This was an elimination round, and it was over if he lost. Even if he was facing an opponent like Qi Tenryu, he could only give it his all. Regardless of the outcome, he had to at least leave a good impression on the Dragon Knights. Second round, Qi Tenryu vs Wu Xianxia. Begin. Following the announcement of the referee, the second round of the elimination round officially began. Wu Xianxia roared, and his muscles rapidly expanded. A strong bloody aura burst out from his body, and blood vessels appeared on the surface of his skin. His divine dragon armor was very special. It was supported by his blood vessels, and it maintained a certain distance from his body. His expanded body instantly reached a height of 7 meters, and he rushed toward Qi Tenryu like a giant. Wu Xianxia was third in the fourth battle zone. He could be said to be the weakest of the 30 contestants, and his opponent, Qi Tenryu, was a hot favorite to win the championship. The gap between the two could be seen from the rankings of the previous round-robin matches. However, when they collided, the competition ended faster than expected. Qi Tianlong just stood there. His whole person was like a sharp blade. When the other party saw that he was close to him, a monstrous flame burst out in an instant. The scarlet flame stood upright, and the crystal-clear red light disappeared in a flash. Even with Lan Xuanyu's purple demon eyes, he saw a blur before his eyes, and it seemed as if a series of illusory red lights flashed past. In the next moment, Qi Tenryu had already brushed past Wu Xianxia. A red ray of light appeared on half of Wu Xianxia's body. In the next instant, the divine dragon armor on the outside shattered, and one of his arms fell to the ground. A long sword appeared in Qi Tenryu's hand. The red color on his body was fading away as if nothing had happened. Boom! In the next instant, Wu Xianxia's body suddenly erupted with blazing red flames, as if he had become a bomb that had been detonated in an instant. The referee suddenly descended from the sky and extinguished the flames with his immense dragon power. Qi Tenryu wins. Instant kill. he was actually insta-killed. The pupils of the other contestants shrank. This battle ended too quickly. Although Wu Qianjia's ranking was low, he was still a contestant who could enter the top 30. In the previous match, Su Yanma and Xianxia had fought to the death. They had almost exhausted their energy to the end before they could defeat the enemy and win. However, in this match, Qi Tenryu defeated his opponent in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. How could it be so fast? Lan Xuanyu's expression also became serious. If he wanted to go to the Dragon Realm, he needed to win the final championship in the Dragon Rising tournament. According to the information that Huang Yuanlang had given him, among the contestants this time, there were 5 worthy competitors. Among them were Su Yanma and Qi Tenryu. He had fought Su Yanma and defeated Su Yanma. Moreover, through that battle, it was equivalent to unsealing his Dragon God's transformation. If he met Su Yanma again, he was quite confident that he could defeat him. However, he did not expect Qi Tenryu to be so strong. From the previous battle, it could be seen that Qi Tenryu and Su Yanma were not on the same level. Although it was just a simple slash, the cultivation contained in it was more than just a slash. Taking a deep breath, Lan Xuanyu knew that Qi Tenryu would probably be the most difficult peak for him to surpass if he wanted to win the championship. Qi Tenryu slowly walked back to Lan Xuanyu's side and sat down again. The expression on his face was no different from before the battle, as if he had just done something insignificant. Congratulations. Lan Xuanyu nodded at him. Qi Tenryu smiled slightly and said, my opponent was a little weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. If I had to fight against you guys, I wouldn't be so confident. You're too polite. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. If he had been the one facing Qi Tenryu's attack, how would he have blocked it? Qi Tenryu closed his eyes and silently sensed the aura on Lan Xuanyu's body. He suddenly felt very peaceful. It was as if by her side, his bloodline would be stirred and ripple. The Fire Dragon King bloodline was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the dragon race. It was the same bloodline as the current head of Tenryu. This was also why he was hailed as a strong contender for the next head of Tenryu. He would definitely become a dragon knight in the future. But when he slashed out with his sword just now, Qi Tenryu was surprised to find that he had a rare desire to show off. Show off to her? Show her his strength? Yes, if there was really someone worthy of her, it would probably be him in the younger generation. After the Dragon Rising competition, he would ask his teacher to help him propose marriage. Presumably, she wouldn't refuse. With her help, if they all became dragon knights, in the future, she would be able to help him ascend to the position of head of Tenryu. 1,000 years later, there should be a very good chance. Lan Xuanyu didn't know what Tenryu was thinking, but he was indeed shocked by the powerful strength his opponent had displayed. Although it was only one slash, he felt a different level of strength from that slash. Yes, it was the difference in level. If he was already at the peak of 6-ringed and was on the verge of a breakthrough, then, Qi Tenryu's level was already very close to the God realm. When he slashed out with his sword, there was already a kind of domineering spirit. It was a kind of realm where one's technique was close to the Tao. Obviously, his opponent had already cultivated to the point where his bloodline, technique, attribute, and dragon body were all one. It was truly a perfect fusion, and he could break through to a higher level at any time. Without a doubt, Qi Tenryu was the strongest opponent he had faced in this Dragon Rising competition. In the next few matches, the drawing of lots was similar to Qi Tenryu's match. There were no more evenly matched situations like the first match. But every contestant did their best to display their strength, displaying their combat strength to the maximum. Even if they lost miserably, using up every last bit of their dragon power. Contestants number 13 and 14 enter the arena. Following the referee's announcement, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu slowly stood up. Seeing them stand up, the other contestants could not help but look over. Then, they saw a contestant with an ugly expression stand up not far away. Seeing this person, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were slightly stunned. It was not because they recognized this opponent, but because this opponent was one of the 2 contestants with dragon mounts who had walked out with them. Looking at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, this person almost cried out loud. In the previous round-robin matches, he had seen Lan Xuanyu's strength. In his group, his strength was not weak, and he had advanced to the next round in second place. Everyone would hide the fact that they had dragon mounts, especially the contestants who had a chance of entering the finals. After entering the finals, this person was full of ambition, and with the advantage of dragon mounts, he believed that he would be able to go far. Even if there was no hope of winning the championship, he should at least be able to rank high. But who would have thought that in the first round of the elimination round, he would meet another contestant who also had dragon mounts? Moreover, it was Princess Jinlong, who had performed so well in the round-robin matches. This was simply bad luck that couldn't get any worse. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had already walked into the arena. They were still holding hands, and there was no change in their aura. But even the dragon knights sitting high on the 7 dragon power pillars could not help but stare at them. Both of them were able to enter the top 30, and they were even paired up for the finals. Such a situation was extremely rare, even in the history of the Rising Dragon tournament. When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu first walked out, the dragon knights had already noticed them. Not to mention the fact that Lan Xuanyu had once absorbed a strange energy on the Rising Dragon platform. She could be said to be one of the people that the Tenryu Alliance paid the most attention to. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's opponent didn't directly walk into the arena. Instead, he faced the outside of the Rising Dragon platform and let out a loud dragon roar. In the next instant, a dragon roar echoed from afar. A huge figure was already flying towards them from afar. Gradually, a small black dot grew bigger. It didn't dare to fly above the Rising Dragon platform, but instead flew at an altitude close to the Rising Dragon platform. Seeing his own dragon mount, contestant number 14's expression finally improved a little, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu also fixed their eyes on his dragon mount. As they got closer, they could already see the dragon race clearly. Its entire body was covered in light blue scales, and its body was extremely huge, more than 50 meters long. The scales were tightly packed, and its entire body emitted a light blue halo. The brilliance under its body faintly showed signs of condensing into a halo. It was clearly a superior dragon race. The blue dragon landed on the platform and bowed towards the 7 dragon pillars in the distance. At that moment, the referee announced the 7th match, Lan, Emperor Xiuxiu vs Song Junho, Luo Shuiyun. Only then did the dragon get up and come to the contestant's side. Its huge dragon head lowered and rubbed against his body. The contestant also rubbed its big head, and only then did they walk into the arena together. "Hello, I am Song Junho. This is my wife, Luo Shuiyun. We're from Drifting Cloud City." Contestant number 14 nodded slightly at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. For some reason, his emotions had stabilized after the blue dragon, Luo Shuiyun, arrived. It was obvious that the dragon had a very positive influence on him. "I'm Luo Shuiyun. Greetings to the two of you." A female voice came from the blue dragon's mouth. "Husband and wife pairs." Lan Xuanyu turned to look at Bai Xiuxiu, but Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes in response. She even pinched him. How could she not understand the meaning of Lan Xuanyu's words? He was clearly saying, "Look, the man is also a knight, and the woman is a dragon." It was also the husband riding on the wife. "Let the match begin." The referee didn't care what they were doing and directly announced the start of the match. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu nodded at the other person and dragon at the same time, which was considered as returning the courtesy. Then, their aura suddenly increased. Song Junho's toes touched the ground, and he had already soared up and landed on Luo Shuiyun's huge dragon head. In an instant, the blue light on the man and dragon's body suddenly intensified. The air clearly began to become moist, and the gentle water element surged out. Everything around him seemed to have a misty texture. The water element dragon race. This was something that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had never encountered in their previous battles. Both of them were very familiar with the water element. Bai Xiuxiu's martial soul was the great white shark demon soul, and she was best at water battles. His own ice attribute was also derived from the water attribute. Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass was the first to control the water element, and he had cultivated the control of the water element for the longest time. In this year's Dragon Rising tournament, facing the various elements of the dragon race had actually given him a lot of inspiration. The dragon race's control of the elements far surpassed that of humans, which was a result of their innate talent. Relying on their powerful physique, their ability to summon the elements was incomparable to that of humans. It was one thing to have control over one's power, but it was another to have control over it. When facing strong opponents, the way they controlled the elements gave Lan Xuanyu a lot of inspiration. In particular, the battle with Su Yanma had given him a profound understanding of the many ways to use the light element, and he had benefited a lot. Bai Xiuxiu didn't transform into a seated dragon, but held hands with Lan Xuanyu, flew up, and pounced straight at the opponent. Dragon power circulated, and Bai Xiuxiu's body was covered with a layer of faint golden light. Her imposing manner rose sharply, and the two seemed to be one, flying directly into the sky with an impassioned dragon roar. Bai Xiuxiu's other hand made a grasping motion, and immediately, an ice spear condensed, which she handed to Lan Xuanyu beside her. She made another grasping motion, and another ice spear appeared in her hand. They were both good at using spears to fight, and the dragon god's armor and dragon spear couldn't be used in the competition. Dragon spears condensed from the ice element were naturally not restricted. A resonant dragon roar was heard from the opposite side. In the next instant, Luo Shuiyun opened her mouth and spat out a huge water column, which directly covered them in the sky. Song Junho narrowed his eyes, but didn't make a move. The surface of his body was already covered by blue scales, and his eyes became pitch black. Above his head, there were faint changes in the dark clouds. Lan Xuanyu looked up at the sky. Bai Xiuxiu, who was beside him, pointed her ice spear forward, and a large amount of ice mist sprayed out to meet the water column. Immediately, the water turned into ice, and the breath fell. In terms of cultivation, this Luo Shuiyun was obviously inferior to Bai Xiuxiu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her not to enter the top 30. However, Lan Xuanyu had been paying attention to Song Junho, who was above her. Since they were fighting together, there must be something special about them. The tacit understanding between a dragon mount and a dragon knight wasn't the only thing. There must be a chemical reaction similar to a martial soul fusion skill for it to be the best combination. Huang Yuanlang had once told them that those who would own a dragon mount in the Dragon Rising competition must be in this situation. It was normal for people like Tenryu to choose a dragon mount after entering the god rank. That was a combination of the strong. If he could think of it, the other dragon race members could also think of it. But even so, those who still chose to own a dragon mount early naturally had to have a chemical reaction with each other. Moreover, it was only possible for both parties to approve of each other. The ice column fell to the ground, smashing into the ground, and large pieces of ice scattered. Bai Xiuxiu pointed the ice spear in her hand to the sky. Suddenly, a large amount of snowflakes began to dance in the sky that had already begun to darken. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu clearly noticed that Song Junho, who was standing on the dragon's head opposite them, had a change in expression. The light of the scales on his body had obviously intensified. Bang! Song Junho's body seemed to have exploded in the next moment. A large amount of clouds burst out and instantly soared into the sky. At the same time, Luo Shuiyun also spread her wings and flew through the clouds. She was faintly discernible in the surging clouds. The snowflakes danced in the air but were blocked by the clouds. The clouds and Luo Shuiyun's figure rose higher and higher. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu floated in midair and did not chase after them. However, the snowflakes in the air began to get bigger. Pieces of blue goose feather snowflakes danced in the air, and the temperature in the air continued to drop. In terms of attributes, Bai Xiuxiu's ice attribute was undoubtedly the bane of her opponent's right hand. In a sense, ice could be regarded as the advancement of the water attribute. At the beginning of the battle, Lan Xuanyu did not make a move. However, everyone could see that she was holding Bai Xiuxiu's hand. Bai Xiuxiu's strength had obviously skyrocketed. This was a very significant increase in strength. It was equivalent to Bai Xiuxiu suppressing the husband and wife opposite her with her own strength. The two of them had no choice but to display their most powerful abilities. Although they did not know what their abilities were, it could be seen from the fact that they had turned into clouds and soared into the sky that there must be a mystery behind it. Rumble! At this moment, a thunderous roar sounded in the air. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds that had expanded to an extremely large extent. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what the husband and wife's combined ability was. Thunder and lightning bombardment? Water turned into clouds, and the friction between clouds and mist turned into thunder. Thunder was the element with the strongest explosive power. Turning water into thunder, it was endless. To be able to transform the weak water element into the strongest lightning element attack, one had to admit that this was a very powerful advancement. To be able to manipulate the pure water element to this extent was already a very powerful evolution. Boom, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and almost instantly arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu took a step forward and let go of Bai Xiuxiu's hand at the same time, allowing the thunderbolt to strike him fiercely. He didn't have the divine dragon armor now. He completely relied on the golden dragon scales on his body to withstand the bombardment of the thunderbolt. The violent roar wasn't able to strike him down from the sky. Lightning surrounded him, but he was like a god standing in the midst of the lightning. The lightning lingered on the surface of the dragon scales, and then gradually dissipated. Lan Xuanyu was still floating in the air as if nothing had happened. His hands were behind his back, and his long hair was fluttering. His celestial appearance was still the same. Even his hair wasn't damaged by the thunderbolt at all. The clouds and mist in the sky seemed to stagnate for a moment. Obviously, Luo Shuiyun and Song Junho didn't expect such a situation to happen. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more thunderbolts fell from the sky. Lan Xuanyu took a step forward and his figure flashed 3 times. Not only did he catch the 2 thunderbolts that bombarded him, but he also caught the thunderbolt that bombarded Bai Xiuxiu. The lightning on her body was more intense than the last time, but her expression didn't change at all. The thunderbolt poured down and quickly dissipated. This, Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun knew very well how destructive the thunderbolt technique they used together was. Even a mountain peak could be smashed into pieces with a full blow. But why was Princess Jinlong completely fine when the thunderbolt fell on her body? How could they know that even if they didn't fight, Lan Xuanyu tortured himself with the god-destroying thunder all day long? The god-destroying quake was also derived from the god-destroying thunder. Every day, he had to endure the terrifying lightning tribulation created by the combination of the 4 elements in his body. Would he be afraid of the lightning formed by the friction between clouds and mist? His body had long adapted to the lightning attack. Although this little bit of lightning had some effect on him, it was only equivalent to a little auxiliary effect when he used the dragon power to temper his body. How could it cause any real harm to him? Bai Xiuxiu stood behind and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile. Her mind was connected to his. Coupled with the connection of their auras, he immediately sensed what Lan Xuanyu was doing. He allowed the other party's lightning to strike him. When the lightning entered his body, he could make use of the power of the lightning to digest the dragon qi. The dragon qi on the rising dragon platform was so boundless that it was impossible to absorb it all. The more he could digest, the more benefits he would reap. It was equivalent to using the other party's lightning to refine his body. Otherwise, with Lan Xuanyu's fighting style, he would have already destroyed the other party. Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun naturally didn't believe it. Thunderbolts struck down one after another, each stronger and thicker than the last. They kept striking Lan Xuanyu's body. At this time, Lan Xuanyu began to act up. When the lightning strikes on his body became more frequent, his body began to shake and fall, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. Bai Xiuxiu, who was behind him, also showed an anxious look. She cooperated with him very well. She also flew around in a panic, as if she wanted to help Lan Xuanyu get out of his predicament, but didn't know how to do so. At least in the eyes of the ordinary dragon race, the scene in front of them was as if they had gone too far. They were too conceited, causing them to fall into a dangerous situation. Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun thought so too. Therefore, the lightning falling from the sky became more and more frequent. Above the 7 dragon power pillars, the holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei curled his lips and said disdainfully, "How stupid." Although the other dragon knights didn't speak, it was obvious from the playful expression on their faces that they were thinking the same thing. The leader smiled slightly and said, "It's quite interesting. I first heard that our Princess Jinlong came here recklessly. Now it seems that this isn't the case. Her intelligence and wisdom must have been deliberately concealed by herself. The proud Tenryu Dragon Knight Long Chaoyang smiled and said, Vice Seat is right. Last time when she fought with Su Yanma, that stupid boy, lost to her intelligence. In time, this girl will be amazing. The Dragon Knight called Vice Seat chuckled and said, That's right, use everything that can be used. This is the only way we can have successors. Luo Lan, these are your people, right? Have you accepted any disciples? Luo Lan shook his head and said, Not yet, but they have signed a 1,000-year contract with the royal family of Fenglong City. The Vice Seat obviously knew about this matter, but the other Dragon Knights didn't. For a moment, their expressions changed. The Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei couldn't help but say, You're good at picking up cheap things. That's one of my good qualities. If you have the ability, you can also pick up some. Benefits are all fought for with one's own ability. Unlike some people, who have good talent but always think of good things that fall from the sky. The Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan wasn't to be trifled with. Huang Liangwei seemed to recall some unpleasant experience and glared at Luo Lan, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. Alright. Let's watch the match. The Vice Seat's voice was gentle, but these simple words made Huang Liangwei restrain himself, not daring to act rashly. At least on the surface, the battle in the field had entered a white-hot state. Thunderbolts turned the whole field into a forest of thunderbolts. And Lan Xuanyu's body was like a lightning rod that had been struck from the sky to the ground. Under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, he was on the verge of collapse as if he could fall at any time, but he was still like a candle in the wind, leaving behind a bit of brilliance that refused to be extinguished. It had to be said that Luo Shuiyun and Song Juanho's joint thunderbolt attack was really long-lasting. Relying on their strong advantage in controlling the water attribute, the two complemented each other, forming a long-lasting thunderbolt attack. Under the circumstances where they couldn't use their dragon spears, this was already their most powerful attack method. Under such an endless bombardment of thunderbolts, Lan Xuanyu couldn't bear it completely without problems. At this time, he felt like his insides were burning. However, in the process of such bombardment, the speed of absorption of the dragon aura increased substantially. The last remnants of the dragon god's energy that he had absorbed from the rising dragon platform were quickly absorbed in this state. He also began to digest the huge amount of dragon aura that he had absorbed today. At this time, he was standing on the ground, absorbing dragon aura from all directions, replenishing his body. At the same time, he could also clearly feel that under the ground, the energy of the dragon gods that belonged to the rising dragon pillar was faintly discernible. It seemed that as long as he insisted on guiding it, he could guide some of it to replenish his body. However, he didn't do that. In front of the 7 dragon knights, he would never show any trace of him being able to mobilize the energy of the rising dragon platform at will. The last time he absorbed energy, he could say that it was due to excessive blood loss, which was guided by his blood. If it appeared again this time, it would be difficult to explain. Once the dragon knights knew that he could mobilize the energy of the dragon gods in the rising dragon platform, they would definitely ask him to solve this huge mystery. The rising dragon platform was here, and it couldn't run away. He couldn't be impatient. However, the dragon aura that the 7 dragon knights brought with them today was really majestic. If he didn't absorb it, he would feel sorry for himself. It had been a few days since he helped his companions with their cultivation. With the improvement of his cultivation, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu could now store more dragon power liquid. Today, he would absorb it well and convert it. He could go back and help his companions with their cultivation, and he would also benefit from it. Where could he find such good opponents like Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun? Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun were still vigorously striking the lightning, completely unaware that they were using a similar to the wedding dress divine skill. Moreover, while fighting on the martial dragon platform, which was full of dragon aura, they were also absorbing the dragon aura. Therefore, the bombardment of the Thunder Lotus became more and more lasting. In the blink of an eye, the battle had already lasted for more than half an hour. At this time, it was a sharp contrast to Qi Tenryu's battle that ended in an instant. The roar of thunder made the other contestants' ears almost unable to bear it. At this moment, the referee's voice sounded, last minute. If the winner can't be determined, it will be judged according to the performance in the competition. The voice clearly entered the ears of the 4 contestants in the competition venue. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. His body was indeed a little numb now. After being struck for so long, it was impossible not to be injured at all. It was just that, after a while, with the tempering of the thunder's body, his recovery ability had increased. This injury was nothing at all. Really, he understood that the referee's reminder must have come from the Dragon Knight. It was obvious that the Dragon Knight had seen through what he was doing. It was enough to remind him what he was doing. Hurry up and end the competition. Don't waste time. Bai Xiuxiu naturally understood this meaning. She raised her head to the sky and let out a dragon roar. In the next moment, she suddenly turned sinister. In the next instant, she rushed in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. Golden light soared into the sky. Lan Xuanyu always had to act more realistically, and in the dazzling golden light, he appeared. He adopted his golden dragon king true body and forcibly repelled the bolts of lightning that were crashing down toward him. In the next instant, Bai Xiuxiu rushed in front of him. The two figures overlapped, and in an instant, a strange change occurred. Darkness completely covered their bodies. In the darkness, a pair of huge dark blue eyes stared at the sky. The thunder fell, and no one was in the dark. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky dissipated under the gaze of the dark blue eyes, revealing two figures that had already turned into ice sculptures and descended from the sky. Shadow after unleashing Lei Ting, Junho, and Luo Shuiyun had almost run out of food and ammunition. How could they withstand Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's martial soul fusion skill version of deep blue gaze? The cloud was full of water. When the water condensed into ice, the attack was naturally lifted. Even Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun's bodies were covered with a layer of ice. Boom! The ice layer exploded, causing the scales on Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun's bodies to swirl in the air. Fall far to the ground. The darkness disappeared, revealing Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Xuanyu. The two of them held hands and looked at each other. In the distance, the couple landed on the ground. The ground was already covered with goose feather-like snow. It was the ice demon snow. The moment Song Junho and Luo Yongyun landed on the ground, strands of black light wrapped around them, completely immobilizing them. It was Bai Xiuxiu's eighth soul skill, Abyssal Devour. While Lan Xuanyu was tanking the lightning bolts, Bai Xiuxiu set up Abyss Devour on the ground and waited for the end. Activating it. Lan Xuanyu's palm constantly felt a numbing sensation. Bai Xiuxiu didn't hesitate to put the dragon energy into his body. The dragon energy was channeled into his body, replenishing the large amount of dragon energy that he had consumed during his cultivation. In the end, Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun have lost their ability to fight. Lan Xiuxiu wins. The referee announced the competition. At this point, all the spectators naturally understood why Lan Xuanyu was completely suppressed earlier. What was going on? They had successfully counterattacked in an instant. If that wasn't acting, then what was? Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu successfully entered the top 15. When Huang Daoqi was watching the battle earlier, he was extremely worried when he saw them being suppressed. However, after watching for a long time, even he had some inkling. Now that he saw the two of them enter the top 15, he was immediately relieved and was full of smiles. In the Dragon Rising tournament, every step forward was a step into a new level. Returning to the resting area, Lan Bianbao's body was still emitting green smoke, and his face looked a little pale. He sat cross-legged in his previous position while Xiuxiu sat in front of him. Their palms were facing each other, and they immediately began to absorb the thick dragon energy in the air. The almost viscous dragon energy was rapidly absorbed into their bodies. The corner of Qi Tenryu's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, this is the best, isn't it? Tempering one's Lan Xuanyu in battle is indeed an unusual path. The competition continued. However, to Lan Xuanyu, the rest of the competition was no longer important. The effect of the lightning strike earlier was quite good. Although it was on a different level from the God Annihilation Thunder, this lightning came from the outside to the inside. Moreover, it was much more violent than the God Annihilation Thunder that he controlled. The refinement from the outside to the inside made him feel refreshed. It was a refreshing feeling. The energy of the dragon gods that he had absorbed during the past few days of cultivation had completely merged with his body. Therefore, at this moment, his body was like a sponge that had been squeezed dry and needed a lot of replenishment. Energy. There was no doubt that the dragon energy brought by the 7 dragon knights was the best tonic, so he naturally didn't reject it. He absorbed the energy. Also, it took nearly 2 hours for all 14 matches to end. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had also absorbed enough dragon energy. After today's elimination round, there were only 15 contestants left. There would be a bye tomorrow, but such a good thing wouldn't fall on Lan Xuanyu and the others' heads. After returning to his residence, Lan Xuanyu immediately left through the teleportation array. He first assisted Tang Yuga and the others in cultivating. Then, he went to Master Shu's place to convert the extra dragon power liquid that he had absorbed today into his companion's needs. The energy from the heavenly flame sword helped them to undergo an even more intense tempering. In the past few days, everyone hadn't been idle. Although they didn't have the energy brought by Lan Xuanyu to temper their bodies, they had all absorbed a lot of life energy to consolidate the results of their previous tempering. By the time Lan Xuanyu returned, it was already evening. He didn't even have time to eat and continued to cultivate. He continued to cultivate with Bai Xiuxiu, absorbing the energy to temper his body. There weren't many matches left in the finals, and Dragon Knights would come every time. For them, this was the best opportunity to absorb dragon energy. Now was not the time to rest. This kind of cultivation opportunity was hard to come by. Who knew how long it would take to achieve the results of cultivation every day? Moreover, they didn't have to hunt dragons and bear the risk of hunting dragons. In the second round of the finals, there were only 15 contestants left. There were a total of 7 matches today. Apart from Lan Xuanyu, another contestant with a dragon throne was also online. Only Song Junho and Luo Shuiyun were unlucky and were eliminated yesterday. Today, the 7 dragon knights still came to watch the matches, and the drawing of lots was the same as before. After the drawing of lots ended, Lan Xuanyu knew who had a bye. Tenryu came to his side and sat down, shrugging his shoulders with a helpless look. "You're a bye?" Lan Xuanyu asked. "Yes." Chi Tenryu looked bored. Lan Xuanyu said in his heart, "I want to buy too. But I don't have a chance." "You seem to be very unhappy that you're a buy." Full? However, this was also the case. No matter who he faced, it didn't matter to Chi Tenryu, right? Chi Tenryu got a buy, which meant that he had entered the top 8. This time, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu got the first lot, which meant that they would be in the first round. In the finals, in the first round of the second round of the elimination round, contestants number 1 and 2 appeared. The referee Gao Gao was the first to appear. He announced. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu stood up. Not far away, someone looked over in surprise. Seeing his opponents, Lan Xuanyu was also very helpless. He even felt that these were dragon knights. There were contestants in M, and they were facing off in pairs. The summoned dragon arrived. This dragon was a rare superior dragon race. It was relatively thin and small, and its entire body emitted a bright silver glow. This dragon race was only 10 meters long. It was definitely considered a pocket-sized existence among the superior dragon race. However, its eyes were abnormally lively. Moreover, it was obvious that it was the kind of dragon race that had not mutated completely. Its head was a little big, and there were tentacle-like things behind it. If it weren't for the dragon scales covering its entire body and the dragon wings on its back, it really didn't look like a dragon race. Did the Yuankong race turn into a dragon race during the dragon transformation period? Lan Xuanyu already had some guesses in his heart. The part of this person that had yet to evolve really did look a little like the Yuankong race. Lan, Emperor Xiuxiu, versus Duanizhou, Zhou Tianyi. The referee announced the other party's name. Both sides entered the arena. The contestant smiled bitterly and said, "My luck is simply too bad. I'd rather meet Tenryu and fight it out than meet you guys. I'm Duanizhou." "That's right. I don't want to meet you guys." A pleasant voice came from the silver dragon's mouth. It was a male dragon race. Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously, "Why don't you want to meet us?" "You'll know when we fight," Duanizhou said helplessly. Lan Xuanyu was also curious. In terms of strength, although he and Bai Xiuxiu were two different people, Qi Tenryu's combat strength could definitely be described as terrifying when he could use weapons and the divine dragon armor. Could it be that the two in front of them were restricted by their attributes? They didn't watch the latter part of the competition yesterday, so they weren't too sure what abilities these two were good at. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He was busy cultivating every day and didn't even do enough homework on his opponents. When he went back today, he really had to do some research. The competition begins. The referee's voice sounded. The moment the referee's voice sounded, a strong sense of danger instantly appeared in Lan Xuanyu's heart. Without hesitation, he turned around and hugged Bai Xiuxiu. A pair of golden dragon wings wrapped around the two of them. Ding! Ding! Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were sent flying by the impact. An incomparably sharp aura instantly drilled into his body. The bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's body spun rapidly, and the dragon god's energy was stimulated at high speed. Only then was the energy that rushed into his body dispelled. Teleport. The other party was of the spatial attribute. Previously, the other party seemed to be very dejected, but this time, he didn't show any mercy. Moreover, her attacks were all aimed at Bai Xiuxiu. In the eyes of the audience, what they saw were two intersecting flashes of silver light. Lan Xuanyu used his own back to resist the first silver light. Immediately after, several streaks of silver light accompanied the appearance of Zhou Tiany's dragon-shaped body and sent them flying. After releasing this attack, Duan Yizhou and Zhou Tiany's expressions became even more unsightly. White marks were left on Lan Xuanyu's golden scales. Yes, they were just white marks. Then, these white marks quickly disappeared. What kind of defense was this? The golden scales had ridges on the surface, and the center was slightly protruding. Even if a spatial attack landed on it, it couldn't penetrate. What was even more terrifying was that the scales also had a rebound force, and when it was hit, it was as bright as a mirror. When Lan Xuanyu saw that Zhou Tiany might be a dragon transformation member of the Yu clan, he was already on guard against spatial attacks. Huang Jinlong body and Jinlong's tyrant body appeared together. Just as Lan Xuanyu resisted their attacks, bluish-purple bubbles had already spread out with Lan Xuanyu's body as the center. Large snowflakes also fell from the sky. Ice demon snow, death withering. Bai Xiuxiu's two great soul skills were unleashed together. Previously, Duan Yizhou wasn't lying when he said that he didn't want to encounter Lan Xuanyu and the others. The control Bai Xiuxiu displayed in the previous battle made them extremely wary. Large-scale control skills were what soul masters who specialized in the spatial element were most unwilling to face, especially skills that could interfere with space. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were extremely experienced in battle. After being ambushed by the other party, they immediately reacted accordingly. Death withering corroded the air. In the face of death withering, space became extremely unstable. And ice demon snow didn't only have low temperature and corrosive effects. It could also greatly increase the effects of death withering. At the same time, with the detection of ice and darkness elements, they could clearly grasp the other party's location. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Black halos spread out rapidly with Lan Xuanyu's body as the center. Ice demon snow spun rapidly under the guidance of the black halos. A large area around the two of them was covered by death withering, causing Duan Yizhou and Zhou Tiany to be unable to teleport in front of them. Lan Xuanyu specialized in the spatial element himself, so he naturally understood what methods were most effective against spatial opponents. Dragon wings spread open, and the two of them stood hand in hand. Lan Xuanyu had no intention of attacking at all. He only protected Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu, on the other hand, was able to unleash her soul skills without any restrictions thanks to his powerful amplification and support. This was already a powerful ice-type and dark-type soul skill at the level of a transcendent Douluo. Duan Yizhou and Zhou Tiany looked at each other. How could they not be mentally linked? When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu started to react, they understood that they had to win this match. Therefore, they had to defeat their opponents in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if their opponents were to fully unleash their large-scale control skills, their space of movement would be compressed, and they would definitely lose. Blinding silver light burst forth. Duan Yizhou's body flashed, and he was already behind Zhou Tiany. The intense silver light caused the space around them to distort. Zhou Tiany's body started to shrink, but he didn't look like a human anymore. The tentacles on his head wrapped around Duanizhou's body. After that, his entire body was like a silver viscous liquid that swept towards Duanizhou. Duanizhou's body started to expand, and a long silver blade appeared in each of his hands. In the blink of an eye, he became a warrior with 2 blades, who was more than 5 meters tall and covered in silver armor. At this moment, he looked like a human mecha pilot. Powerful spatial undulations caused everything around him to distort. In the next instant, silver light flashed, and a silver light opened a path in front of him. Wherever it passed, the ice demon snow disappeared. Even the death withering was cut open. His body also turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. The 2 blades crossed and slashed out, turning into 2 resplendent silver lights. As expected, any dragon race member with a dragon mount would have a powerful fusion ability with their dragon mount and achieve a sublimation effect. Duanizhou and Zhou Tiany's fusion was even more perfect than the Song Junho duo that Lan Xuanyu and the others had faced yesterday. Layers of spatial attributes erupted outwards, forcibly opening up a path under Bai Xiuxiu's powerful control. But just as he initiated the fusion, Bai Xiuxiu was also doing her thing on the other side. Lan Xuanyu let go of her. She turned around, and under Lan Xuanyu's right hand, she was already in front of Lan Xuanyu. She smiled at him, squatted down slightly, and stretched out her other arm in an extremely graceful posture. This was a very standard dance move. Especially when it was performed by a peerless beauty like Bai Xiuxiu, it was even more breathtaking. She also raised her hand that was holding Lan Xuanyu, bringing Lan Xuanyu's hand to the top of her head. She connected with her palm, and her delicate body spun again. This time, she seemed to be unable to stop spinning, and circles of dark blue light flew outwards. Bai Xiuxiu actually danced around Lan Xuanyu just like that. It looked like the 2 of them were dancing, but in reality, she was the only one who was dancing. Just as she started dancing, Duanizhou had already charged over brazenly. He slashed out with his dual blades, and silver light burst forth. Bai Xiuxiu's delicate body spun and came to the front. Facing the distorted and illusory space, she pulled with her bare hands, and everything around her suddenly turned bluish-purple in an instant. The silver light was almost instantly extinguished. In the next moment, both Duanizhou and Zhou Tiany felt as if the world was spinning. It was as if countless Bai Xiuxiu had appeared around them. Boom! From the perspective of the spectators, when Duanizhou and Zhou Tiany arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, silver light burst forth, and it was a fatal blow. However, in the next instant, all of the Ice Devil Snow, Abyssal Devour, and the dark blue light that had just been released, instantly converged into the beautiful figure dancing gracefully like rivers flowing into the sea. Darkness devoured, and the armored Duanizhou was sent flying out from the impact. The silver armor on Duanizhou's body was actually dripping with a deep blue liquid. Although the light around his body was still twisting, at the same time, a bluish-purple halo was twisting as well. Bai Xiuxiu was still dancing around Lan Xuanyu, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. However, all the dark elements and ice elements in the entire competition venue were moving along with her dance. During the process of the rhythm, the area covered also became larger and larger, and the aura became stronger and stronger. Bai Xiuxiu waved her hand lightly, and a bluish-purple light swept out like a torrent. Duanizhou slashed out with his dual blades in front of him, and countless silver light blades exploded outwards. However, all of them were extinguished by the huge undercurrent. He was once again ruthlessly sent flying all the way to the edge of the competition stage and collided with the protective barrier. A layer of bluish-purple ice had formed on the surface of the silver armor. As the ice layer melted, it peeled off the silver layer of the armor. What kind of ability was this? The scene before their eyes left all the contestants dumbfounded. Bai Xiuxiu danced faster and faster. If one stared at her closely, they would feel as if their minds were being taken away. She was like the core of a huge whirlpool, swallowing all the sights around her, and even everything in the world. Ice and darkness could no longer be distinguished from each other under her graceful dance. The terrifying energy seemed to be devouring and corroding the world. Duanizhou and Zhou Tiany already knew that today's opponent would be very difficult to deal with. However, what they valued the most was still Jinlong Princess Lan's strength. What they feared the most was Bai Xiuxiu taking control of the field and Lan Ju killing them. However, up until this moment, Blue had not made a move at all. The power Xiuxiu had shown them was far beyond anything they had seen in the round-robin stage. Even Su Yanma, a master of light and a dragon of light, couldn't help but grimace at the sight. Even if he were to face that terrifying wave of darkness, would he be able to withstand it? This Xiuxiu's strength was actually this strong? Or was it because of Lan Ju's power? Stormy waves, the bluish-purple color in the entire competition ground suddenly formed a wave, and then it suddenly overlapped with each other. Every time Duan Yizhou tried his best to break through, but he was always swatted back by the waves. He couldn't get any closer. His body was getting weaker and weaker under the corrosion of the raging waves. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes were especially bright today. She kept dancing gracefully and neutralized her opponent's attacks time and time again, but her eyes were fixed on Lan Xuanyu's eyes from the beginning to the end. As the center of the dance, Lan Xuanyu's senses were the clearest and most sensitive. His heart and soul were completely in tune with her dance. She grew more and more beautiful in his eyes. Every turn was perfect and moving. He'd even forgotten that they were in the middle of a competition. He felt Xiuxiu's breath like orchids, felt the storm of darkness that filled the air. He was intoxicated. The power of the dragon god's bloodline was transmitted into her body, which was her most powerful backing. He guided her to bring out all that he had learned to the fullest. At this moment, all of his soul skills had completely fused into this dance, becoming a part of it. Every time they were blasted out, Duan Yizhou and Zhou Tianyi suffered a double blow of darkness and ice. Their speed had already become slower and slower. In the cold darkness that did not diminish at all, their struggles became weaker and weaker. Aag! A dragon's cry filled the air. Finally, they couldn't hold on any longer. They collapsed to the ground. The competition is over. Lan, Emperor Xiuxiu wins. Bai Xiuxiu spun 3 times on the spot and finally stopped in front of Lan Xuanyu. She held his hands with both hands, and her breathing was obviously a little hurried. Her pretty face was flushed red, and her beauty was indescribable. 9th Soul Skill, Heavenly Demon Dance of Heavenly Secrets. This was the first time she had used her 9th Soul Skill. With the support of the Dragon God's bloodline, the dance just now was also a process of her enlightenment. Everything was integrated into one in the Heavenly Demon Dance. Everything she had learned from her recent cultivation was integrated. Lan Xuanyu looked at her with admiration in his eyes. This match belonged to Bai Xiuxiu. The waiting area was completely silent. All the contestants, including Qi Tianlong, had a solemn expression on their faces. All of them knew how powerful Indigo was. They also had their own evaluation. However, no one would have thought that in this final stage, in a situation where she was also facing an opponent with a dragon mount, Susu would suddenly display an incomparably powerful strength. He gave them a feeling that he wasn't weaker than Lan. Although he was able to display such standards with Lan's support, Lan didn't participate in the battle. Xiuxiu's overall abilities were very close to Su Yanma's level. This was under the premise that he didn't have his godly dragon armor or weapon. Bai Xiuxiu's face was slightly flushed. It was her first time unleashing her full strength and using her strongest ability. In the beginning, she was only releasing her soul skills. However, she gradually became immersed in the mystical feeling she was experiencing. The power of the dragon god's bloodline that came from Lan Xuanyu's hands stimulated her bloodline and soul power. It also stimulated the abyssal ice demonic dragon's origin that appeared after she fused with the demon queen. Everything was fused together during the heavenly demon dance of heavenly secrets, resulting in a process of sublimation. This was clearly a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. She was facing a powerful opponent, supported by the dragon god's bloodline, and cultivated diligently over the past few days. Dragon power tempered her body, dragon marrow tempered her marrow, and the bloodline of the dragon gods nurtured her. Everything had completely fused together with this heavenly demon dance, allowing her to make a qualitative leap. For the vast majority of soul masters, this was an opportunity that they would never encounter in their entire lives. However, Bai Xiuxiu had achieved this with the help of Lan Xuanyu before she was even 20 years old. She had also found her own path, a true path. This paved the way for her to reach the divine rank in the future. In the instant that the heavenly demon dance of heavenly secrets was completed, she felt as if her mind and everything around her had become clearer. Within her spiritual world, everything that she wanted to see appeared in her mind. She could even sense the dragon chi flowing within every single pattern on the rising dragon platform, as well as everything in the outside world. In that instant, her spiritual power had finally reached the spirit domain realm. Lan Xuanyu held on to Bai Xiuxiu's hand and stood on the spot for a long while. Only after Bai Xiuxiu's eyes had returned to normal did he lead her out of the competition venue. Both of them were elated to see this. On the other hand, the other contestants were not so happy. Everyone could see that Xiuxiu had a breakthrough in the battle just now. She had entered a whole new level, and the two of them were one. How were they going to fight the rest of the competition? Even Qi Tenryu could not help but look stunned. He paid more attention to Bai Xiuxiu. Previously, Xiuxiu's brilliance could be said to have been completely overshadowed by Lan Xuanyu. Now, she seemed to have started to stand out in the finals. This was something that many people did not expect. She used her performance to tell everyone that she was not just Lan's vassal, but her true partner. The most excited person was naturally Huang Daoqi. He never expected Xiuxiu to be able to display such combat strength. This was the daughter that he had first acknowledged. She truly belonged to the royal family. He was now regretting acknowledging her as his daughter. If he had not acknowledged her as his daughter, it would have been an excellent choice for his son to marry her. As for Lan, he was now having a headache. After entering the final stage, there were already several city lords who had expressed their requests for marriage to him, both overtly and covertly. Lan had already signed a 1,000-year contract with the family. If she really wanted to marry him, he, as the clan leader, had to agree. Of course, it also depended on Lan herself. Of course, he was absolutely unwilling to let Lan marry him. However, Lan's performance was getting stronger and stronger. She even attracted the attention of many dragon knights at the same time. Such a woman was no longer a match for his son. The dragon knights would also not agree to let Lan marry Huang Yuanlang, who had no future in the dragon race. As a female of the dragon race, Lan had such an excellent bloodline and talent. Her future offspring would definitely be the hope of the dragon race. Therefore, her marriage wasn't going to be that easy. Huang Yuanlang shook his head gently. No matter what happened to Lan in the future, at least the 1,000-year contract had been signed. With the 1,000-year contract, she would always be a member of the royal family. As for the marriage, let's talk about it later. When they returned to the waiting area outside the competition venue, Lan Xuanyu pulled Bai Xiuxiu to sit down on the spot. Their palms touched each other again and they absorbed the dragon energy together. Strike while the iron is hot and help Bai Xiuxiu consolidate the results of her recent breakthrough. Tenryu praised in his heart and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Naturally, he could tell that Bai Xiuxiu's breakthrough had a lot to do with Lan. Without Lan's support, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such a breakthrough. The relationship between these two women could be seen from the fusion skill they displayed in the previous battle. They were practically one entity. If that was the case. Thinking of this, Qi Tenryu's heartbeat quickened. The match continued. The duration of this match was much shorter than the previous one, and it was also much more exciting. But for the other contestants, the competition for the remaining spots was just as intense. The knockout round itself was a process of reaching the heavens in a single step or being eliminated in an instant. The last few matches were all in a stalemate. To be able to enter the top 15, how could they be weak? In the end, when the top 8 were all decided, it was already 2 hours later. The eliminated contestants leave. The top 8 will stay, the referee announced in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, who were cultivating, opened their eyes. The two of them looked at each other and immediately thought of something. They both stood up. According to the rules of the Dragon Rising competition, before the top 8 were decided, all the previous matches also had rankings. But that was only the meaning of the rankings. It was to prove that participating in the Dragon Rising competition and below the God-tier Dragon Race ranking would help their status in the clan. But there was nothing else. But it was different for the top 8 Dragon Race. Starting from the top 8, there would be rewards. There would be rewards for every round. The top 8 would receive 1, the top 4 would receive 1, the top 2 would receive 1, and the final champion would receive additional rewards. The Tenryu Alliance had decided that only the top 8 would receive rewards in the Dragon Rising competition, not because they were stingy. As members of the dragon race, they would receive the most resources from the Tenryu star. Ordinary things would not catch anyone's eye. It was better to focus on rewarding the most outstanding talents and give them heavy rewards, helping them advance more easily. That was why there was a rule that the top 8 would receive rewards. The dragon power pillars were extinguished one by one. Under the leadership of the 7 Dragon Knights, hundreds of god-tier dragon race powerhouses slowly stepped forward. Lan Xuanyu and the rest of the 9 stood in a row under the guidance of the referee. They stood side by side. The second-ranked Dragon Knight in the lead approached them and smiled. You have performed well today and entered the top 8 of the Dragon Rising competition. There will be rewards. As he spoke, he waved his hand. 8 rays of light shot towards 8 of the 9 people, except for Bai Xiaoxiao. She and Lan Xuanyu were one body. They could only be considered as one. Everyone hurriedly raised their hands to catch it. Everyone's reward was the same. It was a jade box with a diameter of 1 foot and a thickness of about 10 centimeters. The jade box was warm and smooth to the touch. It was indescribably comfortable. It seemed soft but was hard, but it was the best jade. Lan Xuanyu held it in his hand and could not help but feel surprised. Although he did not know what was inside the jade box, judging from the jade box itself, it was already a treasure. More importantly, he had seen similar jade boxes before. It was the kind that Huang Daoqi had given them to store the dragon marrow. However, this jade box was much larger than the one Huang Daoqi had given them. Moreover, the quality of the jade was much better. It was white and flawless, as smooth as cream. As expected of a reward given directly by the alliance. It could be considered a heavy reward. Could it be that it was filled with dragon marrow? Naturally, they could not open the jade box to take a look. Under the signal of the second-ranked Dragon Knight, the 9 of them thanked him respectfully and then left the Rising Dragon Arena, returning to their respective residences. After returning to his residence, Lan Xuanyu opened the jade box immediately. After opening it, he could not help but gasp. The rich fluctuation of dragon qi made the jade box emit a soft dragon roar. The inside of the jade box was filled with a pale yellow paste. It was indeed a box of dragon marrow, a whole box. The jade box was huge, and the dragon marrow inside was slightly more than the total amount sent by the imperial family. Moreover, the quality of the dragon marrow was obviously excellent. Although the dragon marrow was not very useful to Lan Xuanyu, it was extremely helpful to Bai Xiaoxiao's cultivation. Moreover, who would complain about having too much of this stuff? Among the Treastrumsa wings, there were many who had the bloodline of the dragon race. They could all be used. Lan Xuanyu could use it himself. Although his effect was not as good as Bai Xiaoxiao's, it was still effective. He had been reluctant to use it before, so he had given it all to Bai Xiaoxiao. You're very rich. Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but exclaim, there's so much dragon marrow. It's enough for me to use for a few months. Save a little, it should be enough for a year. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, in a year, you should have already succeeded in cultivating your dragon marrow. Other dragon race members don't cultivate as extravagantly as us. Bai Xiaoxiao said, that's not necessarily true. I think that Qi Tenryu and the others must have used a lot more resources than us. The only thing they lack is your bloodline of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, then why don't you trade with him? I think he'll be very willing. You wish. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. You're mine, and everything you have is mine. Why should I trade with others? Don't tell me you're used to being a woman? Looking at her suspicious expression, although Lan Xuanyu knew that she was doing it on purpose, he could not help but feel angry. He hugged her waist and said fiercely, do you want to try? Bai Xiaoxiao giggled and said, I was wrong. There's no need to try. I believe you. I've always believed in my men. Lan Xuanyu's heart warmed, and he said in a low voice, but I'm not your man yet. Bai Xiaoxiao humped and said, do you want me to freeze you? You haven't even confessed to me during the sea god's fated blind date. don't even think about it. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, the sea god's fate is just a formality for us, right? We've already been in this relationship for so long. Bai Shoushou pursed her red lips and said, that won't do. I've heard many legends about the sea god's fate. Back then, your father and mother also got engaged at a blind date. This is a grand event for the Shrek Academy. Only inner courtyard disciples can participate, and we're all inner courtyard disciples. If we don't participate in the sea god's fate, we won't have the academy as witnesses. That'll be a huge pity. Can we participate? Towards the end of her sentence, there was already a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lan Xuanyu's heart ached as he said, of course we have to participate. I have to let my lover be with me in the most legitimate way possible. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and get on the bed and take off your clothes. You just broke through today, so you can use this opportunity to stabilize your cultivation. See if you can successfully condense your qi into liquid. If you succeed, we'll be able to absorb your dragon aura even faster. This Dragon Rising tournament brings too many benefits, so we shouldn't waste any of it. Bai Shoushou nodded and said, yes. We've all improved significantly in this tournament. However, you still have to be careful. Don't get carried away and expose our identities. Yes, I will. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. He was now the focus of all the dragon knights. However, he was becoming more and more like a dragon race. He hadn't used the power of the dragon gods in battle yet, but if he wanted to continue winning, he would have to use it. He hoped that the dragon knights were mentally prepared and wouldn't be too surprised when the time came. Bai Shoushou was still wearing her shirt inside out, so Lan Xuanyu helped her apply the dragon marrow. They spent the long night cultivating. A day on the Tenryu star was equivalent to 36 hours in the Douluo Federation, which was 1.5 days. Therefore, although they had been here for a few months, they had actually spent 50% more time here. Coupled with the fact that the time between the universes was different, they couldn't even determine what time it was on the Douluo Federation's side. After coming here this time, other than picking up people on the way, they hadn't gone back. But after a few months, he had a thorough understanding of the Tenryu star. Lan Xuanyu's initial plan had been completed. Here, the most important thing was not how many resources they could bring back to the Federation, but how they could use the resources here to improve themselves. At the same time, they could gain a deeper understanding of the other party. The clash between the Douluo Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy wasn't something that would happen in 1 or 2 years. It was very likely that it would take hundreds of years. Therefore, they had plenty of time. Unfortunately, there was only one treasure-hunting beast, and the others could not integrate into the Tenryu Star Society. Otherwise, they would have gained more benefits. However, with so many plant-type soul beasts as a cover, living in the wild was enough to support their cultivation. The Dragon Rising tournament had entered the final stage, and only the top 8 were left. Right now, almost all of the Tenryu Star, and even the Tianma Star, were paying attention to this tournament. On the Tenryu Star, other than the Dragon Knight Selection Tournament, the most important tournament was the Dragon Rising Tournament. Those who could participate in the finals could be said to be future Dragon Knight candidates. In particular, the higher the ranking, the more outstanding the candidates were, and the more likely they were to become future Dragon Knights. Lan Xuanyu felt this very clearly. After they entered the final stage, the way the people looked at them changed as they walked on the streets. From the previous fanaticism, it became more reverence. It was the kind of reverence that people had for those in a higher position. After all, to the Dragon Horse Galaxy and the Tenryu Star, Dragon Knights were existences that stood at the top. If there were any disturbances or special events in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, a Dragon Knight would often appear and immediately resolve them. This showed how strong the prestige of a Dragon Knight was. When they came to the Rising Dragon Arena again, only 9 people, including himself and Bai Shoushou, were left. The Rising Dragon Arena was naturally more deserted. Today, 2 Dragon Knights came to watch the tournament. The secondary seat and the Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan did not come, and only 5 Dragon Knights came to watch the tournament. The leader was the Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan. Although the proud Tenryu Knight Long Chaoyang was ranked ahead of him, he was still the leader. Luo Lan raised his dragon pillar, and his gaze naturally looked in the direction of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu with a smile on his face. To be able to enter the top 8, he was actually very satisfied with Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. This was completely out of his expectations. His recognition of Lan Xuanyu was because of the level of his bloodline, not because of his strength. After all, they had just entered the world of the real dragon race from the wild dragon race, and it had not been long since they started their orthodox cultivation. He did not expect that even under such circumstances, they would still be able to overcome all obstacles and enter the top 8. According to the situation of the past Dragon Knight selection tournament, being able to enter the top 8 meant that the probability of becoming a reserve Dragon Knight was very high. Not to mention that Bai Xiuxiu had already become Lan Xuanyu's dragon mount. There was no need to go through the test of selecting a dragon mount. In Luo Lan's eyes, Lan Xuanyu was already a reserve Dragon Knight. What's more, the tournament was not over yet and had to continue. With the combination of the two of them, the probability of winning the following matches was quite high. If they could win the championship in the end, it would really be a great honor for him. Now, all the Dragon Knights admired Lan Xuanyu very much. Not to mention anything else, just she had stimulated the energy inside the Rising Dragon platform and let the Dragon Knights see the hope of evolution, which made these Dragon Knights have a good impression of her. Let's begin. Luo Lan waved his hand, indicating that today's competition officially began. The top 8 battle. Today, the Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan was not here, so the drawing of lots was presided over by the Dark Demon Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan. Rays of light spilled out, colliding with each other in the air, falling, and flying towards the 8 people present. In addition to Luo Lan, there were also the 4 Dragon Knights as witnesses. Even if he wanted to help Lan Xuanyu and the others, it was impossible for him to cheat. The drawing of lots had to be random. Qi Tenryu stood beside Lan Xuanyu. The last thing he wanted was to draw Lan Xuanyu. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing, but that he hoped that Lan Xuanyu's ranking could rise a little. If he was the champion in the future, and she could be the runner-up, that would be a wonderful story. In fact, Qi Tenryu had never doubted that he would win this year's Rising Dragon competition. Not only him, but the Dragon Knights also knew that the champion of this year's Rising Dragon competition was almost predetermined. Qi Tenryu's true strength was not on the same level as the other Dragon Race contestants. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and grabbed the lot closest to him. Lot number 2, the first to fight again? He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. In this year's Rising Dragon competition, he was definitely the first to fight the most. It was just that he didn't know who had drawn lot number 1. The referee entered the arena and said in a low voice, "Lot number 1, number 2, enter the arena." Lan Xuanyu showed his lot number to Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. She smiled faintly and took his hand. The two of them walked into the arena together. Seeing them walk out, Qi Tenryu's face immediately revealed a smile. His lot number was 7, a handsome young man with a somewhat gloomy expression walked out and slowly walked into the arena. Seeing this opponent, Lan Xuanyu's expression couldn't help but become serious. This was one of the favorites to win the competition along with Xianxia and Qi Tenryu. He was the eldest son of the Tang clan, the elder brother of Tang Yanxian whom Lan Xuanyu had faced before, Tang Lingshuan. Back then, when Lan Xuanyu had defeated Tang Yanxian, he had felt Tang Lingshuan's gaze. In the quarterfinals, he had to face this person. Seeing that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were up against Tang Lingshuan, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Among the top 8, the strongest ones were Tenryu, himself, the combination of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, and Tang Lingshuan. No matter who won, one of the strongest players would be eliminated, which would be beneficial for the following matches. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were up against Tang Lingshuan. Xianxia couldn't care less about his face at this time. He took the initiative to walk to Tenryu's side and whispered a few words to him. Lan Xuanyu glanced at Qi Tenryu from the corner of his eyes. Then, Xianxia's face lit up. The other 4 contestants naturally saw the conversation between Xianxia and Qi Tenryu. Then, Xianxia looked at them. Suddenly, the 4 contestants' faces turned ugly. If the 4 of them wanted to enter the top 4, their biggest chance was to fight against the other 3 contestants. However, although Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were up against Tang Lingshuan, Su Yanma and Qi Tenryu weren't up against each other. In other words, among the 4 contestants, 2 of them would have to fight against these 2 contestants. There were only 2 lucky contestants, and they would have to fight it out. At this time, the audience sitting in front of the live broadcast and watching the energy screen were already complaining about Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. Since entering the final stage, they had to fight against a combination with a dragon in the first 2 rounds. In this round, they had to fight against Tang Lingshuan. It could be said that every match was a tough battle. Su Yanma and Qi Tenryu were behind them. This was really unfair to them. Lan, Emperor Xiuxiu vs Tang Lingshuan. The match begins. Just when everyone was having different thoughts, the referee announced the start of the match. Tang Lingshuan's appearance was as cold as his name. Although he was 50% similar to Tang Yanxian, his temperament was completely different. A bright yellow dragon armor instantly covered his whole body. It made him look a lot taller. The weapon in his right hand wasn't the same warhammer as Tang Yanxian, but a slender bright yellow dragon spear. In an instant, he seemed to have merged with the ground, like a statue standing on the rising dragon arena. Bai waved her right hand, and 2 ice spears appeared in the air. She and Lan Xuanyu each held one. Each held one. This time, Lan Xuanyu didn't let her make the first move. He tapped his toes on the ground and took the initiative to charge towards Tang Lingshuan. Golden dragon scales instantly covered his body. Golden dragon body. The power's power turned into golden dragon's body. Humph. Tang Lingshuan snorted coldly. He also took a step forward, but he didn't fly into the air. A muffled boom suddenly exploded on the rising dragon arena. Suddenly, it was as if an earthquake had occurred, and powerful shockwaves burst forth. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu both felt their bodies become heavier. It was as if a heavy burden was weighing down on their shoulders, and they were about to fall to the ground. The ice spear in Lan Xuanyu's hand trembled and thousands of spear lights burst forth, enveloping Tang Lingshuan. Behind him, a pair of deep blue eyes had already appeared. It was Bai Xiuxiu's 4th soul skill, the individual version of deep blue gaze. Tang Lingshuan's body stiffened slightly, but the yellow dragon armor on his body shone brightly. The thick earth elements kept the cold at bay, and he broke free from deep blue gaze in an instant. However, Lan Xuanyu still managed to gain the upper hand. Fury of the masses converged into a spear projection, and it was already right in front of him. Dang! Amidst the crisp sound, Lan Xuanyu's ice spear instantly shattered. It wasn't blocked by Tang Lingshuan's dragon spear. Instead, it struck Tang Lingshuan's divine dragon armor and shattered it. What kind of divine dragon armor was this? That was the first thought that appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. It was undoubtedly the case that Tang Lingshuan's divine dragon armor possessed extremely powerful defensive abilities. When combined with his cultivation, it produced extremely powerful defensive abilities. Even though Lan Xuanyu was only using an ice spear, it was infused with King Jinlong's power, and the spear projection on the tip of the spear couldn't be faked. However, it was completely blocked by Tang Lingshuan's divine dragon armor. Right at this moment, Tang Lingshuan sprang into action. Huge earthen spikes suddenly erupted from the ground in front of his foot. There were over a dozen earthen spikes, and all of them were over 10 meters long. They instantly hurtled toward Lan Xuanyu's body. Tang Lingshuan's speed was extremely fast, and the earthen spikes shot out like catapults. Lan Xuanyu, who had just thrust his spear and was blocked by Tang Lingshuan's attack, had nowhere to run. At this critical moment, Lan Xuanyu curled up his body and used the smallest surface area to receive the impact of the earthen spikes. At the same time, a black ray of light wrapped around his waist and pulled him diagonally upward, bringing him out of the range of the earthen spikes. This was the application of Bai Xiuxiu's Abyss Devour. However, Tang Lingshuan didn't let it go. The earthen spikes suddenly split into multiple earthen spears, which flew straight toward Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. At the same time, Tang Lingshuan also instantly activated, rushing forward with an indomitable momentum. Circles of black halos suddenly shrouded Lan Xuanyu's back. Wherever the halos passed, the earthen spikes were all sent flying, deviating from their original flight paths. Tang Lingshuan, who was rushing forward, was suddenly exposed in front of Lan Xuanyu. This was the advantage of 2 against 1. Although they couldn't really fight like a dragon knight, with one attacking and one assisting, they would definitely be more powerful than fighting alone. Even without the divine dragon armor and dragon spear, they still had an advantage. What's more, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had been cultivating together for many years. The tacit understanding between the two didn't need to be communicated at all. They were too familiar with each other. Even the smallest movement from each of them would have a tacit understanding between them. The golden wings on Lan Xuanyu's back suddenly opened and flapped violently. A loud dragon roar erupted from his body. A huge golden dragon head rushed out, accompanied by his right fist, and went straight to Tang Lingshuan's dragon spear. It was Jinlong's rise. The ice spear was too fragile to withstand the power of the god-destroying quake. Otherwise, Tang Lingshuan wouldn't have been able to block the spear so easily. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu simply abandoned the spear and chose to fight hand-to-hand. However, Tang Lingshuan's reaction was also very fast. His seemingly indomitable momentum disappeared almost instantly. At the same time, he also disappeared. His body, which was rushing forward, suddenly crashed to the ground, completely violating the laws of nature. In the nick of time, he avoided a head-on collision with Lan Xuanyu. At the same time, he also escaped from the entangling black belts of light. Not only that, but the moment he landed, his body once again shot out, as if it had been refracted by the ground, and rushed straight toward Bai Xiuxiu behind him. Gravity control and earth spike rebound was a very simple but extremely effective application. It wasn't that he thought he couldn't block Lan Xuanyu in a head-on collision, but he didn't want to fall into the rhythm of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. Lan Xuanyu, who didn't have the godly dragon armor and dragon spear, was no match for him in a head-on collision. However, there were 2 opponents. Once he fell into their rhythm, he would be tortured to death, just like yesterday's opponent. Seeing that his opponent was rushing toward him, Bai Xiuxiu didn't panic at all. The ice under his feet surged, and he instantly flew up into the sky. At the same time, circles of black belts of light twisted downward, turning into a vortex, and swept toward Tang Lingshuan, who was rushing up. Tang Lingshuan had obviously anticipated this situation. The yellow light on his body suddenly became blazing. 1 against 2, no matter what, he wouldn't choose to fight. That was the most unwise choice. The best choice was to defeat his opponent in the shortest time possible. In the dazzling yellow light, the earth trembled. Countless earth elements condensed in the air and fell from the sky, turning into a meteor shower, instantly smashing down. It smashed toward Bai Xiuxiu, and also toward Lan Xuanyu. At the same time, huge spikes shot up from the ground, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Amidst the impassioned dragon roar, layers of intense yellow halos erupted from Tang Lingshuan's body. A thick earthen wall appeared out of thin air, completely isolating Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu from each other. Tang Lingshuan spun in an instant, and a spike under his feet abruptly slammed toward Bai Xiuxiu, propelling his body to accelerate a second time like a cannonball. Tang Lingshuan knew that Lan Xuanyu's speed was also very fast. Therefore, when he unleashed this powerful attack, he not only released gravity control to the extreme, but also made Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's bodies heavier, causing the meteor shower to speed up. At the same time, he also reduced the gravity on himself, allowing him to catapult himself faster. Earth spikes, gravity control, meteor shower. Tang Lingshuan's body rotated and exploded, and the earthen wall blocked him. At this moment, Tang Lingshuan displayed multitasking and strong control of the earth element. Although this instantaneous explosion consumed a lot of his energy, it also instantly took control of the situation in his hands. He wanted to defeat one person first, regardless of the consumption. Of course, he chose Bai Xiuxiu, who was weaker. He firmly believed that Bai Xiuxiu would never be able to block his series of attacks without the protection of the divine dragon armor. As long as he defeated Bai Xiuxiu, he could rely on the enhancement of the divine dragon armor and the replenishment of the earth element. As long as he fought with Lan Yu for a while and recovered to a certain extent, he would definitely be able to defeat Lan Yu, who did not have the divine dragon armor and dragon spear, one-on-one. He would never make the same mistake that Su Yanma had made. Seeing this scene, even the dragon knights sitting on the huge dragon power pillars could not help but secretly nod their heads. Tang Lingshuan's tactical choice was extremely correct. This was undoubtedly the best way to deal with Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. In their eyes, Tang Lingxuan's cultivation was higher than Lan Yu's, and with the enhancement of the divine dragon armor, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu would definitely not be able to block his instantaneous explosion of power. Tang Lingxuan displayed his ability to the extreme in an instant and chose the best time to do so. This undoubtedly showed his excellent quality. Now, it all depended on how Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu would deal with it, especially Bai Xiuxiu. Whether she could block Tang Lingxuan's attack and not suffer any injuries that might affect the competition would determine the outcome of this match. It would be difficult for Tang Lingxuan to unleash his full power like this for a second time, especially in the form of an instantaneous eruption. Tang Lingxuan's eyes were filled with determination. He flapped the dragon wings on his back and watched Bai Xiuxiu, whose speed had been slowed down by his gravity control, getting closer and closer to him. He did not relax at all. Relying on the control of the earth element, he could sense that Lan Xuanyu, who was not far away, was unable to keep up with his speed. Under the influence of his own gravity, it was impossible for him to rush over to provide support. Tang Lingxuan's spiritual domain overlapped with his talent, which was the enhancement of his earth element perception. This allowed his control over the earth element to far surpass his younger brother, Tang Yanxian. As long as there were earth elements, it could be said to be his home ground. Battlefield division. This was the strategy he had set up. When he found out that his opponent was this duo, he had already made the decision. He had always been a decisive person. Once he had set up a strategy, he would definitely execute it resolutely. Just when everyone thought that the collision was imminent and that Bai Xiuxiu was likely to fall under Tang Lingxuan's full power attack, an unexpected situation occurred. Even among the 5 dragon knights, 3 of them stood up in an instant. The other 2 also widened their eyes and looked at the arena in shock. Lan Xuanyu was indeed blocked by the earth wall. The powerful gravity control fell on him. Relying on the fact that his cultivation was higher than his speed was restricted. The meteorites in the sky also fell, and the spikes on the ground rose. It could be said that he was surrounded by enemies in all directions. But at this moment, he gave his response. The golden dragon scales that covered his whole body changed in an instant. The original golden color completely transformed into a 7-colored one. A bloodline fluctuation that was completely different from before suddenly burst out. At the same time, a halo of red, blue, yellow, and green colors was suddenly released. The gravity control on his body disappeared almost instantly. The earth wall that was coming toward him turned into particles, and the void shattered. The spikes on the ground, the meteorites falling from the sky, and everything related to the earth elemental attack turned into particles at this moment and shattered in the air. Wherever the 4-colored halo passed, the earth element disintegrated and its destructive power dissipated. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's speed increased dramatically. Like a colorful arrow, he rushed toward Tang Lingxuan. Tang Lingxuan's dragon spear was only 3 meters away from Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu met the attack with his ice spear. The cold aura exploded along with the darkness. It turned into a swirling vortex. Tang Lingxuan's face revealed a hint of joy. Although his opponent was not weak, he had great confidence in himself. He also saw that a huge meteorite had arrived above Bai Xiuxiu. Even if she could block his attack, she would not be able to stop the meteorite from crashing down. She would definitely be severely injured by his second attack. However, this short distance of a few meters suddenly became a natural moat. A strange energy suddenly and quietly fell on Tang Lingxuan's body. In an instant, Tang Lingxuan felt as if the thick earth element around him had collapsed. Although with his cultivation, not all of the earth element had dissipated, the form that he had condensed earlier had collapsed in an instant. Even the yellow godly dragon armor on his body had dimmed a lot. Then, he saw a layer of colorful halo sweeping upward, passing over Bai Xiuxiu's body and sweeping over the meteorite. The meteorite shattered and turned into particles that scattered in all directions. All the particles were swept up by the black halo around Bai Xiuxiu's body. In the next moment, a strong aura had appeared behind him. How could it be? This was the only thought in Tang Lingxuan's mind at this moment. Even at this moment, his mind had fallen into a blank state. He completely did not understand what had happened in this short moment. What was that colorful halo, at this moment, without the protection of the strong earth element and the defense of the gravity control, the black vortex had already swept over his body. The Abyss Devourer instantly froze him in the distance, sealed and devoured him. Under such circumstances, a fist that shone with 7-colored radiance smashed onto Tang Lingshuan's back. Spirit-destroying quake, erupt, this was a solid punch. There was no resistance, and the earth element had been stripped away in a large area. Boom! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Tang Lingshuan's mouth almost instantly. However, his godly dragon armor was indeed powerful. It did not shatter under the god-destroying quake and the full-strength attack of Lan Xuanyu in the divine dragon transformation. Only some small cracks appeared on its surface. However, Tang Lingshuan was not sent flying by Lan Xuanyu's punch. He also wanted to take advantage of the momentum to fly out and neutralize some of the attack. At the same time, he also wanted to adjust his body and fight again. However, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu did not give him this opportunity at all. Under the Abyss Devourer, he took the hit head-on. At the same time, everything around him turned dark. An intense cold corrosion penetrated his body along with the god-destroying quake. Almost instantly, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then, the ice blast technique was triggered, and the ice exploded. Bai Xiuxiu flashed to Lan Xuanyu's side. The two held hands. Bai Xiuxiu poured her dragon power into Lan Xuanyu's body. In the dragon god's transformation state, Lan Xuanyu's resistance to the god-destroying quake was much stronger. Without hesitation, he threw a second punch. The ice blast technique exploded, and the colorful fist bombarded Tang Lingshuan's back again. Boom! This time, Tang Lingshuan was finally sent flying. However, his godly dragon armor could no longer withstand the terrifying destructive power of the god-destroying quake. The armor shattered, his back caved in, and blood spurted out wildly. The cold dark aura swarmed into his body along with the god-destroying quake. Stop! The referee descended from the sky and blocked Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's pursuit. He looked at Lan Xuanyu with a strange expression and announced in a deep voice, "The match is over. Lan, Emperor Xiuxiu wins." A figure flashed into the arena and caught Tang Lingshuan. A large amount of yellow dragon power flowed into his body to help stabilize his injuries. It was a god-ranked powerhouse from the Tang family. The rainbow dragon scales on Lan Xuanyu's body faded and returned to their original golden color. He held Bai Xiuxiu's hand and descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Compared to the previous 2 elimination matches, this match ended very quickly. It could even be said that it was the fastest match to end in the finals. What was originally thought to be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger had ended in the fastest speed, which was unexpected to everyone. The 5 dragon knights all had their eyes on Lan Xuanyu. There was no doubt that the key to their victory was the 4-colored halo that Lan Xuanyu released earlier. What kind of power was that? It actually dissolved Tang Lingshuan's powerful earth element attack and allowed him to be controlled by Bai Xiuxiu and attacked by Lan Xuanyu. Victory and defeat had been reversed in an instant. This was simply too inconceivable. Everyone felt a sense of disbelief. Even the dragon knights felt the same way. At this moment, the 5 dragon knights' hearts were burning with passion. Even the dragon knights, who had close ties with the Tang family, felt the same way. Because they all realized that their judgment was very likely correct. Why did Lan undergo such a change? It must be related to the energy he absorbed on the Rising Dragon Arena that day. In other words, Lan's bloodline had evolved one step further. Even his strength had evolved, and a new innate ability had appeared. Lan Xuanyu's ability was very simple, elemental stripping. He already had this ability when he broke through to 4-ringed. His elemental stripping was effective on all elements, but it was especially effective on water, fire, earth, and wind. Its effect on other elements was relatively weaker. This was also the reason why he was so confident in challenging Qi Tenryu, even though he knew that Qi Tenryu was extremely powerful and could very well be an ultimate Douluo. After coming to Tenryu's star for so long, he found that the dragon race on Tenryu's star mostly had to do with elemental attributes. He had seen fire dragons, wind dragons, earth dragons, and water dragons before. There were also spatial attributes and so on. In that case, his elemental stripping would have an overall suppressive effect on the dragon race. Especially the four basic attributes of water, fire, earth, and wind, the effect of restraining them would definitely be the best. His current level of elemental stripping wasn't the same as when he broke through to the 4th ring. After breaking through to 6th ring, all of his soul rings had evolved again, and they were all at the level of great beasts, not to mention a fusion skill like elemental stripping. Furthermore, ever since he started cultivating the god Annihilation Thunder, his mastery of elemental fusion had been constantly improving. Even the power of elemental stripping had been greatly improved. When he used it today, even with Tang Lingshuan's cultivation, he was instantly controlled without any preparation. Thus, he turned the tide of the battle and defeated his opponent to win. Why did Lan Xuanyu spend so much effort to make the Dragon Knights think that his bloodline evolved because he absorbed the energy of the Rising Dragon Arena? It was so that he could use the Dragon God's transformation in the later stages of the competition and use elemental stripping and other abilities, defeat his opponent and advance to the top 4. When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu returned to the resting area, Su Yanma looked at them as if he had seen a ghost. Especially when he looked at Lan Xuanyu. When they were fighting, Lan Xuanyu didn't have the ability to do so. What was with the 7-colored transformation? It definitely wasn't the Divine Dragon Armor. He didn't have the Divine Dragon Armor at all. However, Su Yanma could clearly see that after the transformation, Lan Xuanyu's aura had clearly increased. With the 7-colored transformation, his cultivation wasn't any weaker than when he was wearing the Divine Dragon Armor. In fact, it was even stronger. Also, what was with the 4-colored light? Why did Tang Lingshuan's earth element suddenly collapse? If the earth element was like this, then what about his light element? If he encountered them in the next round, how would he deal with them? For a moment, Su Yanma couldn't help but feel confused. Amazing. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. Qi Tenryu came forward and congratulated them with a smile. Among the other 6 contestants, only he still had the same expression as before. Lan Xuanyu nodded and thanked him. Then, he pulled Bai Xiuxiu to the side and sat down. Just like before, they continued to cultivate. At this very moment, there was already a lot of discussion in the Dragon Power Pillars. No one in the Dragon race had seen Lan Xuanyu's ability before. There was no doubt about it. While these God-rank powerhouses were shocked, they were also curious. What kind of power was it? The ordinary God-rank powerhouses didn't react much, but the true God-rank powerhouses all had thoughtful looks on their faces. Because their cultivation was stronger and they had been to the Dragon Realm more often, they had a better understanding of the Dragon Realm than ordinary God-rank powerhouses. Vaguely, they had already guessed something. This was especially true for the true God-rank powerhouses who had seen Lan Xuanyu and Su Yanma's battle that day. When their bodies were surrounded by the 7-colored light, they had even more connections. Especially now, the 5 largest dragon power pillars were surrounded by a layer of light that isolated everything above them. There's no time to delay. I think the Dragon Rising competition doesn't need to continue. We should hurry up and try. It really worked, it really worked. Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei said excitedly. If Lan Xuanyu had absorbed the energy of the Rising Dragon Arena that day, it was only this kind of strange energy. Now that his bloodline had changed, it was confirmed that the energy of the Rising Dragon Arena could evolve the Dragon Race bloodline. With their transcendent god-level cultivation, they could naturally sense it very clearly. When the scales on Lan Xuanyu's body turned 7-colored, his entire temperament underwent a tremendous change. Especially the fluctuations in his bloodline. Even as Dragon Knights, they could clearly feel that the flow of their bloodline seemed to have slowed down. Looking at the 7-colored figure, they couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. Although it was very slight, what kind of strength did Lan Kai have? What kind of cultivation did they have? For such a situation to occur, there was only one explanation, a huge gap in bloodline level. This also gave them hope of evolving their bloodline. The reason Huang Liangwei was so impatient was that in his opinion, even if the Rising Dragon Arena had that strange high-level dragon race bloodline energy, it was probably very limited. Whoever could absorb it first would naturally be able to absorb more. They were all Dragon Knights, transcendent level powerhouses. If they wanted to evolve their bloodline, the amount of energy needed would be far more than what Lan needed. Perhaps the energy of the Rising Dragon Arena could only allow a few Dragon Knights to evolve. As a dragon knight with a relatively low ranking, how could he not be anxious to try it out as soon as possible? Brother Huang, there's no need to rush. This matter will be decided by the chief himself. It's not something that can be decided in a hurry. It's not something that any one of us can decide. The proud Tenryu dragon knight Long Chaoyang said in a low voice. Although he had taken a step back when watching the competition, in terms of ranking, he was still higher than Luo Lan. He also knew that Luo Lan and Huang Liangwei didn't get along, so it was better for him to say these words. It would be easier to avoid conflict. Luo Lan smiled casually. Some people are just too focused on benefits. They're afraid they'll lose out. Huang Liangwei glared at him and said, "What? Don't you want to? Don't you want your bloodline to evolve?" Luo Lan said indifferently, "Of course I want to, but at least I won't be as shameless as you." This matter, the first and second seats will naturally make a decision. Brother Long, let's report it together? Okay. Long Chaoyang nodded. The two of them stood up, and the dragon power pillars below them slowly descended, heading towards the silver door. Although there were still 3 dragon knights left, no matter how eager Huang Liangwei was to try, he didn't dare to do so in front of the other 2 dragon knights. After all, this was a chance shared by all the dragon knights. At that moment, he snorted coldly and didn't speak anymore. The sudden departure of the 2 highest-ranked dragon knights naturally attracted the attention of the other divine dragons. But no one knew what was going on, and no one knew what was going on. Huang Daoqi was very nervous. Although he had some guesses about the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body, he didn't really check Lan Xuanyu's condition, so he didn't know what was going on. The departure of the 2 dragon knights was obviously because of the previous battle. There wouldn't be any problems, right? It wasn't easy for the royal family to have a chance to rise. He was really worried that if there was a problem, even the Millennium contract wouldn't be able to bind Lan He and Xiaoxiao. The quarterfinals should have been extremely exciting and highly anticipated, but because of the special situation in the first match, the following 3 matches suddenly became a bit boring. Especially Su Yanma and Qi Tenryu's 2 matches, their opponents were clearly weaker than them, so they didn't need to spend too much effort to overcome their opponents and win. Only the other match, which was evenly matched, took a longer time. After the quarterfinals were decided. Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiaoxiao, Qi Tenryu, Su Yanma, and another lucky person became the quarterfinals of this year's Dragon Rise tournament. There was also a reward for entering the quarterfinals, a dragon crystal for each person. Compared to dragon marrow, dragon crystals were undoubtedly much more precious. To be able to obtain a dragon crystal in the top 4, Lan Xuanyu was looking forward to it. If he won the next 2 rounds, what kind of rewards would he get? After the competition ended, everyone returned to their residences. Lan Xuanyu didn't know that because of his performance today, the highest-level Dragon Knight Conference of the Tenryu Alliance had been held in advance. After returning to their residence, Bai Xiaoxiao said worriedly, "You used the Dragon God's transformation today. Will it arouse their suspicion?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "Probably not. I had done enough foreshadowing. If they were really suspicious of my identity, then they should have taken me down. Especially after the competition. They won't allow us to return to our residence. Since they hadn't attacked us yet, that meant that they didn't suspect us. The fact that the 2 dragon knights left in such a hurry probably meant that they were shocked. I'm guessing they must be very thirsty for the energy inside the Rising Dragon Arena." Bai Xiaoxiao frowned and said, "Then won't they break open the Rising Dragon Arena and obtain the energy inside to make these dragon knights stronger?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head and smiled. "How could it be that easy? That's a super divine tool. If they could destroy it to obtain the things inside, they would have succeeded long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "That's true. I'm just afraid that they'll use you for research." Lan Xuanyu said, "I've also considered this. They probably won't, at least not during the Rising Dragon tournament. If they could study the mysteries of my bloodline, they wouldn't have paid so much attention to my evolution this time. Dragon race bloodlines are almost all the same. Even if it's passed down from father to son, there will be subtle influences. Therefore, every dragon race is an individual. How could it be easy to study the mysteries of such an individual? Moreover, I'm not afraid of their research. Now that the bloodline of the dragon gods has spread throughout my body, in a sense, I'm not a pure human anymore. Even the dragon race here isn't a problem. It's just a human body that mutated into a dragon race during the dragon transformation period. It's the same for you. After being tempered by dragon power, this change is even more obvious. The strength of our bodies is getting closer and closer to that of a true dragon. Is this something humans can do? Therefore, even if they use me for research, they won't get any results. If it was when we first came here, there might be a lot of traces and the possibility of being exposed. It's been a few months, and I've tried to cover up all the places that could be exposed. Especially when I let the power of the dragon gods through the rising dragon arena to let them see and sense it. Now, even if they examine my body, I won't be afraid. In their eyes, my bloodline has evolved. And the level of the dragon god's bloodline is higher than all the dragon race. What can they find out? Bai Shosho nodded and said, that's the best. As long as head of Tenryu doesn't recognize us, the other dragon race shouldn't be a problem. Ever since they participated in the Rising Dragon competition, they had faced many transcendent powerhouses. If those dragon knights could recognize them, they would have done so long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now, nor would they have allowed them to grow. The Rising Dragon competition had entered the top 4 stage, which was the climax of the competition. The existence who was lucky enough to enter the top 4 didn't count. Qi Tenryu, Su Yanma, Lan Xuanyu, and Bai Shosho were the hot favorites to win the championship. Without a doubt, Qi Tenryu's popularity was the highest, and the second place wasn't Su Yanma, who had easily suppressed Lan Xuanyu before being turned around. It was Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shosho. The advantage of a two-man team was obvious, and in the finals, the strength they showed was a qualitative leap compared to the round-robin stage. This made more people recognize them. Of course, the drawing of lots would still determine the final result to a large extent. Whoever drew the weakest of the 4 would be able to advance to the finals. In terms of luck, at least emotionally, most people were on the side of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shosho. It was not for anything else, but because the process of the finals was too demonic. Every match was a tough nut to crack. It was as if someone had deliberately arranged obstacles for them. There were only 2 matches left. If they drew Qi Tenryu again in the semi-finals, their luck would be, in fact, the goddess of luck would not always favor one person, but she would not always abandon them. After the drawing of lots for the top 4, Su Yanma's good luck was used up, and he and Qi Tenryu were drawn into the same group. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shosho were facing the weaker opponent. This made the top 4 no longer suspenseful. After a round of fighting, Su Yanma only lasted 35 seconds against Qi Tenryu. That's right, 35 seconds. This also made Qi Tenryu's strength even more apparent. This caused everyone to be shocked. Some people even commented that Qi Tenryu had a chance of winning against a god-tier dragon race, as long as it wasn't a particularly strong one. Although he wasn't a god tier yet, he was already better than one. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shosho spent a lot of effort to defeat their opponents. Although their opponents were the weakest of the top 4, how could they be truly weak if they could enter the top 4? But in the end, they still won and entered the finals. In the finals of this year's Dragon Rise competition, Qi Tenryu was up against the combination of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shosho. Before the finals, there would be an extra day of rest before the final battle. Although they were only one step away from the championship, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shosho both knew that it would not be easy to surpass Qi Tenryu. The strength of their opponents was fully displayed in their victory over Su Yanma. It was a complete suppression, a pure suppression of strength. Qi Tenryu's strength was like MT Tai. There didn't seem to be any techniques in the battle, and it was just a head-on clash. But as an opponent, there was no way to avoid a head-on clash. Otherwise, they wouldn't even last 30 seconds. Facing an opponent of this level, unless one's strength was superior, it was too difficult to win. The final battle was about to arrive. This was also the only match where they could know who their opponent was beforehand. What Lan Xuanyu could do was to do his best to prepare for the battle. The Dragon Rising competition was the top competition in the entire Tenryu Star. It was the final battle of the dragon race. It was the birthplace of the future dragon knights. When the day arrived, the moment Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu walked out of their residence, they were greeted by countless cheers from the rising dragon city. These cheers were all shouting their names, and all of them were excitedly gesturing at them in worship. They escorted them step by step towards the rising dragon arena. From the perspective of the citizens, more than 90% of them were on Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's side. It wasn't just because they were females, but also because they were so beautiful. It was also because they were in the state of the weak challenging the strong. Whether it was in the Douluo Federation or the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the weak defeating the strong was definitely a big show. A show that everyone loved to talk about. Therefore, this match was the focus of everyone's attention. Most of the cheers were for Princess Jinlong and the Luck Goddess. What everyone wanted to see the most was they defeating the strong Qi Tenryu and becoming the final victor. And the excitement of this match was what everyone was looking forward to. It could be said that on this day, almost the entire Tenryu star, and even the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, had their eyes focused on this. Douluo Federation's 7th Fleet. Mothership, Command Center. Many officers were gathered here for a meeting. Those who could attend the meeting were at least major generals. Furthermore, they were rare among all the generals. Most of them were lieutenant generals or generals. Of course, there was only one admiral, and that was the commander-in-chief of the 7th Fleet. Since the last battle, the 7th Fleet had also entered a period of rest. The Federation's 7th Fleet's position in the military had greatly increased due to their previous victory. Recently, they had been rewarded with many new weapons. This put the leaders of the 7th Fleet in a good mood. Right now, the 7th Fleet was one of the main forces guarding the border between the Douluo Federation and the Dragon Horse system. General Bai Ling smiled faintly. Continue to maintain the intensity of the training. According to the Federation, the 8th Fleet would be formed in about 2 years. At that time, officers from the various fleets would be transferred to the 8th Fleet to take command. Due to our outstanding performance in the previous battle, we will be the fleet with the most officers transferred. Let's encourage each other. Hearing this, all the generals present were overjoyed. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to be promoted in the military because the Douluo Federation had fought quite a number of wars, and military contributions were the hard and fast way to promotion. But at the same time, opportunities were also very important. According to the Douluo Federation's rules, if one wanted to be promoted, one had to have a real position first. This meant that one had to be promoted in order to be promoted in rank. Otherwise, one wouldn't be qualified to be promoted. But after reaching the rank of general, there weren't that many real positions to be promoted. Almost every position was filled with a carrot and a hole. This was also why it was so difficult for generals to be promoted. Back then, the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Origin planet was promoted because the Dragon Origin planet was very important, and the entire Dragon Origin planet base was upgraded. Right now, General Bai Ling said that the 8th Fleet was about to be formed. Although this wasn't considered a top secret in the military, it was still one of the top secrets. Being transferred to a new fleet meant that the chances of promotion would be much higher. More importantly, with a brand new space fleet, there would be a lot of empty positions. Not only would they have a chance to be promoted, but their subordinates would also have more opportunities. The empty positions here could also be promoted. Therefore, this was definitely a good thing for the 7th Fleet. One of the generals couldn't help but laugh. Our victory came at the right time. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Alright, today's official meeting will end here. The Federation sent a message the day before yesterday saying that there will be a grand event in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. We spent a lot of resources to obtain the chance to watch the recording. For this video, we spent a lot of resources on the heavenly planet to obtain it from a remote planet in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This will be very helpful for us to understand the top powers in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. After today's meeting, everyone can take a look at this recording. General Bai Ling smiled as he spoke. All the generals couldn't help but reveal curious expressions. Almost all of their understanding of the Dragon Horse Galaxy came from the war. After that, the information that Lan Xuanyu and the others sent back could be said to be very precious. Now, the Federation had specially formed. A research group for the Dragon Horse Galaxy to analyze and research this information to better understand the situation in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If they could obtain such a video, it would undoubtedly deepen their understanding of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They would be able to see the situation in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. A major general stood up and walked in front of the big screen in the command center. According to the information we received, this competition is called the Dragon Rising Competition. It's a competition on the Tenryu star. As for the specific reason, we don't know. We only know that this should be a very important competition on the Tenryu star. And what we bought was the final match. As for the specific situation of the competition, please look at the big screen. All the generals looked at the big screen with curiosity. The screen lit up, but the image on the screen was clearly blurry. They could only vaguely see that it was on a huge platform. At the far end of the platform, there were pillars of light erected. It was unknown what kind of existence they were. The image wasn't focused on the pillars of light, but on the center of the platform. In the image, there were three existences that looked very similar to humans walking towards the center of the platform. Humans? How can it be as humans? A general couldn't help but ask. The major general from the General Staff Department said, "We don't know the specific situation. But according to the information we received, the upper dragon race on the Tenryu star takes pride in transforming into human form." At this time, the two sides in the image had already walked to the center of the platform. Although the image wasn't very clear, it could be seen that between the two sides, there was only one person. On the other side, there were two slender women with long hair that fluttered in the wind. Xianxia was among the generals watching the competition with curiosity. However, when he saw the two women, he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that they were somewhat familiar. At this time, the image was enlarged to the center of the platform, so that the three people inside could be seen more clearly. He could clearly see that the three people were flickering with light. It was obvious that a great battle was about to break out. When he could see the appearance of the three people closer, Xianxia suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He shouted, "Wait a minute!" All the generals were preparing to watch the competition in the Dragon Horse Galaxy with curiosity, but they were all shocked. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Xianxia. General Bai Ling frowned. "Xinghe, what are you doing?" "Sorry, Commander." Xianxia quickly stood up from his seat and walked to General Bai Ling's side. He squatted down and used soul power to control voice transmission to whisper a few words into General Bai Ling's ear. Hearing his words, General Bai Ling gradually revealed a look of shock and asked with his eyes. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. "Understood." General Bai Ling stood up and said to the staff officer, "Turn off the image first." Although the staff officer didn't know what was going on, since the general said so, he naturally did as he was told and quickly turned off the image. General Bai Ling said in a deep voice, "Due to some special circumstances, this viewing will be temporarily suspended. Everyone, please return to your posts." No explanation was given, and the generals present couldn't help but feel a little confused. They looked at each other for a moment. However, as the commander, General Bai Ling's authority in the 7th Fleet was unquestionable. After all the generals left, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and looked at General Bai Ling with a bitter smile. General Bai Ling's expression was also a little strange. He said to the staff officer in a deep voice, "Continue playing that image." "Let's take a look." "Yes." The staff officer replayed the image. The appearance of the three people in the image could be seen more clearly. When he looked at them carefully, General Bai Ling couldn't help but take a deep breath. "How can it be a woman? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" General Bai Ling asked Xianxia again. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Commander, the other one is Bai Xiaoxiao. She looks so similar, so she must be related to Lan Xuanyu. Although she's dressed as a woman, Bai Xiaoxiao hasn't changed at all." "That's right. Weren't the two women in the scene very familiar?" General Bai Ling's expression also became interesting. "This kid is really resourceful." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although I don't know why he did this, there's no doubt that their infiltration was very successful. This matter is very important. Commander, I think we should report this to the Federation as soon as possible and not let this information leak out. Otherwise, I'm afraid there's a risk of their identities being exposed. We were able to buy this image, but there's no guarantee that their information in the Federation will be leaked by someone with ulterior motives. Now their infiltration is of utmost importance to us. They had not returned for a few months, but it seemed that they had really integrated into Tenryu Star. If I remember correctly, Lan Xuanyu's martial soul should be related to dragons. When he returns, I have a premonition that he will bring us even more shocking information. Just like the introduction of the Dragon Knights last time. General Bai Ling nodded slightly. That's right. I personally reported this to the military and classified this information as top secret. We must protect them well. Commander is wise. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. General Bai Ling smiled and said, I'm just looking forward to them coming back soon and bringing back more secrets. Shrek Academy, as expected of the Shrek Academy. Only Shrek can cultivate such an outstanding disciple. As one of the top brass in the military, the fact that he could say something like this showed that he approved of the Shrek Academy. After saying this, he did not delay and immediately contacted the military. If they could obtain this image, the other fleets should also be able to obtain it. It was still unknown whether the Federation would spread the news. They had to stop this as soon as possible. Tenryu Star. On the Rising Dragon Arena, when Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu stepped onto the Rising Dragon Arena again. It was different from the previous times. The atmosphere on the Rising Dragon Arena seemed to have frozen. The God-tier dragon race spectators had already been waiting on the dragon power pillars. The Dragon Knights had yet to arrive. The huge silver door of light was still open. There was no doubt that the Dragon Knights would come today. This was the final round. It was just that they did not know how many Dragon Knights would come. Qi Tenryu arrived earlier than Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. When he saw the two girls, Qi Tenryu took the initiative to nod to them. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu also returned the greeting. Although the final round was about to begin, because Qi Tenryu had expressed goodwill to them before, the relationship between the two sides was not too bad. Whoever emerged victorious today would be crowned the champion of the Dragon Rise competition. From Huangyuanlang, Lan Xuanyu already knew the benefits of winning the Rising Dragon competition. The additional benefit was that they could enter the Dragon Realm once. This was a reward that the Rising Dragon competition champion did not have. Other rewards included that during the selection of Dragon Knights, the Rising Dragon competition champion had the right to choose a dragon. In other words, the champion's chosen dragon could not be rejected. Otherwise, they would be subjected to great pressure from the entire dragon race. This was also why a powerhouse like Qi Tenryu had not chosen a dragon yet. Powerhouses who wanted to win the Rising Dragon competition would not choose a dragon in advance. However, this benefit was obviously of no use to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. But other than that, the Rising Dragon competition champion was also called a Draconic Knight. In other words, this meant that they were the number one person below the Dragon Knights. The status of a Draconic Knight was not inferior to the city lords of major cities. They were very respected. Almost all Draconic Knights would definitely pass the selection of Dragon Knights in the future and become Dragon Knights in preparation. The biggest benefit of the Draconic Knights would be the construction of a Draconic Power Hall for them, which would be used exclusively by the Draconic Knights. It was independent of the city's Draconic Power Hall. Huang Yuanlang had told them that because Fenglong City was ranked at the bottom of all the main cities, the Draconic Power Hall in Fenglong City was actually relatively weak. However, the Draconic Power Hall of a Draconic Knight was built according to the standards of a Dragon Knight. Although it could not be compared to directly cultivating in the Dragon Realm, it was still a really good place. With such a Draconic Power Hall, it would be very beneficial to the cultivation of a Draconic Knight. Especially when the selection of Dragon Knights would be held in a few years, such a Draconic Power Hall was almost a guarantee for a Draconic Knight. And this was also what Lan Xuanyu valued the most. If he could get such a Draconic Power Hall, he and Bai Xiuxiu would not have to worry about the lack of Draconic energy for cultivation. At the same time, they could also use the treasure-hunting beast to transform the Draconic energy and provide it for their partners to cultivate. This would allow him to have a chance to complete his plan one step closer. Therefore, he was determined to win this competition. The dragon race was very generous to their own people, especially the outstanding juniors. After entering the finals the day before yesterday, they received another reward. The reward was a dragon bone. Yes, not the dragon marrow and dragon crystal. It was the dragon bone. Suddenly, it sounded like the dragon bone was not as precious as the dragon crystal and dragon marrow. But in fact, the dragon bone rewarded was the complete dragon bone of a giant dragon. And it was a complete dragon bone with the dragon crystal and dragon marrow. Huang Daoqi told them that the biggest benefit of a complete dragon bone was that it could be used as a second seat. What was a second seat? It meant the second dragon. The dragon race had a secret method to refine this complete dragon bone into a nether dragon. That was a bone dragon. It was controlled through divine consciousness. Even if the dragon was not by their side, this kind of nether dragon that could be placed in the space storage space could instantly turn a dragon knight into a bone dragon knight. This kind of benefit was not something that the dragon crystal and dragon marrow alone could compare to. Even for all the dragon knights, not all of them had a second seat. Ordinary dragon race members did not even need to think about it. Only the 18 dragon knights were certain to have vice chairs. The dragon bone that Lan Xuanyu was given was more than 150 meters long, and its body was strong and huge. Judging from the dragon bone itself, this was a dragon bone of the strength attribute, but it was impossible to determine what kind of dragon race it was. The dragon wings were wide, the bones were strong, and the dragon crystal and dragon marrow were complete. There was even a faint fluctuation of divine consciousness. It was definitely a top-grade dragon bone among the existing complete dragon bones. It was a good thing that the ink dinosaur knight Luo Lan had personally chosen for him. Of course, Lan Xuanyu was not qualified to refine this dragon bone into a nether dragon. He had to have divine consciousness before he could refine it through the dragon crystal. He still needed to go one step further. But if he kept this dragon bone, it would be an excellent resource in the future. To have a dragon crystal, it must be a superior dragon race. End of this chapter. Moreover, when Lan Xuanyu received this dragon skeleton, he knew that it was definitely not native to the Tenryu star. It must have come from the dragon realm because it was the skeleton of a real dragon race. He was the inheritor of the bloodline of the dragon gods, so he could immediately tell that the other party was not a false dragon when he saw the dragon skeleton. Not only did he give the dragon skeleton, but he also gave him a ring that contained the dragon skeleton. The ring was inlaid with a bright silver thumb-sized void source crystal. This was definitely the purest void source crystal that Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. The space inside was terrifyingly large, and it seemed very spacious even with such a dragon skeleton. It was definitely more than 10 times the space of the Ring of Destiny. If it were not for the fact that the Ring of Destiny could store living things, it would be far from comparable. For Lan Xuanyu, who wanted to plunder more resources to bring back to the mother planet, such an excellent space storage ring was definitely the best thing: dragon marrow, dragon crystal, and complete dragon skeleton. After the quarterfinals, these 3 rewards had already made Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu rich. If they won today's finals, a top-level dragon power hall would be their final reward. Only the Draconic Knights were qualified to have such a reward. All of these were too tempting. Of course, the premise was that they could defeat the opponent in front of them. Shi Tenryu was no different from usual, but the smile on his face when he looked at them was more intense. It seemed that his eyes were full of appreciation, but he did not treat them as opponents at all. Feeling them looking at him, Shi Tenryu took the initiative to walk up. His eyes fell on Lan Xuanyu, and he said with a smile, "Lan, I will definitely defeat you in today's battle. How about we make a bet?" Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "Bet on what?" Shi Tenryu said, "If I win, you will marry me. If I lose, I will marry you." As soon as he said this, Lan Xuanyu was stunned. What's going on? Is this guy here to be funny? Bai Xiuxiu, however, burst into laughter. She really shouldn't laugh at such a serious occasion, but Shi Tenryu's words really made her unable to hold it in. Moreover, this guy said it so seriously, as if he was talking about something very normal. Lan Xuanyu looked at Tenryu with a strange look in his eyes. Doesn't that mean that no matter who wins or loses, you'll be the one taking advantage? Shi Tenryu shook his head, "No. If I win, you'll have to listen to me in the future. If I lose, I'll listen to you. Until I can beat you." Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Was everyone in the dragon race so shameless? Why should I marry you? Qi Tenryu smiled and said with a deep look in his eyes, because in the dragon race, only I am worthy of you. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, I already have a 1,000-year contract with the royal family. Qi Tenryu said, that's not a problem. I can ask teacher to make the decision for us. No matter which family you are in, you can be my wife. Moreover, we will definitely become dragon knights in the future. At the level of dragon knights, the binding power of the contract is not that great, so it's not within my scope of concern. Lan Xuanyu said, you think too much. This is a competition, not a blind date. I don't like you. The smile on Qi Tenryu's face did not fade, you can take it slow. However, finding someone who is worthy of you may only happen once in a lifetime. Once you encounter it, you can't miss it. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. Bai Xiaoxiao beside him had already turned her head away, her shoulders twitching. Are you here to break my fighting spirit? Lan Xuanyu almost said, are you here to be funny? Qi Tenryu shook his head and said, I don't need to break your fighting spirit at all, because I have absolute confidence that I will win. Moreover, I won't be merciful in battle. In our dragon race, the male has always had to beat the female into submission. Even if you don't like me, you will still be my wife after I beat you into submission. Just like Sirink Dinosaur Knight. His wife, wasn't she also his dragon mount? She fought for her whole life, but in the end, she was still ridden by Sir Luo Lan. What? That dragon mount of Ink Dinosaur Knight that he nailed with dragon spikes made of unknown material was his wife. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao felt that their worldview was about to be destroyed. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, if you want to break my fighting spirit, you have failed. On the contrary, you have greatly stimulated my fighting spirit. Because, I don't like you at all. Why don't we change the wager? If you win, I will marry you. If you lose, you will acknowledge me as your master and be my servant. Do you dare? Qi Tenryu was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to say such a thing. It was impossible for the upper dragon race to acknowledge a master, even if it was the dragon mount of a dragon knight. It could be said that this was unprecedented in the dragon race. As an outstanding figure in the upper dragon race and the eldest disciple of the current dragon knight, he was bound to become a dragon knight in the future. It was simply unimaginable for him to acknowledge a master and become a servant. Seeing that Tenryu hesitated, Lan Xuanyu said indifferently. You don't even have the guts to do this, and you still want to be my husband? How can there be such an easy thing? Your bet was unfair to begin with. If I marry you, it means that I will have to be with you for the rest of my life. I will give up everything I have and put you first. If you want to bet my life, use your life as a wager. Qi Tenryu took a deep breath. The impulse in his heart almost made him agree without thinking. He naturally had absolute confidence that he could defeat Lan Xuanyu, but how could such a promise be made so easily, in front of so many higher-ups of the dragon race? Their voices would definitely be heard by these god-tier powerhouses. There would be dragon knights coming to witness this match soon. Once the wager was established, no one could go back on their word. However, at this moment, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lan Xuanyu, he didn't know what kind of price he would have to pay to do so. The dragon god's transformation that Lan Xuanyu used in the battle with Tang Lingshuan had made Qi Tenryu somewhat afraid. He chose to confess his love at this time because he wanted to take the opportunity to suppress Lan Xuanyu's fighting spirit. However, he didn't expect that Lan Xuanyu would turn the tables on him. At this time, he was in a bit of a dilemma. If he didn't agree, then the aura he had accumulated before would have a negative effect, and his momentum would weaken. Under this situation, Lan Xuanyu had the upper hand before the match even started. More importantly, with this retreat, how could he propose marriage to Lan Xuanyu again? There was no such thing as an arranged marriage in the dragon race. Although the head of Tenryu's position was respected, he wouldn't force a dragon race leader to marry anyone. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu also had the support of dragon knights behind him. Although this matter didn't necessarily need both parties to be in love, at least he couldn't be the one to lose momentum. However, how could he resolve the current situation without retreating? For a moment, Qi Tenryu was really in a difficult position. However, in the depths of his heart, he couldn't help but admire Lan Xuanyu. He increasingly felt that only such a woman was worthy of him and qualified to be his wife. At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded, "So what if I agree? A real man should press forward courageously. Since you think you can definitely win, why should you consider the consequences? If you don't have the heart to press forward, how can you cut through the thorns and reach the peak?" Hearing this voice, Lan Xuanyu and Tenryu's bodies shook at the same time. Lan Xuanyu's heartbeat accelerated almost instantly. Even though he was trying his best to restrain himself, his body still couldn't help but tense up. This wasn't the first time he heard this voice, and the last time he heard it, his life was almost lost at the hands of the owner of this voice. What left a deep impression on him was that it was the projection of the owner of this voice that sent his Nana teacher, who was secretly protecting him, into the fiery hell of a star, almost causing him to lose his Nana teacher forever. That's right, the owner of this voice was none other than the Tenryu Star's chief, the true number one person in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, as well as Tenryu's teacher. Hearing this voice, Tenryu's expression suddenly became excited. He knelt on one knee in the direction of the silver light door and bowed respectfully. "Teacher." At this time, all the God-tier dragon race members present had already stood up. They all knelt on one knee in the direction of the silver light door on their dragon power pillars. Their faces were full of respect. A figure stepped out of the light door. Long dark red hair draped over his shoulders. His handsome face made him look like he was only about 30 years old. His figure was slender and tall, and he had a faint smile on his face. The last time he saw Head of Tenryu, it was only a projection. He had also transformed into a human form, but that happened in a flash. After that, the world turned upside down and he narrowly escaped death. At this moment, seeing Head of Tenryu in person again, Lan Xuanyu's feelings were complicated. This was an existence that had almost become his mother's enemy. If there was someone he wanted to kill the most on the Tenryu Star, it was without a doubt this person. Head of Tenryu did not burst forth with any powerful aura. On the contrary, he seemed no different from an ordinary person. He walked into the Rising Dragon arena with a smile on his face, but all eyes were naturally focused on him. Following behind Head of Tenryu was the second chief that Lan Xuanyu had seen before. He had also asked Huang Yuanlang. This second chief was ranked second among the 18 Dragon Knights, second only to Head of Tenryu, the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhongzhichang. He was extremely powerful. When Head of Tenryu was not present, he was the leader. Zhongzhichang was one step behind Head of Tenryu. After him, the Dragon Knights walked out one by one. Lan Xuanyu recognized some, and some he did not. Most importantly, when all the figures walked out, there were exactly 18 of them. In other words, all 18 of the Tenryu Star's Dragon Riders had arrived before the finals of the Dragon Rise tournament. One had to know that in the previous matches, the highest number of people present was only 7 Dragon Knights. The arrival of the 18 Dragon Knights filled the entire Rising Dragon arena with dragon aura. On the surface of the Rising Dragon arena, there were even dragon bodies formed by dragon chi dancing about. That was a dragon shadow that seemed to have a physical body. With the 18 Dragon Knights at the center, they danced around the Rising Dragon platform. Let alone Lan Xuanyu and Chi Tenryu, they couldn't have imagined such a magnificent scene. Even the upper echelons of the Dragon clan present were shocked by this development. They had never imagined that the Dragon Rising tournament would have all 18 Dragon Knights present. Even during the Dragon Knight selection tournament, if there were more than 8 Dragon Knights participating, it was already very important. The Dragon Rising tournament was even weaker, with 7 Dragon Knights being the limit. Head of Tenryu hadn't appeared in the Dragon Rise tournament for many years. Unexpectedly, he wasn't the only one here today. All of the Dragon Knights had come together. Was there a need to pay so much attention to such a competition? Lan Xuanyu was naturally very nervous. His first thought was that they were targeting him. But he quickly dismissed that thought. Was there a need to send so many Dragon Knights to deal with him and Bai Xiaoxiao? Of course not. There were 18 Dragon Knights, and at least 12 of them were super god-level powerhouses. At this level, destroying a planet would be a piece of cake. Not to mention dealing with them. Tenryu bowed respectfully to the Head of Tenryu and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Master." Then he stood up and said to Lan Xuanyu seriously, "I agree to your bet." When he said that, his aura instantly soared, and his eyes were filled with determination and persistence. All of his emotions were expressing to Lan Xuanyu how determined he was to win this competition. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. There was no need for a contract at all. There were 18 dragon knights here to witness everything. If anyone went back on their word, they would not be allowed to participate in the dragon race. Everyone could see that Tenryu's competitive spirit and aura had been completely accumulated. He couldn't afford to lose this competition, but what they didn't know was that at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's fighting spirit had been stimulated to the extreme. If Tenryu lost, he would just be a slave. If he lost, he would have to be someone's wife. What could he do? He was a man. Therefore, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline was almost in a state of ignition. Tenryu couldn't afford to lose this competition, and he couldn't afford to lose either. Head of Tenryu smiled slightly. No matter who wins or loses this competition, it will be a legend in the dragon race. Come, everyone, let's take our seats. As he spoke, a huge dark red pillar of light shot up into the sky from beneath his feet. This pillar of light had a diameter of more than 30 meters, which was many times larger than the dragon power pillars of the other dragon races. It carried his body straight up, and in an instant, it exceeded a height of 150 meters. He easily stabilized himself. The other dragon knights also rode on their own pillars of dragon power and soared into the sky. Compared to before, their pillars of dragon power were much larger. The second Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zichang's pillar of dragon power had also reached a height of 120 meters. The other dragon knight's pillars were also around 100 meters, with some higher and some lower. This seemed to be the true display of their strength. With the appearance of these 18 pillars of dragon power, the entire Rising Dragon arena was filled with dragon roars. In an instant, dragon aura rose, and thousands of dragons danced in the air. It was as if they had returned to the grand occasion when the Rising Dragon competition had just begun. Bathed in such dragon aura, Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, and Qi Tenryu's bloodline power rose to the peak in an instant. The three of them could feel that their cultivation base was rising imperceptibly under such circumstances. At this time, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu naturally gained a lot of benefits. Qi Tenryu, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He was already at the peak of the god level, so he couldn't absorb any more dragon aura. Otherwise, he would start to break through. Breaking through to the god level wasn't that easy. How could he compete? Therefore, he could only suppress it and not let his body absorb this extremely rich dragon aura. The 18 pillars of dragon power were erected. The 18 dragon knights only took their seats after head of Tenryu took his seat. After that, the higher-ups of the Tenryu alliance took their seats. All eyes were focused on Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, and Bai Xiuxiu. Although this competition was the focus of everyone's attention, in reality, all the spectators were god-level powerhouses. There was no doubt that to be able to participate in such a competition like the dragon race, this was definitely a great opportunity that was hard to come by. It was the best time to show off. However, there was no doubt that under such an aura, they were also under great pressure. Why were all 18 dragon knights present? Speaking of which, this had a lot to do with Lan Xuanyu. It was precisely because he had undergone a qualitative change after absorbing the energy feedback from the Rising Dragon platform that caused a big discussion among the dragon knights. There was no doubt that every dragon knight, including the head of Tenryu, hoped to be able to absorb such energy feedback from the Rising Dragon platform so that their bloodline could have the possibility of evolving. However, the question was who would be the one to try it out. No one knew how much of the 7-colored energy feedback from the Rising Dragon platform was. With the Dragon Knight's supreme god-level cultivation, the amount of energy they would need to absorb to evolve their bloodline must be an astronomical figure. In that case, it was very likely that the person who tried it first would absorb all the feedback energy, and the person who tried it later wouldn't be able to absorb it. This was something that no Dragon Knight was willing to face. Regardless of their status among the Dragon Knights, even the head of Tenryu couldn't say who would try it first and who would try it later. So, after a few days of intense discussion, they finally came to a conclusion. The 18 Dragon Knights would try it out together. They would use their blood to stimulate the rising dragon platform and see if there would be any energy feedback. This was the fairest. When would they do it? After the rising dragon competition. So, they weren't just here to watch the competition today. For the Dragon Knights, they were here to experiment. It didn't matter who won the rising dragon competition. What was important was whether they could have the opportunity to evolve their bloodline. However, this was an internal secret of the dragon race. The Dragon Knights naturally wouldn't reveal it. This was especially true for the other god-tier dragon races. The Dragon Knights were high and mighty. Of course, they had to be the first to try and get the biggest benefits. If there were more benefits later, they would consider the other god-tier dragon races. Therefore, when the competition was over, the Dragon Knights would hold a grand ceremony here. This was a story for later. Right now, they had to decide the first place of today's rising dragon competition. Lan Xuanyu stared at Qi Tenryu with a burning gaze. At this time, the three of them had already walked to the center of the competition field. Qi Tenryu's gaze towards Lan Xuanyu had become particularly sharp ever since he set the bet. In his opinion, if he wanted this woman to be his wife and give birth to children for him, he would have to take care of her. Then, he would have to beat her into submission first. Once she was convinced, there would be no other problems. Did he like Lan Xuanyu that much? Not really. Everyone had different tastes. On the Tenryu star, there were so many races. With Qi Tenryu's status, what kind of partner couldn't he want? What he valued most was Lan Xuanyu's bloodline. If he had children with a woman with such a bloodline, there was no doubt that the offspring would be even stronger. This was what he hoped for the most. No matter how beautiful a woman was, compared to a woman who could give birth to powerful offspring for him, they were all trash. Only a woman with a noble bloodline like Lan had the right to be his wife. The battle intent in Lan Xuanyu's heart had also risen to the extreme. It could even be said that he had never been filled with such a strong desire to win in his life. Not for anything else, but because she didn't want to be his wife. Moreover, if he married Qi Tenryu, it was almost certain that he would be exposed. Even if he said that he was a woman disguised as a man at that time, he and Qi Tenryu must have been mortal enemies. He didn't even know how the dragon race was going to deal with him or how they were going to investigate him. Therefore, he could not afford to lose this battle. Previously, he had provoked Tenryu with the intention of forcing him to retreat. This way, regardless of the outcome, there would be no problem of his identity being exposed. But who knew that the head of Tenryu would interfere and force Tenryu to agree at all costs and ignite his fighting spirit? There was no way out for either side. To be honest, even if Qi Tenryu were to become his servant, he wouldn't want him. Qi Tenryu was too strong. If he kept following him, his freedom would be restricted. Of course, he could control Qi Tenryu, but if he made Qi Tenryu do something that would harm the Tenryu star, Qi Tenryu would definitely not agree. Get ready. At that moment, a calm voice sounded. There was no referee for this battle. Yes, there was never a referee for the finals. Because only a Dragon Knight could judge such a battle. Today, the head of Tenryu was here. He was the final judge of this battle. A faint smile appeared on the head of Tenryu's face. He smiled and said, "It's been a long time since there was such an interesting battle. Then, let's begin." Following his announcement, the Dragon Rise competition's final battle finally began. Qi Tenryu's body emitted a shocking flame almost instantly. The scarlet flame rushed 100 meters into the air, the majestic flame causing the temperature of the entire arena to rise rapidly. The aura that he had been suppressing for a long time also exploded in an instant. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu felt as if they were in magma. The heat came from all directions, burning everything. Without hesitation, Lan Xuanyu's body emitted a rainbow-colored light. Rainbow-colored dragon scales instantly covered his body. Dragon God's transformation, a four-colored ring of light rippled out with his body as the center. It was elemental stripping. Qi Tenryu had the bloodline of the Fire Dragon King, so elemental stripping had a strong effect on the fire element. This was also one of the reasons why Lan Xuanyu was so confident. Wherever elemental stripping passed, the oppressive heat immediately dissipated. The red light also began to dim. But at that moment, Chi Tenryu's eyes suddenly became as bright as rubies. With a roar, he took a step forward. Boom, flames surged, and the violent flames suddenly exploded. The entire arena seemed to be covered by a rain of fire in an instant. The four-colored light of elemental stripping instantly exploded and dissipated with the rain of fire. However, it did not affect Chi Tenryu's body at all. Ever since Lan Xuanyu obtained elemental stripping, this was the first time an opponent had forcibly broken it. So strong. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu almost had the same thought in their hearts. The strength that Chi Tenryu displayed was indeed beyond their expectations. A long sword appeared in Chi Tenryu's hand. As he took a step forward, Chi Tenryu's aura skyrocketed again. All the flames instantly gathered toward the long sword like rivers flowing into the sea. It was as if there was a vortex on the long sword. In an instant, the sky changed color. The red scales on Chi Tenryu's body seemed to be burning with magma. The blazing heat caused everything around to distort. He had no intention of holding back. At that moment, he was going all out. He was determined to win this battle. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu looked at each other. The two of them soared up at the same time. Amidst the impassioned dragon roars, they each revealed their original forms. Bai Xiuxiu was naturally the abyssal ice demon dragon. Her entire body was covered in dark blue scales. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's transformation was the true final form. The giant rainbow dragon's entire body was covered in rainbow scales, and it was slightly smaller than the golden dragon king from before. However, when the dragon god's transformation's rainbow dragon god's form appeared, all the dragon race members present felt their hearts skip a beat. Roar! Lan Xuanyu, who had transformed into the true form of the dragon gods, faced Tenryu's direction and let out a violent roar. The rainbow light flickered. No dragon head emerged from his body, but this was the most powerful dragon roar. It was not the roar of King Jinlong, but the roar of the dragon gods. The roar of the dragon gods brought with it the fury of the dragon gods. In an instant, the flames and aura on Chi Tenryu's body dissipated by a third. The sword that he was about to slash out was instantly slowed by half a beat. At that moment, Bai Xiuxiu, who had already flown into the air, had already begun to dance. Large swaths of dark blue goose feather snow fell from the sky, lowering the temperature and the concentration of fire elements in the air. Hearing the roar of the dragon gods, even the 18 dragon knights present changed their expressions. However, their faces were all filled with joy. With their cultivation, how could they not recognize the powerful suppression from the bloodline when the roar of the dragon gods was released? This was definitely a suppression that only appeared in the bloodline of a superior being. And they all knew that the bloodline change in Azura's body was caused by the rainbow energy that he absorbed on the Rising Dragon platform that day. Although Lan Xuanyu's plan that day was rushed, it was extremely ingenious. The rainbow dragon power did indeed come from the Rising Dragon platform. Moreover, he absorbed it in an unconscious state in front of the Dragon Knights. Everything was too realistic. Even the Dragon Knights could not tell. At this moment, seeing that he had the upper hand in terms of bloodline, how could the Dragon Knights not be in a good mood? Later, they would also have the possibility of absorbing the rainbow dragon power to upgrade their bloodline. Even now, they were a little impatient, looking forward to the end of this match, so that they could try to absorb it as soon as possible. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu flapped his wings, and without waiting for Tenryu to attack, he took the initiative to dive down, brazenly pouncing on him. Chi Tenryu was feeling quite uncomfortable. The roar of the dragon gods had caused a strange change in the blood vessels in his body, almost as if it had been cut off in an instant. The momentum he had accumulated was not only reduced by a third, but it had also shaken his will to fight. His dragon power had also been greatly reduced. But even so, when Lan Xuanyu brazenly pounced down, the long sword in his hand was lifted up in an instant. The powerful fire element gushed out again. It had to be said that Chi Tenryu's control of the fire element had almost reached the level of law. Otherwise, it would be impossible to shatter Lan Xuanyu's element stripping. Although it was hurriedly accumulating power for the second time, wherever the giant blade passed, the air would tremble, and even the entire space would be torn apart. Blazing and devouring. A powerful suction force came from the broken space, sucking in Lan Xuanyu's body. The blazing heat almost instantly reached him. A four-colored halo rippled out, and element stripping came out again. Although element stripping had the best effect on the four basic elements of water, fire, earth, and wind, it also affected other attributes. The broken space suddenly stopped, and the suction force was greatly reduced. The fire element also dimmed a little. But at this moment, there was suddenly a touch of reddish gold on the long sword. And a fierce flame shook out, forcibly shattering element stripping again, and went straight for Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu never thought that element stripping would give him an instant advantage. From the beginning, he understood that his element stripping would not have much effect on the guy in front of him. But what he wanted was the opportunity that element stripping gave him, the opportunity to not be locked on. His body almost instantly rotated in the air. If this was a fighter, it would be a horizontal roll. Dive, horizontal roll. This was an extremely standard space fighter combat maneuver. He did not choose to meet it head-on, but instead dodged the opponent's sword. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu's dragon wings flew towards Qi Tenryu. Qi Tenryu was currently in his human form. Even though he was wearing the divine dragon armor and his body had become much larger after activating his aura, he was still very small compared to Lan Xuanyu's dragon body. What's more, Lan Xuanyu had been accumulating power for this attack. Rolling, dragon wing strike. His attacks were extremely fierce. However, at this moment, Qi Tenryu displayed the strength of the number one of the younger generation of the dragon race. He didn't dodge. The saber light missed, and his body suddenly rushed horizontally, using his shoulder to hit the dragon wing. At the same time, he raised his saber with both hands and used the momentum to raise it up again. It slashed towards the root of Lan Xuanyu's dragon wing. He was obviously confident that he wouldn't be sent flying by Lan Xuanyu's attack and then deal a heavy blow to Lan Xuanyu. Bang! The dragon wing struck Qi Tenryu's shoulder. Suddenly, a large area of flames burst out. However, a strange scene followed. Although Qi Tenryu's body was covered in flames, he was obviously unharmed. What was even more frightening was that the armor on his shoulder was stuck to Lan Xuanyu's dragon wing as if it was glued by magma. At the same time, the long saber in his hand had already slashed forward. Not only was he strong, but he was also fierce. One must know that he had taken Lan Xuanyu's god-destroying quake head-on and used this opportunity to launch an instant counterattack. With his cultivation, if this slash hit, Lan Xuanyu wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, a touch of dark blue suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, causing Qi Tenryu's speed to pause for a moment. In mid-air, Bai Xiaoxiu's deep blue gaze had already burst forth. Taking advantage of this momentary opportunity, Lan Xuanyu's rainbow dragon wings vibrated, and a layer of dragon scales forcibly broke off, freeing themselves from the adhesion. At the same time, he released elemental stripping, which suppressed Qi Tenryu's fire attribute. He raised a dragon claw and brazenly met the long saber. Dang! With a loud sound, Lan Xuanyu was sent flying. The huge body of the dragon gods tumbled in the air, and dazzling flames burst out from his body. The flames were golden red, and the terrifying heat caused the surrounding air to distort in an instant. However, the flames only lasted for a moment before they were suddenly absorbed into Lan Xuanyu's body like rivers flowing into the sea, disappearing completely. The seven-colored scales suddenly turned fiery red, and then returned to their original seven-colored state. It was as if nothing had happened. Fire immunity? Qi Tenryu's expression finally changed a little. In the true form of the dragon gods, Lan Xuanyu was now immune to 6 types of elemental attributes, which were the 6 types that he controlled. Of course, it was impossible to be completely immune. Only the true dragon gods could achieve complete immunity to all elements. However, he could also digest most of the elemental power. In addition, he used the god-destroying thunder and dragon power to temper his body day and night. His body's strength was extremely high, and his elemental resistance was extremely terrifying. He shook the dragon wings that had previously thrown away some of the scales, and rainbow scales drilled out from under his skin, covering the dragon wings. The dragon claw fell to the ground, plowing a gully in the ground, but anyone could see that he was not really injured. This was the first full-scale battle, and both sides could be considered to be evenly matched. Qi Tenryu, who took the brunt of the god-destroying quake, did not have much of an advantage. Lan Xuanyu's dragon scales had fallen off, and some cracks had appeared on his dragon god armor. In the sky, the huge dark blue dragon was circling back and forth, and circles of black halos were rippling in the air. It caused the temperature in the air to rise and fall, fighting against Qi Tenryu's fire elements. It was the demonic dance of the abyss-ice demonic dragon in its true form. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were fixed, and there was a clear light in his eyes. Qi Tenryu was holding a battle sword, and the fire elements around his body were still bursting out. The difference in cultivation made the elemental strippings effect on him limited. If it was one-on-one, he would have already attacked. However, in a one-on-two situation, he did not underestimate Bai Xiaoxiao, who was in the air. Bai Xiaoxiao's control ability and attack power were subtle, and she also had the ability to explode instantly. Qi Tenryu did not think that Bai Xiaoxiao could hurt him, but she was very likely to buy enough time for Lan Xuanyu. He did not feel good after taking the god-destroying quake head-on just now. Even his fire dragon god armor could not block all of the terrifying shock force, and a part of it still seeped into his body. More importantly, the bloodline power contained in the shock had a certain suppressive effect on his bloodline. This was also the reason why he did not pursue after his attack was blocked. If he did not resolve the power that seeped into his body, it was very likely that it would cause a lot of trouble in future battles due to the accumulation of power. The combination of Lan and Xiaoxiao was stronger than he had imagined. They were even stronger than when he had watched their competition a few days ago. A 7-colored halo circulated around Lan Xuanyu's body, and the 6 elements in the air all gathered towards him. In terms of pure fire elements, he was definitely far inferior to Qi Tenryu. However, in the state of the dragon god's transformation, he could absorb all kinds of elements to replenish himself. The dragon aura that he had absorbed earlier was also effective replenishment. With a flap of his dragon wings, Lan Xuanyu rose into the air again. The colorful light around his body was dazzling. In mid-air, circles of dark blue halos continued to fall and surround the battlefield, suppressing the existence of the fire elements. Bai Xiaoxiao's heavenly demon dance was also becoming faster and faster. The heavenly demon dance of heavenly secrets was like a bomb that was being charged. No one knew when it would explode. Qi Tenryu took a deep breath and let out a loud dragon roar. The flames on his body instantly rose, and in the next moment, his body also skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had become more than 15 meters tall. The long saber in his hand also rose in height, and his aura surged. With the Fire Dragon King Divine Dragon armor on his body, he looked like a fire giant at this moment. His entire body was sparkling and translucent red crystal, and his huge fire element aura instantly increased. Lan Xuanyu's expression instantly turned serious. Tenryu's ability was similar to a human soul master's martial soul true body. It was extremely domineering, and his already powerful strength increased exponentially just like his physique. Tenryu didn't stop. He held his sword with both hands and suddenly slashed upwards. A huge flaming sword light rushed into the sky and slashed towards the sky. This slash wasn't aimed at Lan Xuanyu, but Bai Xiaoxiao in the sky. When this flaming sword light appeared, heaven and earth changed. Even the pillar of dragon power in the distance was covered by this sword light. Using strength to break technique, this was Qi Tenryu's tactic. Tenryu had told him that in this world, absolute strength was the nemesis of two cuts. As long as one's cultivation increased and became extremely powerful, then any technique wouldn't be so important. Junwei didn't need the support of technique at all. Absolute strength was enough to crush everything. That was what he was doing. No matter what technique you use, I'll use strength to break technique and use my strength to attack. If you can, block it. If you can't, you'll lose. Qi Tenryu's fire god slash fused his essence, energy, and spirit into one. Although he wasn't a god-rank powerhouse yet, this slash caused many god-rank powerhouses. Expressions to change drastically. Huang Daoqi was one of them. Although he wasn't present, he could clearly feel that if he were in Tenryu's shoes, he might not be able to block this slash. At this moment, if Lan Xuanyu blocked it, he would have to face this terrifying attack head-on. The target of this slash was Bai Xiaoxiao in the sky. Bai Xiaoxiao was locked onto by the sword light and dodged slightly, especially in his martial soul true body state. The goal of this slash was very simple. It was to break Bai Xiuxiu's heavenly demon dance of heavenly secrets. Did Lan Xuanyu block the slash for Bai Xiuxiu? No. He acted as if he didn't see this slash and brazenly descended from the sky. He descended and went straight for Qi Tenryu, who had just slashed out. Besieging way to save you. Attack where the enemy must save? The higher-ups of the dragon race all frowned. Because, in their eyes, Lan Xuanyu's current actions were simply stupid beyond compare. The saber aura had already been unleashed. What was the significance of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao? More importantly, Tenryu Lao had not reached the point where he could not fight at all. After he slashed out, the fire dragon saber had already been retracted. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he definitely had the strength to fight again. As for Bai Xiuxiu, who had been abandoned by Lan Xuanyu, how could she possibly block that god-level attack? How could this be? How was this possible? In the next instant, all of the deity-level dragon race powerhouses, including the 18 dragon rider lords, were filled with shock. How could this be? There was a possibility. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. When that shocking saber light struck the edge of the demonic dance of heavenly secrets, heaven and earth suddenly reversed. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and all of the primordial light from the demonic dance of heavenly secrets disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the huge saber light in the sky suddenly changed direction and descended from the sky with a powerful aura, heading straight for Qi Tenryu. The true meaning of the demonic dance of heavenly secrets was to reverse heaven and earth and reverse yin and yang. Although Bai Xiuxiu was still unable to fully unleash the power of the demonic dance of heavenly secrets, she had been accumulating power for so long that it was enough for her to complete one reversal of heaven and earth. The situation on the field was instantly reversed. Qi Tenryu was shocked and furious to find that Lan was charging at him with all her might, and the saber he had slashed out with all his strength had also returned. He didn't see Lan's attack as a threat, but he was well aware of the power of his saber slash. Although he could guess that Bai Xiuxiu had the ability to control the field, he didn't expect her to retaliate in such a way. However, Qi Tenryu was worthy of being Tenryu's chief disciple. Even at this time, he didn't panic in the slightest. The long saber in his hand softened. However, it wasn't aimed at Lan Xuanyu, but at empty space. Suddenly, a huge flame swirled around the saber light, and a powerful suction force forcibly pulled Lan Xuanyu, who was rushing over, towards the saber light descending from the sky. Good, seeing the saber strike, some of the dragon race spectators couldn't help but cheer. On the surface, this battle didn't seem that intense, but it could definitely be described as brilliant and varied. Whether it was from Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's cooperation and adaptability, or from the powerful strength displayed by Tenryu, this match was not something that could be stopped in any of the previous matches. Under such circumstances, Qi Tenryu was actually able to think of such a way to deal with it. It could be said that his aptitude was excellent. Relying on his absolute strength, he wanted to use Lan Xuanyu to block Lan Xuanyu. Bai Xiuxiu had just used the demonic dance of heavenly secrets, so she definitely wouldn't be able to help Lan Xuanyu at this time. And once Lan Xuanyu's saber light hit, the outcome of this match would probably be decided. The strong suction force of the flame vortex was indeed extremely difficult for Lan Xuanyu to resist. He also didn't expect that Tenryu would be able to use such a method in this situation. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu didn't panic. On the contrary, he did something that everyone didn't understand. His huge body instantly shrank and turned back into his human form. His body became smaller in human form, so the speed at which he was being sucked over became even faster. Qi Tenryu frowned slightly. The only advantage of Lan Xuanyu doing this was that when he was attacked, the remaining power of the saber would act on Qi Tenryu's body. But what was the point? At this moment, the saber light in the air was already close to Lan Xuanyu with an incomparably powerful aura. Not only did the flame vortex have the ability to pull, but it also had a strong defense. Not only could it borrow the heat to attack Lan Xuanyu, but it could also help Qi Tenryu block the majority of the attacks. But no one expected that at this moment, a strange scene would appear. A rainbow-colored figure suddenly flashed and silently appeared behind Qi Tenryu. And in front of Qi Tenryu, Lan, who had already turned back into her human form and attracted his attention, disappeared like a bubble the moment the saber light was about to touch her body. At that moment, Qi Tenryu even had an illusion that Lan was turned into ashes by his saber. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He wanted to defeat Xing, but he definitely didn't want to destroy Lan. He wanted to marry Lan. And when he felt that something was wrong, everything was already too late. The saber light ruthlessly slashed the flame vortex. Boom, a terrifying heat wave accompanied by a loud explosion exploded. Although it was blocking his own attack, Qi Tenryu also felt that it was extremely difficult. Jing Yidao had been preparing for a long time. Furthermore, under the effect of heaven and earth reversal, there was an acceleration effect. This was the Tianji title. The 15-meter-tall figure instantly sank several meters, his feet sinking deep into the dry ground. Under the illumination of the flames, Qi Tenryu's Fire Dragon King Divine Dragon armor emitted a dazzling light. It was clearly trying its best to neutralize the power of the saber. At this moment, Qi Tenryu's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Although he didn't know how Lan did it, he had a hunch that the rainbow-colored figure behind Qi Tenryu wasn't in the shape of a dragon. Instead, it was in the shape of a human covered in rainbow-colored scales. When the huge saber light descended from the sky, the figure pulled back his right fist as if he was shooting an arrow from a bow. Everyone could clearly see that four-colored lightning was flowing on the surface of his fist. The rainbow-colored light all over his body was converging on that fist. The saber light slashed down, and Tenryu's tall body bore the full force of the saber light. And in the next moment, the head shining with four-colored lightning bolts brazenly bombarded Qi Tenryu's back. Readers who are worried about typos, please pay attention to the official account to see the picture version. The text is automatically recognized, and the typos can't be corrected temporarily. There was a soft pu sound, but there was no explosion. However, under everyone's astonished gazes, Lan Xuanyu's punch directly pierced through the Fire Dragon King's Divine Dragon armor on Qi Tenryu's back and landed directly on his body. Qi Tenryu's entire body burst into flames. He had already realized something in the previous instant. The Fire Dragon King's Divine Dragon armor on his body suddenly exploded the moment it was hit, turning into countless terrifying sparks that sputtered everywhere. If Lan Xuanyu was still in his dragon form, his huge body would definitely have taken the brunt of the impact head-on. However, since he was only in his human form, the area he could take was much smaller. A seven-colored light burst forth, blocking most of the Fire Dragon King's Divine Dragon armor fragments that sputtered everywhere. His punch also landed heavily on Qi Tenryu's back. His body flew backward, flapping his wings as he catapulted backward. In the next instant, the longsword in Qi Tenryu's hand had already slashed back. If he had been a second later, he would have been hit by the sword light. However, the moment the sword slashed out, a low rumble suddenly exploded inside Qi Tenryu's body. Streaks of four-colored electric light spread and exploded from his back, turning into streaks of electric light that lingered around him. A huge bloody hole directly exploded from his back. One could clearly see the stubble of his spine and the muscles inside. With a roar, Qi Tenryu's huge body rapidly shrank, returning to his original human form. The longsword in his hand supported him on the ground so that he would not fall down. However, everyone could see that the punch had already caused him serious injuries. Who would have thought that in this peak battle, the ones who would have the upper hand and severely injure their opponents would be Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu? Even the Dragon Knights didn't think that they would win. This was because the Dragon Knights all knew what kind of cultivation level Qi Tenryu had. As the eldest disciple of head of Tenryu, he could have reached the divine realm long ago. However, he did not do so because he wanted to be the champion of the Dragon Rising tournament, whether it was by Xiuxiu's Heavenly Demon Dance, Heaven and Earth Reversal, or Lan Xuanyu's final shift, passing off the false as the real. It could be described as a godly skill, turning the impossible into the possible and severely injuring Qi Tenryu. Qi Tenryu's current expression could be described as mixed emotions. He looked up at Lan Xuanyu, who had flown back into the air and joined by Xiuxiu. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this very moment, the god-annihilating lightning that Lan Xuanyu had accumulated and blasted into his body was wreaking havoc and destroying everything in his body. If it was under normal circumstances, even if he had accumulated enough power, he would not have been able to injure Qi Tianlong so severely. However, that attack was launched after he had just taken a full blow from his saber. The timing of the attack was when he was at his weakest. Qi Tianlong knew that he had lost. He didn't lose in terms of strength. Instead, he lost because he had underestimated his opponent and schemed against him. No matter if it was Lan or Xiaoxiao, the abilities that they had used in their battle with him were abilities that they had never used before. Because of this, he had fallen into their trap. Teacher, is technique really useless? But why did I lose in terms of technique? No, I can't lose. I'm going to inherit the position of head of Tenryu in the dragon race. How can I lose this competition? If I lose, I'll become her servant. How can I become a dragon rider if that happens? How can I become the future ruler of the dragon race? At this thought, Qi Tenryu's eyes lit up. The unstable flames burning around his body were no longer golden red. The flames turned blood red in an instant, turning into blood red flames. His body was completely blood red. Blood dragon body explosion technique? The person sitting on the dragon pillar said in surprise. At the same time, he looked at the gloomy head of Tenryu. All the dragon riders present knew what the blood dragon body explosion technique meant. This was the secret technique of the dragon race. Only the most powerful dragon race had the chance to be taught this technique. It was the last desperate method. With Qi Tenryu's strength, he was not qualified to learn the blood dragon body explosion technique. It was because he was the disciple of head of Tenryu that he could learn it in advance. The blood dragon body explosion technique was extremely domineering. It could instantly burn one's bloodline. It was not to temper the body, but to explode. Under this crazy burning, not only would one's strength increase, but one's injuries would also be temporarily suppressed. It could also use the burning dragon blood to temporarily protect all injuries and restore one's combat strength to its peak. Although the duration was short, it was the last desperate method. However, once it was used, not only would one's strength be greatly reduced, but one's life would also be in danger. Should we stop it? The second Dawn Dragon Rider, Zhong Zicheng, asked in a low voice. Head of Tenryu shook his head silently. He did not expect such a situation to occur. He had previously encouraged his disciple to ignite Qi Tenryu's fighting spirit. However, he did not expect that this bet would put his disciple in such a situation. He naturally thought of what Qi Tenryu thought of as well. Qi Tenryu could not afford to lose this battle. If he lost and became Lan Xuanyu's slave, then his future in the dragon race would be completely lost. Therefore, he could not lose. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he could not lose. The blood dragon body explosion technique might be fatal to other dragon race members. However, for Qi Tenryu, if he recuperated properly, it was still possible for him to recover in the future. If he did not use the blood dragon body explosion technique, he would have already lost. Even head of Tenryu would not be willing to let his disciple, whom he had carefully nurtured, be crippled just like that. Looking at the burst of bloody light, Lan Xuanyu frowned. He held by Xiaoxiao's hand and the two of them exchanged dragon power to restore their previous consumption. At this time, Qi Tenryu's entire body was bursting with bloody light, but his aura continued to rise. Under the cover of the bloody light, the broken spine on his back seemed to have been reconnected by the bloody light. He leaped out of the hole in the ground and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. In an instant, bloody flames erupted like a monster sea of blood, enveloping Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao in the air. This is a battle between me and him. Xiaoxiao, trust me. After saying this, Lan Xuanyu took a step forward in the void. The seven-colored light on his body suddenly ignited and turned into a seven-colored flame. The moment the seven-colored flames were ignited, his entire body turned into a crystal-clear seven-colored light. Even the blood-red flames that rose from below were suppressed in an instant. Roar, a loud dragon roar erupted from his mouth. Lan Xuanyu brazenly descended from the sky and pounced straight at Qi Tenryu, who was still in the midst of the blood dragon body explosion technique. Qi Tenryu roared. At this time, he no longer had any love for Lan in his heart. Under the stimulation of his blood boiling, he only wanted to defeat his opponent. The two figures almost instantly collided with each other, erupting with a deafening roar. Lan Xuanyu used his fists, while Qi Tenryu used his saber. This time, there was no technique involved. It was a head-on battle. Boom, Lan Xuanyu's body was directly sent flying by the saber, and bloody flames rose all over his body. However, in the next moment, the bloody flames were extinguished by the 7 colored flames burning on his body. In an instant, he bounced up and pounced on Qi Tenryu again without any hesitation. Qi Tenryu had already chased after him. The two collided again. Lan Xuanyu's scales splashed, but he didn't back down at all. Under the burst of the 7 colored flames, large ripples appeared on the bloody flames. This time, Qi Tenryu also staggered backward. Lan Xuanyu was sent flying, and his body plowed a gully in the ground. However, in the next moment, he flew up again and charged straight at Qi Tenryu as if he had gone mad. There was no technique involved. It was a head-on clash. Even the god-tier powerhouses of the dragon race who were watching the battle couldn't help but hold their breaths at this scene. That was the blood dragon body explosion technique. In this state, Qi Tenryu could only be stronger than when he was in his peak state. At this time, Lan Xuanyu didn't just give up on his previous clever way of fighting and chose to fight head-on. Moreover, he didn't even let Bai Xiuxiu participate in the battle. End of chapter 1199. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.